Hello and welcome to the January New Bots event here at NHRL. My name is Kyle Kroos. Joining me at the desk is Sam Hansen. So good to see you on the live stream.
Hello, thank you.
Good to have you here. Today we have a completely new format, completely new schedule, and completely new bots. We're excited to get into it.
Yeah.
All right, so today's agenda, 9 a.m. preliminary rounds. We're going to see the fights with these rounds. 12 p.m. we're going to start our single elimination tournament. 5 p.m. we're going to have a big robot rumble for you. And 7 p.m. we're going to go into our final round where we will crown our champions. So excited for the day. All right, so this is Cage 2 and Cage 5. We'll be starting these fights in Cage 2 and Cage 5. Cage 2 is going to have Flaming Fart and Spinner Thingy. And then Cage 5 is going to have Attempt 2 and Not Dead Yet. We're going to go full to Cage 5 here in just a second and check out Attempt 2 and Not Dead Yet. The fun part about this event is we don't know anything about any of these bots. I mean, we do. We've talked to the builders. We've had conversations back in the pits. But all of these are brand new. Everything has to be brand new for this event. So we're going to be learning with you.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
A little bit of a technical difficulty starting our day off. These two bots look like they are ready to go.
7,
Here we go with the countdown.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And there we go. So we have Not Dead Yet coming out of the blue corner and Attempt 2. Both robots up to speed with the weapons. Really, ooh, nice impact right off the bat.
Right on top of Bart.
Tap out.
And right off the bat, that's a tap out. That looks like
the winner is Luxor.
Almost.
Almost. So yeah, instantaneous giant hits right off the bat. Welcome to NHRL. It is so good to see everybody. Once again, my name is Kyle Kroos. This is Sam Hansen. We are going to be with you for the first part of the day talking about these preliminary rounds. Totally new format now. Totally new system. We are no longer a double elimination tournament. We are now 100% a single elimination tournament with a seeding round at the beginning. So these matches count for your record for the entirety of the season. They also count for your seeding into the actual finals later on in the day. So if you want a nice seeding, beat all the robots. If you want a bad seeding, forfeit a whole bunch. Whatever you want to do there, that's up to you. So that is going to be very interesting. We're going to have a totally different dynamic with that. And then once we get into single elimination, what happens when you lose, Sam?
You go home, you fight in a freestyle fight, you scroll through your phone or something.
Tell me about freestyle fights. What is a freestyle fight?
So a freestyle fight is essentially a grudge match. So folks can sign up to fight each other in the pits and take it into one of our arenas.
And some of those fights might make it to air today. Some of those fights, all of those fights, we're going to get some footage of them so we can see them later on. That's where a lot of really interesting fights are going to happen, I think, later on in the day, because this, especially at this event, it's all new. Everybody wants to test these concepts. Everyone wants the most stick time they can have so they can figure out what works and what doesn't in their bots, because they're going to carry these themes throughout the rest of the season. What is your favorite part about new bot events, Sam?
I would have to say it's the new bots. I think it's cool that people will bring out bots that they know might not do as well in one of our standard tournaments. And so they'll experiment, try something new, try something a little less meta.
Yep.
And then on the other hand, you have folks that know people are going to be doing that, and so they're going to bring out their A game. They're going to try and take advantage of these robots that are a little off meta.
Yeah, and then sometimes you get those concepts where you don't know if it's going to work, like Wake and Bake from last year. That was a new bot, and all of a sudden it wins that. It does phenomenally well and goes on to qualify and becomes a major contender in our finals in December.
Yeah. And that's a huge thing. New bot or not, you still qualify for the finals if you're in the top 4.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to go check in with our friend Lindsay right now. Lindsay, How
Hello,
are you
Kyle.
doing? It
Hello,
is so
Sam.
good to
It's so
see
good
ya.
to see you at the desk.
Oh, thank you, Lindsay. Good to see you as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this new tournament play out. A lot of thought has gone into, how can we really tell the story of these builders better? How can we make the tournament that much more competitive? And I'm really excited to see how it plays out. I have been walking the pits all of yesterday, a lot of this morning, and there are some incredible bots that I would never in a million years would have dreamed of. There's one made out of a microwave called Spare Parts that they started building at 1:30 in the morning the day before.
Yeah, 36-hour build. That's their plan.
I mean, that speaks to me. I know there are some other people who have been working on their bots for literally months up to this point, so you have, a lot of things everywhere in between. But yeah, we already have a ton of people in the chat. If you're watching at home, join us on the YouTube live stream. Tons of people are hanging out, talking about the fights. If you want to post a super chat, we will read it live on air. And it's a fun place to be. So if you're watching alone at home, come join us. It's fun.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate that. Yeah, Weird Bot event, the new bot event, is always where you see the strangest things. One of the ones that I'm really looking forward to, Kokoto Mane, has a Kill It With Fire bot. Super excited about this.
That's from the builder of Serial Killer?
Yeah, he's the builder of Serial Killer. Now he's built something that is an overhead fire attack bot. Let's go ahead and go over to the pits just to see where we're at right now. This is the fullest you're going to see the pits today. Everyone is still trying to pass safety. Everyone is getting their last little bits together, getting their configurations ready for their first fight. Another massive change about this event is you know who you are facing throughout the entire first part of the day, and you have a really good idea of what time you're going to be facing them in the first part of the day, which is completely different than what we've been able to do in the past. We've always had the bracket, but you don't know who's going to be ready when before. Now there's a very kind of set schedule about when you need to be prepared for your fights and who you're fighting. Gives our builders a lot more structure to actually work with, which I think is going to be beneficial to some of the builders. Some of their process might be a little bit challenged with this. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. I mean, it all depends on the type of human and organizational method you have, right? But yeah, our pits are going to be bustling and full throughout the morning time. Once we get into those elimination rounds, you're going to start seeing those pits clear out pretty fast today. So it's going to be a very different vibe up there. The cool part about Norwalk specifically in my mind is the builder-centric ideology that we have here. The pits are set up so well. Every single table has the power that they need, has the lighting that they need, has the table space that they need. People are able to kind of congregate with other teams that they work well with, they can trade tools with, and we also have really nice bagels in the morning for everybody.
That's just part of NHRL is the support for the builders, and it's really, there's no other place to fight like NHRL. It's just top tier.
Yeah.
I competed here in 2021 and fell in love. I've been doing this for about 20 years now, and nothing compares.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are now getting a nice shot of Cage 5. Looks like we're loading in there. So this is going to be, I believe we'll be having Frustration in Deep Cut, but it's hard to tell who's loading in at this point. But yeah, that's going to be kind of the methodology this morning. We're going to be popping into these two cages. Let's go ahead and look at some fight basics. Sam, you want to go ahead and run us through that?
Yeah, sure. So each fight is about, exactly 3 minutes long, unless there's a knockout or a tap out. If there's no knockout, no tap out, it goes the full 3 minutes. We're going to take it to the judge's decision. We've got a panel of 3 judges, and they will judge the fights based on damage, aggression, and control.
Yep.
And in each of our arenas, you'll notice a house bot, the sort of brick-shaped metal box. And those are there to unstick the competitors if they happen to find themselves in a position where they just get stuck.
Yeah, so our bricks, as we call them, we have Brett, we have Bert, we've got Fluffy, we've got Flo. They've got a personality of their own. These bots have multiple purposes, including a camera that they actually have inside of them, which gives us really interesting shots inside the box, right inside the action. There's even a strange little rule set that's based around these bots. They have a little switch on the back of them. If you're able to turn that switch off, you actually end up winning $1,000 just for accomplishing that feat. It's happened twice here now.
At our last event, even.
At our last event, we had a bot do it, and a bot that was, some might say, partially designed with that idea in mind. So yeah, very cool idea, very cool bot, and we love the house bot concept. It's also really important for at the end of the fights when everyone's immobile, everyone's destroyed, the very kind of low to the ground bricks can then shuffle all of that material back to the door.
Pushing the scraps closer to the area they get roomed out.
If you are getting pushed to the door at the end of the fight by Brett and it was a 3-minute fight, you're probably not going to win that judge's decision. That's just a good rule of thumb to go by there.
Yeah.
The other thing that we have that is very unique to Norwalk is our trophy set.
Okay, yeah.
So today, in every weight class, 3 pound, 12 pound, and 30 pounds, we're going to be fighting for the Golden Dumpster, which is, in many regards, I'll just lift one up here for you. In many regards, this is the penultimate trophy in robot combat right now.
Absolutely.
Look at how beautiful these things are. The lids actually flip up. If you have one of these, some people even have turned these into bots that they've competed with in tournaments. Some people put their prize money into these and they store that there. It's a phenomenal trophy. It's beautiful work that we get done. And earning one of these earns you a spot to fight for the Golden Brett at the end of the year, which is the big prize that everybody here is really trying to compete for.
Yes. And it comes with some money as well, which, you know, never hurts as a motivator.
All right, so thank you so much for joining us today. We're gonna go talk about one of our favorite bot types right now. Check out this feature on Melty Brain Spinners. For our fans who are like, you know, not necessarily as initiated on weapon types, this bot doesn't have an active weapon technically, right? It doesn't have anything on the bot that goes spin. So explain to our fans like what a Melty Brain Spinner is, how it is supposed to work, like what the theory of the case is.
All right, so there's the 2 big types of bots, vertical spinners and horizontals. So technically, this is a horizontal spinner. Now within horizontal spinners, you have the weapon that you spin, direct drive, belt. This is considered a whole body spinner. Some people will even call it a shell spinner, but a shell spinner has motors and wheels that drive the bot around the arena, and the outside of the shell spins and the weapon is attached to that.
Right.
And the benefit of doing that is you get more mass you're creating inertia, you know, momentum in this weapon and energy storing up as you get it spun up. And by putting more of that mass on the outside, you get more energy on the impact.
Right.
So the thing about a Melty Brain, though, it's the whole bot is spinning. And that means the entire 3 pounds is the weapon, and that's what generates those big hits in the arena. The challenge with making a Melty Brain, it's easy to take 2 motors and just say, hey, you spin this way, you spin that way, and we're gonna
go fast.
We're gonna go fast, but you're not gonna move.
Yeah.
In order to move, you basically need to, as you're spinning, if I'm going that way, I need to pulse this motor faster, and I need to pulse this one a little slower. So I'm still spinning the bot.
It'll turn a little bit.
And it gets a little nudge that way. And then when I flip right here, I start spinning this one slower and this one faster. And that's the drift that we talk about.
Right.
A bot like Liftoff spins at 2,000 RPM. So that's like 60 times a second.
Right.
It works out to be like 20 milliseconds for each half spin that you're pulsing the motors for 20 milliseconds. And you have to pulse it at just the right time, because if you're off, then it's gonna just kind of wobble. It won't really drift. You have these LEDs here, and the LEDs are for the driver, they're not for the bot. So you know a good Melty Brain when their LEDs are lock solid in place.
Right, it looks like the bot's standing still if you just stare at the LEDs.
Are just, it's like there's a green LED here on liftoff and a red LED here, and they're just sitting there. They have their, whatever they're using, gyros, accelerometers, they have that locked in. Those things are not drifting. And as they start pulsing the motors, for those LEDs to stay in the same spot is also a feat. Normally they drift because you're changing the dynamics, starting to accelerate and pulse the bot, creates accelerations, the accelerometers pick up. And so it's a complex system in one way. It took us 4+ years to get to this point.
Right. The Melty Brain spinner line that has been developed here at NHRL is, I believe, one of the crowning achievements of this league. That technology has improved so drastically just by all of the iterations that we've seen at these events. And today we get to see a brand new iteration of that, a 12-pound lift and cut from the Casmers. Very excited to see this at the 12-pound weight class. We've seen Melty Brains here at the 30-pound weight class, also from the Casmers.
Yep.
It worked. So it's interesting to see them kind of move up a weight class from the 3 pounds where they have been, quite frankly, very dominant in a lot of ways. They've won one of the championships last year. They've done very, very well. Qualified for the finals. They are one of the top tier teams here. I'm very excited to see what they can do at the 12-pound weight class, and hopefully we'll be seeing them in that weight class throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah. And you know, Kyle, I think our wood floors really make a difference for Melty Brains,
Yes.
and that's why they've been pushed so hard at NHRL. Like they've been advanced here because the traction that you can get on a wood floor with the cleated wheels is much higher than you could get on a steel floor with rubber wheels.
Yep. Now, it's not necessary to have the cleated wheels for a Melty Brain spinner, but it certainly does help. The greatest danger / the greatest challenge, which is kind of the other line of Melty Brains that does a lot of competing here, they've completely and totally run off of rubberized wheels, and they do a phenomenal job. But the Project Liftoff line, the hits that they get, I mean, they have damaged the arena wall on multiple occasions. They have completely, like, watching them ping pong around the box, and that fourth hit off the wall still does a massive amount of damage. It's an unfathomable amount of energy that those things are able to put out with those cleated wheels. It's an amazing machine.
And I'm excited to see it at 12 pounds.
Me too. Our box is definitely going to have a challenge holding up to that. Let's talk about our boxes real quick. So you have to contain all of this energy. It's a ridiculous amount of energy that these bots are putting out. There is a lot of ways that you can do it. I think the way that we do it is the best way. We have a system that allows for quick change out of the glass, but also really, really stout and sturdy construction that keeps all of that energy in. So all of these are 2-paned boxes. They have a double layer of polycarbonate. Polycarbonate is the same material you would make bulletproof glass out of. And you have the inner layer that actually absorbs all of the impact. So that layer very well may get damaged, may get broken. And it's supposed to. It's supposed to take all that hit, take all that damage and all that kinetic energy. So by the time the bot itself makes it to that outer layer, there's no energy left or very little energy left before it actually hits that outer layer. The outer layer is actually a little bit thicker as well than the inside layer. Just in case. Because the whole purpose here is safety, right? You cannot enjoy this sport unless we keep our audience, our competitors, our referees, everyone safe. So yeah, very, very important. And the crew here does a phenomenal job keeping all of that together.
But I'll tell you what we don't keep safe, and that's the lights in the arena.
Yeah, Project Liftoff specifically, like, made us lose quite a few of those last event. No, we don't do a great job keeping the lights in the arena safe and the cameras in the arena safe. We'll lose about 7 of them. Check this out. This is a shot of our VIP area. If you come to this event live, I highly recommend coming to this live. It is such a great experience. You get pit tours where you get to go see your builders, sometimes get to meet them if they're not too busy. You get all these beautiful areas to watch the event from, including live, as well as an area back where there's like some comfy couches and lots of TVs. Check out these pits. It is bustling back there right now. And we are starting to get our audience in this morning. Hello, audience. People are probably out wandering around right now, checking out the gift shop, checking out the museum here while they're waiting for some of these fights to get started this early in the morning. I am so excited because this place is going to be full and bustling later on. Lots of great things to do here in Norwalk, Connecticut. This is definitely one of them. Oh, and this is where we launched the space shuttle from. This is our control room. We have state-of-the-art control room. We were able to do so much from this facility, and these people work very hard throughout the year to get this show up for us and get this event going. It's a really cool system that we have set up. And then we also have Sam, and he kicks around here doing stuff, henchman stuff.
I'm an evil henchman here at NHRL.
You're an evil henchman here at NHRL, yes. That is like your official job title.
Yeah.
Like that goes on a resume.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, catch some eyes on a resume there. But why would I make a resume when I work here?
Yeah, no, fair. And quite frankly, like in the future, would you want to work for anybody that wouldn't hire an evil henchman?
Probably.
All right, so we are ready to go. We are here in Cage 5. So it looks like we're going to have in Cage 5 Frustration and Deep Cut. Little horizontal versus vertical. There's Frustration.
Classic matchup.
Yeah, Frustration is part of a new line of bots that Peter Garnache is making. I believe this one's actually being driven by Alicia Garnache. Let me just check that real quick to make sure I'm correct. But basically, what's happening is, yeah, Alicia Garnache is the captain of this team. She works with, has worked on Team Horizon. She is a true rookie. Peter built her this robot. Peter is testing out a bunch of these. You're going to see a bunch of this design today. This is a kit bot that he is putting together and that he's testing out at this event to see if it will work in the market, what he needs to change before he actually puts it out for sale. We've seen this before. We've seen this same idea before. Mike Mullinax even did the same thing at one of these events in the past. So really excited to see all of these kind of different iterations of that bot competing today. And really excited to see Alicia captain her own team and drive a bot and compete here at NHRL for the first time. All right, so this fight is up and running. And it looks like there's a little bit of...
A little slow out of the box.
Yeah, a little bit of getting to know the arena. And it also looks like the right side drive of Deep Cut is not working at all. So Deep Cut is being driven by Max Morningstar. He's another true rookie. He has never competed in a combat robot event before. Looks like he's having a little bit of struggles with that bot, but it's a really cool bot. Big, chonky, printed backplate.
It looks like the horizontal blade is a little high to reach the main body there.
Yeah, it's hitting onto the kind of the ears or the brackets that hold the weapon in place. I think you're right about that. It's a shame that he's not able to get that right side of the drive going, but that's another... Oh, that's the weapon. That's gone. Hello. Okay, so the dual disc spinner, or the Peter bar, I guess you could say, on Alicia's robot, just ripped the weapon out.
Frustration.
So congratulations to Alicia on her first win.
Yeah.
Max Morningstar is going to have to go back and do quite a few repairs on his bot after that hit. Congratulations, Alicia. Nice work. Look at how excited she is. There's Peter. Peter, let's go ahead and watch that knockout on replay. Peter said that he loves the idea of this kit bot because he can do things like, hey, my sister wants to compete. I'm going to build her this bot real quick. And I think this is a good test theory of the case for his new kit bot design. What do you think?
So far, so good.
So far, so good. That seems to be working out pretty well for him. So you'll see a similar bot to that several times throughout the day. Cool thing that I like about this bot, the back wheels are straight up Lego wheels. The front wheels are cleats.
Okay.
So you get a little bit of drift with the back wheels, but you get a lot of grip with those front wheels. And then the weapon system is just the standard Peter Garnache bar. It is a bulletproof design. It works incredibly well. It hits very hard. He also told me that like building a bot for mass production is something he's never really considered before, but he had to think about things like the left rail needs to match the right rail, so he can just make rails and he doesn't have to worry about producing left and right. Everything has to be interchangeable. Everything has to be really mass producible. And he doesn't want to have to touch anything on these bots. He just wants to be able to like get the parts made and send them out for
building a single robot is a challenge for resource management and part sourcing. And when you scale that up, that just increases that difficulty.
100%. If you went to Peter's table this morning, he literally has like 8 robots lined up in front of him. And it's like, well, I might have to fight 8 times today is what he told me. And he was like, no, that's not what you're doing, Peter, but thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Flooding the market a little bit.
A little bit. No, it's a great way to do it. Like test out your design here. This is a high profile event. You're going to get a lot of eyes on it. You're going to get a lot of builders looking at that. And apparently what the thought process is this is like one step above your average kit bot.
Okay.
Right? Like this is a bot you can buy and it's pretty competitive right off the gate. You know what I mean? Most kit bots, you're going to be at like the bottom of the field. is in a normal
Yeah.
competition. With this, you're going to be about middle of the field in a normal competition, straight out of the box.
Now, do you think that that's because of the kitbot itself, or because folks buying kitbots are generally newer builders, don't necessarily know how to do all the maintenance required?
I know from talking to a lot of kitbot designers and kitbot builders, they specifically design them to not be very competitive right out the gate.
Okay.
And I think a lot of that is because the idea is to get people involved in the sport and learn what will work better. So
Right.
you're gonna buy that that finger tech kit. You're gonna buy that like any of those horizontal kits, and you're gonna say, oh, this D2 is great,
But
I can think of 40 things that would make
Yeah.
it better. And then you're gonna add things to it. You're gonna add weapons to it. You're gonna so like it makes sense that they would build it this way. This is just one step up. It's a niche part of the market. It's like, hey, we're gonna buy this for the slightly more experienced builder. This is somebody who's got a little bit like just wants to get back into the game and already knows a little bit more about what they're doing. So it's a really interesting
Yeah.
concept.
And with the sport always growing, you can really grow with the kitbot, really.
Yeah, and that's a really important way to do it for sure. So it looks like we're loading into cage 6, and there's a very good chance that this is Jester and Robot John, John. And like I said, folks, these are all new bots to us too. We're learning them. There's a whole lot of brand new builders today. So this is all new information. We're gonna get some stuff wrong. We're gonna get a lot of stuff right. It's gonna be a good time.
I'm an expert on getting stuff wrong.
Aren't we all? But don't worry, this community is very good at correcting you in the chat.
yeah.
So you're gonna
Great.
get all the right information immediately thereafter. So there's you got a kind of good view of the pre-fight procedures. So you turn your bot on, you take your safeties out, you keep your hands off of your transmitter while you're doing that. So you can see the transmitter's kind of out there on the field right in front of you. You make sure it's nice and safe. And then once you get these doors closed, the transmitters go into your hands. You're able to twitch test your bots. You're able to move things around. Safety is a #1 priority at these events. We always have a safety meeting right at the beginning of the day. Every bot has to be tested to make sure the weapon turns off when you ask it to. The weapons on these are orders of magnitude more powerful than the power tools you have at your house. Can do massive amounts of damage. That is double stuffed Oreo.
That looks snack-based.
Yeah, that would be double stuffed Oreo is what that is. So it looks like, yeah, this is going to be Shill versus double stuffed Oreo. Double stuffed is a very rare shell spinner design.
Okay.
Ah, gotcha.
8, 7, 6, 5.
So that is
4,
dumb drum,
3,
not
2,
shell.
1.
Fight.
Versus double
Robots fight.
And there we see the weapon up to speed on both of these bots. Dumb Drum is a beater bar spinner, a two-wheel drive, very classic design you see here at NHRL. And Double Stuff is well, I mean, they are a shell spinner, and they are currently upside down and on top of their stuffing.
Looks like a great
okay,
self-right.
that's how they self-right. Oh, all right. It's kind of like a bouncy material up there that once they get the bot spinning on it, they can kind of bounce back onto their wheels. Something they're going to need a lot of facing this very powerful spinner.
Tap out.
All right.
Wow.
Tap
The
out from
winner
double
is
stuffed.
Frustration.
All right, so that would be I believe that was a tap out from double stuff, so that would mean that that Dumb is your winner. Wow. So let's go ahead back to this replay of this this kind of final hit here.
Yeah, it looked like double stuffed had trouble staying spun up.
Yeah, a little bit of challenge staying spun up. You could see the mini bot Oreo there being driven by Kokoto Mane. Kokoto is he's coming at us with some really interesting stuff today.
Yeah.
As always, Kokoto Mane, the viral builder of Serial Killer, a bot literally made out of cereal boxes. Today he's coming at us with a overhead flamethrower bot, which is not a design anyone's seen before. It's brand new. And it is a full TPU body, which means it's 1,000% flexible. I'm very excited for that.
And TPU, that's a plastic, right?
TPU is a printed material, and it is specifically very rubbery. It is really bendy, and a lot of people use it to make armor parts. In Kokoto's place, the body, the frame, and the arm itself is all made out of TPU. The idea is that when that arm gets hit by a powerful spinner, it just bounces instead of breaks, cracks, gets cut, whatever. It just bounces out of the way.
But Kyle, how does it handle fire?
Not great. So the fun part about 3D printing is with 3D printing, you actually melt the material, and then it cools into the shape that you've actually laid it out on. And so his entire bot is made out of material that you literally melt into a shape. And he now is putting a flamethrower right on top of that. A very powerful one, as a matter of fact. So, listen, this is where we try those weird ideas out.
Absolutely.
Who knows if it's going to work? Who knows if it's going to work? Typically, should you throw a flamethrower at 3D printed material? Does that work?
Well, if your opponent is 3D printed, you should definitely throw a flamethrower at them.
Yeah. I mean, it typically works out pretty well that way. If you want a great example of that, go to our YouTube channel and check out many fights where Mixtape melts 3D
Caboose, that's the big one.
Hurt Caboose is everyone's favorite.
Mixtape versus Hurt Caboose. Who do we have here?
All right, so we are loading these two bots in. You can see a little bit more of our safety procedures there. Those are really interesting looking wheels on that bot. So, thin metal weapon. Look at these tiny little thin wheels, thin boy wheels.
I love the cute spokes.
Yeah, I like this. This is the like hinged vertical spinner attack design. Really nice work, clean work from this bot. I'm excited to see this compete. Looks like might be having a little bit of an issue just getting the bot turned on.
Listening now?
Yeah, the bots sing at you, by the way, when they turn on. When the ESCs get power to them, they do a little song and dance for you, so you know that they're working.
Now you can program those songs in yourself and spend a lot of time doing it, which is super crucial when you have a deadline coming up for a competition.
Oh yeah,
You gotta make sure your bot sings well.
That's a great idea for people that are somewhat neurodivergent that get distracted easily and work on these bots, which is more common than you might think. Giving them that extra path to go down. That's a really good idea. I love it.
It's just another form of creative expression that you can achieve with fighting robots. And
that's just for you and your opponent, really. No one else is going to hear it.
For now, until Spotify picks it up or something.
Oh, yes. I love that idea, actually. All right, so we are locking up this box right now. You can see our crew and referee team there. Crew's doing things just like making sure everybody's adhering to the safety procedures. Referee is making sure everybody adheres to the rules. And then you probably have a brick driver somewhere in the back there, keeping the Brett going. This early in the day, these fights are very critical to make sure you get good seeding in the actual tournament. Oh, yep, Here we go, new bot. Something's not working, something's not listening. Got the safety back on.
Back on. Robot getting.
Man, he has been messing with that. Oh, there it is.
The song.
Safety mechanisms like physical safety locks are required for every single bot to keep that weapon from spinning up in some way. Extremely important.
All right.
This is your tap out button. This is the arena. You stand here. Yeah, new bot jitters, new bot event jitters.
It's nerve-wracking, Kyle.
Well, especially the first time you come here. Like, maybe you've done a couple of smaller events. Smaller events typically are like some tables set up for the pits.
Yeah.
One box, Probably not an announcer.
Nope.
A whiteboard up telling you who fights next. Like, that's it. This is a very different experience. This is crowds. This is cameras. This is lights. This is a lot of production and a lot of things that you're not used to as a bot builder. So coming here for the first time, it's a totally different experience.
And some of our builders, they put a lot of pressure on themselves as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. A lot of perfectionists out there in the field. And it's interesting what they're, like, I always ask when I'm talking to these builders in the morning, like, what's your goal today? Because the goal is not always winning.
Yeah.
The goal is very often, I'm trying something new. I want to try to win one fight. I'm trying not to explode. That's literally my goal today, is to not, if my bot lasts to the end of the day and doesn't explode, I won.
Kyle,
as far as I'm concerned.
I've got a bot in this tournament today.
Yeah.
And I want to explode.
Your bot is not a bot. Your bot is a bomb with wheels, sir. You showed me that earlier, and I looked at it, and I said, that, sir, would not get through any airport security in the entire world.
No, and, you know, it didn't have to because it has a jet engine, so, you know, it can just fly itself there.
It can just fly itself. Oh, I'm so excited for that.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
All right, so the voice of God is a little bit. Oh!
Fight.
No!
Robots fight.
So one of the uprights came off there.
Yeah. Ouch! This is horribly damaging hits from this horizontal spinner. This Vector-esque horizontal spinner bot. The weapon system completely removed.
Tap out.
Yeah, I am not surprised.
The robot in the blue square.
Wow.
The winner is
Quick tap out.
the robot in the blue square.
I mean, I am surprised. That was not that quick of a tap out. That half the bot was missing before he tapped out.
Yeah.
That was insane. Okay, so that's a bot to watch today.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, that was really intense. This is also kind of what you get at the new bot event. Not because you have these really powerful competitors all the time. You do. You get these really powerful competitors, but also some of these newer builders or some of these folks getting into this, they don't know what works as far as keeping everything together, keeping everything
There's a lot to test, and it's hard to test outside of the arena. You never know what
no
you're going to
safe
get.
place.
Case
There's no
3,
safe place.
Voodoo Child.
Oh, very excited.
Versus K.I.W.F.
K.I.W.F. is, of course, Kill It with Fire.
8,
A bot we've been talking about a little bit
6,
today with
5,
Mane.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
So Voodoo Child is being driven by Eric Hansen. It's his first time competing at NHRL. Yeah, he's brand new to this sport. Brand new to this event, but he has fought in other competitions. And Kikoto, we've seen many times before. This is his almost entirely TPU-bodied Kill It with Fire.
Kill It with Fire is looking to get a pin, I would imagine, and there. Ooh.
Yeah, the idea is to get the pin and then drop this. Oh, nope, that's not good. That's not good.
It's a horizontal flamethrower now.
Now it is a horizontal flamethrower, yeah. So the lighter that he bought from Amazon, which he attached a servo motor to it with tape, that is now flopping sideways. And the idea is he activates that servo and it actually pushes the button on the lighter and shoots out a blue jet flame.
And it looks like the connection to the other servo, the one that activates the arm,
Yeah.
might have failed there.
Yeah, and not the electrical connection, the like actual connection.
physical
The physical
connection, yeah.
connection is no longer there.
Speaking of a physical connection, it looks like the belt is physically disconnected from the drum.
So yeah, all right. Voodoo Child, great name for a bot. Very, I guess you could call it like standard design, you would see here. But yeah, there's no belt on it right now, which means that weapon is not spinning. Kill It with Fire's weapon not spinning. So the only thing you can do at this point is outlast your opponent or show the judges you are being more aggressive, having more control over the momentum of this fight. And think that was a knockout. Yes, we do have a knockout. So that would mean Kill It with Fire lost by knockout.
The winner is K.I.W.F.
I'm pretty sure it was Voodoo Child who won that, actually.
It's kind of hard to tell there who
Yeah.
was moving and who wasn't.
Yeah, yeah. We'll have to get back to the bracket and look at that later, but I believe that might have been a miss by the voice of God. Yeah, so Kokoto's bot, what are your thoughts? How do you feel about a TPU-armed?
Well, the flame flamed.
It flamed.
I think that connection between the actuation arm and
Yeah.
I think that can be repaired. I think it can be reinforced. There's always duct tape. There's always self-tapping screws.
Yep. Both those things are very necessary at this stage of the game, and you better come with lots of them, especially for the new bots event. Yeah, it's a very interesting idea. It's a very interesting concept. We haven't seen it work all the way yet, but I'm hoping that we do soon. All right, so we are going to head over into Cage 2 next.
Next in Cage 2, Big Quark versus Púca.
Great name.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ouch.
Another horizontal versus vertical.
Big Quark is this vector-esque horizontal spinner kit. Púca is this very tightly compact vertical drum spinner, which is dishing out some really nice hits.
It's like Big Quark with some mobility issues. Just gonna rest on Brett there.
So Púca is being driven by David Small. David Small is he's a pretty big deal in the robot combat community. This is one of his I guess like the third time he's been out here in NHRL. One of the Vegas contingent. He's competed with Banshee and Malice in the
Tap
past.
out. The winner
Wow.
Oh, doing a happy
is
dance.
Púca.
Most of his bots, actually all of his bots, are named after mythical creatures. And
Is Púca the mythical shell?
Púca is a shape-shifting horse, actually. Very similar to a Kelpie, but apparently more murderous.
The Kelpie isn't murderous?
Oh, the Kelpie's more murderous. The Púca is more mischievous.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, but they're similar creatures.
Same form factor?
Yeah, same form factor. Yeah, all of David's robots do have a mythical component to them. This one is no different. That is a really powerful looking drum spinner. That was pretty cool. I like that a lot.
I thought all of his robots were some sort of pneumatic flipper, but
No, but he does have a good line of pneumatic flippers that it's very successful.
Yeah.
But he does like the drums as well. This is definitely a smaller version of the drum, but yeah, he does have the best 3-pound flipper in the world as far as the pneumatics go. All right, so
Next in Cage 3,
that's a bot to watch today.
3-pound
Certainly.
weight class. Undefeated.
all right, so we are heading over into Cage
8,
3.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Yeah, I think Púca is going to be one to watch throughout the day today.
I'm excited for Hot Wings here in Cage 3. You
I
don't
love
get too
Hot
many
Wings.
hugging robots.
No, you gotta love the hug. Oh, look at that hug. So what kind of a weapon would you call that?
The hugger.
The hugger? Aw.
I think. Oh, but it's a hot hugger.
It's a hot hugger. Okay.
I think it uses some sort of 3D printer part.
Oh, like an extruder.
Yeah, the
The
hot
heating
end.
element on it. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Interesting. I kind of love that.
You'll notice it also shuffles.
Yep, you gotta do the shuffle to get the weight bonus.
How else can you get a weight bonus here?
So other ways are have a mini bot,
Okay.
and then unconventional motivation or locomotion. So that means you could either shuffle, you could have, people have gotten away with it with like square wheels before.
Now that, I don't believe they're allowed to get away with anymore, but
Tap out. The
Bristle
winner
drive.
is
Bristle Drive, yeah.
Hot Wings.
Hot Wings, there's no weapon. left on ankle breaker. That's gone. And Hot Wings aggressively hugged to the win.
Beautiful.
You know, I don't know what the rock, paper, scissors looks like when you're comparing a horizontal bar spinner to a hugger, but apparently the hugger has a bit of an advantage there. Who knew? I love Hot Wings.
I wonder if it heated up in that fight.
I don't know, but I want them to win every fight now. That is amazing. I love this bot. Yeah. All right, so it is a super cute little huggy bot and has those 2 heating elements on the side. Don't know what happened to the weapon on ankle breaker there, but the whole thing kind of came apart.
It looks like it was a direct mount to that brushless motor, and that's kind of tough with impacts if you've got a tiny output shaft.
Yeah, so let's explain that a little bit better. So
Sure.
direct mounting your weapon to a motor, I mean, isn't that the best way to get the most energy into your weapon?
No. If it's a spinning weapon, it's going to have an impact, and that impact translates directly into your motor, your weapon motor, which is filled with magnets, and magnets are brittle.
Yeah, they break.
So that's a good way to bust your motor. So a lot of folks will use belts, timing belts, V-belts. There's gearing that you can do, and you can involve clutches with that gearing.
And that allows you to just kind of absorb some of that impact before it makes it into your very brittle magnets.
You want to transfer all the force into your opponent and not as much of it into you.
Yeah, yeah. Which is, that's the math. That's the hard part about combat robotics. How do I keep the least amount of force going into my body from these really powerful weapons? Yeah, and direct mounting the spinning bar to your motor might not be the best idea all the time.
It's becoming more and more common. You can battle harden your brushless motors for weapons, but it only takes you so far.
Yeah, yeah. There's a limit. There's always a limit. All right, so it looks like we're loading into cage 5 now. I'm very excited to see how Hot Wing does in these preliminary rounds.
All right. Builders are listening for that indication beep from their robot.
All right, so it looks like we're getting these bots into position. And this is Codpiece.
8, 7,
Synthesis?
6, 5, 4,
Next in cage 2,
3,
Bruxa
2,
versus
one.
Fight Robots Fight.
Oh, yeah. All right.
8,
Wow, that's a big,
6,
powerful vertical disc.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight Robots Fight.
So-
Fire.
This is, yes, very shades of emulsifier with this bot, and I believe that's going to be, that's either going to be a tap out or a knockout in that arena over there. So this is cage 2 and cage 5 happening simultaneously. This is going to be happening throughout the morning during these qualifying rounds. We're trying to capture, oh, there we go. We got the tap out over there on
The
cage
winner
5.
is Cranky.
So this is going to be happening throughout the morning. We're going to have these simultaneous fights happening. We're going to try to get through these rounds, get everything kind of captured for you. But it is going to be pure chaos.
It sure is.
It's going to be pure chaos and a lot of fun. So over in cage 2, we can see it looks like both weapons are going, but the left side drive is not working.
Now, even if half your drive is down, you can still fight the fight. You can crab walk around, which means you're pivoting and kind of doing a sweeping motion.
Yeah, but it looks like they were high-centered on a mini-bot there, but now everybody's just kind of drunkenly stumbling around the box. including the house bot.
Bert getting himself psyched up for his unstick.
So Brooksa still moving. It looks like Cranky is getting counted out. All right, so Brooksa is your winner. Driver Justin Smith
Knockout.
getting his knockout, first knockout of the day.
The winner
Nicely
is
done.
Brooksa.
Very cool.
Kyle, most of the robots we've seen so far have either been a horizontal or a vertical spinner. You got a preference?
I think the world has a preference at this point. I mean, the physics work out better for you in most cases with a vertical spinner just because of where the force from your bot is being directed after a hit, which is back down into the ground. Whereas if it's a horizontal spinner, you're getting knocked away.
An
into the
equal
walls.
and opposite reaction sort
Yeah,
of thing?
that you know, you can't get away from the physics as far as
Yeah.
that goes. So with the horizontal spinners, you're doing a lot of damage to your own bot, whereas with those verticals, you're really directing a lot of that energy back into your opponent. So you can see those safety bars getting put down into these weapons to keep them nice and safe. A little bit of repair work to do on Cranky. Obviously, that drive wasn't working great. Brooksa lost half of their drive in the event, so they're going to have to figure that out. But Brooksa comes away with the win. Check out those safety bars.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I love it when the safety bar is like obviously fabricated specific to that bot.
Yeah, planned out, not just picked up on your way to the car as you drive to the event.
Just a clamp or something that you had to throw on. Listen, lots of things work. You could throw all sorts of stuff in there to stop your weapon from spinning, but it is always nice to see when they have a fully planned out, fleshed out design that includes that. And a lot of folks even include the safety mechanism as part of the aesthetics of their bot too. They want it to look cool coming to the arena too, you know?
That's that creative expression that you can get with fighting robots.
You gotta have it. You gotta have it. It is, in a lot of ways, this is like the most creative, expressive robotics form in the world.
What other sort of combat can you express yourself so creatively?
I don't know, like professional wrestling, but that's not actual combat. That's storytelling. So,
Right.
you know, it's a little bit of that, but there's none of like, you know, there's no pre-planned fights here or pre-planned winners.
Yeah, our competitors aren't chatting, letting each other know which the next move's gonna be.
No, they do have pre-planned moments in fights sometimes. You do have those, hey, I'm about to release a ton of glitter, and I'm going to release a bunch of fireworks. So the first 45 seconds, let's not fight. Let's just make a show for everybody, and then we'll fight. You have those kind of moments.
Yeah, we've had folks collude against the house bots as well.
We've had that happen on several occasions, actually. So they want to get that $1,000 brick prize. So they'll say, hey, first 45 seconds, don't fight. Let's go turn off the house bot together.
And how has that worked out?
Never worked out well. It's never worked out well. Somebody always betrays the other one, or the house bot just decides to go all smashy. It never works out well.
It's part of the fun, the betrayal.
The betrayal. Yeah, you gotta have it. You gotta have a little bit of betrayal in the combat sports. So it looks like we are now loading into, I believe this is cage 5. Oh, this is cage 6.
There's a lot of robots in that arena.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an awful lot of robots. Why so many robots? Okay, so I see what's going on here. This is what you would call a multi-bot configuration.
Okay.
There are 3 1-pound bots. And you also get your bonus weight because of that. So they then have a separate, probably 1-pound or less bot, and that bot has unconventional locomotion. So they get.
So this is
it's a
probably
chef
pushing
work.
5 pounds total.
I bet this is about 5 pounds of robot in this arena. So the name of this bot is Formidable Foursome. Floormidable Foursome, I believe. Great idea. Floormidable Foursome. Interesting idea. Multi-bots actually work pretty well at these smaller weight classes.
And that hasn't always been the case.
No, it's a relatively new innovation, something that's really developed here in the NHRL system that has proven the case that a multi-bot configuration works out well in the 12-pound and now in the 3-pound weight class. Normally, you send a 1-pound bot against a 3-pound bot, it's going to die. There's, you know,
the physics thing from before.
The physics thing, yeah. You don't have equal and opposite reactions anymore. They are very unequal. So that's what you see here is a bunch of smaller robots, but the weapon motors now are to the point where you really can get some pretty massive hits with these smaller robots if you sacrifice things like the drive or if you sacrifice things like armor. So we're probably going to see a lot of 1-pound robots in pieces at the end of this. But we're also probably going to see some really amazing hits from these tiny robots, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah. And as a multi-bot, you have the element of chaos on your side as well.
Right, and chaos is incredibly important, especially like we said, in an event like this where there's all the lighting, all the production, all of that pomp and circumstance that a lot of these builders aren't used to. Trying to figure out who you're actually going to attack is not something your brain wants to be doing at that time.
If it works for fish, it could work for robots.
Yes, absolutely.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
So formidable foursome
2,
and friend.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
They're going up against Wonder.
Right off the bat, formidable foursome. Really hitting itself.
So Wonder is a quick build from Donald Song, who is he hasn't competed in 15 years. Wow. Decided, started watching this stream recently and decided to just get back into it. Built a 3-pound robot kind of last minute. It's a beautiful billet UHMW design, and he said it was just something I threw together real quick.
And it looks like it can dish out some hits.
It's an extremely powerful weapon.
Capable of removing some legs after walking one.
Boom, love it. So it looks like of the formidable foursome, nobody has full drive anymore. Everybody's lost about half of their drive. It looks like, yep, we do still have drive on Wonder. Wonder with the W.
As opposed to
Wonder with an O. No?
Wonder.
Ouch.
Okay, I get it now.
Yeah, this is a badge, everybody has now lost drive. Everybody is now a little bit cattywampus and no longer functioning the way that they're supposed to. We're going into the last minute of this fight. The walking bot is Mud Skipper. They are the 1-pound MRC champion, but they are currently...
That's an ant weight league.
Yeah, that is
a
an ant weight league. Yeah, so these are all ant weight robots. This is like the ant weight version of waterproof sealant team, right? They're trying to get as many 1-pound bots in here as humanly possible, but they have upgraded the
Next
weapon
in
motors so they
cage
can dish out some bigger hits.
Abomination.
And we'll see that a few times today.
Oh
Root
yeah, oh yeah.
Locust.
Everybody's gonna try some weird stuff today, and this is no exception. Oh look, we've got
8,
some movement there.
7,
How do you
6,
judge a fight
5,
like that?
4,
Oh my goodness.
3, 2,
Vibe.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So we do have a specific set of judges for kind of each round of cages. There's a steel string set of judges as well as a titanium string. So there's 2 different areas kind of here at the venue where we get to watch these fights happen. So there's a team of judges for both areas. And they don't have easy jobs. If at the end of the fight, 1 of the 4 1-pound bots are still working.
Right.
And the rest of the field is just kind of stumbling along on one wheel. Who do you call the winner on that?
Okay, so 1 is working out of 4 and the other at 50%.
Yeah, the other one's at 50%.
After some math, it sounds like there's some percentage of a total working robot there.
Yeah, like a quarter of the entirety of the working
Tap out.
robot is there. It's very difficult to judge how much
The winner
damage is actually done.
Abomination.
All right, congratulations to Abomination. Yes.
Is that another one of those Peter Future kits?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And we'll be seeing them throughout the day today. Yeah, Peter Garnache, this is his main one. Peter is a mechanical engineer over at Hexbug. He also runs Repeat Robotics. He's a really important guy on this.
The pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, he's testing out all of these kit bots today. He's seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, what he's got to change before he puts them out into the field. He's, what, 2 for 2 as far as victories so far. So far, so good on the design concept. Look at these hits. Beautiful. So yeah, a little something to watch there. A little something to watch. We'll see what's going on with Peter's robots, how many of them actually make it through the finals and are able to go through the whole thing.
Well, I tell you, I bet all of them get out of the prelim round.
Well, yeah, I think that's pretty pretty obvious at this point. Yeah, the prelim rounds are, this is where you get your seeding. This is also has to do with your overall rankings in NHRL. Now, that's a little different at this event, right?
Yeah, because none of the robots have any sort of ranking.
None of these robots have any sort of ranking, and in a lot of cases, these are one-off robots, right? They try, like a lot of builders will test off a concept here, and maybe incorporate that concept into their main robot that they'll bring back into the regular tournament, but they're not necessarily going to fight this robot ever again here at NHRL. Or they might fight something similar to it, but it's a total new name, total rebuild, oh, all of this stuff didn't work, so I'm just going to end that robot and build this new one with all these new concepts and
I didn't
ideas
think
in mind.
about it like that. Using this event as a test platform for your main bot.
It happens all the time.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. There was this whole thing last year in 2021 where people were building the X version of their robot, the experimental version of their robot, where they would test all their new stuff. That seems to be going by the wayside now. Like that's less prevalent. But there was Shreddit X. There was like Jameson had
Silent Spring X.
Silent
Is that the one that adopted the shuffling mechanism
Shuffling
for the first time?
was done first through Silent X.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a really unique idea. I mean, copying Jameson Go is never a bad idea, right? Jameson Go is one of the best competitors in this sport at any weight class. He's just got everything together, so it makes sense why a lot of people would kind of adapt that idea.
And you're seeing them more and more. You're seeing the shuffling mechanisms more and more.
Oh yeah, so many ideas that Jameson has brought to the table have turned into standard.
And as a community, everyone's sharing this information.
Yeah.
So you go online and you see how other people have made shuffling work, and you can adopt that into your robot and maybe find a tweak that works better for you, share that.
Yep. Even pre-NHRL, Jameson was kind of like the forefront. A lot of people didn't think modular bots really worked at the 3-pound class, and then he comes out with Silent X, or Silent Spring, and it's a completely modular design. It works phenomenally, and everybody's like, maybe I can do that.
Yeah.
Maybe I can have a little bit of a changing weapon system.
And now it's pretty common.
Pretty common, yeah.
Most
you see a lot of bots.
have multiple configurations.
Yep, with completely different weapon modules. They'll bolt in and run, and it's pretty, those are always some of the best fights to see, because you never know what you're going to get going into it. All right, so we've got both of these cages, cage 3 and cage 6, set up and
Next
ready to go.
in cage 3, Chicken Bot Pie versus Boombox.
So this is a fight a lot of people have been looking forward to today. This is Boombox.
I hear
8,
Boombox.
7,
Boombox is
6,
a
5,
two-wheel drive
4,
vertical
3,
drum spinner
2,
with speakers.
1.
Fight,
don't-
robots fight.
I don't know why. I love it. It makes no sense, and I love it. And then Chicken Bot Pie is
It's like an undercutter of some sort.
it is. It's a powerful horizontal spinner. That entire front of that bot is a TPU brick. It is just solid print. With the weapon kind of pushed through there with the bolt. That's a family team. The daughter's driving the mini-bot. And now they're stuck up on the wall. They're going to get their one unstick. You only get one.
Beautiful, gentle unstick there.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done, Bert.
Depending on the house bot's mood, you might get a bit of a rough one for your unstick.
So Chicken Bot Pie, very interesting concept for this one. He basically went back into some of the old BattleBots forums, or old combat robotics forums.
The old Delphi forums, I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah, to look for ideas that just people don't do anymore. One of the ideas he found in there, now we have purpose-built wheels for combat robotics. That was not
Yeah.
always the case. So what he's running on this bot are actually the landing gear from model jets and model airplanes.
Yeah, I thought it looked like something you'd find on Tower Hobbies back in the day.
Exactly. So they're big, they're foamy, they got a lot of grip, they got a little bit of like a squish to them, so
That
they grip
squish
to the
goes
ground
a long
really well.
way too for protecting your axles and your gearboxes.
And the foaminess means that like you're going to cut away little pieces and parts of them when you get hit, but you're not going to lose the whole wheel in the fight. It's a very clever idea.
Boombox.
So that is incorrect information. The winner of this this knockout looks like it's going to be Chicken Bot Pie.
Awesome.
Sometimes those old ideas,
Knockout.
man. So it's a completely new weapon bar, completely
The
new
winner
weapon
is
system for this team.
Boombox.
Old ideas with modern components?
Yeah.
There's something there.
There is something there. So your winner is Chicken Bot Pie. Beautiful win by this team. Excellent job.
Knockout.
Wow, that was a really interesting fight.
The winner is Chicken Bot Pie.
I think Boombox is somebody we've all been excited to see today, but I don't
Or
think it's because, yes, or here. Not because they're a competitive design, because they're a ridiculous design.
It's
What do they do? It's fun. It's a good time. Well, who would waste all of the weight in a 3-pound robot on a speaker system? I love it. I think it's phenomenal.
It depends on the track you're playing, you know? You might be able to do some intimidation. I think if you maybe were playing back some of the sound that you were hearing with a slight delay, you could have an impact on your opponent.
You know, what you really want is to drop that bass to keep your bot planted on the floor.
Okay,
That
yeah.
is really the methodology that you're looking to use there.
I think there's a particular note the robot could hit that might affect things.
Oh, like a robotic version of a brown note? Is
Yeah,
that what you're
something like
thinking
that,
of?
yes.
All right. That's a concept we're not going to get into on a family-friendly live stream, but fair enough. I like that idea. Oh, yeah, so you play this note, and then all of a sudden the batteries just eject out of the robot.
Yes. That brown note. The opponent browns out.
Oh, I love it. Yes, this is a great idea.
5, 4.
All right, so we are now
3,
over in cage
2,
5.
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Oh, this one.
Wow.
A bristlebot with 3 finger tech beater
Yes,
bars?
indeed. So this is from the same team that brought you the Wampus.
It's the king of carrot flowers?
Yes, the king of carrot flowers, Joey Gannon. This is a bristlebot that runs on 3 weapons.
Ran.
It ran. Yeah, and this is Horror-zontal that they're facing. Horror-zontal's a really pretty bot. I really love the design on it.
There we go.
Wow, look at how much speed they're getting out of the bristles on King of Carrot Flowers. So you're going to draw some similarities between King of Carrot Flowers to A Tale of 3 Hams, which is
Right.
another 3 beater bar designed bot, but this one moves a lot faster. All of the bots are of equal kind of size, and the bristles make a little bit more sense. Apparently, it's very difficult to control.
Seems like all bristlebots are difficult to control.
Yeah, you can control bristlebots to a degree, right? So if you speed them up, they'll veer a little bit to the left. If you slow them down, they'll veer a little bit to the right. They don't go backwards; they only go forwards. But this one does not go forwards at all. This one's just spinning. So it's kind of like a
thwack bot.
bristle thwack kind of thing going on. It's very interesting. Joey's relatively new to combat robotics. The Wampus is like his first offering kind of into this whole thing. This is his second offering, and it is a really interesting concept. It looks like he's already lost more bristles than he can. And still move. So we might be seeing a win here from Horror-zontal.
Yeah, when those beater bars are sitting on the ground, it's much harder to spin them up. You got to overcome gravity a little bit.
Knockout. The winner is Boombox.
That is incorrect. The winner of that match would be Horror-zontal.
A pretty good showing by them.
Yeah,
the
really
weapon
good
consistently
showing.
spun up. You don't always get that.
Horror-zontal by Noah Agnew. He's with Organized Chaos. He's competed at other events before. He has never competed here.
Looks like we're gonna head to cage 3, where we have, I believe, a flamethrower in the box.
Next in cage 3, Burning Detires versus Hat Trick.
Okay, so Burning Detires versus Hat Trick.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So Burning Detires is the white bot with the wedge. Just lost part of a wheel, if not all of a wheel.
Losing Detires, I think.
Yeah, they have lost Detires. They have not gotten their flamethrower up. That weapon on Hat Trick is vicious. Listen to that thing go.
Quite the death hum.
Man, that is way worse than waking up on a Sunday morning to somebody's lawn crew. Oh, yep, that's more tires gone.
75% off tire sale.
Still able to move around, so therefore Burning Detires is not counted out.
That's it.
And that's all the wheels.
It's been brickified.
Hat trick from Andrew Roush of Team WPI. Wonderful showing.
Really wish we got to see that flamethrower lick some
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Thank you.
Knockout.
So at the end of the fight, Burning Detires weapon
The
works.
winner is
Didn't work during the fight,
knockout.
but it worked at the end.
Knockout. The winner
It's good to
is
show people what they
Burning. The
could have
winner
seen,
is
you know?
Hat
Yeah,
Trick.
that's a really powerful flame, too. There was a lot of force coming out of that.
Audible.
Yeah. All right, so we're now over in cage 6. So we've got, this is a fight that a lot of people have been looking forward to. This is Basato versus Rick the Brick. That's not true. That's not Rick the Brick.
Looks like one of the two belts is off the vert.
Yeah, already. That's the drive belt. Oh, nope, that's not good.
Tap out.
Yeah, that should be a tap
winner
out.
Is tap out. Tap out. The winner is.
So,
Basato.
that is inaccurate, but we are, that was,
The voice
All right.
of God, he can struggle sometimes. We've got a roof over the building, so it's hard to see the
get that
fights.
through. Yes, yes. We are having a little bit of technical difficulties as far as that goes. Very clearly, that was a quick tap out. I don't believe that was Basato in that fight or Rick the Brick, but that was a rather intense hit. That is another bot to watch, and that does look like another one of the Peter Bar bots, just from this angle.
So far, so good. Still.
Yeah, and that other bot is in several pieces.
Kyle, I can see in the cage too, and I'm excited.
Oh yeah? What do you think's gonna happen over in cage 2? Is it gonna be something silly, something fun, something destructive? What's the thought?
Maybe a little bit of all that.
Okay, so this is, there was a lot of conversations that I had with builders yesterday, and there was a couple of themes that came out. One of the themes that you heard from multiple builders is no one is having more fun at this event than Tom Farkas.
I believe it. I believe it.
This is a new type of weapon. This is a stamper.
World debut.
World debut of a stamper bot. This is a giant shuffle drive. Believe it or not, this bot does fight in the 3-pound weight class, even though it's just massive.
It's so large.
And that weapon is a stamper. It literally is a stamp that he just dipped in ink, and he is going to try to aggressively stamp as many cat paws on top of his opponent as humanly possible. That is the goal. Everybody has different goals, like we said, coming into this event. Some of it's to win, some of it's to not blow up. For Tom, it is to put as many cat paws on as many opponents as humanly possible
A touch
today.
of graffiti, perhaps.
Leave his mark, literally. Literally. I love it.
Gently.
And he is going up against a literal can of soup.
Next in cage 2, Positively Hysterical
Yes.
versus Tomato Soup.
Tomato Soup is a lifter bot. I spoke to this driver yesterday. She's
8,
worked so
7,
hard on the
6,
paint job of this bot and
5,
putting this bot together and
4,
getting it all ready.
3,
and look
2,
who's next to Tom.
1.
Driving the
Fight,
mini bot.
robots,
That's our friend
fight.
Lindsay. Hi, Lindsay.
Looks like she's driving a little mouse.
She is. She's driving the little mouse bot. I love it.
Or would like to.
Yeah, if she could get it out. Oh, look at the aggressive stamping.
Now, Positively Hysterical, that I think is definitely a stomp bot.
Yes, very stompy, very stampy. And look, there's the mouse bot coming into play. Good job,
Ooh.
Lindsay. Look at these aggressive stamps. So aggressive.
Tomato Soup is a good robot.
Tomato
It's
Soup
getting
is.
its pets.
Yeah, it's getting. It's
Good
oh,
boy.
good boy, good boy, Tomato Soup. Yeah, Tomato Soup is a wedge and lifter bot. The front wedge does lift up, so she's able to get underneath her opponent and kind of lift them up. But there's not much to lift on Positively
Looks like
Hysterical.
he's just getting some chin scritches.
Yeah, that really is true. Yeah, just a little bit of chin scratchy scratchies. So the two ways that Positively Hysterical can beat you, apparently, is with the aggressive stamping. But also, it does go all the way to the ground, so they could technically lift another robot with it, but that's not what it's designed
Theory.
to do. Yeah, it's a theory. Tomato Soup is a very D2 Kit-esque.
Yeah, how does the lifter operate on that one?
So it's a hinge lifter. It actually
Right,
just
that
lifts.
front wedge?
Yep, that full front wedge just lifts up. You can see she just did that there. You have to have an active weapon in NHRL, so just straight D2 kits with a wedge are not allowed. You have to modify them in some way, so making the front wedge into a lifter is perfectly fine. She, apparently, that paint job caused her so much consternation because the first one she did not stay.
It didn't stick?
Didn't stick.
Oh.
Had to redo the whole thing.
I wonder if that's UHMW armor. I know that's very hard to paint.
No, it's straight up aluminum.
It's just aluminum,
Yeah,
okay.
yep, and there was a acrylic without sanding done with the paint job apparently at first. So learning happened.
I'm sure Warhol had the same issue.
Yes. I love this fight. It is just the friendliest battle amongst friends all day long. There's a cute cat, a
just
cute
so
mouse,
cute.
and a literal can of soup. A very aggressive can of soup.
For being primarily 3D printed, Positively Hysterical is taking these slams
Yeah,
pretty
taking
well.
these slams
It's-
pretty well,
it's
holding
big.
together pretty well.
Holding up. Keeps tapping.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Just so aggressive. And oh, nice slam there from Tomato Soup. Nice work. We're starting to get to the end of this match. This will go to the judges.
That's going to be tough to judge.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one.
It's hard to be aggressive as a walking robot. And it's hard to have control as a walking robot. And it's also hard to do damage as a robot that pets your opponent.
All right, so that
Robots fight.
we're now over into 6. Shameless self-promotion.
Oh, we need a smaller font for this fight.
Yeah, I think so. Slamson to chicken shuffin? I can't even say that. Two chicken, two huffin?
Two chicken, two huffin.
I love it. I love it. Why not? Wow, aggressive.
Good shot of the cleats there.
Cleats, so important, such a great innovation here at NHRL as far as these wooden floors go. Now you see them in competitions all over on the East Coast, where wooden floors are common.
They're the magnets of the East Coast.
Yes, that's exactly right. In fact, were invented because West Coaster builders would come here and not know what to do without magnets.
And so sometimes folks will call them wood magnets.
Yep. Yep, and that was like Calvin Eba was one of the first guys to do it. Look at this lift. Shameless self-promotion. Beautiful lifter bot. Seth Schaefer.
Oh, a little bit of taunting
you
there.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. So Seth Schaefer, he's here all the time. I mean, he's with Just Cause Robotics, works on Team Bloodsport and Team Retrograde. Normally does these giant, powerful weapons with Division, and now this is his a lifter bot offering in the 3-pound division. This bot's aggressive. It's fast. I'm really impressed.
Some Crash Fest vibes.
Very Crash Festy, yeah.
The winner of the last new bot event for the 3-pound class.
Seth is a really good driver. I don't think he often builds bots that showcase that. He builds bots that stretch his driving abilities, right? Trying to control a bot like Division with where 2/3 of the mass of the bot, or the size of the bot, is literally that spinning weapon.
Right.
Very difficult to drive. This is a driving machine. There's a nice shot of the cleats there again on two chicken, two huffin.
But that's a subtitle for Slamson.
Yeah, subtitle for Slamson. I don't know. Why do people name their bots these things? They want us to
There's only so many names.
There's only so many names.
It's bad practice to take a name from a robot that's already competed.
Maybe it's to help them break the tension during the fight. They get to hear us just stumble over this nonsense, and then they're able to kind of giggle at us and relax a little bit more. They are moving now. Okay, it looked like Slamson was not moving there at all, but they are back at it.
And a bit of slowdown on Shameless self-promotion.
Yeah, what's going on? There we go. A little bit of movement back there. And we are back at the door. So this one will go to the judges.
All right.
All right, so this one will go to the judges.
So I wonder how many components in Shameless self-promotion were from Seth's store.
Most of them. All right, so this is a replay of the match we saw before this. This is a judge's decision, 100% unanimous decision for Tomato Soup, but everybody in this fight had a great time.
Absolutely.
This is, I don't think anybody really lost that fight. Tomato Soup just won.
Yeah.
And, you always love to see the younger builders. That girl's I think 12 years old, just out here, just crushing it, having a great time.
Great artist, too.
Great artist.
Awesome.
Fighting with her family. So that's phenomenal. All right, so we're going to get the decision from the Titanium stream, and it does look like Seth Schaefer, Shameless Self-Promotion, is going to be your winner from that by unanimous decision. That is a bot to watch today.
Yeah, it brought the heat.
It brought the heat. Seth put a lot of work into that bot, and this is, like I said, this is a bot that really showcases Seth's driving abilities.
And his store.
Yeah, and his store, which go check it out. It's Just Cause Robotics. You can buy everything you need to build your own combat robot there. It's a phenomenal store. Highly recommend it. Also, Seth's YouTube channel is one of the best resources in the community for building a new bot. If you're trying to get into things, learn things, it's phenomenal. Highly recommend it. He also does lots of cool fight reports and event reports and stuff like that too. So puts out a lot of great content. Highly recommend you check out Seth Schaefer. That's my shameless promotion for Shameless Self-Promotion driver Seth Schaefer. Oh my goodness, I have been looking forward to this bot all day. This is a family team from Seattle, Washington.
Wow.
This is NoobTube. This is a full-bodied drum bot.
I haven't seen one of these in a while.
Yeah, it's a relatively rare concept these days. They're going to be going up against your Stingray 2, which is a more traditional bot. The NoobTube is, the bot is the weapon is the bot, just like you would see with any other full-bodied weapon.
A little help there to get into the starting corner.
Apparently the biggest challenge with NoobTube right now is the controllability of it. It spins great.
You can see that.
Next in Cage 2, Brock versus George.
All right.
8, 7, 6.
Now, Brock
5,
looks kind of familiar
4,
over in Cage 2.
8, 3, 7, 2, 6, 1, 5,
Robots
4,
fight.
3,
Two fights starting simultaneously.
1.
Look at
Fight.
NoobTube just dance
Robots
around
fight.
the box. Apparently, once they get up to speed, that stabilizes a little bit, but I stress a little bit. There is a tooth on this weapon, so they are able to get some engagement.
Now I'm watching the other cage where Bruck is flopping around, and Bruck is looking a lot like a house bot with some waggle arms.
Yes, absolutely. Bruck is indeed a house bot with waggle arms. Yes, so Bruck is a cross between Brett the Brick and Duck, but the Duck beak is now gone. It has been completely ripped off.
Now it's like a double ram plan and Brett the Brick.
Yes, and George, by the way, is 3-pound George, not 30-pound
okay.
George. It is,
The
so we do
winner
have a tap out.
ER Stingray 2.
ER Stingray 2 is your winner. So yeah, nice work there. And now Bruck the Brick is completely missing their weapon. Lots of pieces of their bot as well. Nice hit there from George. George is a really well-designed vertical spinner. I don't see any way that this thing could land that it's not going to be in an optimal place to smack you in the face.
Bruck is holding up pretty well for looking like being 3D printed.
Yeah, it's a 3D printed brick. It's doing great. It's just, you know, only one of those arms is still there, and the entire front.
Oh, a wheel is missing as well.
Yep, yep. Ouch. Oh, they are stuck.
Nice.
They are stuck together.
Love some penetration.
That is a deep cut inside of Bruck. And you can see Bruck desperately flailing that arm to try to get off. George is just deeply embedded. George is one to watch today. This thing hits hard.
I like the look of it.
Yeah,
A big old disc.
it's a cool weapon. You gotta love when the self-righting mechanism is just the geometry of the bot.
Yeah.
So smart.
It looks like it might be symmetrical.
100% symmetrical, yep.
That's so cool.
It's so smart. And now it is deeply buried, so we are going to pause. So that means everybody has to turn off their transmitters and wait for this separation. So let's see, they're getting it back to the door now. The ref is asking everybody to please turn everything off. Oh, nope. Maybe we aren't doing an unstick. Maybe we're just gonna do this dance until these bots die.
Looks like Bert's gonna get involved.
Yeah, a little bit of.
Oh, excuse me, Brett.
Yeah, this is Brett in this cage. I don't think this is a Brett operation. This seems a little bit too delicate for a Brett operation. Brett, help your little brother Bruck. I love the size disparity here. This has very much so like don't talk to me or my son ever again vibes. Brett did promise not to show any favoritism towards Bruck in this match beforehand. We had to get a written form signed by him on that.
Struggles to sign things on occasion.
You know, without hands or arms.
So it looks like there's some fail-safing issues on George.
Oh no, so the bot is not powering down and they cannot get them to unstick, which means I believe that this match will then be done. This will go to the judges. And they're just gonna have to wait.
Hang out there for a minute.
Until the batteries die. So there you go, that's fun.
Luckily,
that's fun.
most builders will push their battery capacity to the absolute minimum.
All right, so here we go. We're gonna look at a replay of these beautiful hits. Bam, look at that. And this is where they just got stuck and never got unstuck again. You gotta love it. Yeah, 2 bots to watch throughout the day today for sure. I mean,
I hope they get that sorted out, though.
I do hope they get that sorted out. Not being able to turn your bot off at the end of the match is not great.
It's one of the main things you have to do as a builder.
You have to show that you could do that as far as safety goes. So whatever issue that is top priority to get repaired moving forward. Other than that, though, that bot is vicious. Those hits are beautiful. I cannot wait to see what they do out there throughout the rest of the day. But they definitely have to get that sorted out.
So where are we going next?
I think we're going into cage 3 next. It looks like we're loaded in there. And then in cage 3, it does look like I can see some WPI folks
Oh, yeah.
gathered around. Christian Cooper looks like he's over there.
Looks like a pretty meta design, the classic 4-wheel drive vertical spinner.
Looks like we're loaded into box 5 for now, though, which is a bot that a lot of people have been looking forward to today. This is Archangel X
Okay.
and Luxor. Angel Vidal is the designer of Archangel X. This is Luxor right here on your screen.
Luxor with a hybrid wheel system. Looks like cleats and some
Cleats and
traditional
regular
wheels.
rubber, yeah.
1.
Fight, robots fight. Brute versus Kickstart.
All right, so Brute versus Kickstart to WPI on WPI action. And then over in cage 5, you've got Archangel
8,
X versus
7,
Luxor.
6.
Two beautiful
5,
gold robots.
4, 3, 2.
Wow, nice
1.
hit there from
Fight,
Luxor.
robots
Knocking
fight.
Archangel X back. Archangel X is probably one of the prettiest designs we've seen at 3 pounds today. It is not winning these exchanges, though. It is losing to this beater bar spinner in Luxor.
Now, is the mini-bot part of Archangel X?
Yeah, so the mini-bot is part of their kind of like stealth line of bots. They're fully 3D printed little teeny tiny wedge bots. And they're bricks. I mean, they take tons of damage. Really cool robots.
In cage 3, Kickstart is dishing out some hits.
Kickstart's got quite a bit of kick to him. I love it.
Very compact wheels. Looks like when Brute is upside down, it's pretty much missing the body of Kickstart.
Yeah.
In cage 5, still got most of the weapons spinning.
So Brute is from Christian Cooper. It's a really beautiful looking bot, a little bit different than what Christian normally builds.
What does Christian normally build?
So Christian is, I guess, most famous for Silk, which is a modular robot. He also has, so Brute is like an evolved version of Silk. This is very evolved version of Silk. And then he also has an overhead attack bot that he's very, very popular with here.
Which one's that?
I'm having a hard time remembering right now. But yeah, so this is this version of. So this
The
is yes, the other
winner
bot is Topic.
The
Kickstart.
walking one. Is it the walking one?
No, no, it's just a hammer.
It's the one that
hammer
gets
saw.
stuck
Yep.
in its opponent's lid
Quite
all the
often,
time.
yep.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a winner declared over there in box 5. Brute still fully in this up against Kickstart. Really great design on Kickstart. Loving the wedge.
Kickstart's still spinning, not so much out of Brute.
Yeah, not hearing that weapon at all
Now
on
they're
Brute,
just
but look at this driving
dancing around.
force. Yeah, absolutely amazing.
Everyone's
work.
trying to find an angle.
The WPI folks you just see here at every single event, trying new ideas, grinding it out, getting better and better every single time. Ouch!
Eight, 7, 6, 5,
Right.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So this will
Fight,
go to the
robots,
judges. It looks like all the weapons are dead at the end of that fight. So Cam Collins with Kickstart going up against teammate Christian Cooper. It'll be interesting to see how that one goes. Now we're heading over into Kitsune versus Orcus.
Kitsune is the long Thagomizer style.
Yes, long Thagomizer style robot. I actually spoke with this team earlier today. Very cool robot, very cool design. Kitsune is a fox spirit. Driver is Liliana. She's 8.
Wow.
And she's vicious.
Next in Cage 2, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 2.
So that style of robot, it's hoping to spin up with the weapon behind it and kind of
Pivot into those hits, exactly. Yeah. So
to put more impact, to get more bite out of the spinner.
and also hit the parts of your bot that are
8,
typically a little bit
7,
less armored, a little bit more
6,
vulnerable. The sides, the
4,
wheels, exactly.
3,
Smart.
2, 1.
So it's a very
Fight,
tried and
robots,
tested design.
fight.
The blade is actually in the shape of a fox, which I absolutely love. And the mini bot is actually driven by team captain and dad, Mark Hansberg.
Tap out.
Wow.
The winner is Whip.
I blinked. What happened?
Yeah, so apparently Whip won. I don't know. That was crazy.
A strategic forfeit, perhaps, of some sort?
No, that was definitely a tap out right off the bat. Wow.
Kitsune's still spinning up.
All right, so we do have a unanimous decision for Kickstart in that last fight between Brute and Kickstart. So Kickstart, really nice job in their first showing. It's a really good-looking robot, but that had to be a pretty tight call for a unanimous decision there.
Yeah, I think Kickstart's gonna do well in the single elimination bracket.
For sure. All right, so Eric Novick is the captain for Orcus. You normally see him here driving Cyrus, wearing that skull mask.
Oh. I can't tell. Is the spinner still going on Orcus?
I don't think so. I think that it is... ooh, nice hit there.
Good sound.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's gone to time.
Yep, so this one will go to the judges. And is Kitsune able to drive to the door? Yeah, looks like they are. One of my favorite parts about this sport is watching grown men get knocked around by 8-year-old girls.
It never gets old.
It never gets, it's fun every single time. Everybody's happy about it, right? It's a good time. Some of the best drivers in this sport are kids, like legitimately children.
They've got great reaction times. They've got tiny controller thumbs.
They've got tons of stick time and practice time in. You know, the video games help, I'm sure.
I think so. And now there's transmitters that are more like video game shaped.
Yep.
So it's more familiar for folks that came up on gaming.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and you know, kids just kind of naturally get into this stuff and do pretty well at it. My son is whenever he operates a remote controlled thing, I don't know how his brain does it. He actually spins the controller in his hands. And
as he's operating it?
As he's operating it, it does not affect his driving style. We'll play with you know, we'll play with like combat robots, or we'll play with like the Hexbug like toys and, and whatnot. He is just as effective spinning that controller in his hands as he is doing anything else. I have no idea how his brain does it. It's the weirdest thing in the entire world.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing in the entire world. I love it, but brains all do weird things, especially when you're young like that. All right, so it looks like we're gonna have our first little grudge match of the day.
A freestyle fight?
A little freestyle action.
Cool. Let's see. I believe it's from one of the local high schools here.
Very cool. All right, so that is our judge's decision. Unanimous decision for Kitsune. That is not a surprise. That was a really great match. Both drivers did an excellent job. But yeah, so they'll be moving forward. Excellent first win, I believe, for Liliana at the tournament, so that's great.
Your son is a good driver, you said?
He's a pretty good driver.
When are we going to see him out here?
That's a great question. That is a great question. It's an all-day event. You know what I mean? You've really got to be like super invested and into it. Plus, whenever I'm out here, I'm working.
How old is he now?
He's 8. He's 8 years old. Same
so
age.
We've seen some folks driving.
Yeah. Same age as the girl who just won that fight. Yeah.
And she didn't even spin the controller around.
No, she was fully focused on what she was doing. No, that was really impressive. That's a cool bot, too. That team has 2 really awesome animal-themed robots. Iron Eater is their other bot, which is an overhead attack bot. It actually has a
panda-themed?
Panda-themed robot. They have their fox blades on Kitsune, and then they have their panda blades on Iron Eater.
Oh, okay.
And they're really, really well-designed, really cool robots. And Dad is just driving the mini-bot. He built these, and he's captaining the team, and he is driving their evil little mini-bot, which is like a tank that cannot be destroyed, and letting the kids run the show today, which I think is awesome.
I like the trend that's happening now where folks are being more creative with their spinning weapon designs.
Yeah,
just like
it's great.
In CAD software, you can find the center of gravity for just about anything, so you know where it's like the balanced
where to put the mounting point and pivot
so you
it.
can really get weird with it.
Yeah, there's been all like blades that look like Pokemon characters, blades that look like animals. I absolutely love it. I think it's a really cool theme and idea. And you get some really weird hits out of it, which I love. Okay, so this is a very different type of robot. We've actually seen this type of robot be very successful here in the past. So this is I guess you could call it a kinetic walker?
Yeah, a little droopy-esque.
Droopy-esque. So these 2 blades essentially spin up to speed and are able to lift the bot up on the left and right side, and they are able to attack.
Next in cage 3, 3-pound weight class. Undefeated bracket, round 1.
So you have Hamshake. Gotta love the Hamshake.
7, 6,
Coming up against Lavender
5,
Haze. Lavender Haze, I
4,
believe, is the...
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
None of this makes sense. I love it. So Lavender Haze is a pretty traditional vertical spinning robot.
So it looks like there's a driver for each side of Hamshake.
Which is, so this is very similar to a Tale of 3 Hams, which we saw at the last new bot event, which is just basically 3 bots jammed together. Hamshake is working, it seems, the same way. So these 2 drivers each have to kind of coordinate who goes up and who goes down in order to make the bot walk and turn and do what it needs to do. It is the potato sack race of combat robotics.
Communication is key, I would imagine. You got to find that rhythm to find the mobility.
So this is doing the kinetic walker robot on hard mode, for sure.
Looks like the drums down on Lavender Haze.
You know, hitting a weapon at the speed that I'm sure it has to go on Hamshake, I'm not surprised.
Ooh.
Wow, Hamshake moving around relatively effectively. And these 2 bot drivers are you can see them kind of whispering to each other there, pivoting on their stick about who goes up and who goes down. They're gonna get a little rhythm going to figure that out.
So they have to rev up and slow down the spinning weapon.
Right, so if the right side's gonna move forward, then they have to spin down the left side a little bit. Because the force of those blades is actually kind of lifting that side of the bot up. And that's how it's able to get this walk. It looks so silly because they literally just took 2 bots and bolted them together, or the weapon modules of 2 bots really, and bolted them together. I love this.
It would be so much easier to have 1 driver for this robot, and yet they chose to do it
not
this
to do
way,
that.
and I
They chose
love
to do it this way. Yeah, why not? We'll do the already a hard design on an even harder mode. And it seems to be working. Lavender Haze is not moving over there in the corner.
Looks like the 1 unstick happened for Lavender Haze.
Lavender Haze, Captain Ellie Clark.
Hamshake's dreaming about connecting once again. They got 30 seconds to do so.
Love it. Hamshake, captained by Aaron Fan. You can see Jameson go there as well. They've been working together quite a lot lately, and this is, I guess, their newest collaboration, and it is absurd. Jameson Go normally shows up at these events with extremely competitive, very powerful robots in all 3 weight classes. except for at the new bot event where he just does weird stuff.
You gotta have fun at
You
some
gotta have
point.
fun.
It's stressful trying to win all the time.
And to Ellie's credit, she did last that entire match with Lavender Haze. So
it's not in pieces.
Not in pieces.
She'll
Well
be able
built
to take it
bot.
into the single elimination rounds.
Yeah, it's still in one piece. That's really all you can ask for when you're going up against weapons of that strength and caliber that it would take to build a bot like that. With that unconventional locomotion that you would get with a bot like that, you do get a big weight bonus, which is really helpful. So they're probably rocking out pretty close to the 4-pound range.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's big. It's a big piece. Boom. Love that hit right there. Just smacking Lavender Haze across the arena. Yeah, you could have built this bot with one driver and one controller.
Hamshake takes it.
Hamshake is your winner. Unanimous decision. I can't say I'm surprised. Excellent job to Aaron Fan and Jameson Go. They communicated. They did everything they needed to do, and they hit real hard.
Next in Cage 2, 3-pound weight class.
Jaeger drivers.
Exactly. Yes. All right, we are now loading over into Cage 2.
Next in Cage 2, 3.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Long fort game over there.
Spectroscope versus Merp.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Beautiful.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Spectroscope is a really beautiful design. Put together relatively quickly, I know, by this team. The long forks are, I know they were worried if they would have weight for all 4 forks, but apparently they did have that weight. What a strange design on this. And then over in the other cage, we see Peruhoko and La Source. So this is basically a version of Sea Dragon's Roar, but with a horizontal spinner going up against La Source. La Source is a lifter and vertical spinner bot.
Looks similar to, I don't know.
Razorback from like a heavyweight scene would be the most similar comparison. This is a Mike Mullinax's creation.
Have we seen it use it like a hammer saw with the overhead?
No, it's never really been used as an overhead design. It's supposed to be a lifter and forward just drum spinner design. The entirety of that armor is TPU on it. All right, so Spectroscope is your winner. Pulling out the win. Really well-designed bots. And now we have a separation going on over in the other one. Check this out. They're going to rip these guys apart.
Double crowbar.
You got to get the double crowbar action. Safety crowbars, getting everybody separated. This is the one thing that happens when you get the TPU armor. Sometimes you get stuck in it and you can't get out.
It is soft enough to get pierced.
Yeah, they are jammed in there. The pit crew and arena crew do their best to separate these bots without doing any damage to them, but that is a challenge, especially when you're using crowbars on little 3-pound robots. We're going to go do a little Cage 2 replay and watch some of that while these two bots get separated. Spectroscope, beautiful, beautiful hits there from them. That's what we were saying earlier about these horizontal spinners. They really do as much damage to themselves as they do to their opponents. So you've got to build them just that much sturdier than you would build a regular vertical spinner because they're going to take so many hits.
You're going to go flying.
You're going to take almost as much damage from yourself as you're dishing out to your opponent. Beautiful shots from Spectroscope. It's a really well-designed robot. That team does not come out here very often. It's really cool to see them do that. I know that they had some travel issues coming here today. Those issues basically were they carried on their luggage. and therefore they lost some drills, some blades, some weapon motors, some things that TSA said, you know, that shouldn't be on in the passenger cabin of an airplane.
I think I believe that fighting robots might not be very TSA friendly.
Yeah, the robots themselves got through just fine, which I think is ridiculous.
Looks like they're unstuck now.
Beautiful hit there. I love it.
Is the horizontal blade, is that hinged?
Yes, so Sea Dragon's Roar is a hinged vertical spinner. William Marchese, who builds Sea Dragon's Roar, wanted to try this in a horizontal configuration because why not? And so this is a completely new concept or take on a hinged spinning bot. Because why not?
I don't get it.
He doesn't either.
Okay, good. Well, that makes both of us.
Like he said, he doesn't know what's going to happen. He just wants to see. And so far, we're seeing some hits.
Yeah, it looks like the belt came off, however.
Yeah, yeah. Now, I will say, when I looked at, I mean, I am not a robot builder, but I will say, looking at it, I was very concerned with how thin the connection was at the hinge point of the weapon to the actual bot. But I did not have any concerns about that belt placement or the way that belt path was run, and that seems to be gone now.
They could be related.
It could be
like
the flex
connection, exactly.
Just like let it bounce right out, yeah. And Mike looks like he's having a little bit of drive side on the left side of his bot. A little bit of drive side issue.
On both of them, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unstick did not do anybody any favors. It looks like everybody's a little bit worse for the wear after getting unstuck with crowbars, hammers, and pliers. So, you know, that is the danger of having the TPU armor. You could get stuck together. You could just never, ever come apart in the same way or work the same way. Kairu Hohoko, by the way, is Japanese for Sea Dragon's Roar.
That makes sense.
I love it.
The winner is Kairu no Hoko.
All right, Kairu no Hoko is your winner, it sounds like. Lassource, really interesting design. Hope he's able to get that bot repaired and get it into the rest of its qualifying rounds. That was, it's just so cool looking. Mike always brings really interesting things to this competition. He is not always the most successful driver, but he does put on a great show.
All right.
So these two builders are getting their stuff separated and taken apart and safety before they go back into the pits. Excellent showing there from William Marchese.
All right, we're going to look at Cage 2.
Next in Cage 2, Gyration versus Plot Twist.
I'm seeing.
Gyration versus Plot Twist. Now, I recognize the driver from Plot Twist. Plot Twist, he used to drive Brad.
All right, so
8, 7, 6.
Plot Twist,
5,
brand new build.
4,
He's been working on the design for 2 months, but
2,
as
1.
is custom, he's still
Fight,
printing parts of
robots,
the robot
fight.
yesterday. Wow.
Now, saving your prints to the last minute, that's stressful.
Yeah.
Because they will fail on occasion. You'll wake up the next morning and see spaghetti.
A lot of bot builders like to live on the edge when it comes to that sort of thing. Man, Gyration throwing out some big hits here. Really nice design on that bot. But I got to tell you, Plot Twist holding it together. Looks like everything's still functioning on that bot.
It's looking dense, Plot Twist.
Really is. Yeah, it's a full print. It's a full print on that guy. It's dense print. Gyration does look like it's lost either half or all of its drive.
And it's just gyrating around from that weapon spinning, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, that still counts as motion, I suppose, but that's not good. I like to ask the builders what their goal is for the day, and when I did go talk to the Plot Twist team, so Connor told me that his entire goal for the day was not to explode. So far, so
The
good.
winner
Yeah,
is
goal achieved as of now.
Plot Twist.
So you see, there's Remy. So yeah,
Connor's
winner is
big
Plot
win.
Twist.
First win here.
First win, nice work. Team WPI action.
I've seen him crush robots with Brett, though, so I don't know. Maybe those count as wins, too.
Yeah, he can be pretty vicious. Looks like we got a little bit of stick action there on these bots, even there at the fight. Yeah, they're going to have to do a little bit of safetying and unsticking even now. Gyration does look like it's another one of the Peter Bar robots. And there you go. There you can see the builders actually getting to do their own unstick. Pretty rare.
They know their bots best.
Yeah. Replay action. Look at these beautiful hits here. Bam. Wrapped all up in that weapon blade. Love it. Absolutely love it. I'm excited to see how that bot performs throughout the rest of the day. Plot twist might be one to watch. I know the builder didn't think so looking at it this morning, but that was a phenomenal performance.
It gave its first hit, and it survived. And for spinners, if you survive your first hit, that's a great start.
And it was able to do several others after that. Now, once again, we're seeing these really sharp blades getting stuck in this like TPU armor. That seems to be a theme throughout the day today. Maybe a little bit of material mashup confusion there. That might be something that we have to watch out for going forward because it's happening quite a lot.
And now, not all TPU is the same either. You can get different
mixes, right?
Yeah.
Eight, 7, 6.
All right, we're in cage 6 now.
4.
The stress concentration in the blue square.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Looks like almost a mirror match with a couple of vertical spinners. Just jockeying for position. Looks like a crooked drum on Killaton. Might be on its way out of the robot. Both robots struggling a little bit. Killaton weaponless and upside down. Stress concentration, just trying to get a good bite. Hoping to affect things further. Killaton kind of working itself into a corner. Hard to crab walk out of a corner. Excited for the match loading into cage 3 now at this point. A little bit of a struggle bus going over there. Now it looks like Killaton, it might have had a bearing issue or something, a bushing issue, where the shaft connects to the frame. And now,
Sam, it looks like the support on the entire left side of that robot is.
Hey, Ricky.
Well, hello.
Good to see you.
Yeah, well, you can't see me, right? That's just a voiceover coming in from heaven here. But yeah, it really looks like Killaton has suffered a major failure on the left side of that robot. And at this point, it's limping. It's doing its best it can, but I am very surprised to see that it hasn't been a count out yet.
Yeah, it seems like
spoke too soon.
There we go. Brett's unstick was also a push to the door, so nice job, Brett. Oh my goodness. Something happened in cage 2 that wasn't supposed to.
We had quite a flash. We had a big ball of smoke. I believe that is a rocket engine weapon on that robot, and it may have gone off a bit prematurely.
It happens.
Yeah. We're gonna look at some instant replay action here on the cage 2. There we are, look at that. Not the time you want that to go off, and
so I think, would they still continue to fight? How does this work?
they can. I believe that is still an active weapon. Oh, well, look, we're on screen.
Hello, Ricky. Good
Hi,
to see
Sam.
you. Great shirt.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's an oldie but a goodie. Thanks for having me on the stream here. It seemed like you and Kyle had a real dynamic going, but I'm happy to jump in and excited to be behind the desk again. How's it been going? How is your first foray into the combat robot commentating world?
Well, I'll tell you, Ricky, it's actually not my first time. You hosted an event down in Maryland.
That's correct.
And I got to hop on the mic for a couple of fights and had a blast. I seem to recall there being hay bales and flamethrowers and just an awesome combination.
Yeah, we had an executive decision that the more flammable material we could surround our flamethrowers with, the safer everyone would be.
Exactly, like a blade of armor of some sort.
Yeah.
So catch those flames.
I think we have a judge's decision on that last match. Is that what I'm...
I hope not.
I don't think so.
But yeah, stress concentration.
Yeah, well, I guess we did. Unsurprisingly, stress concentration took it home with a unanimous decision. You know, we got to go to the judges. Got to make it official. Got to do what we got to do. We're going to go to cage 2 now and see what happens with this fight. We've got knee breaker and false flag. No, that's incorrect. We've got... Who do we have in there?
Kneebiter.
Kneebiter.
Next in cage 2, false flag versus Kneebiter.
Knee breaking is a little too
8,
violent.
Yeah,
Seven,
we're just nibbling here.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. That is a very fast false flag. Now, false flag, as we saw just a few moments ago, accidentally lit off its single-shot weapon. So it may have trouble doing some damage.
Tap out. The winner is
tap out.
Kneebiter.
Oh, I see a bit of smoke coming up there on...
I smell it.
Well, that's, I think the smoke that we're smelling right now is actually the remnants of what used to be that rocket motor engine. Yeah, there's just that sulfur, that gunpowder flavor in the air.
Tap out. The winner is Kneebiter.
And then on stream, we're seeing Siege and Cutthroat Cuttles. Siege being was smoking there for a little while as well.
Now, why does Cutthroat Cuttles remind me of a cat of some sort?
Say again, sorry?
A Cutthroat Cuttles, that seems like a very cat-specific trait.
It does. It sounds like something that, you know, your cuddly friend is going to secretly murder you at night, which is really is what you suspect of all cats.
Yeah,
they're waiting.
You can only pet them for so long.
Right. They're waiting for their moment, and eventually, you know, your time is up.
Yeah,
your
it's
time is
Cutthroat
up.
time.
Yeah, it's Cutthroat time. So, yeah, I have been really excited to see how the fights are going through our preliminary stages of the day. Really interested to see who gets into, excuse my distraction, folks. I see entering an arena one of the robots I am most excited for today.
And which one's that?
Well, see, here's the thing. We've got all new robots today. And one of the beautiful things about an all-new robots day is we have lots of interesting designs, and we have lots of, what the British would call bodged designs.
Yes, definitely.
Things that have been put together through, mostly guided by what was in your garage. And I see a lot of garage parts coming in the form of an old microwave.
It's like a kitchen part.
Yep. Well, it's, you know, if you need popcorn in your
You've
garage.
got your microwave garage,
Yeah, you've got it. I do. There was one point where I was dumpster diving more than the rest of my life, and put a microwave in almost every room in the house.
If you got them, why not?
Why not? Yeah. At any time I wanted popcorn, I could hop from room to room. But
now, did you have supplies of popcorn in every room as well?
Absolutely.
You have
absolutely. Those didn't come from the garbage. Also, just specify.
I'm not judging.
Well, you might want to judge on that one. Please, if it gets to that point, please write me, talk me out of it. The getting back to this robot, I actually don't know the name. Do you know the name of the microwave monstrosity?
I know the budget, but I don't know the name.
I believe it was a $150 budget.
And yeah, something like that.
$150
and the
budget.
time frame for the build?
36 hours.
Which is, what, 3-ish days?
Anyhow, we're excited, but before we get to that robot, we're going to jump over to Lindsay. What do you have for us, Lindsay? Laryngitis is what Lindsay has for us. We cannot hear Lindsay at all.
She looks good, though.
Oh, I think you can hear me now. I can hear me.
We'll jump back. Oh, no, I hear. There we go.
There we go.
All right.
So something that I have been hyping in the chat ever since I saw it yesterday in the pits was spare parts. I know, Ricky, you were just talking about it.
Yes.
That's the name.
So they rolled in on Friday in the pits yesterday in the evening, and they unloaded this shell of a microwave and all of these like remnants of things that looked like maybe they were parts of something at one time. And we went over and we had to know more immediately. So we were asking some questions, and they said that they had actually started the build at 1:30 in the morning that day. So technically Friday, the day before the competition, they started that build. So that's how you know it's going to be a success.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I absolutely cannot wait to see it. I have been hyping it in the chat. So yeah, I don't know who they're fighting. Can you see?
They moved over
Oh,
to
they are. Have they moved over?
I think
they
so,
have.
yeah.
I believe they're fighting Eva.
Eva. Oh, I've seen that one. They're pretty prepared. So
Well, perfect.
yeah,
Listen,
that's what you love to see.
There's balloon-based armor on the rear of the robot. I'm excited about that. I think those are left over from a birthday party at some point.
That seems like a new development.
If you pop 3, do you win?
I think so. I think it's
Yeah.
Mario Kart rules.
Yeah.
There's also, it's been a while since I've seen a lawnmower blade as a weapon choice. Mm-hmm. And it's been a while since I've seen a drill motor as a motor choice for a weapon. I can't remember the last time I saw them together, if I've ever seen them together.
I don't think so. Yeah.
But that's straight out of 1999, and I'm here for it. I'm excited.
I know Darkseid did use drill motors in the December finals last year, but not the lawnmower blade.
yeah.
That's a brand new addition, and I'd say an upgrade.
Let's go over to cage 4 here. We're going to see Big Cookie, with one of my favorite robots of the day. 1 million eyeballs on this thing.
Next in cage 4, 30-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 1.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
For those that might have missed it, Chromoly, the other white meat, written intimidatingly on the side of Big Cookie. Big Cookie up to speed, a very slow-moving robot, but an incredibly intimidating
I feel like it
full-body
can move
shell.
fast at any moment. I just feel like it's going to catch the floor or something and go flying.
Yeah, that's an absolute possibility, almost a guarantee at this point. Now, DeathPact is a competitor, just kind of letting Big Cookie do its thing, take on the mini-bot.
Fresh floors no longer.
You know, we talk about strategy a lot behind the desk, and sometimes when you've got robots this new, the strategy is just put it in the ring and see what happens. Oh, there it is, it's leveled out. The gyroscopic forces on Big Cookie are really something.
Looks like the mini-bot coming into play to bring DeathPact over to
Oh! Now that
was effective.
Yeah, that is a shockingly effective strategy. If your robot can't move, throw another robot in there and bring your opponent to you. And now we've got DeathPact upside down on the side of the arena. I think we're going to have an unstick from the house robot. one.
Flow's gonna do its best.
This is a position that is not easy for a house robot to unstick. It's gonna try. It's gonna do the do.
The bigger house robots are a bit bulkier, a little harder for those delicate unsticks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what are they ringing at? Almost 300 pounds,
Just
right?
about, yeah.
Which is another reason you really don't want to have to resort to the unstick. I don't like getting hit with a 300-pound block of steel.
No, it's one of my least favorite things.
Like, you think a 30-pound cookie. Oh, that is a good hit. Destabilizing big cookie, though.
Up.
DeathPact trying to get loose, but to no avail.
It got its one unstick.
That
Nice.
is the end. Big Cookie off to a successful start.
Knockout. The winner is
All right.
the robot in the blue square.
Oh, and the bucket hats have
Knockout.
returned for another event.
The winner is Big
That's
Cookie.
the Northwestern team.
I believe it is. Yep, we're going to go to a replay here, see some of the big hits from this fight. You can see there's the first time Big Cookie's able to flip its opponent. We came in for a fluffy unstick, but you only get one. Excuse me, a flow unstick, right? Right, Sam?
That's Flow, all right. You can tell by the name on top.
Ah, if only I could read. We're going to jump to cage one for a little more big bot action and get that long-awaited spare parts first fight.
Next in
so
cage
good.
one, spare parts versus Eva.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away they go. Ava's a really nasty kill. Oh, and there goes the lawnmower blade.
It was fun while it lasted.
Yeah. However, the robot still... Oh, and the glitter. The glitter has been dispensed. However, so has the microwave. The microwave has been fully dispensed.
I don't know if there's unsticking from that position.
Yeah, Sam, I don't know. I'm sure Fluffy is going to try.
She'll do her best.
Yeah. There's no nuzzling your way out of this one. You can see that is a spare... Oh. Eva, why?
Now, Eva doesn't have to let spare parts get unstuck.
No, that's true, but it seems cruel at this point. Then again, I have a feeling that spare parts saw this coming and is fully on board.
Oh, yes.
And here comes the count out. Oh, it's crunching. If you ever want to know what would happen if you put a household appliance in a combat robotics arena, you got a little taste of that today. You
Is
can
there
see
anything, Ricky, that you should remove from a microwave before using it in a fighting robot?
Not to my knowledge. There's a magnetron in there that has a big ring-style magnet, which could explode and could actually gum up the works for your opponent. That might be
so
nice.
That's a good thing, yeah.
Some of the older ones have a VFD display, I think it's called, the mercury vapor display. You want to remove that so you're not causing an environmental hazard, but unless you happen to get a microwave from the mid-'80s,
Knockout.
you're probably okay.
The winner is
Yeah, I think you're
Eva.
generally pretty safe. You do want to make sure, for the folks at home, for some reason you're going in your microwave, make sure it's been off for a while. There's a couple big capacitors in there, can hurt you. We're going to go to a replay, though, and see how not dangerous this particular microwave happened to be today to its opponent. You can see it putting a lot of glitter on the floor.
One of my favorite parts about working here, Ricky, is all the glitter I wear home.
Yeah, there's no getting rid of it. It's there at all times. It's ever present.
Next
We're going to go to cage 3, and we'll get back to it in a second.
Versus Elation.
Elation sounds like a happy robot.
It's an optimistic title, Sam.
And it's a little heart.
It is a little heart. It's not quite February yet, but just in time for Valentine's Day. Now, Elation, that's I think that's built in the style and the theming of Eruption, right?
It's one of those Peter kits.
Yeah.
8, 7, 6.
I'm just wondering if the naming had
4,
some,
3,
derivation there.
2.
I thought he was just happy to bring a zillion
Fight,
robots.
robots, fight.
So we've got a 2 main bot, 2 mini bot situation going here.
Luckily color-coded.
Yeah. Elation immediately struggling to drive from one side. However, Tilt really doing its best to destroy itself there for a moment. Tilt is an overhead bar spinner. Tends to do really well against mini bots. Tends to be something that you can drive into your opponent and just absolutely demolish smaller robots, but tends to struggle against larger robots.
Yeah, how important is it to do well against mini bots?
Yeah, it does matter here at Norwalk. I mean, the destruction of a mini bot can mean all the difference, or not using a mini bot can mean a lot. As the, if the match goes to the judges, if you never get to the judges, it really doesn't factor in. I mean, if someone can destroy you before you get to that point, it is a moot point. That's a lot of dancing in the arena right now. Elation's still struggling to move. Minibot really carrying the match right now.
Yeah. Its weapon is still in play, though.
It's true. It's true. I think these are TPU mini-bots. So that's a type of 3D printed material that's going to take a lot of abuse, a lot of big hits. And as long as, oh, that is a good hit right there. Speaking
Nice
of good hits.
weapon.
Some stability issues from Tilt, true to its name. Trying its best to self-right with the aid of its wonderful tilted weapon.
Now, a lot of times with those overhead spinners, you'll see like a protrusion, some sort of pipe or bar.
Right, right, and there's some really interesting math and physics you can do to figure out how to shape those bars to get them to self-right very quickly. Tilt, of course, does not have that, so its approach to self-righting is pure chaos. Run that weapon as fast and as hard as you can, and eventually you'll flip back over.
And it's gotten them back on their feet a few times.
Yeah, if you do it well, it will work out great, but it's a new robot, and trial and error is an important part of figuring out what exactly you can tweak to make your robot.
Finding that right point on the throttle for the weapon where you just go right back onto your feet.
Yep, there's a learning curve. Sometimes something as small as changing your weapon thickness by 1 millimeter or 2 can offset the weight balance, and then suddenly it doesn't self-right as much.
I would imagine damage that you've accrued throughout the fight would have an effect on that as well.
Oh, absolutely. And now we're going to go to a judge's decision here at the end of this match. Honestly, Sam, I could see this going either way.
Yeah, the mobility issues with Elation and the being upside down a lot of the fight with Tilt makes it really tough to call.
Yeah, this is one of those times where, thank goodness, we've got a rubric. It'll rein in our judges a little bit, but at the same time, there is always going to be an element of what did you see in this match?
Yeah.
How do you think this shook out? So I'm eager to see what we see from our judges' perspective.
Me too.
We're going to go to a replay here. Just, a little refresher for those judges and for the folks at home, of course. You can see the armor getting taken off the mini bottom Elation almost immediately. Tilt landing some big hits, but boy, Elation stayed planted, didn't it?
It's that 4-wheel drive vertical spinner design you're going to see so many times today. It's stable.
It's stable. There's a reason you do it. It gives durability. You can see made it through the match.
Next in Cage 2, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 1.
8, 7,
It's like
6,
Arena Hazard
5, 4,
and
3,
Half-Life.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Boy, that is a major spinner on a Oh my goodness, what a hit. Arena Hazard firmly, oh my. Oh, that is a hard self-destruct.
Tap out. The winner is Half-Life.
Arena Hazard very much in the vein of Depth Charge, who you may have seen in the past.
I was
here
wondering,
at
is there bristles on that thing? Is that where it gets its mobility with air quotes?
Yes. It's not bristles in the sense that we are used to. Not bristles in the sense of Depth Charge, where they've got, I believe, their grill brushes on the bottom. They have more plastic combs, you might think, like little comb bristles.
Okay.
That sit on the bottom, but
similar to a hex bug of some sort?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, exactly like that. We're gonna go to this replay. You can see this immediate hit, ping-ponging around the arena, turns itself into a hockey puck, and just continues to violently destroy itself.
The driver definitely enjoyed it.
Yeah, there was no shortage of smiles and glee on that face. I think it's one of the joys of coming to this event where it's all new robots and all new experiences. We're going to go to the judges' results on the match before this. What do we have? Oh, unanimous decision for Tilt.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought we'd have at least a little bit of...
I think that the mobility issue from the get-go really had an effect on that fight.
Yeah. We'll go to Cage 4.
Next in Cage 4, Spill the Beans versus Calbella.
Another
8,
fun one with the
7,
big bots.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Now, Spill the Beans is a branded Zelensky creation. Somewhere on the lineup, you know, evolutionarily speaking, with a Thagomizer style, big wedge on one side, big weapon on the other.
Whacking horizontal.
Doesn't seem to be the fastest robot in the world, but boy, that thing can hit.
Calbella not the fastest either.
No, but it is a cow.
And it does use a flower pot.
Tap out. The winner is Spill the Beans.
Brandon Zelensky with his own take on the bucket hat style.
Oh, it's beans. It's beans, Ricky.
Oh, it is beans.
It's beans.
Oh. I thought it was just kind of an orange and yellow abstract piece, but...
Well, you're not as hungry as I am, because I saw beans like that.
Yeah, it's... That actually makes me a little uncomfortable staring at that hat. The beans are threatening somehow, Sam.
It's like...
We're going to go to a replay, see a little more of that destruction all over again. That Minibot absolutely eviscerated. And a nice smack on the side of Calbella. The lifter on the front of Calbella never really coming into play.
Not so much.
But that's all right. That was clearly a happy team.
Yeah.
That is it's such a fun team that brings any of the Cal-themed robots here. Milk Tank and what's the
Milk Tank Ed?
Yes, but the foreign language Milk Tank version in honor of Riobots, they show up every now and then.
I'm not sure.
I forgive my lack of Portuguese, but there's...
Oh, it's Portuguese? Then,
I think so, yeah. Folks at home maybe help us out.
Yeah,
I don't know.
in the
But
chat.
I absolutely love to see everything they bring because, one, it's always filled with glitter. There's glitter in there somewhere.
Well,
Always cow-themed. It's almost too many cows. It's never too many cows. There's always dairy puns to be made. And I at this point, I think they're kind of milking it, but whatever.
I'm like 2% on dairy jokes.
Okay, I'm wholly into it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Let's quit skimming this pun for
We'll come, yeah, absolutely. We'll come while we're ahead. That was absolutely a mistake. Yes, let's go, Lindsay. Save us from ourselves.
Were you thinking of Vaca Tank?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's Portuguese. I guess it is. I think it's also Spanish. I
Yeah.
took French. Don't ask me. That would be Vache. But as you can imagine, people were really excited to see Cowbella, the newest creation from the team behind Milk Tank. And there was a lot of chatter specifically about Brandon Zielinski's bucket hat with the beans on it. People are asking where they can get it, which, if you ask me, poor fashion decision, but you know what? I'm not here to judge. But yeah, people commented that Cowbella looked very Midsummer. I don't know if you've seen that movie, but yeah, very covered in flowers, let's say.
I'll be unsettled the rest of the day with that in mind.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, I want to eat beans from a hat.
He has cans of beans. I've seen, I don't know if this is a spoiler, but he has cans of beans lining his entire pit table. So we could make that happen, Sam. I don't know if they're, weird part of the night. We just dump some beans into his bean hat and let you loose.
Thank you. I don't regret saying that.
I regret saying
We'll
it.
get you there.
Okay, wonderful.
We'll build that regret.
I'm so excited.
There's enough else to be happy about. I'm sure you'll make it through. Where are we headed next? Do you happen to know, Sam?
It looks like a 3-pound cage.
I believe so. I think we've got Wicked, Twister, and Relax in cage 3.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about either of these robots.
Brand new.
Well, of course, yes. But what I mean more specifically is that they aren't robots I got to check out in the pits. Now, I can see we've got...
A pair of horizontal spinners, it looks like.
Yes. I just don't know. Well, here, we'll learn a little more.
Next in cage 3, Relax versus Wicked Twister.
All right, looks like we are still doing a bit of last-minute tweaking cage side. Usually this is reserved just for trying to figure out why your robot suddenly won't turn on or off. But it looks like there's perhaps a little more fidgeting going on at this point.
Not just a standard startup procedure where you have to stick your fingers deep inside your bot to plug your battery in or something.
Oh, I see. There's some top cover massaging going on. Sometimes when you build a robot this, for the first time, things end up being a little tighter in the internals than you expected, mostly because people don't have a good way to figure out how much space their wiring is going to
Yeah,
take
you
up.
sell them model wires while you're doing a CAD for a robot.
Right.
But they take up room. They're not nothing.
They're not nothing, and then you put your robot together, and suddenly you have to squeeze everything in together, which not necessarily a bad thing, but it can make those last-minute assemblies or battery plug-ins a lot more strenuous.
Yeah.
It's also something we've seen a lot of the robots today upstairs
8, 7,
have wires going every
6,
which way. I'm expecting a few fires
4,
later in the day.
Excellent.
3,
in the arena.
Looking
of course.
forward to that.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Oh, that mini-bot thrown across the arena. Oh, big hits. We've got chunks of armor coming off. For 3-pounders, these robots both hit very hard, Sam.
Yeah, it looks like the titanium armor on, is it Wicked Twister?
Yes, I believe that's Wicked Twister's
It's
armor.
holding up a little better than the printed armor on Relax.
Fight, robots, fight.
We got some fights going on in cage 5 as well, with ground control and offbeat.
Oh, and smoke coming from our friends over at Offbeat.
And just debris everywhere in the Relax fight.
It's actually pretty impressive to see the difference in
Tap out.
play and the way these things play out.
Wow.
The winner is
As they both
the
tap out at the
winner,
same
Wicked
time.
Twister,
Yeah.
ground control.
The results
V2.
can be the same, even if the progression to get there is very different. But, on the right hand, we saw a control robot going up against a big hitter. And that turns into a battle of durability. It turns into a battle of attrition. Can the control robot stand up to the big punches? And can the offensive robot figure out a way not to destroy itself as the control robot tries to hang it up on the arena and the floor and that sort of thing? On the other hand, two big horizontal spinners going at each other. It's just them punching each other in the face. Slogfest is exactly the right term. It's a battle, a never-ending battle until somebody breaks. With, of course, there is strategy.
Yeah.
But it's an absolutely different experience. And it's one of the magical things about combat robots is being able to watch a different kind of fight, just based on the type of robots that are brought, let alone the people who are driving them. We're going to a replay here in Cage 3. Speaking of that slugfest rather. Well, slugfest works too. Usually I like to say we all win after a good combat robot fight, but I think the mini-bots lost that one.
Maybe the arena sweeper.
Yeah, the arena sweeper might have a little bit of a time ahead of them. Anyhow, if you're just joining us here, we're getting through our preliminary rounds at the January Norwalk event. I'm Ricky Willems. This is
Sam Hansen, hello. Evil henchman here at NHRL, and excited to be up on the booth.
Welcome again, and thank you for welcoming me in midstream. We're going to have a lot of fights. We're going to have a lot of action. And as always, we're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. Ricky, I think I might be in a fight coming up soon.
I've heard tell. Are there surprise aspects to this fight? Or are there things you want to prime us with? Things that you want the audience at home to be excited for going into this fight?
I think we've restocked our earplugs.
That's good to know.
And that's where we're going to leave it.
The fact that is relevant makes me excited.
Yeah, definitely. I've gone home smelling like diesel every day this week.
You might want to talk to a doctor. I don't think that's recommended by the Surgeon General.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Should I talk to a doctor?
Workman's comp.
Okay.
We're going to go to Lindsay here, and we'll get back to your future medical problems in just a little bit.
Sam, I'm not a medical professional, but I think Ricky is onto something. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm definitely going to make some phone calls.
I have 2 super chats, our first super chats of the day that I would love to share with you. So the first one is from our friend Ian over in Scotland, who says, the bear is out of the cave and somewhere cozy. I think he's referring to me. My last name is Bear. And yeah, very astute. I'm here on the titanium stage. They've moved me to be part of the action. It's really cool being around and seeing, everything up front, being part of it, being able to wave to the crowd. So, and the titanium stage is just beautiful. Only downside is I smell the food trucks, and it is delicious. And I'm hungry. And then the second super chat we have is from Mark, who is here in the audience, and he wants to wish his father, Robert Rayner, a happy birthday. So Robert, happy birthday. We're so happy that you're here with your son, spending your birthday with us. I hope you see a lot of robot carnage, and that it's a wonderful birthday.
That is adorable. That is the most wholesome use I think we've seen so far of the super chat, and I love to see it.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to Cage 4 next with some 12-pounders.
Absolutely. Man, you love to see the variety of the robots that are showing up today. These are robots where sometimes you go up to a robot and you can't tell the difference between 2 different similarly styled robots until you're right up on them. And granted, there's a huge amount of difference.
Next in Cage 4,
but you can't tell from a distance.
versus
we're 30, 40 feet away?
DBSC-12.
Yeah.
I can immediately tell that these are robots that look like no other robots that have shown up.
8.
I can't tell what they are, but they are different.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Torrent, a tiny little boy. DBSC-12 flailing right now.
Excited to self-right after inverting immediately.
I hope that this is their entire strategy, just for my own entertainment. Bounce around the arena and hope to land your blade on someone's head. Oh, that is not a good look. Speaking of heads.
Tap out.
A hat, bro.
Yeah.
The winner is Torrent.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Is that? It looks like a UHMW gear on that. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, and perhaps some sort of twin-bladed situation. It could be a counterweight. I want the full story on this robot. If we can get some pit reporting at some point to talk about what the idea behind this design is, it looks really unique. And it looks like there's clearly a lot of thought that has gone into making that robot do what it did. And what I don't know is, did it do what it intended to do?
Flip upside down immediately? I don't know.
I love chaos. They might like chaos too.
Okay.
It's possible.
That's fair.
Maybe the strategy was to simply land on top of another robot and destroy it that way. We don't know.
Okay.
Or if not, what are they going to try and do next time that's a little different? And how are they going to make that happen? Speaking of a little different.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we are hopping over to Cage 2 here. One of the most unique robots in the field today in terms of design and approach, Red Rocket.
Now, Kyle and I were talking about old designs with new components, and I believe this is one of them. The propeller-driven, non-wheeled sort of all in on the weapon spinner of Red Rocket, but now with brushless motors and LiPo batteries.
7,
right.
6, 5, 4, 3,
Red Rocket
2,
taking
1.
over.
Fight,
Supreme Ruler
robots,
taking on
fight.
Supreme Ruler. We'll see about if it's taking over or not.
Red
Nice
Rocket
big hit.
is propelled by its spinner.
Yes,
Just uses that back wheel to aim, turn around.
oh, that is an unfortunate spot for Red Rocket. We'll see if they're able to get back on their feet.
Is that the thing?
It has done the thing. It's trying its best to unthing. There is a rule in combat robots, folks, for those of you that might not know, that if your robot has a position in which it can get stuck, it will eventually get stuck there. And we lovingly call that situation the thing. Oh dear, this is something you don't see very often.
Supreme
a house
unstick
bot,
Brett.
lovable Brett, has attempted to unstick Red Rocket and instead has stuck itself.
Well,
An untimely end to Red Rocket. Supreme Leader taking home a win.
not bad.
Yeah, and a low damage win. You know,
Right.
that's
Red Rocket's scary. I know our competitors have been scared of it.
for good reason.
It's a lot of weapon.
Next up, we are going to jump over to Cage 1. Well, here's a beautiful shot of our pits. You can see everyone working hard, trying to get those robots ready. One of the wonderful things is all our
Next in
wonderful
Cage
folks.
1, Tartarus versus Yoshimi.
Jump into Cage 1 here.
Is that glitter all over Cage 1?
8,
Yeah,
7,
every single nook and
6,
cranny.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go.
It's a 12-pound match.
That's true. These robots, not the fastest robots in the world, but doing their best to make contact. I have a feeling we're going to see some big hits. One of the really interesting differences in the 12-pound weight class here is you've got an arena that's built for 30-pound robots. So the 3-pound arena is pretty well scaled to the 3-pounders. The 30-pound arena pretty well scaled to the 30s. In the 12-pound class, you have a tremendous amount of room to run around relative to the size of your robot.
So do you think that that has sort of shifted our meta to more mobility-focused robots in the 12-pound class?
It is absolutely a reason that you see 12-pound robots that are a little bit faster per scale, you know, for their size, than you see in the 30-pound and in the 3-pound classes. Of course, as you scale up, robots tend to get a little, not necessarily slower, but they don't look as fast because they, you know, scale-wise, the physics,
the momentum is
Tap
different.
out. The winner is Tartarus.
Tartarus seeing a tap out at the same time that we are loading up cage 6 for a 3-pound fight. Ooh.
Straight to cage 6.
Straight to chaos. Oh, massive hit there.
Okay, so I think CAT-tastrophe just hit its own mini bot, and Cobra Chicken is
Whoa, big hit there.
vertical spinner.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so it looks like the mini bot is down on CAT-tastrophe, and Cobra Chicken's still fully functional. Maybe its drive is a little out of balance.
Tap out. Tap out.
Looks like it's gonna take it by tap out.
Tap out.
Maybe.
The winner is Yoshimi.
Not quite voice of God.
He tried. An effort was made. Surprising amount of mobility from both those robots at the end of a very heavy-hitting fight.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got new robots, you're working out the kinks. You don't know what's going to go wrong till it goes wrong. And those are if you ever see a fight where a robot has gone down earlier in a match, you're like, I wonder why. That didn't seem like a big hit. That didn't seem like a lot of damage that occurred there. It's usually because something unpredictable happened. And those are the kind of things that you really only find out in the arena.
Right.
So we're going to see those sorts of low damage failures throughout the day. And what the amazing thing, the thing I think is really impressive at events like this, is by the end of the day, those problems are going to go away. Normally, over the course of a day, you see more problems creep up. But here, there's going to be so much learning, they're going to evaporate as the day goes along.
Yeah.
Next in cage 3, Crash Fest versus Double or Nothing.
So this is a
8,
freestyle fight
7,
over here in cage 3.
6.
Yes, I believe
5,
so.
4,
Crash Fest, of course,
3,
is a veteran robot
2,
here.
1.
Winner of last
Fight,
year's
robots,
event.
fight.
Yeah. Speaking of learning as fights go on and figuring out what unexpected things would happen, it's one of the reasons the freestyle event here at Norwalk is so important. It gives builders a chance to have real fights with real competitors, real damage, and figure out just what's going to go wrong before they get into you know, the regular elimination bracket.
Double or Nothing is really bringing it to Crash Fest, though.
Yeah, Crash Fest thrives on being able to get its opponent to destroy itself, thrives on being able to outlast. But when they go up against another lifter robot, it's a lot harder to do.
And its opponent is 4-wheel drive, which adds a little stability and sort of more precise driving.
Not just that, it adds a layer of redundancy. I mean, you know, there's just more robot that has to break in order for Crash Fest to take home a win. That said, Crash Fest putting that little sand shovel to absolutely wonderful use. Incredible control throughout the match. I mean, it's definitely struggling compared to what it would usually do, but still able to dominate its opponent.
Looks like this one's gonna go to the judges. That's a tough call.
I could definitely see. I could see this going a couple of ways, but there's enough time here that it could go in either direction. Aggressive tapping, we love to see it. You know, this feels funny to say, Sam, but the durability on that sand shovel is just striking.
Now, is it a legit sand shovel from a bucket, a
I
beach
believe
bucket
once
for a
upon
child?
a time it was. Now
Okay.
it is a 3D printed sand shovel inspired weapon. I feel a little weird calling this a tongue lashing, but it's really the first thing that comes to mind.
It's a spanking.
Yeah, in the spirit of the sand shovel lineage, I like to pay homage.
Okay, yeah. I'd say that's a paddling.
Yeah, that is a pattern. Absolutely. One of the things I love about Crash Fest, of course, this is going to go to the judges and we'll see what happens, but Sam, did you ever happen to play with the children's toy called Capsella?
Oh no, I'm much too young for that.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. They had wheels that looked stunningly similar to the wheels that are on Crash Fest. And when I first saw Crash Fest show up, I thought they'd just taken these 1980s, oh, look at that. That is adorable. That's, well, we had a black screen there for a moment, but, you know, we celebrate people showing up of all ages, and you love to see kids show up and just be able to participate on the same level as veteran competitors.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't want them falling off the chair.
He held his own.
He did. He really did.
A champ.
A literal champ.
Yeah.
I mean, that is someone who has taken home a pretty coveted trophy, one of these golden dumpsters, and was able to take it home handedly, we'll say. And for someone new to be able to show up and put up a good fight.
That's what's cool about the freestyle fights.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what's cool about all of Norwalk, frankly.
Yeah.
It's what's cool, especially about the new bot event that we have. It puts a lot of people on the same playing field. Since everyone's bringing something new, certainly being a veteran builder, you bring a lot to the table. You bring a lot of experience. Your odds are higher. Yeah. You're not going to turn off that level of experience. But it also means that the new up-and-comers really have a shot, not just to take home the gold for the day, take home the golden dumpster, but then get the very coveted invite to the
finals.
Finals at the end of the year. And that's when things really get intense.
Absolutely.
So that's something to keep in mind. Not only are these folks fighting for prize money today, not only are they fighting for the glory of winning one of these golden dumpsters, they're fighting for a chance to bring it home for the big bucks at the end of the year.
And now this past finals, we gave away how much money?
$2.5 million to charity.
That's incredible.
To nonprofits.
Right, and so everyone that qualified for the finals, they were able to choose a STEM charity or something.
Yeah,
how did that work?
It was pretty amazing. You got to choose a STEM charity to begin with for a donation to be made towards. There were also a bunch of donations that were made to various colleges and educational organizations on top of that.
Yeah.
And then as you fought through, there was an additional $1.5 million on the line that went to the STEM charities of choice of the winners of each of our 3 weight classes.
It's incredible. That's so much money.
It's a stunning amount. And the thing that we point out is that for a lot of these clubs, I mean, I've built robots for years with literal garbage.
Yeah.
And you'll see robots showing up today that are, in the best way possible, literal garbage that has just been repackaged into something wonderful.
Yeah.
And $50 can mean the world to these builders. $5,000, $10,000, $500,000, that can sustain educational and life-changing programs for a decade.
And just imagine all the new builders that will be spawned from that.
Yes, and it only takes one person. It only takes one builder to come home to their old high school other old elementary school, they say, look at the cool thing I've been doing.
Yeah.
To then spur, 20 kids or one parent who wants to get involved, who then spurs 20 kids. So it's this wonderful ecosystem that there's building is lit
awesome.
afire
It's so
by
awesome.
this funding influx. We're
All
going
right.
to get to cage 4 now. We're going to see, we'll see who we see, but it's a 30-pound fight, I believe.
Looks like Squire versus...
Well, we'll go to cage 4 and find out.
Sassy Kitty versus Squire.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Speaking of youth drivers, the chair is back for Sassy Kitty. Wow, huge hits.
Ass out of the gate, too.
And that is
Tap
a tap out.
The winner is Squire.
Squire, really intimidating weapon.
Dominant in that one. Wow.
Absolutely. That is one happy camper. And I would be too.
Nothing like beating a kid.
Yeah. I won't put a positive or negative spin on that, but I'm sure it's a unique experience. You can see it's only a couple of huge hits there before Squire just takes home the win. And of course, we are early in the day. That means a lot to a robot like Squire to have such a dominant win early in the day. You don't want to have to be rebuilding your robot.
It takes a lot of stress off as well.
It's true. It's something that we don't talk about as much, but the ability to go back to the pits, charge your battery, and take a breather for a few minutes is huge.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they put that to good use throughout the rest of the day, and hopefully they come back swinging even harder.
All right. Looks like cage 2 is up next.
Yes, we've got some more 3-pound action.
Get some familiar faces outside of this cage.
We've got Lasseration and Mutation in the cage right now. The angle that Sam and I have, it's hard to tell which robot is in which corner, but
8,
both
7,
of these robots, vertical
6,
spinners, very
5,
similar designs.
4,
I think we're going to
3,
see some roof shots.
2,
I think so. I hope
Fight,
so.
robots, fight.
I always hope so. I'm an eternal optimist.
Oh, is this a mirror match? Are they both the same kit?
They are very similar designs at the very least. Interesting that neither of these robots seems to be as heavy hitting, which is a style. You get a lot more bite, you get a lot more impact, you get a lot more stability when you turn your weapon down, but you also have a lot less explosive damage. So you need to be a good driver, you need to be strategic, you need to be able to line up those hits so that you can chain them together.
Yeah, if you're not going full RPM, you're less prone to go weapon to weapon, I'd imagine.
That's possible too. The other thing that that you're afforded in going a lower weapon speed, having a little less intense weapon is you don't have to drive into your opponent quite as fast
To get that same bite.
get that same bite. So you can drive much more cautiously. If you're a new driver, you can have a little bit more of an easy time controlling yourself. And sometimes that's a trade-off you really want to make.
Yeah, definitely.
I think you're right, though, Sam. I am practically seeing double in this match.
The fact that Peters is nearby makes me think that they might just be the same. Now, Ricky, do you think there's an advantage to running the belt for your double disc system in the middle of your two discs versus on the outside?
Well, there absolutely is a difference in strategy. I don't know that one is superior to the other.
Tap out.
Woo, there you are.
The winner is the robot in the red square.
And that is the end of our preliminary rounds. We really sorted through those, Sam.
We sure did.
We are going to go into the main tournament bracket now.
Right. The stakes just went up.
They did. Why did they go up, Sam?
Well, it's the first time we're going single elimination here at Norwalk.
Right.
So what that means is if you lose, you're out of the tournament. In the past, we had double elimination where you would have a second chance going up through the losers bracket. And this time, that's it. The prelim round is where we got some of our seating information for all these new bots, and now they're heading into the real brackets.
All right, we are going to, speaking of Crash Fest that we saw earlier, we are going to go to one of our classic fights here.
Oh, cool.
Just for a moment, we are going to see Silent Spring go up against Crash Fest.
That was a good one in the finals, was it?
I don't know if this is the final match. They have faced each other more than once.
Right, right.
So we'll see how it plays out.
Next in Cage 3, Crash Fest versus Silent Spring.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, here we go. Good hit there. Robert Runt and Crash Fest getting under Silent Spring, shoving it into the corner. That little stomping motion that you hear in the box, those are the legs on Silent Spring. Silent Spring is a 4.5-pound walker. They got an extra 2 pounds of weight for unconventional locomotion. Jameson Go said, I don't need that extra half a pound. Just give me 1.5. That's all I need.
Yeah.
4.5 pounds.
Those little feet are incredible. It's like a parade line of snare drums that just tap so fast.
It is an absolute marvel of engineering. But Crash Fest is staying in this fight, really putting the pressure on Jameson Go. Jameson Go is an incredibly good driver, facing off against an incredibly good driver. This is great, Chris. I love this. I love a driving match. Now, one of the tough things, here is that Jameson would really like to get around to the side of Crash Fest and eat away at those wheels.
But Robert and Crash Fest are just so good at squaring up.
Yeah.
So good.
One of the things the Horror-zontal does not like is when it hits a big solid object like these metal forks on the side of Crash Fest. 90 seconds left here in this fight. Still a lot of time on the clock. Crash Fest landing yet another good pin. Kind of surprised that the drive is so powerful on Crash Fest. Another big hit here. Wow. Wow, getting right under Silent Spring, just taking it straight to the face. Crash Fest looks totally unscathed, though. It's amazing. It's a tough little robot. 60 seconds left. Using the sand shovel just a little bit.
Very impressive how those forks have held on just so long against such a dominant horizontal on Silent Spring.
45 seconds left here in this fight. What they're going to be looking for here is damage. Not a lot of damage. Control. Pretty good control here from Robert Runs. And aggression. Have you been able to attack with your weapon? Robert had one little miniature lift. Silent Spring is obviously attacking quite a bit with its horizontal. 15 seconds left. It looks like these two have escaped the count out. This one will go to the judges. And this one's going to be close,
Wow,
Chris.
yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
I
wow.
don't
Round of
anticipate
applause.
that this will be a very quick deliberation. That was a fantastic match.
Wow, good little handshake between Robert and Jameson. Let's take a quick look here at this replay. Wow, Robert Runge, really known for aggressive, fast driving, controlled driving, getting under Silent Spring several times. Really not afraid to go weapon on weapon. You know, Crash Fest took it straight to depth charge earlier in the year. You know, he's not afraid of a horizontal at all. And I'm gonna say Crash Fest looks like you can just charge up the batteries, put it right back into the box. Pretty amazing.
Hello, welcome back to NHRL. We are sitting down with Jameson Go, here today with Team Fanwango. I love the shirt, by the way. Very nice. Jameson, that was a classic fight. I absolutely love that. What are you doing here today? What's the plan?
Well, today is the New Robots event. So we're going to see a bunch of new robots from maybe new builders or new robots from experienced builders. I'm here with my teammate Aaron. He's the fan of the Fanwango. And we've got a classic, it's a situational robot. Some people are familiar with the Tale of Three Hams.
Yeah.
And we've got Hamshake today.
Very nice.
We saw Hamshake fight earlier today. It is a ridiculous design. So let me get this straight. It's basically two separate bots or weapon modules of bots that you've now just bolted together, and you're using it as a kinetic walker?
Yeah, it's the inertial base. Like for people who are familiar with the design of Droopy, is that same operation where we have the acceleration and deceleration of the blades combined with a slight amount of angling causes this sort of gyroscopic inertial walking motion. And yeah, a thing you just noted about, that is a core characteristic of the Ham robots is you try to split up the robot in a way which is just absolutely crazy. And it makes it really difficult to drive, but it makes it that much more fun. Let's say, like, what if we took a drivetrain for a robot and we just made each person control one wheel? And furthermore, you try to like separate it into halves, and you have no idea what the other person is doing. So you just kind of show up one day and you just like slap them together. Okay, we agreed on a bolt spacing, a bolt size, and approximately like how high it was off the ground, so you wouldn't get something like you know,
drastic, yeah,
super drastic. It'll like function sort of maybe, but that's what the Hams are about. So we assembled it together like earlier this week. We practiced maybe once, which is more than we usually do for the Ham.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And I mean, so far it's performing.
It's performing quite a performance.
You know, the Tale of Three Hams, they say like that one could turn on $150. This one actually turns on it'll turn on a dime.
Yeah.
So a huge difference in the ham designs that you can get.
Yeah, the mobility was shocking.
It really was, especially considering you're literally controlling half of that robot, he's controlling the other half, and it's like the three-legged race of robot driving in a lot of ways. I love it. I absolutely love it. How do you communicate during the match with that thing?
Well, we have we sync up our neural links, you know.
Full Pacific Rim style.
Full Pacific Rim.
Are you drift compatible?
I think more or less. Like the commands, we had very lofty ideas for what the commands were going to be. Like, we listened to a metronome beforehand. We're just like, all right, what are we, like 80 BPM, 90 BPM? And that's just like the cadence of how we move the sticks so that we walk properly. If we both do the same thing at the same time, it doesn't go anywhere.
Right.
So it's kind of learning that turning is actually really hard. Going straight, once you figure it out, it's like, okay, yeah, we can do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems to be working really well for you. I'm glad people can appreciate it. You don't want a pearls before swine situation.
Definitely not. Definitely not. So what is the plans for you for the rest of the NHRL season? Are you coming back with more of what you've brought up in the past? Or are you doing something new? What's the thought process?
Well, so a lot of the robots are still in pretty good shape since December.
Yeah.
Megatron only had that one loss, really. And actually, the reason for that was the switch shattered. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
So the rest of it is actually pretty good to go. So sometime in the earlier half of this year, he'll probably make a return without too much rework. I think that there's a lot of things that still need a lot of testing on it, and maybe that's a revision that'll go into some other designs as well. So Megatron planning to make a return. That one's a staple, of course. The other two robots are going to get some rework, in some sense. Psycho had a particularly entertaining loss versus Yobnal.
Yeah.
And a failure mode I've never seen before, not expected. So we'll address those issues and then make it a little bit more better with the head-to-head. And yeah, we'll see what 2023 has to offer.
That's excellent. That's
Sounds
excellent.
good.
And you're still playing in the 3-pound division?
Silent Spring, I mean, it's been around for a long time. It's an old robot. The modular, we didn't run any modular, any other modules actually this year for December. It was, if anyone was counting, it was all horizontal. That's the fun one. Going back to its roots, Silent Spring wasn't actually designed to win, as crazy as that sounds. It was just supposed to be a big weapon that hit stuff, flew all over the place, and I just decided that by making it more reliable, it was actually more fun. And when it was more reliable, it just happened to start winning a lot. Kind of going back to those roots, focusing on the 12 and the 30-pound robots, I think is probably what I'm going to do, and just kind of keep the core of Silent Spring alive. Big hits, a lot of energy, reliability, and all that fun stuff that we like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so fun to see some of the things that you innovate in this sport kind of trickle down into other robots and whatnot. We're seeing so many more shufflers in that 3-pound weight class now, which is something that you really brought in with Silent Spring. We absolutely love it. What you like experimented with that Silent X design and kind of bringing those new ideas in. I think it's cool that you're now kind of stabilizing Silent Spring. It's going to stay where it's at. You're going to keep that as it is. Is there any other like 3-pound meta, any other 3-pound design you want to get into in the future, or are you just going to leave it with Silent Spring?
With the 3-pound division, that might be where I leave it.
Yeah.
I have a lot of other ideas that I want to try and build. It might be for larger weight classes, but you know, you want more weight to be able to play around with that as well. So, like, I'm looking at the designs I've never built, or the designs that I see from other teams that are really intriguing to me. I mean, the droopy one is kind of fun, actually.
Yeah, I'll bet.
So maybe Silent Spring parts can go into that as well. If you imagine just Silent Spring but all weapon, it'd be kind of fun. But I've never built a flipper, and so
Could be time.
Could be time. I've always had this sort of dream to just take apart a hydraulic power tool and utilize those parts with a gas spring to, I don't know, there's some like really famous purple battle bot out there that does sort of the similar thing.
Right.
Maybe that can be packaged into a smaller robot. I don't know if anyone's tried to do that before, but
Yeah.
I've never built a flipper. And I think that could be really fun.
It's impressive enough to see that tech in a big robot, a 250-pound robot. It's amazing to me when you see it in a 30-pound robot. If you can bring it in a 3-pound package, I'm going to be stunned.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll be impressed with myself. I don't think I can
Not
do it
that
at
we don't
3 pounds.
believe in you. But I would love to see it.
So your newest design this last year was Psycho. That was like the complete kind of separation from what you've done in the past. What did you learn from that robot? What are you going to change about it going forward? I mean, that's the one that you probably had the biggest learning curve and the biggest changes that you're thinking about on.
Yeah, it's been many, many years since I've entered the 12-pound weight class, and so much of the components and even the competitors, it's changed in such a short amount of time, really.
Yeah.
So I was pretty happy with Psycho's performance for last year. I mean, the first event it went second. The next event it ended up getting first place. I think a lot of luck was involved with that. December, I mean, that's the cream of the crop. That's the best competitors. So
Yeah.
I think I learned a lot about the durability and that is required of that weight class. I mean, these things just fly. I got some really great airtime in December from Yobnal and Sombra 12, even though I ended up winning that match, is incredible. I built it to kind of be this tantrum witch doctor-esque robot. If you look at the design and how the frame is laid out, they share a lot of those same the similarities in that aspect. So just kind of like playing around with where's the weight allocated to get the durability in the right places. It was designed with really heavy side armor, and that's great for horizontal spinners. And how many of them do you see in 12-pound weight? There's not that many.
Yeah.
So I think it needs to be real allocated a little bit more, armor up in the places, in the top and the bottom, which is how Yobnal got Psycho. His beater was the perfect width to fit right in between the two main rails, and the top and bottom plates aren't that thick. So he literally just kind of carved in there.
Wow.
He reached the big, the beater bar hand into it, hit the battery, and just kind of like yoink, and scooped it out like ice cream. And I was like, oh, I can't even be mad. That was an impressive hit.
Yeah. All right, so we have a lot of fans that love Jameson Go, that love your robots. We're going to go to Lindsay right now, who has a fan question for Jameson.
Yeah, actually, so one fan asked this question, and then a bunch of people chimed in and were like, yes, ask him that. So the question is, are you going to keep Silent Spring modular, or are you just going to go with the undercutter setup for the future? So what are your plans for Silent Spring going forward?
I think we might touch on that a little bit. Plans are to take the modularity away. Actually, one thing that I totally forgot, I blanked on, that I was trying to do before December. So the horizontal is still like the bread and butter of Silent Spring.
Right.
You know, but the introduction of the shuffler did play around. It did have the chance to play around with a lot more weight, and you know, for whatever reason, have never actually gotten Silent Spring to 5 pounds. Even in December, it was only 4.5. One thing that I was designing in the background of that, you know, I deemed the Megatron upgrades to be more important, so we kind of went simple on what Silent Spring would be, but I kind of want to do a dual weapon with Silent Spring.
Wow.
So 8 ounces is enough to, you know, I don't know, put a vertical spinner on the back end or something like that.
That's weird. Weird idea.
Yeah, I don't know where I got that from. I think it's gonna change the meta. You won't know how to defend against it.
You could fuse those 2 robots together, perhaps.
You could fuse them together. Yeah.
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, that's going to be highly entertaining. I like that as idea. I like this idea a lot. I hope it doesn't catch on fire.
I mean, it'll be a hot concept for sure.
Right.
Oh gosh, that's going to be so much fun. Okay, so very interesting idea we might see. I got one more question from you from Lindsay. Lindsay, what do you got for us?
Okay, so this is maybe less of a question, more of a request.
Oh, okay.
So do with it what you will. This is from Ian. JMO, do a flip.
Do a flip?
Do a flip.
I don't know.
It's not legally binding. You don't have to.
Like a full body flip?
I mean, you could do a somersault. You could just sit there.
I don't know.
Who knows?
I get various interpretations of it. I don't know. I don't think I want to like. I don't think I've done a flip in my entire life. I'm probably gonna land on my head, you know.
I don't know if you have the space up there to
Wall
do a
jump?
full cartwheel,
Wall
so
jump?
I think you're spared.
Oh, maybe.
Well-
Maybe wall jump. But.
Well, maybe we'll see that later. That could lead into the next question. What kind of plans do you have for this year coming up? If you were going to sum it up, like, do you have a strategy? Do you really have a roadmap?
What's your focus going to be?
A roadmap.
Does it include flips?
Does it include flips?
Well, it might if this hydraulic thing gets off.
That's right. I mean, it's all time pending because, you know, if
Of course.
the thing that really got, let's say, me in trouble in December is just that there's a lot of bots, not a lot of time.
Yeah, more robots, more problems.
That's right.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was a really tough competition because, you know, I was driving all the robots. It was hard to get my hands onto them. And, yeah, also, at the periods of time which they entered the elimination bracket, and that's already super tough. So the Megatron random flameout versus what would have been the huge matchup, anyway, that puts us in a bad position already. So, you know, all those robots entering the elimination bracket in December. And so I'm cognizant of that in the future. And I have to be careful of the time commitment or simply just not bring robots December. It's not to say that a future flipper robot would qualify, but, you know, it would be sad to qualify a robot and then just not bring it. So, like, I don't know if one of them needs to sit out or something, or maybe Psycho, even though I want to improve that one, maybe that one sits out, who knows. But something like that. I want to build a new robot at some point and try to, like, get those into a point where I can build up those robots, get them to a point where I can set them to the side, you know, they'll run themselves. And we'll see.
Yeah.
I'll see. Well, Jameson, thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate you coming on and doing this interview with us. It's worked out perfectly. Right now, we're going to go to a feature about Johnny Sumpas. So let's check that out next, and then we'll be back with more elimination round fights.
Oh no! What happened there?
Now, and that is how they sing out. That is a tap out.
That is a huge upset for Johnny Sumpas.
Congratulations to Johnny Sumpas.
My name is Johnny Sumpas. I'm 15, and this is my 3-pound combat robot, Spartan X.
Whoa!
I live in Eleuthera, the Bahamas. When I'm not building combat robots, which is about 90% of the time, I am a windsurfing teacher. I also have a lot of schoolwork. Schoolwork is the biggest thing. And right now I'm doing more robotics than schoolwork, which isn't good. I actually got into BattleBots or combat robotics from watching BattleBots in 2016 with my now teammate, James Geffner. I was at his house and he was like, look at this. robots fighting. And that night we actually took Matchbox cars, we were in like 3rd grade, and rammed them against each other. It was like, yeah, battle bots.
No mini bots, I'm telling you. No. We're putting this in and we're falling apart. No more mini bots. No, we can't.
I spend quite a lot of time on combat robotics in general, whether it be CADing the robots, designing. That's where most of the time is spent. Buying a kit is a really easy way to get into the hobby. Don't have to do any soldering. You don't have to do any programming. You plug everything in, assemble the kit, and it'll work. And you can actually fight with it. You can attach weapons. It's very moddable. What's nice about it is the stock kit won't really win any events. It forces you to improve a lot. The reason I bought the kit was because it was cheap. Most of the parts came with it. To figure out how to build it, YouTube's a big thing, and Discord. But the biggest thing is not to be afraid about asking questions, because that's the only way you can learn. Talking to other people, you learn a lot about. So looking it up on YouTube, getting a kit, and talking to people on social media is where I did, at least.
I cut our wheel.
Have you repaired it all?
No, not yet. So
Are you going to be limping in the best?
I'm gonna swap this wheel. We'll probably have a bit of a limp, but
Robots fight.
oh boy.
Spartan X has the X in the name because it's an experimental version, so I changed a lot about the robot fundamentally.
One of the really remarkable things about Spartan X is how physically large that robot is. The way he was able to get that is through a combination of aluminum and carbon fiber. That bot is very lightweight.
And the reason I ended up changing the design was because I wanted it to kind of make it my own design. Because the robots, a lot of people, they put their energy into it and they put their personality into it a lot. So I wanted the robot to kind of reflect me more. I wanted it to give it better paint jobs, armor it better, or swap drive motors, get a better electrical system. Maybe it wasn't durable enough, parts were breaks, so instead of replacing it, I would design my own part, kind of fixing errors, and that led to the new design of Spartan X.
Nitro Hornet versus Spartan. 3, 2, 1, fight robots, fight!
One of my favorite battles was against Nitro Hornet because it was our first win ever as a team and for Spartan. The reason is because Nitro Hornet is a veteran NHRL bot. Dylan, who built it, is awesome. It's kind of a legendary bot in my opinion. We won because they basically had electrical problems and I think they ended up shutting down. But a good moment was we had a little sidekick robot named Shield, and my teammate James was driving it, and he actually pinned Nitro Hornet. Like, he got under them, lifted their wheels off the ground, and pinned him there. So we were like, oh, that's crazy. Then I think we hit him and something desoldered inside the electronics. He got pretty unlucky during that fight, but for us, we were like, oh, we beat Nitro Hornet, this is crazy. So that was a big moment for us as well. If there was any battle to forget, I would say none of them, because you learn from your most devastating losses. A big one would be against Apex Predator, because we got clapped in like 30 seconds. But I wouldn't like to forget it because it actually showed us a major issue with the robot. We didn't wrap our electronics in electrical tape, and our robot has aluminum. And the electronics hit the aluminum, shorted itself out, and shut itself off, basically, so killed it.
It looks dead.
So in terms of what I learned from that fight, it didn't look good for people that wanted us to win, I guess, but I learned the most from it.
Got stuck on our mini bot.
The three things I love most about doing combat robotics is meeting the people here, because everyone I've met is amazing. Before your fight with your opponent, you go over, you say hi, you usually become friends with the people you fight, lose or win, and everyone is very nice. Everyone helps each other, so that's a big thing. Another thing is how much fun it is. Designing a robot for so long and then watching it explode in the arena is pretty fun, and the wins feel very nice. Losing is nice as well because you find out what's wrong with the robot.
All right, that's a knockout.
You can apply your skills that you learn during combat robotics to a lot of other places. Learning CAD was big for me. I have a 3D printer now, so I can CAD things and 3D print it. So you learn a lot about different materials, electrical things, just from building combat robotics. NHRL has super high production quality. It feels like I'm on the show BattleBots. There is a lot of camera work. It's run really well. There's a lot of robots as well, and that's what really sets it apart from all the smaller weight class events. It's very, very well produced. If I could say anything to someone who's never seen robot combat or BattleBots before, I would tell them that there's a lot of work put into it. It's really fun. There's a lot of adrenaline, friendship. You learn a whole lot just from the hobby.
This is by far the craziest weapon I've ever seen on a robot.
Able to get a nice hit on Little Rolly. Oh no! Flameout is in the air!
Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened.
NHRL has super high production quality.
There's over $2 million worth of gear.
We have more feeds to our control room than an NBA game.
They literally are the #1 competition I've ever seen in my life.
So these are titanium.
These are titanium.
And you wore these down on wood.
On wood.
There are so many builders here bringing the best robots they possibly can.
I'd like to say just that I'm very happy to be here, and no matter what happens, win or lose.
This is a place to have fun and compete and learn, and that's for everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome into Norwalk Havoc. You're looking at the beautiful Norwalk, Connecticut for this January edition. We're talking about new year, new bots. Guys, it is a beautiful Saturday to get over to Norwalk, Connecticut. How's everyone doing on this Saturday? I'm joined by Ricky and Kyle. Good afternoon, guys.
Thanks for the welcome, Hannah. Welcome to the stage yourself.
I know. I'm so excited to be here. It is a thrilling event so far, and we'll keep you guys covered all throughout the afternoon here.
Absolutely. This is so exciting, this event, Hannah. I'm so glad you get to join us with this. There's so many new things happening, new format, new schedule, and most importantly, new bots, new builders, and new action for you, everybody here. I'm so excited.
You can see the excitement on Kyle's face. You get a little crazy-eyed there with the new robots ready to go.
Let's get into our fight basics here, our fight format. So we're looking at these 3-minute fights. Now you have to win by the knockout here. You guys have a better understanding of some of these basic fight rules, right?
So if you do not win by knockout, if the fight goes to a full 3 minutes, then it goes to a judge's decision. And that judge's decision then determines who the winner is based on damage, control, and aggression. And then there is also the possibility of a tap out. If you do not want your bot to get destroyed anymore, you can hit that tap out button and you give the win to your opponent.
Absolutely, and every fight matters here today. The judge's decision for fights that go the full 3 minutes, we'll also be looking at that. Plus, we've got the house bots. The house bots are always fun to watch.
House bots give you 1 unstick every single fight. That's it. That's all you get. So a lot of times you'll waste that unstick very early in the match, and then if you get stuck up on a wall, that's on you after that.
All right, guys, let's get going here. We got a fight going to Cage 2. Let's see what's going on over there.
Next in Cage 2, Gyration versus Horror-zontal.
All right, this is round 1 action.
Really enjoy that name.
8.
Yeah, Horror-zontal.
6, 5, 4.
Yeah, this is single elimination,
3,
guys. Whoever
2,
loses this fight goes
Fight,
home.
robots,
round
fight.
Wow,
Oh my
immediate hit
goodness.
there.
Off to a massive start.
Horror-zontal is a really beautiful custom-built horizontal bot with an undercutter, and Gyration, one of the several Peter Bar bots that we've seen in the competition today. This is a new kit bot design from Peter Garnache.
Gyration, an incredible amount of control, a lot of ability to do damage, but it's upside down right now, and that is going to hamper it until it can self-right.
Weapon going full steam on Horror-zontal, and that has a lot of bite. You can see that blade takes up all that space underneath that bot, and it is a wide bot in this little 3-pound box.
Absolutely, but it's continuing to zip around the way that it is.
Oh yeah. You could hear that grinding impact of the blade hitting onto the weapon system of Gyration.
Yeah, those little hits are going to bounce off, but eventually they will catch and a robot will go flying. It's hard to tell. We may have Gyration. Oh, that was a big hit there.
That was.
Gyration now having driving problems. It's having a hard enough time being upside down to start with, and I think one of its rear wheels may now be disabled.
We'll see if the house bot can help here.
All right, so we've got Noah Agnew is capping. Oh, horizontal, and it looks like Remy Guzman just tapped out.
First tap out of the day, or first non-preliminary loss of the day. They are headed home.
Well, Remy's here with several other bots, but
that's a good point.
This is, I believe, his 3-pound offering of the day. And
Horizontal is going home. The team lives on.
Looking at a replay here, you can see this
Look at
huge
these beautiful hits, yeah. Gyration, such a great bot. This kit is very powerful. Horror-zontal.
Such a good name, by the way.
Yeah, Noah Agnew, great, like one of the newer competitors, really interesting design. He's with Team Mostly Harmless.
So how does this really change for these folks now that it is single elimination and they have to head home?
Everything's different now with this. I mean, this used to be a double elimination tournament, and so you really did plan on, oh, if I get knocked down into that elimination bracket, I then have a chance to fight my way through to the end. I have to plan for so many fights. Now you can get more stick time in if you want to go do those freestyle fights.
Yeah, the opportunity's there, but it's a whole new world.
It's a whole new world now.
Speaking of whole new world, we've got a whole new fight in
that we
Cage 3.
Let's go.
Attempt 2 versus Flaming Fart.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Here we go.
So this is round 1 action. The winner of this fight goes on to face double or nothing in the next round. They got a bye going into round 2. Good for them.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Flaming Fart has used smokescreen, and it is super effective.
I believe that was an Estes rocket-powered weapon being launched right there.
And there's another one.
Wow.
I think weapon might be in quotation marks, Kyle.
Yes, I agree. It is a weapon.
There's a lot of fire. That is a lot of fire.
You can see the crowd's excitement on everyone's faces with this one.
What's crazy is this is a negative air pressure system inside of this arena.
Right.
It should be sucking this smoke out, but there is so much
much of it
that it is still just impossible to see what's happening inside.
Hundreds of cubic feet per minute of smoke are being pulled out of this arena, and it's still not enough.
It's still the referee is digging his face into the side, trying to figure out what is going on.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting issue. If it goes to a judge's decision, they're going to have to make inferences based on what they saw at the beginning and the end of the fight.
You missed so many key pieces with that move.
And that might be part of the strategy here.
Right.
Yeah, you can smell the sulfur that's used in these rocket motors. These rocket engines are effectively gunpowder. I can't quite tell what size rocket motors they are. They look perhaps a C or a D size, but there's several on each of these robots.
All eyes in this building are hyper-focused on this right now.
Absolutely, yes. This is Flaming Fire by Gail Rinaldi. It's a fascinating design. A little family team action.
It's also a fascinating name.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we've got Attempt 2. Attempt 2 is captained by Christopher Hampton. It's an attempt. You can see the little lifter there at the end.
Well, it's got a real Johnny 5 look from that angle.
He does. 32 seconds left in this one. They seem to be doing everything they can here.
Yeah, there's not a lot of life left.
You can see the debris.
Yeah, at a certain point when there's enough of your robot no longer attached to your robot, the knockout isn't far behind.
Wow.
And you know, that was close. It almost made it to the last 10 seconds.
Yes.
In which case we would have gone to a judge's decision.
Wow, Attempt 2 is a true rookie. So this is a really great win for them, moving on to the next round.
When you use that sort of, we're going to a replay here. Looking at the power they have here. Oh my goodness, that initial blow.
And then the explosion at the end. So these are off-the-shelf model rocket engines, and one of the things that happens at the end of a model rocket engine's burn time is it sets off a little ignition charge, a little explosion that usually ejects a parachute when it's in a rocket.
Right.
There are no parachutes here. There's just explosions.
We're going straight to cage 5 here. We're looking at Emotional Trauma versus Orcus.
Emotional Trauma, I think, is either a full body spinner or a melty brain spinner. I can't quite tell.
And Orcus is an offering from Eric Novick. He's been competing here with Osiris for the past few competitions. You might recognize him as the guy with the weird skull mask.
Okay.
It's always good when you have that sort of description.
Yeah, it helps. It helps when you theme yourself out. But yeah, so it's a nice, we've seen it compete already today a couple of times. It's a nice bot, well designed, very reliable. So I'm looking to them to do some good things here.
Emotional Trauma, when you look at the story behind the name here, he really says nothing because I'm completely fine. So that's good to know. We're proud of you, Emotional Trauma. We're making strides this afternoon.
All right, so here we are at the other arena trying to clear out this SD's rocket damage and destruction.
Quite a mess with that one.
6.
And there you see
4.
Emotional Trauma getting
2,
up to speed.
1.
5.
Oh my goodness.
Skipping around the box, hopping around the box.
Away it goes, and it is, as expected, a multi-brain spinner. I believe, right, Kyle?
I believe it is melty, the very melty style of spinner, yes. So Emotional Trauma is an offering by Skylar Miner. It's from Happy Sponge Robotics.
You know, that's something we don't celebrate often enough here, Kyle, is the creativity that goes into some of the team names.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's one of the best parts about all of this. You get tied to certain names.
Look at the bounce.
Yeah, it is happy. For someone so emotionally traumatized, it has a certain pep in its step.
I now understand the name because it looks just like my Emotional Trauma. It's moving just as fast as it does too.
Yeah.
Why is it, do you think it's getting so much bounce when it gets this spin going, Ricky?
I think what's happening is it's a multi-brain spinner, and that means everything is spinning, not just, you know, some shell that's easy to balance. And if you've got, of course. And
the winner is Horror-zontal.
Incorrect. The winner is Emotional Trauma, but...
Oh, look, we get a little behind the scenes.
We're looking at Flaming Fart here.
This is the aftermath.
What goes into the repair mode of a bot like this after what we saw?
Hopefully, they just have to replace the rockets.
That is what you hope, but we've seen a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Right?
I feel like there's so much that goes unseen outside of just, replacing the rockets. I feel like there must be, I mean, of course, we couldn't see a lot of it because it was so foggy in there.
Well, you can see,
Up
this
close and personal
young
here.
builder there was holding a battery that was clearly damaged.
Yeah.
There's a rocket engine that's expended. It's one thing to have rocket engines expended. Those are consumable parts that you expect every fight to replace. It's another thing when you have wheels ripped off, when you have motors ripped off, and everyone tries to bring spares if they can.
Right.
You don't expect to see piles of batteries and things laying after every fight, though. Of course, now that we've moved into a single elimination situation, if they want to repair and they want to have a freestyle fight, great. If not, they can just go home, rebuild better, look at what broke, and try and make it not break next time around.
Try to make it not break next time, I think is the goal. Have you guys ever used an engine with that power?
Not in a combat robot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Rocket
Where did you
Club,
use it?
but-
Yeah, right.
Rocket Club back in high school.
Sure,
But not so much in a combat robot, no.
It's very impressive to do in a combat robot, that's for sure.
Especially a 3-pound. That's a small robot for a big engine.
Absolutely. By the way, can I just take a minute to talk about the shirt game that's on this desk right now?
Oh.
I am so impressed with what's happening. You guys make me look bad. I didn't know I needed a pattern, some lights, some cows.
You gotta
I
have
needed
the
to be in a
cows.
jungle.
It's downright necessary. We are going to go ahead. All right, so one of the things I did want to say is the Estes rocket situation is pretty rare in the combat robotics world.
Right. Sure.
It is very specific to NHRL. Very few arenas can actually handle that kind of damage and power inside of the arena.
Yes.
The negative pressure system that we have, as well as the double-walled system that we have, allows us to have ridiculous things like Estes rockets. We've had those come in as overhead attack weapons. We've had those come in as part of a spinning weapon. In this particular case, they were basically just guide rockets on the side of the bot, which is pretty interesting. It's rare to see anywhere. I don't think we've ever seen one create that big of a smoke screen. That was absurd, and frankly,
but thrilling.
Also would make such a hard judge's decision. You have to judge based on what you have to infer happened while that smoke screen was happening. So we'll have to see if that's something that we might have to look at rules-wise in the future. I mean, if it's going to make it impossible to judge a fight. Like, look at this.
Speaking of seeing and not seeing.
How do you even catch every detail at that moment? You can't.
I mean, it's hard enough to just drive, let alone be a judge who isn't cage side.
You keep in mind, the judges, many of them are remote. They're watching what you see on the stream is what they see. So if you can't tell what's going on in a fight, neither can the judges.
You got to put on some special type of goggles to see what's going on over there.
Yes.
Kyle, you make a good point though about what NHRL is known for doing and how we really push the limits here. And but to see the details of what goes on into each of these cages and to see how much damage is done, how clean they are at the start of the day. Why don't I start there, right? How much damage is done after each individual one. It makes it all part of the show. It makes it worth seeing in person to see those details.
That was something that Hannah and I were actually talking about before we came on for the second half of the day. I was showing her in the boxes how deep some of these gouges are when you actually look at the plywood. You could fit a full quarter down in some of these gashes in the floor. It makes driving a completely different experience from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., much less 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's a completely different experience in these boxes.
And it's a strategic change that you see in the competitors. I mean, competitors will change the forks that they have on the front of a robot. They'll change their driving style. They might use an entirely different weapon compared to what they would use earlier in the day, simply because there is now terrain in the arena, so to speak.
Absolutely.
I mean, imagine driving a car at full speed and having all of those potholes
and
on the road.
Think about it scaled up, right? You know, these are relatively small robots. That's like driving through like a 1 foot deep rut in your, Honda Civic, whatever it is.
Let's take a look at cage 2 here. We're getting ready.
Next in cage 2, Kiloton versus Basato.
All right, so Kiloton is a
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kiloton is an egg beater style spinner, I believe.
Yeah, so it's a welded tab together egg beater style spinner, tri-bar spinner, egg beater on a budget, if you will. This is a college team, Kent State, Ohio.
Egg beater on a budget.
Literally, yeah. Like, it's an egg beater on a budget, and everybody who's buying eggs is on a budget these days, so it makes perfect sense.
Oh, you can see the piece.
Yeah, those chunks of the arena there that have come loose.
So it is a brand new design. It's a really beautiful design. I absolutely love how well it all goes together aesthetically, but they are having some drive side issues, it looks like, right now.
Has kind of the aesthetic vibes of the heavyweight death roll, I'd say, with the yellow and the, or kind of greeny yellow red combo.
A little bit of lime.
And then you see over there, you have Professor Evan Arias with those nice little tight rim glasses. I like that.
Yeah, looking carefully.
Driving Basato. Basato appears to be yet another Peter Bar kitbot in this competition.
Frankly, Professor is given a schooling right now.
Oh my goodness. Kiloton really does have such a unique shape to it.
It does.
But it can't seem to stay upright. There we go.
You have two different things going here. You have a tried and tested design with this Peter Bar kitbot, and then you have arguably the most aggressive driver in the sport in Evan Arias. Don't let the Professor glasses fool you. He is a vicious competitor.
I'll say, though, this is the most restrained I think I've seen Evan ever drive.
It is. It's interesting.
It's incredibly methodical. It's relatively slow, and I don't mean that in a mean way. He doesn't need to be fast to exhibit all the control and aggression that he needs. It's really impressive. Oh, and then it's a complete stall out from Kiloton. This
we
might
got
be
a
a count
minute
out.
left in this fight, yeah. Referee counting it down right now. This is very well may be the end.
Let's see if he can come back to life here.
All right, so David Dreyer with KSU Combat Robotics.
The winner is Basato.
He is now going home, but this was a really good experiment with Kiloton. I think he's pretty pleased with that. His bots always have a wonderful look to them. There you go,
There we go with the glasses look. We
Professor
love that.
Evan Arias over there.
I heard you talking about him.
Looking at cage 6 right here.
1-800 doormats.
What a name.
I think I just made a nickel.
1-800 doormats and Wonder.
Nickel for Kyle, too. Someone hasn't scooped that up. It's not even 7 digits after the area code here.
7, 6,
The
5,
mats is
4,
entirely optional.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So doormats being driven by Nicholas Arsenault. You can see it's a vertical spinner with a very interesting front attachment. What's it got going on there?
I do notice that. That bar, I'm not sure what the intention is.
You wonder if a bar like that could actually cause more harm in the long run.
I wonder if that's just the weapon mount coming out, honestly.
I don't think so, because if so, why would it be that long?
Yeah.
Well, now.
It looks intentional.
And then,
frankly, what it looked like was a weapon lock still left in place, although I don't think that was the case.
Wonder is...
We're also going to start a fight in cage 3 as Doormats continues to take on Wonder.
Wonder being driven by Donald Sung. This is his first time competing in 15 years.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And it's a very interesting robot. It's a unibody design. It's a billet UHMW. He said he threw this little 3-pound bot together so his friend could drive it if he wanted to at this event.
Adorable.
Adorable. Whoa, chaos going on over in
goodness.
cage 3 right now.
Cage 3 seems to be where chaos happens.
I think that's half of our tagline here at Norwalk in general, where chaos happens.
Yeah, no, cage 3, this is the first fight we've seen since we saw the jet smoke before.
So we have Arena Hazard fighting Bruxa. Bruxa is this boxy bot over here in the right-hand side. Arena Hazard most assuredly is a hazard that covers almost half of this arena. Look at that thing. And that is a battery.
Oh, no.
That is not where you want to have that.
talk about arena hazards. You don't want lithium polymer batteries just floating around.
The winner is Bruxa.
A battery like that on the wrong day will do just as much of a smoke screen as those rocket motors did.
Yeah. And last a lot longer.
Yeah.
That was certainly a quick one from Bruxa.
So Arena Hazard is now done for the day. They can go do a couple of fights in the other arenas if they'd like to. Some freestyle matches. Bruxa is going to be carrying on in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a question of what do they still need to learn today, Kyle? That's what it comes. I mean, it's always fun to do more fights.
Yeah.
But the main reason you're going to throw into the freestyle arena is to learn and understand what you can do better next time around.
Absolutely. Okay, so I've been looking forward to this all day. So we have Voodoo Child going up against False Flag.
You have been talking about this one all day.
This is an offering from Joe Fabiani.
False Flag, incredibly fast robot, as most Fabiani bots tend to be.
This is a fascinating design here.
Joe is one of those builders who loves to build outside of the box. He does not like to do the traditional thing. But he does everything so well that even his very unconventional designs are very competitive. Look at how fast this bot is.
Now, I've noticed False Flag here is using a different attachment than it did earlier. It had its own, if I'm not mistaken, it had its own model rocket engine attachment, but it's opted for the much more traditional vertical spinner attachment at this point.
I love the fact that it could do both.
Yes.
Voodoo Child from Eric Hansen. He says that most of the bots are named after good music or bad movies.
Okay.
Which one do we think this one is?
Probably both.
Yeah, a little bit of both, a little bit of both.
I don't know a movie named Voodoo.
Voodoo Child is, of course, the other moniker for Jimi Hendrix.
There we go. That's the answer. The drum spinner here.
It's a really cool bot. Does look like the weapon is not as up to speed as you want it to be. This point in the competition, nice hit there. So in lieu of a working weapon, use your body as the weapon, smash it into False Flag as much as you can. False Flag also having a little bit of trouble getting that weapon up to speed.
Oh no.
And there you go. They do, I believe they do have one unstick left.
The wheels can't seem to get any traction there.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
All right, there you are again. The bots are
2,
fully driving again.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Over on cage 2, we've got Brute and Hat Trick here.
Brute is a updated version of the Silk line of robots from Christian Cooper of Team WPI, also on Team Ribot.
Hat Trick, we have also Team WPI, Andrew Roche.
That is a common theme that you will see throughout the day, WPI versus WPI. There's just so many of them at these competitions, and they always go very, very far. Winner of the entirety of the 3-pound division last year.
False Flag and Voodoo Child still going here. 15 seconds left.
This is turned into a driving match. They are trying to show as much aggression as possible. Both these weapons really struggling, if not working at all.
Kyle, you made a great
you say
point.
that, and yet False Flag spinning up just at that last minute.
And here we go. That match is now ended. Turn off those weapons. Go to the door. Both those bots are so fast.
They really are.
You made a good point about them almost sort of pulling back and to use their full body as a weapon when their own weapon malfunctions.
Have to. You just have to.
You
There's
certainly
no way.
saw a ton of that in this one.
Yeah, no way to show any sort of aggression or damage otherwise. So judges will be deliberating about that one. We'll get you the response later. There you see Joe on the left. This is like one of the most traditional looking designs I think I've ever seen from Joe.
Right, it actually has all the main elements that you would expect in a robot. It has wheels, it has a disc spinner, it has kinetic energy weapon.
Right, he's not doing some crazy crusher at 3 pounds.
It's not 12.5 feet wide.
Right, which is normally what you see Joe doing is like, oh, it's 6 feet long, and he's putting it in this 8-foot-long box.
Yeah, it's not a penguin inflated by air
I haven't
or
seen a single
flammable.
flaming penguin today. How weird is that? that?
Well, he's been sick.
Oh, gotcha.
Cage 2 getting ready to go
That's the inside
here.
information we asked Ricky for here, is that?
Next in Cage 2, Brute versus Hat Trick.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Brute looks like it has a pretty nasty weapon on the front of it, but so does Hat Trick, at least the larger of the two chunks of Hat Trick.
The sound of that impact taking over the room right now.
Oh, and I see some smoke emanating there from Hat Trick's main robot. And a little bit of fire even. So what's happened, Hannah, is that motor, more than likely, perhaps the electronics that drive the weapon system on Hat Trick's has gone down. It burned up. Something terrible happened. It got overstressed. And that weapon is going to be down for the remainder of that match.
Yeah.
More than likely. We don't know for sure. It could come back miraculously. But usually when you see that kind of smoke and a sudden stop, she's done.
The joke will often be the magic smoke should stay inside the robot.
Yes.
Once it comes out, that part no longer works.
Show's over, right.
Sorry, go ahead.
When that happens to your bot, I mean, how do you recover? How do you properly make sure that everything else is set to go?
It really depends on the robot. In this case, they could go a number of ways. Hat Trick has a mini bot. They could lean in to try and use the other robot to add a little more control. They don't seem to be doing that. They don't seem like they have a lot of control of the mini bot to begin with, so that's not working.
Seem to be stuck on the side here.
What they're more than likely going to do is say, well, oh, there's some more smoke. They're desperately trying to get that weapon to work.
It's certainly slowed down.
But yeah, they're going to try and ram themselves into the opponent desperately and hope that they can break the other person's weapon.
Yeah.
It's surprising how often that works.
Oh my goodness. Right on the camera there with that hit.
But it's still not where you want to be.
This is the brick cam coming directly from the house spot. You often get some really weird shots from this. I kind of love this angle, actually.
I do too.
Puts you right there in the action.
Yeah, it's like an exclusive.
On location, inside of Cage 2.
Yes, on location.
You could hear him screaming, kill me now. This is very oftenly yelled at, like towards the end of these fights, when you want to see this damage, you want to see your bot go out in a flame of glory. Or you want that percussive maintenance to turn your weapon back on, hopefully in the last
There we go.
seconds.
There's a wonderful joy in seeing your own robot just completely eviscerated. And I love how many of the competitors here feel the same way as I do.
It's so funny because you wouldn't typically think that that was a goal, right?
There are competitors that show up here whose main goal is have their toy destroyed.
Yeah.
They want to see the fun. They want to see the fireworks. You know, it's funny, talking to a few people upstairs before we got going here, that's what a lot of them said when asking them, you know, what is your goal of the day? They said, I want to have fun. And if my bot gets destroyed because of it, then great, and rightfully so.
I mean, I gotta say, Hat Trick's drive has been bulletproof this entire match. They have lasted the entire time. The weapon is trying. It's been attempting it, yeah. Cool bar. I love the shape of that weapon. But yeah, it has not been getting up to speed. It's trying.
Oh, it is trying.
They want to show that weapon's working at the end of the fight for the judges. That's.
I'm going to be honest. That counts as working to me. Not very well.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I agree with you because it's changing speed.
It's one of those things that happens sometimes. You might have one of the 3 wires that go to that brushless motor is damaged.
Yeah.
So if you really push it as hard as you can, maybe it moves a little bit, but not enough to really be appreciable. We have a judge's decision coming on that fight, but before we get to it, we're going to jump back to the previous fight. We never did get confirmation from the judges on that match.
False flag taking
unanimous
3-1 on that one.
Yeah, I think that one's not surprising.
No,
I agree.
Not at all. Joe Fabiani.
The Jimi Hendrix.
Joe Fabiani
deliver.
did a phenomenal job with that. He's such a talented driver and builder, and give him a more conventional design. Clearly, he's gonna pull out some wins with that. That was really impressive. Really impressive work.
It is neat to see a builder who puts so much of their time and effort into something different, and then to be able to put that into just being competitive. It's a completely different story.
Completely different story, yeah. It's an interesting mode with Joe Fabiani. I don't know if we're going to see this the rest of the year here at NHRL. We haven't seen him in a while.
We'll
Very
see.
strange to see him come back and decide, maybe I'm just going to be competitive.
Yeah. Well,
Going back to what we just saw here.
So the judges are still deliberating on this fight, so we should be having a decision relatively shortly. Look at these beautiful hits from Brute.
and the judge's decision, unsurprisingly, Brute across the board. We have a unanimous decision. Congratulations, Brute.
Congratulations
to Christian
Brute.
Cooper, phenomenal builder, designer, and not surprising at all to see the next evolution of Silk do very well at this competition.
Can I just say what you can't see here is in Cage 3, we have Boombox playing music. This is a bot that can actually play music.
Next, in
They've been
Cage
getting ready
3,
here. I can see them on the side.
versus VH3.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Way they
fight.
go.
So it's music playing from a Bluetooth speaker. He said that he wanted to do something that he's really never seen done before.
But that is technically true. Oh, and it seems Boombox is taking some damage from that hit. It is slowed to a stop. Both weapon and drive system are down. Will it be able to recover before it's counted out? We have an attempted unstick here from Brett, but frankly, I don't think that's the problem.
Elsewhere, we've got Cage 5 here.
That is a knockout.
Boombox.
So Corey
Knockout.
Lawrence with VH3. This is his first
The
3-pound
winner
robot.
is VH3.
And he is moving on in this tournament. Congratulations to him. He has been building a line of ant weights, 1-pound robots that he calls his VHS line. So this is the next evolution of that at the 3-pound weight class with VH3. And yeah, doing very well. Very impressed. Okay, so in this cage we have Púca, which is a David Small offering, versus Brook, which is a combination of a brick and a duck.
Yes, a combination. It's a mixture of Brett, the house bot, and a duck.
Duck is a it's a heavyweight robot line that is well known for being durable, reliable, and able to take a lot of damage.
Oh, that is a very intense sounding drum spinner.
Quite the
Yeah,
sound
no,
there.
David's Púca is absolutely horribly destructive. We've seen so much damage from this bot already today.
8, 7.
And I think that might have been a
6,
one-shot. Yeah,
5,
absolutely.
Oh my
4,
goodness.
3,
Ah.
2, 1.
Oh, it's
Fight, robots, fight.
Unfortunately, we are calling that that Brook fight a forfeit. Brook was not able to get running inside of the match, but we're going to jump back here.
very unique design over here.
Yeah, see, this is actually, speaking of Joe Fabiani, this is the kind of thing we might expect to see from him. You know, very wide robot, long forks coming out, a lifter that may or may not be a good weapon, but definitely adds to the fun.
He seems to be in complete control here.
Yeah, well, to note, I said this is something we might see from Joe Fabiani. This is not Joe Fabiani.
This is Jeff
This
Waters.
is Jeff Waters, another very creative builder, another builder just trying to have a great time experimenting with robot designs.
Yeah, these are 2 cam lifters. Jeff Waters is well known for building robots in an afternoon or an evening. He will get requests on the internet at 3 p.m. and have a new robot completely and totally done by 7 p.m.
It's wild, wild.
He's always building really interesting concepts, really meme-worthy concepts. This is
fascinating. The way that you change shape.
What's crazy is the size disparity. This is actually underweight, he told me. He's underweight of 3 pounds with this bot, and look how wide it is and how much of the box it actually takes up.
The 2 prongs, the lifters, you can see them rotate, which I feel like is one of the things that's really working to his advantage here.
Yeah.
Well, the idea being he slides those 2 prongs under an opponent when they're laying flat on the floor, and then you turn them
He
once
almost
a
locks
robot.
him in.
Well, he turns them, and that lifts his opponent off the ground. It removes the wheels, removes their traction. And mechanically, one of the interesting things about that is that it doesn't take a lot of power to do that. So you can have a very robust, lightweight system to turn these forks and lift an opponent that otherwise might take, big, strong motors and a mechanism that's heavy or complicated.
Well, when you look at the difference in size here between these two bots, does size necessarily factor how this goes? Oh my
look at
goodness,
this.
he's got a house bot.
Hat-Trick is trying to lift our house bot. Will it be able to do it?
I mean...
Oh, it's trying its best.
He's changing the game.
Yeah, sorry.
Supreme ruler here.
Oh, yes, excuse us.
Yeah,
We've been saying Brute and Hat-Trick. But
Yeah, sorry, we had the wrong title, but this is Jeff's
Tap out.
Supreme Ruler.
The winner is Hat-Trick.
Incorrect. The winner would...
Supreme Ruler.
The winner of that fight was Supreme Ruler, so that means that Root Locust will be going home. Supreme Ruler will be going on to face William Marchese and Kairu no Hoko in the next round, round 2.
Supreme ruler, so much fun to watch. I want to see him go back and get the house bot.
Jeff is... he always has secondary goals in these fights. I think with Red Rocket specifically, he wants to just create as much chaos as possible and just really pioneer a new weapon type at these events. This is a more typical bot that you'd see as a mini bot, this cam style lifter, this spinning lifter. You'd see this more as a bot that would kind of hold a bot in place while your big heavy weapon would come knock you out. He's running it as the main bot, and I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, we'll see as he progresses and if he's able to use it to great effect.
Going over to cage 6 now, we've got Codpiece versus Relax. I like a name Relax to really switch it up.
So we have a wheel down already.
That's not supposed to be there. So Relax is an offering from Brandon Sidoti. He's from Dallas, Texas. He normally brings Kickback.
The winner is the robot in the blue square.
Which would be Codpiece.
Codpiece, the winner there. That's Joshua Maceo here.
Yeah, that was an interesting match. Pretty quick, pretty fast. You get a lot of those in these, especially new bot events. Just because everybody's trying new things and not everything works. We are going to throw it over to Lindsay. Apparently she has some super chats for us. Lindsay, what is going on today?
Yeah, so do I ever? I have 2 super chats here. One of them was designed specifically to make me blush.
Oh.
So let's get that one out of the way just first.
Sure.
This is from Resist Impulse.
Oh.
Lindsay's cute. I personally prefer Brett or Fluffy or Flo, but you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it.
Nice. That's so nice.
Lindsay, I'm here for it. I love it.
This one is a little more my speed from Jupiter Robotics.
Flaming Fart must have had Taco Bell this morning. Even named after Taco Bell. Wow.
Wow.
What a selection, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Lindsay, I don't think picks these. She has to read the ones where you pay us money.
It's true.
This is how things like thumb wrestling happens on this show. It's a bunch of strange stuff. So yeah, send us super chats and get weird things read on the air, you know?
Flaming Fart was certainly one that everyone wanted to talk about, so I don't knock that.
Understandably
I understand
so.
that one.
Yeah, understandably
There was a
so.
burning desire.
6, 5, 4.
Well, I think the countdown on this match was a little bit off, but
Robots fight.
So this is Kitsune versus La Source.
The Source. What I loved about them is they said they didn't really test this one.
At all. Nope.
And they came dressed, matching the bot, which I personally always love to see. I find that impressive.
Yes, his team always comes very well themed out. Kitsune is a mythical fox, shape-shifting fox from Japan.
Yes.
Beautifully themed.
Yeah, beautifully themed. The weapon actually is shaped like a fox, like a 9-tailed fox. It's beautiful. And the driver is 8-year-old Liliana.
Based on her favorite animal, the fox.
She loves foxes.
Adorable.
And
Adorable.
Her dad is the captain of the team, and he's also driving their mini-bot. And it looks like she's having a little bit of trouble driving. She just got an unstick there from the brick. And Lassource, it looks like the left side of their bot is not working at all. As far as
which
the drivetrain
is unfortunate. Well, no, it is struggling. It's just... It'll kick in here and there, Kyle. I think that it has a little life left in it, which is almost more frustrating as a driver.
Yeah, you can plan a little bit better if it's just down. If it's intermittent, you never know what it's going to do.
Such a unique shape here.
2, 1.
Yeah,
Fight, robots, fight.
We would call that
Second robot starting their match.
Over in cage 2.
Oh, beautiful flamethrower.
Hello.
I hate to pivot away from Kitsune and the source, but that fire is so pretty.
You almost can't help it, right? As soon as you see the fire.
Also, you can't see it home, but that fire is like 30 feet from us.
It is. Oh, my.
Tap out.
Yes, thank you. All right.
The winner is Not Dead Yet.
So Not Dead Yet will be moving on. The big flamethrower in the competition today, Burning the Tires, is out. Not Dead Yet has to face George in the next round. That's going to be terrifying. Now we're going to go back to this match between Kitsune and Lassource. Kitsune, a Thagomizer-style horizontal spinner weapon.
Oh, and taking out the mini-bot there.
Really quickly, Not Dead Yet came up with the name because they thought it'd be funny to see the robot in pieces on the ground and say, well, it's not dead yet.
I love that.
And it worked out.
Yeah, they are still alive in this tournament. Ooh, nice hit there from Kitsune.
Yeah, no matter what, it's not dead yet, actually.
Yeah,
right.
Well done.
The optimism in the name worked out.
So this design with the long body on the horizontal spinner has become popular relatively recently in the combat robotics community. The idea is you come at your opponent with the wedge and then you pivot the entire bot into the side of your opponent, taking out those weapons, those weapon belts, those side motors, the drive systems, which are sometimes less armored than the rest of the bot.
Right. It is. It's interesting because it's one of the robots that comes with a built-in drive strategy.
Yeah.
Which for so many people is something that they struggle to develop over time, and it's almost maybe not a cheat code, but it's a path that you can put in front of someone to say, this is what you need to get good at, this is how you can win a fight.
Yep.
Go learn it. Which is a lot less open-ended and works better for some of our competitors.
Makes perfect sense, yeah. Whereas when you have like a tight four-wheel drive vertical spinner, there's a million ways to win a fight. With a bot like Kitsune, it's a really singular path.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, so this is Archangel X.
Robots fight.
This is the incredible design. The details on this one.
Angel Vidal, just a phenomenal designer.
Kyle, you and I were admiring this design last night, looking at it up close.
We got to watch his spin-up test and his getting through safety. It's just a beautiful bot. So much art put into this one, and I absolutely love it.
You got the up-close view there. Seems to be stuck.
Angel Vidal is one of the lead designers for Team Shreddit. He does a lot of the drafting work and concept work on their entire bot line. This is his baby, if you will.
The winner is Frost.
Frost will be moving on in this competition.
What went wrong there, guys?
Hard to say. Hard to say. All right, so we are now looking at Lavender Haze and Dum Drum.
Lavender Haze, by the way, named after the builder's favorite Taylor Swift song. She recently bought tickets to go see Taylor Swift in Michigan. She's from Michigan. I love a little Taylor Swift shout out.
It's amazing how many Swifties we have in the combat robotics community, actually.
Let's just rephrase that to say how many Swifties we have in the world.
Fair.
I'm kidding.
think it's amazing at all. How can you expect anything different, Kyle, with the amount of talent on display? How can anyone be anything less than a true and enduring fan?
Oh, do we have Swifties at the desk right here? Is that what I'm hearing?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. I could smell it. No, I'm kidding.
8, 7, 6.
We got another one getting going here. Over in cage 2. Whip. Oh my goodness, a
chunks
piece
off.
Immediately.
Yeah, I believe that is some of the front fork attachment.
Lavender Haze, by the way, a piece just hanging.
Yeah, it doesn't look super duper healthy right now. Lavender Haze operated by Ellie Clark.
Whip, when asked about this bot, he said, "I'll let you know after the fight."
Like it.
And I'll certainly have to let us know
Oh,
here.
there's a quick roof shot there.
Lavender Haze just sitting sideways here.
Whip is a true rookie from DJ Jezu, sorry. Brand new into combat robotics in general. Oh, and we have a knockout over there in the Lavender Haze and Dum Dum fight.
Two chicken, two huffin'?
Two chicken, two huffin'.
Yeah, Slamson. Two chicken, two huffin'.
I would love to hear the story behind this one.
Yeah, I'm curious myself. I like to think of it as a first name, last name situation.
Absolutely.
A little firsty lassie?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I love Craig Danby's face.
I know.
A chunk flies up and he goes, yeah.
Yep. It's exactly what he was expecting to happen in that moment.
That checks.
Whip.
All right.
All right, so that means that Slamson, two chicken, two huffin' will be going home or going down to the other fights. But we are going to go get our judge's decision from Kitsune versus the Source.
Bravo.
Kitsune, I don't think that's much
All
of a
across
surprise.
the board there. Yeah, I think we saw that one coming.
Yeah.
Although La Source, such a fun one to watch. When talking to the builder beforehand, he said that really his only goal is to be hyper-focused when he's here and when the fight is actually happening. He says that that's his favorite moment, is when he's just almost locked in.
Yeah.
And, you forget that it could be sort of not necessarily a calming force, but everyone wants to be hyper-focused in something that they love, right? And so when you have that moment when your bot is in the cage and all of your money's on the line there, sometimes it's not even about win or lose. It's like you want to enjoy that moment, and that's what matters most to you.
Being present, having that sense of grounding, and just that this is I'm here. I'm going to do my best, and this is what I prepared for.
It's fun no matter what. Oh, we've got NoobTube. I'm a huge fan of this one, and Melvin. You guys, I love both of these people.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
All right, so
3,
Melvin is an
2,
offering from Francesca
1.
Perfumo
Fight,
from New Wave
robots,
Robotics. She's a true rookie, new bot, new builder.
Can I tell you, Melvin, it's by Finny and Maribel. It's actually Maribel's 18th birthday today.
Wow.
So happy birthday, Maribel. Hopefully you get to celebrate.
And then NoobTube is a family team. This is actually his first time competing at the 3-pound division. He's been fighting in the Antweight class out in Seattle for a few years now.
Wow, a nice hit there from
NoobTube.
Yeah, that was really nice. And a tap out.
Wow, a tap out.
The winner is Big Quark.
Incorrect.
No, no, voice of God, no.
I believe
Voice
the
of
winner
God.
of that is NoobTube because Melvin did lose its weapon in one of those exchanges.
Maribel, I hope you're celebrating your birthday.
By the way, there you see the youngest driver in our competition on NoobTube. He is 4.5. driving the mini-bot for NoobTube, and so excited to be here.
4.5. What were you guys doing at 4.5?
I was not fighting with robots.
I was, actually.
I think I got a... Were you really?
Yeah, he was.
Wow. I think at 4.5, I got a pea stuck up my nose.
There might have been one up there, too. I don't know.
I think that was my biggest accomplishment at that time.
I like the fact that we have competitors young enough here where the half matters.
Yeah.
You're right.
He
By
was
the way,
very insistent that because I asked him what his age was, he said 4.5, and I wrote down 4, and he said, and a half.
And a half, right?
And I was, okay, sorry, yeah, 4.5. You got it.
Can you imagine? I wish I could use the half backwards, you know?
That's
I'm 21 in like 30 halves.
That's 1/9 of his age. I mean, it
makes perfect sense. Yeah, it really does matter. You know, you're not too far off from measuring in months when you're 4. So
right.
Yeah. Totally.
I would like to stop measuring entirely. You know?
At this point, yeah. I'm with you on that
guys. Doesn't matter. We're all 4.5 somewhere.
We're all 4.5 in our hearts.
We're all 4.5 something.
Yeah. If your time division isn't a year, it could be anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
He had a great expression that he was making on his face. Kyle, do you remember this? We were asking him questions last night, and we kept saying, "Can we do it at the same time?"
Yeah.
We asked him how old he was, and we asked him, are you excited? All the things you would ask a 4.5-year-old who's embarking on what he just did, what we just witnessed, right? And he did this face.
Every single answer.
Just stuck his tongue out every single time.
Every single answer.
And you know what? I respect it.
Yep.
I think that should be a proper answer.
He also apparently is in charge of coloring the bots.
Okay.
So all of the art you see on both of those bots is his responsibility, which I think is phenomenal. He showed his mom every single time, too.
It's a little harder to, like, pin your robot on the refrigerator.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're giving him a place to express that and celebrate it.
I really can't imagine. I can't imagine having that much success in life at 4.5 years old. Emphasis on the half. I'm not going to let it go.
No, you shouldn't. He wouldn't forgive you.
We're not going to stop now. By the way, Melvin, going back to Melvin, Finney and Maribel, I just adored those two girls. They're absolutely adorable, 16 and 18 years old. Again, it's Maribel's 18th birthday. She said that she did karaoke last week for her birthday, to celebrate her birthday, which is, everyone loves a good karaoke session. I asked her what her go-to karaoke song is, and she said Without Me by Eminem. I know. Plot twist, right?
Yeah.
I loved it.
Not expecting that, but okay.
I don't know if that's relevant to really anything going on, but I felt like it was a good fun fact.
Yeah, now we know.
Now we know, right? I always need a good karaoke song.
Every song is a good karaoke song if you try hard enough, I guess.
Every song is...
Or if you're brave enough. If you're dumb enough, pick one of those options.
If you're brave enough, every song is a good karaoke song. I agree. All right, we're looking at cage 3 here. Just waiting for them to get ready.
Next in cage 3, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 1.
Oh yeah, these fellas.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, wow. Yep. So this is Formidable Foursome. It is
Friend.
It is a bunch of 1-pound robots.
And Big Fork here.
Big Fork is the larger bot in the arena, the horizontal spinner. You gotta love the weapon on that. And Formidable Foursome is a bunch of horizontal spinners.
Kyle, where do you see the benefits in having all of the little robots?
Most of the time, I would say there is not one. We have seen a lot of multi-bot configurations start to work in the 3-pound division, but typically in that, one of them is a wedge.
Oh, no, that's not good. That's a battery.
This is the issue, right? You've got the armor of a 1-pound bot trying to stand up to the weapon of a 3-pound bot. If you go up with anything with high kinetic energy, you're going to get exploded.
The absolute chaos that is happening in cage 3 here. I can't take my eyes off of it.
No, it's pretty ridiculous. So yes, this is Big Fork. They are a large horizontal spinner for the 3-pound weight class. And they're going up against a bunch of tiny horizontal spinners.
This is a trend we're seeing with cage 3. Are you noticing this?
Just the chaos
Cage 3 is absolutely chaotic.
So it looks like we have Mud Skipper is still working in cage 3, which is the, oh, nope, even that. They've lost half their drive system there. You can see the shuffle is not quite working. And there he goes. Entire drive side on, and that's a battery hanging out on one of those fearsome, floorsome robot competitors.
That certainly
Who's
cannot
still
be
working?
good.
I mean, Mudskipper's still kind of moving.
Yeah, there's a couple pieces definitely still in the game here, keeping it going. I guess the benefit of this, Kyle, is if one or two of them malfunctions, then you have others, right?
Well, it all comes down to the total weight of the bot, right?
Right.
So if like more than half of the bot is no longer functioning, that is supposed to count as the bot is not functioning. But that is so hard to determine when some are just flailing around. Some are, I mean, Mudskipper's still kind of doing stuff.
Yes.
And now, Big Quark seems to be not moving at all. No weapon, no drive on Big Quark. What is happening? We have 44 seconds left in this match. What is happening?
The
Is this going to
excitement
be an
happening over here.
upset? That is a knockout. This is what I get for saying mini-bots don't work or multi-bots don't work.
Knockout.
Formidable Foursome will now move on to face Kickstart.
The winner is the robot in the blue square.
Formidable Foursome.
So,
moving on to round 2, they'll be facing Kickstart. That's going to be scary.
That is going to be scary. But can I say that? I mean, all of the little bots had success.
Even the ones that were completely and totally in pieces at the end of that fight. Yes. That was a lot.
In this time frame where you have to go and repair, how crucial is how you spend that time?
It's everything, especially once you get later in this competition. The attrition in the pits is where the vast majority of this competition actually happens. What you see in the box is literally like a tenth of what these guys are doing all day.
Yes, it's so true. The timing that goes into everything. And, you know, when you look at the health of your bot, at what percentage do you think your bot needs to be at in order to properly compete, right? Like, because sometimes it's not always 100%.
It's almost never 100%, especially when you get this late into the competition. And it's not just your bot. You have to keep in mind that these guys are also, as this competition goes on, mentally exhausted, physically exhausted. They're getting burns and cuts on their fingers. They're getting all of those little like scratches you get from repairs. Everything hurts more. Everything is more annoying. I mean, it really is like
it's
a
another
battle
day
of
at the
attrition.
office, you know?
Yeah, it's a battle of attrition for them as well. You'll see some of these competitions, like when you get to the end, the two competitors just need a nap.
Yeah.
Something to eat, something to drink.
And you can't believe them. You see what, you know, we saw some of these guys here last night until late hours, working overtime. You ask some of them, hey, how long have you been working on this? You know, some of the answers are 6 months, 7 months. Other answers are 6 hours, 7 hours.
Oh, yeah.
There is such a stark difference. And when it comes down to when they're actually in the cage together, you can't tell.
Yeah, no,
You
and
can't tell.
that's true across the board. That's not just at the new bots competition, but that stark difference is a little bit more noticeable. So I see we're loading into this cage here. We have the Carrot Flowers.
Carrot Flowers.
And King of Carrot Flowers, and they'll be facing off against Cranky.
King of Carrot Flowers.
Yeah, so gotcha. So apparently that's a Neutral Milk Hotel song. Who knew?
What is that? What is a Neutral Milk Hotel?
They're a very weird band.
They're a very weird band. I love how much music is in these robots, by the way. That's like the third robot. Actually, it's the fourth robot since we've been sitting here, Kyle.
That
is inspired. The name is
band-based.
inspired from music.
Yeah, absolutely.
We love to see that, guys. But it's like our little pregame warm-up, you know? It's your walkout song.
So Cranky is an offering from Sean Kerr from Corrupt Robotics. He works as a medical device engineer. And this is a family team, bringing the kids out, bringing everybody else out.
There is so much opportunity here for families. We're also looking at cage 5 here. I know we've got cage 2 up, getting ready to get set here. Looking over at cage 5. Positively hysterical.
I love positively hysterical.
Yes, emphasis on the pause
8,
and the hiss.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So it looks like we are going to get some simultaneous action happening right now in these single elimination round fights. Now you can see in the screen on the left, King of Carrot Flowers, it is Joey Gannon's, I guess you could call it 3-weapon brush drive. It's ridiculous. He also brought us the Wumpus, which is a shell spinner. It's a beautiful piece of work. And this is a completely new design for him. It's translating and moving incredibly well. I'm very impressed. And then this large stomping robot on the right, that is positively hysterical. It is an aggressive stamper.
It is exactly what its name is. I couldn't get that out.
The stamper is the weapon, and they actually dip that in ink before they go out to fight. The goal is to put as many cat paws on the opponent as possible.
Wow. I have to say, before this, I saw Lindsay driving. She was so excited in the preliminary rounds.
Spot, yes.
Yes. I saw her jumping up and down. She was so excited driving the mouse bot. Cranky, by the way, we have 10-year-old Noah working on this one. He made it completely at home in the basement. It took him 3 months.
Wow.
Incredibly impressive, 10-year-old Noah.
Yeah, super effective bot. Still working. Doesn't seem like we're getting a lot of movement actually out of the King of Carrot Flowers. Yeah. All those weapons on King of Carrot Flowers.
Positively hysterical seems to really be able to, I mean, considering its size, it's wild how much control it has.
Oh yeah, it's a stomping shuffle drive is I guess a good way of describing it. Gives them a little bit of a weight bonus, but apparently he's still well within the weight limits. And the Stamper, you know, he does get a little bit of aggression points. He's obviously not doing any damage, but Tom Farkas is here to have fun. I don't think anybody's having more fun than Tom Farkas at this competition right now. He's not here to break anybody's bot. He's here to be silly and have a good time.
By the way, that's how I live my life.
We're all love it. So it looks like Cranky wins by KO.
Cranky.
Nice job to them.
Fantastic job to Cranky. 10-year-old Noah. I wonder if he's 10 years and a half.
All right, so we do have the continuation of this fight. Yeah, it looks like the weapon has been down for quite a while.
I can't get over the detail in this design. You know, it looks so delightful in the middle of its corruption. It looks nice. It looks really nice.
It's well put together.
Oh, no. Down.
So there we go. That time is out. That could have been really bad for Positively Hysterical, but this will now go to a judge's decision. And Akrish and Sadiq their weapon was down through that entire fight. So this is very much so going to be an up in the air judge's decision in a lot of ways. But I gotta say, Positively Hysterical was driving and the weapon was working the entire time. If you zoomed in on the top of Akrish's robot Sadiq, you probably see a lot of cat paws.
There's Lindsay living her best life.
Living her best life, driving the mini bot, the mouse mini bot. But man, you don't want to have Bart driving you to the door at the end of a fight, and that is exactly where Tom Farkas is finding himself with Positively Hysterical. So we'll have to see what the judge says. At any rate, Akrish is a true rookie. He's with the VBs. This is his first combat robotics competition. This is his first robot. So excited to see him here. He's got a great design on the bot. It looks beautiful. It just, the weapon was not working in that fight.
You know, you go into these fights and you really think, what is my strategy? And I feel like that has to change with each matchup, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is a certain element of rock, paper, scissors, right? But even within that, there is so much of a range.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So we have a split decision.
Positively Hysterical, just making it.
Wow, yeah, so I am not surprised that was a split decision at the end there, but congratulations to Tom Farkas and Positively Hysterical on their win.
Positively Hysterical still looks so delightful.
Akrish, phenomenal first showing at a combat robotics event.
Yes.
I'm so proud of them. I cannot wait till he comes back and fights with us again. And I hope that he gets lots of rounds in over in the freestyle fights later on today.
It'll certainly be fun to see that go down. Yeah, talking about the strategy, you know, it really has to change in every single matchup. and you don't entirely know it until it's happening, right?
Yeah,
How do you prepare for the strategy that you're about to embark on?
It all depends on who you're facing, how secretive they are as well, right? Because if you have somebody with a modular bot, you might not even know what weapon type you're facing up until you go in there.
Next in cage 3, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 1.
Looking at cage 3 here. Let's see if our
8,
Trent.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
All right,
fight.
so this is Siege versus Yokai. Siege is a vertical drum spinner bot. It's got a 6S battery life. It is extremely powerful. It's one of the Florida competitors that is here today. Yokai is a horizontal spinner bot.
By Peter Wynn. He says he's never fought at a combat robotics competitions before.
Wow, so many of those today.
So many of those. It's so fun to see the new faces here. We're also looking at cage 6. We've got Merp and Lookup. Did I get that right?
I believe you did, yes.
You just gotta give it a try, you know? Hope for the best.
So yeah, Merp is designed and built by Derek Masili from Bridgewater, Massachusetts. He previously built Bot Grinder. Excited to see this kind of new iteration on his design process. Now, the loser of these fights does go back down to the freestyle fights. They do not, they're no longer in the competition itself.
Yes, it's important to remember that.
Winner of this fight has to go on to face Synthesis in round 2.
Ooh.
And the winner of Yokai and Siege has to go on to face Chicken Bot Kai.
That's a fun one to watch.
It is.
Lookup, by the way, built by Esme Abbott from Needham, Massachusetts.
And Yokai is yet another bot from Peter Wynn. Really beautiful design, but right now just getting bullied around the box by Siege. Siege is just built for power.
Uh-oh.
Siege by Caden Troyer. Famous for Hyperdrive, which is another beautifully designed bot.
The winner is the robot in the blue square.
Siege, by the way, the bot designed solely for this competition in the January NHRL event. We love to see that.
Try-hard design. This is a design he wanted to win with. He wants to do well with.
And Siege, by the way, you said the name, the story behind the name is that it did well on an Instagram poll.
Nice. Populism to name your bot. You gotta love it.
You gotta give the people what they want. Murph, created by Derek from Bridgewater,
8,
Massachusetts.
7, 6, 5, 4,
All
3,
right, so we are
2,
moving right along
1.
in these rounds
robots
now.
fight.
Ground control V2, spinner thingy.
So ground control is from Team 746, Quill Wheatley.
Spinner thingy with the clever name. That's exactly, it's like he knew exactly what people would be saying about it. Joseph Tang from Darien, Connecticut.
That weapon looks so insubstantial, but it's so cool looking. Like, it's so thin. I can't imagine it doing any damage. But look at how just vicious it looks with that shape.
Well, when you put it against a weight like ground control V2, how do you know that the spinner is going to be able to take it?
I don't know if you can. It looks like it might even just bend on impact at this point. I have no idea what that's made out of, but it looks so thin. It's a beautiful shape. It's a beautiful design.
Oh, spinner thingy.
There is nothing spinning about that thingy. All right, so cage 6 is going to go to a judge's decision. We'll have an answer for that a little bit later on.
Ground control V2, really just lock and spinner thingy in the corner here. This is one of those moments where you talk about sort of backing up and gaining control of it.
Yeah.
You could see ground control V2 really doing that, almost having fun with this.
And there's a drone in the box. No idea what they're doing in there.
Tap out.
And that would be the end of that.
The winner is tap out.
It's really so many impressive lifter bots
ground
in
control
this particular
V2.
event.
You're right.
It is really, like, it's not something you see very often, especially in the 3-pound weight class. I do feel like there have been some kind of, like, the last New Bots event is where we got, like, the first ever non-kinetic energy bot in the competition that was extremely successful. Oh, we have a decision. We're going to go to that real quick.
Wow.
All right, so unanimous decision for Merp. Not surprising there at all.
Yeah, you talk about the trends, you know, some of the trends that we're seeing. You're right with the lifts. Take a look
lifters
at
in
cage
3
5, by the way.
pounds, just not usually that common that you see, but it's been very common today and very successful. All right, so this is a beautiful build in Spectroscope going up against another really beautiful design in Hex.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Hex says that they use hex bolts, hex shafts, and a witch's hex on this one by Benji Burtis out of Rogers, Arkansas.
This is the first ever combat robot to come out of the University of Arkansas. It's a gyro-canceled vert. So
Hex is so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say a gyro-canceled vert. So you have a vertical spinner, and then you have a counter-spinning mass that spins in the opposite direction that should make the bot easier to drive, maneuver, and control without it lifting up and dealing with that vertical force.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah,
The
that
winner
is
is
not surprising.
Hex.
Hex is so, it's such an interesting design. It's so compact.
Was that a tap out by Hex, or was that a tap? Yeah, sorry, we're
We're
going to
looking
go
at
to
a replay here.
because I'm pretty sure Spectroscope actually was the winner on that, but we'll see. Look at Spectroscope, just a beautiful horizontal spinner design with those long forks. I love them.
These looks are so opposite.
Oh, yeah.
So friendly and so intimidating.
That is correct. The winner of that match was Spectroscope.
There we
Just
go.
wanted to make sure
you
that
gotta
was
follow
said.
your instincts, Kyle.
Yep. All right, so there we go. We're going to go to Lindsay. I believe she has some more super chat action for us. Lindsay, you were just a famous bot driver for a second. What are you doing?
She does everything, guys.
All I can say is, like, I'm still feeling my heart beating out of my chest. Just driving a simple mouse mini bot is, like, you know, more excitement than I could ever hope for.
Oh, we know. We know. We get it.
That was really cool. So thank you, Tom, for having me on your team. Can't wait to keep going. But we have some super chats here. And the first one is from Adam C. Brown. And they want to say, I compete in RC banger racing with hard crashing. So, hey, if you are into that, go check him out. Hard crashing is his competitor.
Okay.
The next one here is another one from Resistant Pulse. Lindsay is a great sport. The community is amazing. New viewer and appreciate everyone answering my questions. Y'all are great. I have to say there are a lot of new faces and a lot of new people in the chat this time around. So welcome to everyone. We're so happy that you're joining us. Buckle in. There's still a lot to get to today. And yeah, keep participating because we love to see you in the chat. And then we have one more. Happy birthday, Mike, from the gang. So we have another birthday here.
Birthday.
So wherever you are, I know you're in the building, Mike. Happy birthday. You deserve a great one.
There we go. Mike must be near. Lindsay, I've noticed a theme with all of these super chats talking about how great you are. I'm on to you.
It's a little embarrassing reading them, but they pay money, so who am I to not do it, you know?
Yeah, I mean...
You know what? They're not wrong, okay? They're not wrong, Lindsay. We support you. We appreciate you. We appreciate the Taco Bell plugs and everything in between.
Yes.
Taco
Thank you
Bell
so
is
much.
definitely more my speed.
All right, so just a quick piece of housekeeping. It is official. Spectroscope was the winner of that last match. That was a miscall. Just wanted to give everybody the confirmation on that, a little bit of housekeeping.
Yes.
But we are going to go into more fights after that. So Spectroscope will be moving on in the 3-pound bracket. It's a beautiful design. I was talking to the designer earlier today. They didn't check their bags today.
What?
So when they flew in, so they actually lost drills, batteries,
Oh,
weapon
no.
parts, fork parts, because TSA looked inside of their
course.
Pelican cases and saw all of this combat material.
I would love to be a fly on the wall in that situation. I mean, you know, you're the guy stuck right behind them going through security. You're like, oh boy.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the guy was like, you know, I haven't flown commercial in a long time. I didn't know. I didn't know what it would be entailing
It
in that.
happens to all of us, right? We all have combat sports in our carry-on bags.
All right.
Cage 3 here.
Cage 3, Bruxa versus Horror-zontal.
Back at it with these two.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Bruxa we have from Justin Smith out of Palmer, Massachusetts. The speed here. Bruxa really has so much control with these tight turns.
Hard to see the weapon on Bruxa, but it is an undercutter spinner right there at the front of the bot.
It is hard to see it. It's such a clean cut design.
And then Horror-zontal, just an absolutely gorgeous, large undercutter horizontal attack weapon. And this is now a little bit of a pushing match while these bots kind of slam into each other and keep those weapons from getting up to speed. But it does look like Horror-zontal still able to get full spin. I am not seeing a weapon.
There we go.
There we go. There it is.
Horizontal
Right
gives me
side.
Batman energy.
Very much so, yes.
Right? Why is that? He looks like a Dark Knight.
I kind of love that, actually. Robin, go get the Batbot.
To the Batmobile.
Whoa!
Oh, wow.
Massive impact between these two bots right there. Does look like the weapon is still going on both robots. Does seem to be a bit of a drive side issue on Bruxa on that right-hand side, but that's likely because they're missing a wheel.
Oh, yes. Oh, that was a big hit.
And you can see the pieces of wheel just getting knocked aside by Horror-zontal there.
Horror-zontal.
No, that was a nasty hit. Horror-zontal is now upside down, and I don't even know if they can make contact with their weapon at that height.
It actually looks like the weapon still could benefit here. We're about to find out.
Chop off the top of those wheels. Yeah,
oh, there we go. Perfect.
Good eye. Good eye.
Oh my goodness!
Look at
Cut
the
right
armor.
down there. Oh, back in place.
So that plastic armor is meant to absorb impact on the side of Bruxa, and it has now just been sheared off at some parts. And there's another wheel from Bruxa. That's the belt hanging off Bruxa.
Wait,
the fact that Bruxa is still driving is... There goes the other wheel.
So impressive. Bruxa, by the way, I mean, cut. It looked seemingly split down the middle.
Yeah, that's the side armor package, the plastic armor. It is just sheared off at this point. No wheel. There's one wheel left on this entire bot, still moving. Probably because of the force of the weapon as well as that wheel. That's the last
Wow.
wheel. There's no wheels left on Bruxa. It is just moving around by the force of its own weapon. And Horror-zontal, the less substantial
5 seconds
looking
left
bot,
here.
is all the way together. Look at this thing.
Oh my gosh. Bruxa. And you know, you also have to think about...
So this one goes to the judges, but one bot ends the fight with no wheels. The other bot ends the fight with a little bit of drive issues, but otherwise perfectly fine.
Otherwise perfectly clean. I would agree with that one.
Wow.
You know, you think about when your wheels go and you look at the floors of these cages, it's nearly impossible to keep it in motion.
Yeah.
Bruxa
No, there's nothing you could do.
a fantastic job holding on there.
So let's check out some of these beautiful hits. Both of these bots just dishing out so much kinetic energy in this match.
I still couldn't believe the cut that we saw. I can't get over that. I'm sorry.
Oh, watching that whole armor package just shear off? Yeah.
Why don't they make cars made out of the same material?
I don't know. There you go. There you can see the piece of armor just flying out. There's wheels all over the place. I mean, this was a dismantling of Bruxa.
But you know what's funny? With Bruxa, it's such a clean design. If you were to take a really close look at it, you probably can't even see it. We've got Cage 6, by the way, Emotional Trauma versus Mr. Scrubbles. I love the story behind Mr. Scrubbles.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Attempt 2 versus Double or Nothing over on Cage 2 here. Checking out both of these. Mr. Scrubbles is, of course, the Mr. Scrubbles design on the side. So the color scheme came first on this robot, and the builder's sister said, hey, that robot looks a lot like our Mr. Scrubbles.
Out. The winner is Double or Nothing.
Okay, yeah. So we seem to be paused in this fight. I'm not sure what is happening. We are getting pushed to the door. So we'll have to see how that goes. I have absolutely no idea.
This is Mr. Scrubbles' 4th time competing all together, but first time here in Norwalk.
That's exactly right. And you are allowed to be a bot that has competed at other competitions at the new bot event. You cannot have competed at Norwalk before. So that is the kind of the rules of the game. So you will find people that have had 6 fights under their belt, 7 fights under their belt, but they might be new to this competition.
I love the idea of coming up with your own color scheme and having your own robot made, and then someone else seeing it and saying, Eureka, that looks like this object.
Yes.
Or that.
All right,
oh,
so
we got
very
some results.
Clear judges' decision. Bruxa versus Horror-zontal. The winner, of course, Horror-zontal. I don't think anybody is surprised. They still worked at the end of that fight, and Bruxa was in pieces.
That was so fun to watch, though. You really saw. Oh, we're looking at Cage 5 here. We've got
8,
Ankle Breaker
7,
versus Offbeat.
6, 5, 4,
Ankle
3,
Breaker, very interesting
2,
horizontal
1.
spinner design.
Fight, robots, fight.
8, 7,
Wow,
6,
listen to these weapon-on-weapon impacts.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Attempt 2, Double or Nothing, back in it here.
Ankle Breaker is from Early Yi, from the VBs. True rookie, first bot, first ever competition.
Tap out.
Oh, there we go.
Wow.
The winner is Double or Nothing.
I don't believe that is accurate.
The winner is Double or Nothing.
That fight between Attempt 2 and Double or Nothing is still happening.
Yeah, quick correction on that one.
Quick correction on that one. I do believe the tap out was actually with, I believe the tap out on that one was with Ankle Breaker. They tapped out. So
Ankle Breaker, another perfect name, by the way.
Yeah, really nice
And
bot.
very accurate description of what it looks like. We're seeing this continued trend of them these bots, they're able to get some leverage here and sort of lift the other bot.
Yeah, the lifter at the 3-pound weight class, not super duper common, but very common at this event today.
It's definitely something that we've seen sort of trend here throughout the day.
And this is Attempt 2 is the vertical spinner. They are the second attempt of something. So you can see.
Oh.
Nice hit there. So those forks typically are made out of a material like AR500, something that can take a lot of impact, an abrasion-resistant material like that. I love the homemade look.
Yes.
On Double or Nothing, it's such a cool-looking bot. On both of these bots, really, but Double or Nothing's got such a like old-school kind of long-bodied design.
They have the story behind the name here for Double or Nothing is that they're from Vegas, and they have Las Vegas themes for all of their bots. So Double or Nothing, if you're thinking of hitting the slots, it's intentional.
An attempt 2 is an offering from Chris Hampton. And that weapon's still going.
It's fascinating that they're able to get that leverage there.
So yeah, the idea is like, you know, the wedge versus the vertical spinner has kind of been like the deciding competition for a long time now in the 3-pound weight class.
Huge sparks there.
We don't allow wedges at NHRL, right? You have to have an active weapon on your bot. So this bot has a lifter, but with all of those forks, it really does act very similarly to how a wedge would act. And you combine that with these wood magnets, these spoked wheels, or cleated wheels, it really is just a powerful, powerful bot. Able to slam you up against the wall, hold you into place. You can hold those pins for 10 seconds, score lots of control points. So this one goes to the judges. I really do think Double or Nothing has a great chance on that one. We'll have to see how that goes.
We're gonna take a look at what Lindsay's doing. We got another super chat going. Lindsay, are the good people talking good things about you?
The good people are talking some good things, not about me this time. This one is from Zachary Knight, a very familiar name to people who have been following NHRL. Perennial contender with Premheta, and he wants to say, from the TD family at Ashley, Bunger, 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 which is something they always make me say for some reason. I think it has to do with a video game, maybe. I'm not quite sure. But Zachary Knight also said in the chat that this is the first competition he's missed in 2 years.
Yeah.
And that he will be back, I think he said in March, maybe with more than one robot. So something to look forward to there.
Holding him to his word.
Yeah, yeah. Zachary, now you're on camera.
Yeah, and now it's documented, Zachary.
It's documented.
No turning
You
back
gotta do
now.
it.
Yeah, I was actually talking to one of the teams that's kind of over in this corner where you have Team Honeycrack, you have Zach, you have just like all of these kind of competitors.
Yeah.
They're by themselves over there now. All their friends didn't show up this competition. They're just sitting over there by themselves. It's so sad.
Do we need a pep talk?
It's so sad, but they did come with a beautiful bot made out of a flower pot and a lifting rake, so...
Oh,
okay,
we have the decision
a
in
decision. And wow, split decision, Double or Nothing is your winner. Not surprising on that one. Attempt 2 will be going home, or at least going down to the freestyle fights, which means Double or Nothing will be continuing on. Their chances look good for the rest of the day.
Attempt 2, I heard the reaction over here out of that one.
Was it a good reaction?
I'm not positive. I'm not entirely sure.
It's never fun when you have to go home. And obviously, you always want those judges' decisions to go your way.
Of course, but it's also, I mean, getting to this level and getting to see your bot compete is a massive success on its own. And I really believe people should remember that. This is something that I could never do.
Like I said,
I'm just gonna say it.
Everybody's goal is different today, right?
Right.
Like their goal very well may have been to qualify for the finals tournament at the end of the year. All right, so we're gonna do a quick look at our audience. Hello, audience. How is everybody doing today?
Guys, give a little shout, give a little wave.
I hope you guys are going and checking out all the delicious food at the food trucks. I hope you guys are checking out the Bot Museum. I hope you guys are going and grabbing a drink at one of the 2 bars.
Yes.
I hope you're having a lovely time.
It's so fun to see the excitement in the building. We have a VIP section. Hey, VIP, what's going on?
Oh, wow. Hey, VIP guys, good to see you.
Send a little wave.
We have 2 separate VIP areas. One's kind of in the back. You get a little couch, you get some snacks. Then this area is right next to the cages. You're actually right next to cage 4, I believe, and you can just hang out.
And
this is our pits.
This is where the action is.
Finally starting to see the pits clear out a little bit now that we're past those qualifying rounds and we're starting to see some eliminations.
So if you're eliminated, though, how long does it really take to, we got our control room.
Hey, control room. How's it going,
Hello,
guys?
Hello, party people. We love the control room. They're the real brains behind this all.
Absolutely.
You think about, okay, so if you are eliminated and you go upstairs to the pits, how long does it really take you to clear out your table and to, I would probably want to stay for a little bit.
It all depends. I mean, how far away you live, all that stuff. So a lot of them are going to stay for rumbles. A lot of them are going to stay for freestyle fights. But they're, you know, if you live 8 hours away and you have to drive, you're going to get in the car.
You make so many friends in your process, right? You know, you work alongside these people who you still want to continue to root for even if you're out of the game. So that's always good to see. Looking over at Cage 5 here. We've got Shameless Self-Promotion. Ooh, I love that name.
Basato. Yeah, so Shameless Self-Promotion is another lifter bot.
Right for it. No hesitation here at the start.
So Seth Schaefer runs a combat robotics store online. You can check it out. It's a very cool store.
Shameless Self-Promotion.
And so this bot is made with parts from his store. Hence the name.
There we go.
Shameless Self-Promotion. These are actually both promotional bots in a lot of ways because Basato is a kit bot, one of the Peter Bar bots, which Peter Garnacho and kind of distributed to a bunch of builders here today. This one in particular went to Professor Evan Arias, who is arguably the most aggressive driver in the sport. He is a phenomenal driver. It is interesting to see him with kind of a slower, more methodical bot, having to change his strategy and change his style. And now seeing Seth Schaefer with a very low-to-the-ground controllable bot. He's a phenomenal driver, but he normally gives himself very difficult bots to drive and control.
Wow.
This is him with a very maneuverable, very controllable bot, very able to showcase those driving skills a little bit more than he normally gets to.
Shameless Self-Promotion really is a solid brick of a robot here.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it's designed to take all kinds of abuse and really keep it going.
It's underneath Basato now. It's not even getting hit by that weapon. He is taking full advantage of the pin rule, able to pin against the wall for those 10 seconds. He's using that lifter very effectively to keep the opponent up and out of the way of him. And look at this, nice pin on the side of Basato. Really just showing off his maneuverability.
He has him totally locked.
Oh, yeah.
See, it's the lifting effect I'm learning can really help you.
It is so rare to see it done well, and we've seen it done well so many times today. Now, to give you some context, Seth Schaefer normally drives a bot here called Division in the 3-pound weight class. It has a huge weapon on it, massive vertical spinner, incredibly hard to drive, just chaos. So seeing him drive this controlled bot in such an aggressive manner is so impressive. It just shows a whole skill set you didn't know Seth had.
That sound doesn't necessarily...
No, that is the weapon of Basato grinding away against the floor of the box. All that energy getting wasted on the floor of the box.
Oh, it's so tough.
Yeah, it's bad on the motors, it's bad on the belts, it's bad on the blades. You want every one of those impacts going into your opponent. You do not want that going into the floor of the box.
Well, with these two bots, you know, they seem to have a similar shape, right? A similar design. Sure. And one, I feel like, clearly has so much more power than the other.
As far as the drive side goes,
right.
Yeah.
And it goes to show how much detail goes into that drive and how much of a difference maker that can really be in the moments that matter.
Well, and you can put a little bit more weight and a little bit more energy into the drive when you just have a lifter. You're not spending so much power spinning a weapon the entire time.
He really, full control on this one, the entire time.
Full control. And normally you would not, like if you heard Evan Arias is going to be facing off against Seth Schaefer, you would not think Seth Schaefer was going to be the aggressive one in that fight. You would not think he would be the one that would control that entire fight. But the machine you're using dictates so much of your strategy, and Seth is faster, he's more controllable in this fight. He did a phenomenal job. There you see Professor Evan Arias. He is the happy warrior every time we see him. Always full smiles, always
Can we get a glasses look again? Come on, show us the glasses. He's focused. He's focused. Like, leave me alone.
And he's really impressed with Seth's work. Look, I mean, the happy warrior is the best way to describe him. He's always so happy for his opponents. He's always offering good suggestions and help in the pits.
That's what it's all about. That's what I was talking about.
He's one of the most positive guys you can have around. He's such an important part of this community.
that's the conversation of when you do get eliminated, when you do leave, especially in our single elimination. Sometimes it's not so easy to just pack up and go home because you're continuing the success alongside the friends that you've made here, and you want to see them compete and see them do well. You're seeing so much positivity. Looking at decisions here, this one.
Unsurprising.
Unanimous.
Same shameless self-promotion, 100% across the board wins that entire thing. Basado will be going home. I am interested to see how far these Peter Bar bots, these kit bots from Peter Garnache, are going to go in this competition. There are many of them that have made it into this round, so we'll see how that goes.
How many are there exactly? Do you know?
I think he has 7 of them, like 7 of them distributed throughout the competition.
That's a way to do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're all separate entries doing separate things.
Yeah.
The idea is he wants to prove the theory of the case. Hey, buy my kit bot. Like, this is such a cool design. You want to get it. You want to bring it in. The neat part about it is most kit bots are made for beginners, newbies to the sport. This one is a niche market. It is for people who are more experienced. It's for people that know a little bit more about combat robotics and want something that's going to be a middle-of-the-pack competitive style robot. We don't see many kit bots built that way, right? The idea of the kit bot is, hey, I'm new. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to buy this thing. I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to learn all the things I want to improve, all the things I want to fix. And then I'm going to iterate on it. We have bots here like Red Hawk, which they started as a kit bot. Now, nothing on that bot resembles the kit that it was originally started as because they've improved, they've changed, it's new motors, it's new everything. And that's kind of the idea of this, but you're starting a little bit more advanced. So I'm very interested to see what the final price is going to be when this goes out on the market.
Yeah.
And I hope this serves as a really great little marketing campaign for him here.
Well, Kyle, I want to go full picture here. I have a question. Just talking about, there's a couple people asking questions. Going back to the basics, back to the rule book here. Describe to me what the rules are, the single elimination. Let's just run through them one more time.
Sure. Okay, so we are in a single elimination tournament. This is different than we have ever done here at NHRL. This has always been double elimination. Double elimination is like a tournament purist's idea of how this is supposed to work, right? You have second chances. Now you don't have a second chance. If you get eliminated today, if you lose your fight, you go home, or at least you go down and you fight in the freestyle fights, which do not count towards this tournament. You cannot work your way back into the tournament through those freestyle fights. You're just done. So it is a lot more high stakes. It is a lot, I think, easier to follow as an audience member too, because you know what the stakes are. You know if somebody's going home at every single fight. The winner of this, or the top 4 of each of these weight classes, will actually qualify for the finals, which will be at the end of the year. That's where the big prizes are coming. That's where you're going to win a bunch of charity for your STEM organization of choice. That is where you're going to bring home the golden Brett. Today, we are all fighting for the golden dumpster and $1,000,
We love
which
the
goes
golden
into
dumpster.
each competitor. I love these. They actually fully articulate. I love that.
If you guys see one of these missing. Take a look at Cage 2 here.
The stakes are totally different this year. It's all changed. It's very, very interesting.
And it's so important to remember that every single moment that we're witnessing matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Next in Cage 2, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 2.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, so this is Wonder versus Brute.
We didn't see these two too long ago.
No, yeah, there's not a lot of turnaround time when you get to this part of the tournament. So Brute is a updated version of the Silk line from Christian Cooper. Silk is a very high-level competitor at NHRL. This is the newest version of that line of combat robotics. And then Wonder is a bot from a competitor who has not been in the sport for 15 years. He actually stumbled upon this stream on YouTube a few months ago and fell back in love with it and decided to try it again. Wonder, he said he threw this bot together very quickly. He's actually fighting in the 12-pound division. Wow. But he threw this together to compete.
The winner is Brute.
He's been doing phenomenally today. Getting knocked out by Brute and Christian Cooper, there is no shame in that.
Absolutely. Left on his side there, I mean, he still looks like ready for a snack. I know this is the end of the road for him.
Yeah, but he could definitely fight again. And that bot is a brick of UHMW. It is probably perfectly fine inside. It is so well designed and well built. He's a mechanical engineer who actually works for Meta. So
Wow.
he's a phenomenally talented person. I am so glad he came back into this sport.
Always impressive to see what everyone's doing in their non-robot life. Looking at cage 6 now, Cobra Chicken versus Chupa Thingy. What a unique design on this one. Oh,
Chupa Thingy is now in pieces.
Chupa Thingy just saw God.
Cobra Chicken is a really unique bot from Texas. It is.
Oh my gosh.
It
Chupa
is a-
Thingy, I'm so sorry.
I know, it's not holding together well. Cobra Chicken is, it's competed this is its 6th tournament ever. It is a relatively new design. The interesting thing about it is its weapon system is actually based off of 2 motors, and both of those motors would normally be found running the propellers in a drone system. He has now combined those together to create a cost-effective and apparently very effective weapon system. Cool bot, cool design. Really excited to see how they go.
Cobra Chicken, by the way, robot was designed before the name. He says he wanted an animal that was feisty and aggressive, and a goose actually came to mind. By the way, I totally agree with that. Cobra Chicken is a silly internet name for a goose.
I love that. That's Ryan Liu. He's with Team Minimal Viable Product. He's doing great. I mean, he's so happy to be here.
Yes.
When I saw him last night, he was just starstruck, looking around at all of these people he's been watching on live streams and on TV for years, and just blown away that he's even here. And now he's winning fights, and he's in the tournament. He's going into round 2. Good for him.
That's what it's about, though.
That's all what it's about.
Yes.
Yeah. And I told him, you know, this is the first time you're going to have the jitters. Next time you come back, it's going to feel like home.
Next in cage
Jitter
3,
schmitter.
3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 2.
Look at that scorch mark in the top of this arena.
Cage
I love
3
it.
has seen it all.
It really
8,
has.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, so this is Quicksand 2 versus
Foot. What a brilliant name.
So Quicksand, if you are on the East Coast and you've gone to a combat robotics competition, you've seen a version of Quicksand. It is normally a wedge bot with a beach scene that gets planted on the top of it. This is the first ever Quicksand with an active weapon, yet another lifter bot.
Yep.
And it is currently having a lot of drive trouble, but you can see this theme of this beachy, kind of jungly theming on the bot. That goes all the way to the driver's hat. I love it.
I know. Foot, by the way, Douglas Lilly, a college student out of Medford, Massachusetts. Foot is supposed to have a dramatic pause right in the middle of it.
Foot?
Foot. You can see the focus here between Quicksand 2 and a Foot. This is a bit of a pushing match here. Oh no. When it gets quiet,
Yeah, that
is when I get really nervous.
That drive side on Quicksand 2 is not functioned this entire time. When you're a control bot, that is your weapon, is that ability to drive around the box.
Kyle, can I ask about the controls? What goes into deciding what type of control you have?
Honestly, I think it really comes down to what video games you liked as a kid. I don't
No way.
know, but there's so
So
many
I would
different-
have an N64 controller?
Yeah, there you go. No, like there's so many different ways to control a robot. I think the most popular is really tank drive, where one stick controls one side and one stick controls the other side.
Okay.
But that's not necessarily the case for everybody. Some people go with a single stick configuration.
Right.
Some people go with that RC car. You know, you spin the wheel and you pull the trigger to like actually drive and control the bot. It makes their decisions a little bit differently on that. Look at Foot's wheels. Those skinny little wheels are becoming so popular. It's a very Brazilian
You're right, they
design.
are. Brazilian-esque.
No,
Yes.
the Brazilian teams like to use those really thin but really dense wheels
Right.
to get a lot of engagement and traction. You know, oh wow, that was a vicious unstick from the brick. Trying to separate these two robots, but they don't. I mean, you know, Brett is a
Oh,
blunt
the lifting
object.
there.
Nice lift there from Quicksand. And you can see
perfect grab.
all of the decorations on Quicksand are gone. They don't exist
Right.
anymore. And that weapon has not been, and look at the drive side on Quicksand now is functioning.
You're right.
Don't know what shook that loose on them, but they are fully functioning. And the weapon on
Wow.
Foot pops up right there at the end. This one goes to the judges. This is going to be a hard one to call in some ways. You know, both the bots ended up being functional at the end.
Having both of those sort of, you know, lifting abilities on either side here, really.
Oh, so the lifter's able to go like 180 degrees.
Right,
See?
there we
so
go.
So those are forks on
It's like
that
he heard
side.
us. Yes.
And that helps him get underneath the opponent so that those lifters can then kind of grab onto the bot and lift them up. So the forks do not articulate. I do believe they do have a hinged element to them, so they stay on the ground, though.
I see. Really is a beautiful design.
It is, and I love that he decorates it with like palm trees and little beach scenes and stuff. I mean, it just gives it this kind of DIY appeal and look, even though it is a very well-crafted, well-thought-out, well-drafted bot.
He's in vacation mode.
All the time. All the time.
It's a lesson. It's how we should all be.
So that's Ian Miller. He works in banking. You know what I mean? He loves miniatures. He loves painting miniatures. You see him at other competitions on the East Coast all the time. It's cool to see him with a bot with an active weapon. He said he specifically built this bot so he could compete here at NHRL.
We'd certainly love to see that. He brought it. Decision. Wow.
So split decision for a foot?
You know, when you say it, I'm like, wait, did he get stumped? No. No, he did not.
All right, so Ian will be going down into the, all right, here we go, freestyle fights.
Next in Cage 2, False Flag versus Tomato Soup.
8, 7, 6.
Tomato Soup, I absolutely love it, this robot.
3, 2, 1.
Fight.
It is a
Robots
D2
fight.
style wedge lifter. That wedge at the front actually is a very effective lifter. And then False Flag is a...
False Flag is so fast.
It is an incredibly effective robot from Joseph Fabiani. Joe is known for building weird bots that don't make sense, and this is a bot that makes all the sense in the world.
Oh no.
Nice pin there. All right, so we've got Cage 6 going as well.
VH3 versus your Stingray 2.
Yeah, VH3 getting that big hit off right at the beginning of the match.
Tomato Soup, by the way, named just because he likes tomato soup. We love to see it.
Paint job, his daughter was doing the paint job on the bot. Apparently had to do it 2 or 3 times just because couldn't get the paint to stick. But it's a beautiful design.
Hey, you would never know.
It's a literal can of soup. You gotta love it. Little Andy Warhol vibes.
Yes, very Andy Warhol. VH3 from Corey Lawrence out of Sandston, Virginia.
Normally an ant weight builder with his VHS line at the ant weight levels, but now this is his first ever beetle weight and competing with this extremely powerful VH3. We've seen a lot of destructive hits from them today, including in this fight.
Corey Lawrence, by the way, the creator of VH3, his occupation is he's a truck driver.
Gotta love it.
The fact that people have the ability to put in the time and effort it takes for these bots in these competitions always fascinates me. They don't disappoint.
Yeah,
look at how far they're making it.
Exactly, high-level competitors. Is he a mechanical engineer? Is he an electrical engineer? Is he? No, he drives a truck.
But it just shows you don't have to be.
And he loves what he's doing here. He loves this competition. I mean, he's built a very effective bot. And I just want to point out, look at False Flag. Their weapon has been down for the vast majority of this fight. They are acting as a control bot, slamming Tomato Soup against the wall multiple times.
Oh, look at what we have going on. You're a Stingray.
Wow.
It's a bit of a tango dance there.
So that is the mini bot for ER Stingray. ER Stingray itself, it seems to be having a little bit of trouble getting control of itself, but its weapon is still going. It just can't point itself in the right direction.
The mini bot really holding it down.
You see that pretty often. There are some very hard-working mini-bots in this competition.
What goes into the decision-making for not having a mini-bot?
You know, the mini-bot is a liability too. If that gets damaged, that damage counts against your team. And it's inherently going to be smaller than your main bot. It's inherently going to be more likely to get exploded if it gets hit really big. So you don't want to have that. So there we go. The time is out. We're trying to get a little weapon twitch with false flag, just to show that it's still functioning. But I gotta say, kudos to Joe Fabiani. He out-controlled a control bot in most of that match. I think that's going to be interesting to see what the judges have to say about this.
Tomato soup looked good too. Tomato
soup did look very good, very tasty. Wanted to eat some of it. Maybe a little, you know, grilled cheese sandwich with it. We'll see. So VR Stingray is, both these bots no longer like, well, they're now driving to the door. They were able to make it to the door of their own volition at the end of the match. So that's 2 matches going to the judges.
We're gonna head on over to cage 1 now.
Ooh, big
while
bot
we wait
action
for these decisions. Oh boy. This is first of the big bot eliminations here.
Next in cage 1, Yoshimi versus Jigsaw.
Oh, I'm very excited for this 12-pound action.
Both of us got so excited right there?
Listen, I've been talking to these bots. The Yoshimi is named after the Flaming Lips album.
4,
Yoshimi
3,
battles the Pink Robots.
2, 1.
Another music.
Yeah, which is actually named after another Japanese musician named Yoshimi. So there you go. It's a double music. Jigsaw is the first ever combat robot from this team. It is the first. He's normally builds first robotics robots. Jigsaw is literally built from some metal he found in his parents' garage that he thinks used to be part of an office setup.
Unbelievable. Jigsaw, by the way, he originally had a different weapon on here. Someone thought that his weapon looked like the movie Saw. And he thought, you know, it was a bit of a jigsaw to put together himself. So he thought, why not call it just that?
Love it. Yoshimi is an AR 500 body on what kind of looks like a vector kit, but in the 12-pound weight class. It's not even that much bigger than a regular vector kit, but instead of carbon fiber for the body, it is a 100% AR 500 body type.
Knockout.
So Joey Gannon, that's his first foray into 12-pound robotics.
Yoshimi.
Look at how big those doors are.
Congratulations to Joey. Nice work winning his first 12-pound elimination fight.
Going into cage 5 here, we've got Supreme Ruler.
K.I.W.F no Hoko, which is Japanese for the Sea Dragon's roar.
Supreme again with these rotating arms.
Yeah, commonly referred to as a cam-style lifting bot. And normally this is what, a weapon system you'd put on a mini-bot, but Jeff Waters using it as his main bot. Look at how effective that is. Able to get Sea Dragon's roar up, or sorry, Kiro no Hoko up, and all the way around the box, full control.
Yes, having full control just from that one simple movement. I mean, and the width really has to help with this as well, because if these were positioned in any other way, maybe even a bit more narrow, it wouldn't work.
Right, it
having
would
that width
off,
gives it more power.
Oh wow, and able to pivot all the way around. It's a full cam lift. The interesting thing about the cam style lifter too is you get so much force with them. You can lift a lot more weight, which is why I believe Jeff has been attempting to lift Brett the Brick, because Brett's very heavy. It is all AR 500. It is very thick. So if you are a 3-pound bot able to lift Brett the Brick, that is a very impressive feat.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Looking at cage 4-2 here. Ooh, this was off to the races immediately here.
All right, so
both of these a thrill.
I have a question. How would you say that fruit?
Apricot.
Huh,
oh, this is tomato conversation, isn't
apricot,
it?
Apricot.
Do you say apricot?
No, I'm from Florida too. I say apricot.
I'm so happy that you don't say apricot. I think we would have to stop working together.
Questions you gotta ask, you know, make sure we're on the same page.
Wow, Supreme Ruler. Are we?
I know. I was
Look at us.
really impressed with him. He's doing such a great job controlling that fight, keeping William Marchese and Kiro Nohoko up and out of the way. No, nice pin there from William.
Wow.
He's got him up against the wall.
That's really the way to do it, though, is to sort of lock in those arms. If you could create any sort of damage to those arms, that would be your easiest way in.
Absolutely. It does look like the spinning mass weapon on Kiro Nohoko is not working right now. This is a hinged horizontal spinner, which is not typical. Normally, William runs a bot called Sea Dragon's Roar, which has a hinged vertical spinner, which is pretty typical. And trying something new, trying something different. That's what this event is for. And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. In this particular case, he's doing a phenomenal job. This is a really close matchup between the two of them.
Apricot made by Eli Davis out of Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Yeah, the weapon not getting up to speed. These are two very similar top horizontal weapons.
Yes, you're right.
And neither of them really working, so this is a bit of a push match over there. So this will go to the judges likely, unless somebody can get their weapon up to speed.
I feel like creating some distance between them would actually benefit both of them.
All right, so we're going to get a judge's decision for Cage 5. Not surprising on that at all. And it looks like we're probably going to have another judge's decision with DBSC 12 and Apricot.
You did it. You did it. Guys.
I was trying to get a rise out of it.
Now I don't even know how to say it anymore. How do we normally say it?
It's apricot.
Apricot.
It's apricot.
Apricot, apricot? Apricot. Lord.
I don't know. Lindsay, put a poll.
Yeah, is it apricot or apricot?
And figure out how to spell it so that people know what you're talking about.
I saw someone in the audience say it's definitely apricot. Thank you. You and I, we have the same vibes in life, you know?
It's true. It's true.
We really understand each other.
All right, so we are now getting to the last. All right, so we do have a knockout in this fight.
Wow.
Fascinating. All right, so Supreme Ruler is the winner of that last match in Cage 5, which means Jeff Waters and Supreme Ruler will be moving on in this competition.
Ooh, we have a decision here.
We also have a decision in the match before that. False flag versus Tomato Soup. False flag out-controlling the control bot, unsurprisingly wins. They will be moving on in that competition. I do hope we get to see Tomato Soup in some of those other fights later on today.
Kyle, I agree completely. I mean, unsurprisingly so with that win. But yeah, Tomato Soup was definitely put up a good fight here. Oh, Apricot won by knockout.
All right, so we are now going into Codpiece versus Tilts.
I spoke to the builder of Tilt beforehand. He was so incredibly nervous going into this one.
So Tilt, operated by William Stanley. He's from Tantrum and Bloop on BattleBots. He's from Worcester, Massachusetts. Also a WPI guy.
Hometown in Altus, California. Oh, decision
there it is.
here.
That's a unanimous decision for Supreme Ruler.
Yep.
I'm actually kind of surprised by that, actually. So Tilt, the apparently fun fact, Tilt is named so after a disc golf disc.
Oh, yes.
What? I don't play disc golf. I don't know any of this
You know what's
stuff.
funny is he told me that, and I wrote it down, and I also have no idea what that means.
So it says it's another name for a disc golfing disc that flies so badly it's
8,
better to throw it upside
7,
down.
Right.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
So here we go. Second match starting right now.
Not dead yet. Back in it.
Still not dead yet. Great name.
Still not dead yet. We love a name that really works.
George is such a powerful vertical spinner. Really smart idea.
You can hear it.
George now doing the thing, though. It has landed on that one part of the bot where it is not able to self-right. Horrible position to be in. Not dead yet, doing a great job capitalizing on that.
Wow.
And now George doesn't appear to be moving at all. No weapon, no drive. Well, a little bit of a twitch on that drive. Let's see how that goes.
Tap out.
That is a tap out. Your winner is
Not dead yet.
That name is staying true
You guys,
so
that
far.
name. I can't get over it. 14-year-old Patrick here's first time competing. Again, he thought it'd be funny to see all the pieces on the floor, all the debris, and think, okay, it's still not dead yet. And you know what? It
so
worked.
far, so good. So Codpiece has Tilt pinned up against the wall there. Tilt trying to get itself back onto its head. That weapon on Tilt is a off-kilter vertical or horizontal spinner. Really powerful, it looks like, as well. But intermittently working.
It's a rubber cod piece.
Oh, yeah. That's an
black rubber cod piece.
It's important to have that, I think.
And of course, it's never fought in any combat robotics competitions before.
It's a really nice design. Well put together.
By the way, it's really filling up here in the building. It's so fun to see the energy from the crowd directly in front of me. Lindsay, I'm going to go over to you. What's going on in the chat lately?
Yeah, so, I mean, we have a couple super chats here that I wanted to get to, and then we have the results everybody has been waiting for. Is it Apricot or is it Apricot? But first here from Bloodsport team member Curtis Honeycutt, Go Team Bloodsport, Ellie, Seth, Brian, and Ref Nick. So we have a lot of Bloodsport representation here in the building today.
Woohoo!
The next one, Chad New, my teammate on Copperhead, sent this for me to say.
Wow.
So
Let's
thanks,
see what
Chad.
you got, Lindsay.
Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bang, bang.
If you don't sing that, then you're not a person, right? How can
Nobody
you
wants
say
me
that?
to sing.
Lindsay, I double dog dare you.
Oh, Hannah!
You
I
got
thought
it.
we were friends.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it.
Lindsay, you were made for this moment. Don't let anyone tell you differently.
What happened in the chat today where embarrassing Lindsay has now become the new modus
Come on.
operandi? Like, what?
Come on, give it a jingle. I got the dance for you.
Okay, yeah, you dance, I'll sing. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bang, bang.
Honestly, did everyone else feel like they needed to sing that with her?
Yeah.
Or was that just me?
I would have loved a group chant, so yeah.
Can we get a group song?
Can you guys?
Guys, are we a musical now?
Can we go? All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah,
ting, tang, wada, wada, bing, bang.
Yes, audience participation.
I am so proud of you guys. We got a
decision. We've got Tilt beating Codpiece, split decision. Can't say that's too much of a surprise there, but that was a really close matchup. So thank you guys so much for that fight.
And thank you for the song.
Yeah, and thank you guys for the song. We appreciate you.
All good things end with song. Cage 1 now. We're like, okay, let's get...
Next in Cage 1, Tartarus versus Cowbella.
Can I just say...
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
wow, beautiful.
1.
Fight, robots,
you do not
fight.
hear boos coming from the audience. No, you hear moos coming from the audience. Cowbella is already a crowd favorite.
Cowbella, I have been waiting to see in action. It's such a beautiful design. It's so fun. Look at it, it's a rake, guys. A couple flower pots with flowers.
And the rake
Just
and the
stuck
beautiful
on top
cow
there.
head.
The
Look at
cow
that.
details. The crew also in their cow gear here. The kindest people, by the way. Oh, flower down. Wow. This is another one of those where it's hard to watch because it's just so delightful.
All right, so Varun Kumar from Carnegie Mellon Combat Robotics has built Tartarus. Beautiful design in this as well. Powerful vertical spinner. So serious, such a serious design, and they're fighting a flower pot with a rake. I love it.
With a rake and a pot, a couple pots with some cow ears, you know. I love a theme.
Listen, the Milk Tank team always shows up with something beautiful, something fun,
It's
usually
so
something
beautiful.
full of glitter, which, by the way, I was told that every one of these flowers is filled with glitter, that they have...
Oh, wow.
that
Oh,
they
no.
have hot glued
It's going
That's not surprising. Oh no. I like that the pot
I didn't
kind of
realize that it
acts
was
as a-
hollow underneath.
Oh yeah, well there's a bot under there, but the pot itself is basically just the armor.
By the way, glitter fixes everything. Don't ever let anyone tell you anything different.
Oddly enough, glitter's a horrible idea if you're driving a combat robot because it gets inside everything. It gets into your speed controllers. It gets into your gears.
Have you ever
it gets
touched
into
glitter like anywhere in your life? It always gets into everything.
Oh, that ain't good. That ain't good. Oh no. This cow is getting butchered right in front of us.
Cow. Oh no.
Oh, we're losing it. Oh no.
Oh my gosh, this is... Cow, you got this. This is utterly hard to watch.
Oh no, this stage is so well done.
Both of us with our cow puns.
You gotta have a whole list of cow puns every time this team comes on. Wow, look at the glitter all over the
By the way,
those flowers.
Oh, you can see the glitter. About 20 seconds left in this one. Honestly, they both seem to be moving quite well at this point.
Yeah, is the rake even still attached? What is happening?
The rake does look attached.
But it's
and not incredibly useful.
Tartarus just flipped themselves over? I'm not sure how that happened.
I think it was the eye contact with the cow.
They got intimidated and just played dead, yes.
Wow.
So this one has to go to the judges.
Definitely go to the judges.
Boo! You can hear the audience. They are not booing.
They're not booing, yes. I feel like that needs to be known. It's a
They are
move.
booing. They are cheering for this team. Cowbella.
A moo and a boo are a little bit too close for comfort.
It happens pretty frequently here. You'll hear, like there's a bot named, oh, here we go.
Let's get a little replay action.
Lining up their shot, coming in and smacking those flowers, launching glitter, getting stuck underneath the cow.
Just making such clean contact right there. Look at how much fun they have.
I mean, you gotta love it. And like cow overalls.
Cow overalls, where do I get them?
You gotta ask. You gotta ask.
Hey, you're wearing cows on your shirt.
That team gave me this shirt.
What?
4,
Guys.
3, 2.
How do I get in with the cool
Fight,
kids?
robots, fight.
Dumb Drum back in action over here.
Wow.
Cutthroat Cuttles. These designs are so clean here.
Púca going up against Frost, two really powerful designs. Púca is probably the most powerful vertical spinner we see in the 3-pound weight class today. This thing is just
we got one of them on their
hard.
side here, now upside down. We have a decision.
Beautiful hit there from Frost, knocking Púca across the arena.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Unanimous.
All right, so we got Tartarus, unanimous decision versus Cowbella. Listen, Cowbella, you still won in all of our hearts.
Cowbella, stay strong. We love you.
Absolutely.
We also love your outfits.
Tap out.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So Frost
the winner
is tapped out.
Púca.
House of
from
God.
David Small. David Small comes to this competition maybe once, twice a year, always brings something really interesting. This is the first time he's ever brought like a really powerful vertical spinner in the 3-pound division. Super fascinating competitor, names all of his robots after some sort of mythical creature. Púca is no different.
Have you ever thought about what you would name a robot? You personally?
So often, yes.
Really?
Yeah, I get into conversations with my children about it literally all the time. So yes,
I'm sure your children love
There's
it.
lists of robot names that our family talks about all the time.
I feel like that's a conversation that could never end.
Yes.
You know what? It's a good dinner table conversation. I encourage you guys, if you're at dinner with your family and you don't know what to talk about, talk
Name a
robot
robot.
names.
That happens here in the pits too. You'll hear somebody say something silly and somebody will be like, robot
That's
name,
a
I call it.
name. Yes.
All right, so we have a tap out. And I believe Cutthroat Cuttles, because they're still driving around, is the winner of that match.
It's a tap out here.
All right, so it looks like the winner of that match is Cutthroat Cuttles. Dumb Drum just is gonna have to go home, go down to the freestyle fights. We'll see how it goes for him. But yeah.
Kyle, I know that before we were talking a lot about the rules and the single elimination, but when it comes to judging and criteria, what does everyone need to know in that category?
So there's 3 criteria. You have your control, you have your aggression, and you have your damage. Damage is like slightly heavier weighted than the other 2. Control is incredibly important. That is just showing that you have control of your robot and control over your opponent, control over the pace of the fight. Aggression is just showing that you are actually trying to fight. Even if your weapon's down, but you are head-on attacking your opponent, you're going to stack up those aggression points, and that's incredibly important. But it all centers around the damage. If you could show massive damage against your opponent, that's going to outweigh those other 2. Look,
we've definitely seen a lot of that already.
From Red Rocket. All right, so we've got Deep Cut and Red Rocket. Deep Cut is Deep Cut's a brand new robot, brand new design, and it is not holding together very well. Red Rocket is...
It's based on his fairy weight, by the way.
I love it.
Using components from a 12-pounder here, using a lot of larger components, you can definitely tell.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Red Rocket not spinning anymore. This is
the Rocket.
Red Rocket is from Jeff Waters. It's a very unique design. It does look like we've got a tap out here. The weapon is actually what drags a Red Rocket around.
Jump it over.
Next in Cage 2, Kitsune versus Abomination.
All right, so we've got Peter Garnache and one of the many Peter Bars fighting in this competition.
4,
and he's got to fight an 8-year-old girl in Liliana with Kitsune.
Robots fight.
The way you say that,
it's just, there's nothing more fun to me than watching an 8-year-old girl.
Kitsune has been so fun to watch. Again, based on a fox animal, this is her favorite animal. It's technically the Japanese fox god, by the way.
Yes, and she's been just dominant throughout the day today with this robot.
Her name is Liliana. Her brother Alec also involved.
Yeah, driving a bot called Iron Eater, which is an overhead attack bot.
This is...
And I was saying earlier, there's nothing I love more in these competitions than watching like an 8-year-old girl destroy a grown man's robot. It's just so satisfying. But in this particular case, they're pretty evenly matched. Abomination doing a beautiful job getting massive hits.
I'm interested in the shape of Kitsune. What is the benefit to having that elongated front?
So that styled robot is called a Thagomizer style design. The first robot with that was a bot named Thagomizer, and it really does kind of pin you into a strategy, right? You have this wedge on the front of your robot, and on the back is your spinner. So you ram into them with your wedge, and then while you're getting control of them, you then do a quick whip to the side, and you smash that horizontal spinner into the side wheels, the side rails, the motors that actually drive the robot. So it really is like a strategy built into a design on a robot. Right now, though, being upside down is not optimal for this design. She can still drive, she can still get hits, but it renders that wedge a lot less useful.
Right.
And eliminates almost half the strategy. And now she's stuck on a wall. I believe she does get one unstick from Brett the Brick.
Brett the Brick, help us.
But after that, she is on her own. No more unsticks. Kitsune holding on by a thread in the last minute of this,
Kitsune putting up a stellar fight, though. I mean, continuously knocked around here.
Oh, nice pin there. And that's a belt hanging off of Kitsune. That means that the weapon, I believe, is down because that is a long belt. So you would need that to drive that weapon on Kitsune.
Abomination still moving.
Yeah, I don't hear the weapon going so much on Abomination either. By the way, most competitors show up to this box standing, really excited. Peter Garnache is one of the few guys that I know that just shows up, pulls up a chair.
You know what? That's the way to do it. You got to live your life.
You know, he just hangs out, does a little robot fighting, does a little robot driving.
Abomination, you know, you could see the benefit of having that quick. He's moving so quickly with that smaller shape and can zip around the corners. 3 seconds left here.
Yeah, without a weapon, this is a tough one for Kitsune. I mean, both their weapons were down at the end of this fight. But a little bit more control points going to Abomination. That'll go to the judges. We'll see how that goes.
Moving on To cage 5, here we got Kickstart, and oh, this is always fun to watch, the formidable Floorsome and Friend. Did I say it?
You did it perfectly. You actually did it phenomenally well.
Wow. Honestly, I'm here all night. The formidable Floorsome and Friend started over in cage 3. Ooh, decisions up, by the way. Abomination unanimous.
Abomination. Can't say I'm surprised about
Kitsune,
that.
you did fantastic. Kitsune should go home very proud.
Yeah.
Liliana did a fantastic job. Now, all the different shapes here, it's wild to see.
Absolutely. Kickstart's such a dominant performer in this arena, but yeah, it's hard to focus.
Kickstart in so much control. Kyle, I totally agree with you. I can't pick a robot to look at.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We're still in it for both of these right now. The formidable Floorsome still very much in this. Everyone included here. We've still got Whip and Stress Concentration. The formidable Floorsome and Friend, we're seeing all these different parts still intact. When we saw them just a little bit ago on cage 3, their turnover time was incredibly quick for them. I'm joined by Ricky now.
Hello, hello.
Ricky, welcome to the club.
Yes, thank you for having me back.
We're taking a look at what's going on in the corner here between Whip and Stress Concentration.
Yeah, I see we definitely have some house spot interaction going. How long has that robot been disabled?
You know, I'm not entirely sure.
There's a lot of chaos. It's a lot to keep track of.
I'm so distracted by what feels like 12 bots competing.
Yeah, simultaneously.
In cage 5.
It's an episode of Transformers on screen right now.
For Stress Concentration, he says he forgot a fillet while fabricating his weapon and decided to, run with it. That's how he came up with the name there.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Tom from Summerfield, Massachusetts.
So it's an interesting. Yeah, it's interesting how that works, right? You're designing some piece of your robot, and what you want to do is when you have like a hard corner in the robot, you put what they call a fillet in the corner. And that gentle curve, instead of a hard right angle piece, makes that corner a lot stronger. So you add just a little bit of material, adds a lot of strength. And if you don't do that, things tend to spontaneously explode when they're stressed hard.
Whip.
Whip coming out strong here in cage 3.
Oh, meanwhile, looks like we're lining up for cage 4 as well, getting ready for a rumble situation.
Have you had any favorites today so far?
Oh, that's a good question. I really, really enjoyed seeing spare parts get disassembled. I know it wasn't quite the back and forth action that we usually like to see, but at the same time, there's something that makes me smile about seeing an old microwave just get beat to shreds.
I mean, the story in itself, I saw them upstairs and I was like, wait, what is this? How is this? The fact that it was just a drill and a microwave. It shows you can really do a lot with a little.
And a dream, that's all you need.
And a dream, there we go. Don't forget the dream. All right, going over to cage 4 here.
Next in cage 4, Krabby Full Spade versus Flippin' Cut 12.
So this is exciting. I looked at Flippin' Cut
7,
12 earlier.
6, 5, 4,
we'll wait for the countdown.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Flip and Cut 12 used a different material than they anticipated using, and they're worried about that entire robot blowing itself to pieces.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it uses, normally it would have used a material called TPU, which is very durable and stretchy. And instead they used UHMW, which is another durable material, but it's a lot more likely to tear. And if it starts to tear, it's going to continue to tear, and it's just going to blow itself apart. And you can see how fast that robot spins.
I mean,
that's a lot of energy just to hold itself together.
Exactly, yes. The amount of energy that it's taking just to keep moving, but that is its weapon.
Yeah, the entire robot is the weapon. As a melty brain spinner, as they call them, every single part of that robot is spinning, which means every ounce of weight in that robot is force behind each and every hit.
Do you find that sort of elongates them in the competition?
What it means is they can really punch above their weight class.
Right.
And it's not necessarily that they make it farther in the competition, it's that they either knock their opponent out very hard or they knock themselves out very hard.
I have to say, yesterday I was put to the test to say this name, and I don't know if I succeeded, but I'm going to try it again. You want to try it?
No, please.
Krabby Fellspade. Oh! Wow. Completely stopped here. Flip and Cut 12.
Yeah, that mini-bot, or I should say that multi-bot, is doing exactly what it needed to do.
Krabby Fellspade.
Yeah.
The K is silent at the end, I learned.
Oh, interesting.
Krabby Fellspade.
I think someone had some SpaghettiOs and was just a little bored.
There's definitely supposed to be an IDK at the end of it. That was intentional.
Okay, all right, yeah, there's...
I would put IDK.
I don't know myself.
Right. I would put IDK on the back of most things, too. Wow, we still got less than a minute here on this one.
So this is what the multi-bot wants to do more than anything else, is jam up its opponent, show some control. They're never going to be able to do a ton of damage to a robot that weighs that much more than each individual tiny robot. But if they can control the match and corral their opponent, it looks good to the judges. We got to unstick there.
Here he goes. He's still got some energy left in the tank. Trying to hit there.
I don't see many of the mini-bots doing much damage right now.
Yes. Okay, see, how much is it a factor if you hit the wrong thing? You know, you hit the wall, you hit the cage.
Oh,
and it takes your energy.
Not only does it take your energy, but you know, the old physics saying every force has every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Right.
The amount of force that you take back into your own robot can damage you, even if it's you doing the hitting.
Yes.
Or your robot doing the hitting.
Right, right. Flip and Cut, still so fun to watch, by the way.
And that is
time
the match.
Is up here.
Now you can see the amount of imbalance it has. It's a little more wobbly than it was before.
Than it was when it started. But by the way, I mean, still moving with such force throughout that entire thing. At one moment, I thought, okay, it was done.
Well, it's one of those
but
robots
it prevailed.
Is either going to really keep hitting hard through the whole match, or it's going to spontaneously combust, explode, lodge itself into the nearest wooden surface, whatever it can do.
No, definitely impressive for them to continue throughout that entire time. The energy level was really maintained there. You can see a quick replay here. Yeah, you're right about those mini bots. I mean, some of them are really just hanging tight.
Next in cage 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Krabby, the winner is
here we go.
Krabby, full spade.
Really? No. Okay.
Stand by.
Yeah,
Correction
stand by.
here. It's a judge's decision. We'll get you caught up here in a little bit.
I would have been very surprised for us to not display the judges' results there.
Yeah, we'll take a look and see what the judges have to say about that one. I think you can guess the answer.
I think so.
You want to take a whack at it?
Oh, there you are.
Oh, there it is. You don't even have to.
Across the board.
This was for an earlier one.
Yeah.
Kickstart.
I wasn't here for that.
You weren't here for that one. That one was certainly fun to watch. That was the one where I kept getting distracted by the formidable Florsome and
yeah,
Friend. I don't know if I got that name right.
I was warned earlier I was going to have trouble with that, and I'm glad I just wasn't here. I didn't have to worry about it.
Absolutely.
Completely escaped.
There's definitely a couple names that I feel like could be a worry.
There we are.
There we go.
Yeah, no surprise there. Flip and cut 12 across the board. Yeah, half the robots in.
Do it. Go for it.
No,
you got
it's
it.
gone. The words aren't even on the screen anymore.
It was sort of a letter salad.
Crab mumble.
Yes.
Half those robots weren't even moving at the end, so I think it was a pretty reasonable decision.
Absolutely.
Next in cage 2, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 2.
8.
Every bracket is an undefeated bracket
6,
now here at
5, 4.
I recognize
3,
these guys already.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We have our youngest competitor there.
Our 4.5-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Now 5% older than he was at the beginning of the day.
We're not keeping score. Oh, and Joe.
Now, NoobTube is a really fun robot to me. That entire spinning disc is its weapon.
It's like a paper towel holder.
A very evil paper towel holder.
A very evil one.
Wow, that is some big hits there.
Joe, by the way, is made after a father and son duo, Grant and Matt. Is actually named after the grandfather who grew up in Bridgeport. He worked in Norwalk. It was a really cool way to honor a member of the family. There's actually a cigar on top of the bot. A cigar sticker on top of the bot. And it's because when they looked through all these old photos of Grandpa Joe, they noticed he had a cigar.
Well, it's named Joe. I figured it's a boy. So that figures with the cigar, right?
Also looking at Double Stuffed and Wicked Twister. Double Stuffed, by the way, inspired by the world's greatest cookie.
Those them's fighting words right there. Not really with me. I think I'm on your team, but I imagine someone is going to draw issue with your
I'm so distracted.
Oreo fandom.
I know, I'm sorry. I love an Oreo. By the way, if it's not double stuffed, is it even worth eating?
Absolutely not.
No. Now you got to have mega stuffed. Oh, wow. NoobTube still has full control here. Joe's still very much in it as well.
It has as much control as it ever had.
NoobTube is so fascinating to me.
What captures your passion here with NoobTube?
What is my passion? I've never seen a robot this shape with this much control.
It's been attempted before, and I think this is the best I've ever seen it pulled off. Usually a robot like NoobTube will have some sort of trailing arm or something to give it a little more traction against the ground.
I just think it's a really bold design.
It is.
You have to, when you have a design in that shape and that stature, you have to go full throttle. And obviously you do this with every bot. But with NoobTube, you already know what your weakness is and what your strengths are going to be just based on the shape alone. So much has to go into the weight.
You see it almost trending up on one wheel.
Oh,
there
yes.
it goes again.
10 seconds left with NoobTube and Joe here.
I think one side of the drive on NoobTube might be suffering, and that's why it's spinning so erratically at this point.
Double stuffed Wicked Twister still in it here. Where's our Oreos? Now the padding on the top of the bot there, what is the specialty behind that?
Well, it's hard to say for sure.
It is hard to say.
Yeah, quite frankly, I'm not sure, other than
and that's
a
okay.
nice decoration.
That's okay.
It may be that padding serves mostly to prevent the robot from being stuck if it's inverted. You can get some really clever ways to keep a robot from doing the thing, as we described earlier, from getting stuck in a position where it can no longer move. And I think, there we are.
Wow.
Split decision. NoobTube did get a vote, but Joe takes home the win.
Joe makes it happen. You guys, you did a great job. Oh, I'm so happy for them. NoobTube, you guys did fantastic too. Wow, I want to give everyone a hug.
I think
love them
that's
all.
the lovely vibe about so many things Norwalk.
It was so fun to watch. And, you know, so many good stories. But, by the way, both of them, father-son, competing.
Yes,
there.
with their own
Noob
robots
and with Joe.
of their...
What you just love to see. I just feel like having these family events, there's a story behind everything.
Absolutely.
And then it's like, not only are you doing the event with your family and you're competing as father and son, but the months, the preparation that goes into it, the hours.
The nights in the garage or the basement, whatever it is, toiling over some, pile of robot
Screws.
parts.
Yes. It's family bonding, right? Why play Monopoly when you can build robots?
Mm-hmm. I like to think you can just use that as your token. You know, they used to suggest that with Monopoly, just use a household item as your token. That's why it's a shoe now and a dog. Just use a robot. All your games.
Yep, absolutely. I agree.
Oh, we got a decision
here. Oh, double stuffed. Out of this one, Wicked Twister taking it 3 out of 3 here.
Not surprising, frankly.
Yes.
That was a pretty dominant effect, I think. Oh, and here we go. Speaking of microwave madness.
Sensitive ears here, by the way.
Oh?
By the way, coming up here, coming up pretty soon, we're going to have a loud match. If you guys have sensitive ears, we have some earplugs.
Yes. Yeah.
Right behind the stands.
For all the lovely people in the stands. But again,
if you have sensitive ears, if your family has sensitive ears, there's some earplugs right behind the stands. Feel free to go ahead and grab them. There will be a loud one coming up soon.
Next in Cage 1, Spare Parts versus Emperor.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And
we got a big one here. Emperor. This one, you got to see the outfits, by the way. Have you seen them?
I have not. Oh, yes, I have. I didn't realize they lined up.
This is a group from RIT. They've been working on it for 2 months.
Oh, there goes the weapon blade on Spare Parts.
By the way, can we have a competition just on outfits alone here? Look at this.
Yeah, we've got 2 real contenders in the race.
They came up to show out.
So this is interesting. We've got no weapon movement at all on Emperor.
Yeah.
Emperor's a really unique robot. You don't see a lot of horizontal spinners with walking mechanisms.
Well, Spare Parts.
Spare Parts, though.
Such an interesting design.
Interesting is a word for it, yeah.
I feel like they're having a conversation. What's going on?
They're trying to say something. Oh!
Oh, wow.
Spare Parts, I believe in you.
Oh, Spare
Live
Parts.
Again, move again. That is a normal off-the-shelf remote control car with a microwave on top of it. And I want to stress that remote control car was not meant to carry a microwave.
You guys, this really is a full microwave.
And extra,
There's a drill in there somewhere.
There's some blocks of wood.
Emperor also seemingly having a bit of a movement issue.
Next in Cage 5.
A for effort.
3-pound weight class. Undefeated bracket, round 2.
And this is a great tooth-cutting event for Emperor. It really is, because that design has a lot of promise. It's doing some really interesting things, but it's also a bold design. It takes a little bit of time to iron out all the kinks.
Yep.
Matches like that, it's a great place for them to do it in time for them to bring it back in, upcoming events before the end of the year.
Right.
And really have a mean machine.
Spare Parts really using just what you can find around the house, Yeah,
or,
if you guys don't need a microwave anymore, if you don't need a little toy car anymore, you have options. There's things you can do.
Speaking of options, we've got 2 fights coming up. One in Cage 3, one in Cage 5.
Away we go. Cranky and Plot Twist here. We're hearing the crowd go a little crazy for Cranky. We got 10-year-old Noah representing Cranky.
8,
We got a strong
7,
childhood
6,
contingent here today.
We do.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Cranky and Plot Twist are both horizontal spinners.
Yep. Oh, wow.
Oh, Cranky is gyro dancing. It is not stuck in that position. It's just the
Oh, my
gyroscopic
goodness.
force of the weapon holding it there.
Over on Copycat and Kneebiter. Already in on the action over there.
Tap out.
And already over with.
The winner is Kneebiter.
Kneebiter made by Dave Hurt here by Team 42 Robotics. Going back to Cranky. 10-year-old Noah Kerr. Still up against Plot Twist.
Oh, and there goes that weapon on Cranky along with
An
the drive.
undercutter here.
Yes, Plot Twist is an undercutter. It's almost hard to see the weapon spinning because it spins so fast. But there is a pink bar towards the underside of that robot that spins around, tries to chew up the wheels, the undersides of robots, that sort of thing.
When asked about the story behind the name for Cranky, he says, Cranky comes to us from a faraway land which banished him for his bad attitude. He's here trying to destroy our world, one bot at a time. Can he do it, guys?
We'll see. We will see.
Plot Twist, made by Connor Howard. I love that name. A college student at WPI from Worcester, Massachusetts.
We get a flood of people coming in from WPI. Very strong combat robotics
Worcester, Massachusetts.
association there.
I think I'm saying that wrong. Isn't it pronounced like Worcester if you're from Massachusetts?
I believe so, yeah.
Worcester.
Worcester.
I don't actually know this.
It's no, if you're
It
you're there,
sounds. I
it's
sound like.
Worcestershire is
Yes.
Worcestershire, but you don't say that.
I'm just trying to sound like.
Next in cage 4, Torrential versus Kisokubot.
As you can see here, this is Torrential's
7,
builder's
6,
freshman year.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Going up
Fight,
against a
robots,
absolute
fight.
veteran builder in the form of Jeff.
Oh, wow. Torrential built by Donald Sung here. From Durham, North Carolina. He's a mechanical engineer. When he's not building robots, he likes to play golf. Wow, look at that huge dent on the side of the cage already, by the way.
Yeah, that is a large chunk taken out.
Oh, in a perfect position, too.
It looks like we're having some drive issues on the right-hand side of Kisokubot. Kisokubot not only captained by Catherine Waters. You can see Jeff Waters currently piloting it.
Catherine Waters, hometown of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, as part of the Jackpot team, the Waters family are all located out there. Oh, we got a lot of smoke coming off of Kisokubot. That's that right-hand drive. I see a little fire peeking out the back now, too.
And that was a perfect blow right there.
It really was. The right-hand side just burning up as it tries its absolute best to move.
You got this. Kisoku really trying to move outside of that one quick turn. The other side completely out here.
Yeah, some robots excellent at being able to crab walk just by virtue of their own design.
Oh, yeah.
A tracked robot like Kisokubot is really
Still
going to struggle.
smoking here. Woo. Wow. Torrential has full control.
This is an attempted unstick. I don't think it's going to do much good unless that robot can somehow get flipped upside down. Kisokubot is going to get counted out. Even if it were to be flipped upside down.
Kisokubot really coming to a full halt here in the corner.
Tap out.
A tap.
The winner is Torrential.
Torrential really had control of that one from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's trouble when your drive system starts to go down early. it's hard to come back from that.
Absolutely. Let's go to a quick replay of this one. These first initial blows really...
You can see Kasokubot wins a couple of these initial exchanges.
Oh yeah, he had him at one point. That debris, my goodness.
And then that right-hand drive side, you can see that's a tracked robot. It has these like tank-like treads on either side.
Right.
That tends to be a lot easier to get jammed up for little bits of damage to do a big impact in terms of how well it drives. And once you start not being able to drive and drive defensively or offensively, even better, you're just open for hits.
Oh, absolutely. You're immediately on the struggle bus there. Oh, we got Chicken Bot Pie and Siege. Chicken Bot Pie is a fantastic name. David Snipes, captain behind this one. Chicken Bot Pie, you know, it's literally supposed to look like a piece of pie. I asked David his favorite kind of pie. It's actually cherry, just in case you were curious.
Good to know, good to know.
So let's say it's...
Oh, I see a wheel dramatically rolling away.
Dramatically rolling right out of the shot there.
Yeah. Exit stage left. Oh, it's a mini-boss wheel. I didn't see it get removed. I was like, it doesn't match any of the wheels
right.
on either of the two main robots.
7, 6,
Meanwhile,
5,
Hot Wings
4,
Mutation about to start
3,
their fight in cage
2,
3.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Chicken Bot Pie very much still in this. Okay, Hot Wings, I have to talk about the way that this robot is made.
Do, because it is...
How do you even come up with the concept of these sort of claws on the outside, these arms? Once again, we're seeing domination with these movable arms.
Well, it's not just that, it's got a little snowplow there in the middle, and the two of those things work together beautifully.
I feel like he's like walking with his arms out and his mouth wide open.
There's a wonderful robot called Free Hugs that this is a little bit reminiscent of.
Yes. Oh, look at that. My other question is, you know, when you have them sticking out on the side like that, does it increase your chances of any sort of malfunction if one hit went wrong?
Well, it's about making sure that those parts are not the first ones to get hit, but you know that a veteran builder...
Knockout on 6, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Eli Davis, right? He's the captain on Hot Wings, and he's an experienced builder. He's been to BattleBots. He knows what's up. Those arms are going to be built of a material that's flexible enough to take a few hits, so it's not the end of the world if they do take, you know, a bashing here and there.
Eli Davis from Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Oh, and Hot Wings also interesting for the fact you can see it's a shuffle bot. It's got non-wheeled locomotion, which means it can be heavier. And when you're a robot that wants to go in and hug your opponent, it's a lot more intimidating to hug a bear that's twice the size.
I like how you're saying hugging the opponent. We'll keep it like that. I like that lingo.
It's a very wholesome experience. Listen, Mutation's coming in there with a spinning blade of death. Hot Wings just, you know, wants a little affection. Wants to give a little affection.
Mutation made by James Wynn, a student at WPI. He's in the WPI Combat Robotics Club.
I believe he's actually the team president this year.
Wow, there we go.
Has moved, excuse me. Now that the old captain has moved on, he's also a competitor on Team Switchback in a certain other robot competition. So another builder that just has a ton of experience, knows what they're doing, and is here to try some interesting new things.
And he's certainly doing that. This is a tough one. Hot Wings not necessarily willing to get a perfect grab on Mutation.
You gotta take what you can get. That's
a pushing match right there. Out of time.
And remember too, when you're judging your aggression, when you're judging this and it goes to the judges, you want to know not only did the weapon work, but did the weapon work in a way that was intended to cause damage?
I feel like Hot Wings, it was just like a big hug, right? I actually look like it with my red here.
Yeah, I can see some.
I think this is the way we should all hug people going forward.
Is that not the way you hug people?
This is not. No, that's not the way you hug people.
Oh.
You gotta hug people like this, right? Hugging like this is like an awkward, because then what if I'm the opponent, what do I do with my hands? You're like this.
Yeah.
That's so awkward.
Yeah.
But you know what? In support of Hot Wings, I think we should all go forth. Hug like this.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to cage 5 now because
that's too
I'm
much
done
hugging.
being silly goose over here. All right, ground control V2, Lasseration. Did I say that right?
Laceration?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, great. Ground control V2. Not a lot of turnover time here for them.
No, we remind competitors, or remind people at home that competitors have at least 20 minutes to repair in between each fight, and that, if that doesn't sound like a lot of time, you're correct. It is not a lot of time.
It is not a lot of time. 25 minutes. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I can't even check my Instagram in 25 minutes.
And some of these competitors need to take the robot completely apart in that time frame.
Absolutely.
Rebuild it from the ground up.
The details. Laceration, by the way. Noah Agnew, who also had Horror-zontal earlier.
8.
From
7,
Greenville.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Ooh,
fight.
we got
There they go.
Kill It With Fire. Kill It With Fire. I've had so much fun watching.
I really enjoy the name, really enjoy the theme.
The theme. Well, there's a cereal box theme here. Who doesn't love cereal?
Yeah, we've had a lot of lovely cereal-themed robots here in the last couple of years, which doesn't sound like something I should be able to say, but it's very true.
You know, I asked him why he chose the cereal that he chose. It was, I think it was Frosted Flakes.
I believe it is, yeah. I can see
Fruit
just
Loops and Apple Jacks.
the eyebrows of Tony the Tiger are staring at me.
If you were to choose a cereal to have on your robot, which one would it be?
Absolutely Team Cheerios.
What?
Team Cheerios, yep.
That is a crazy answer.
Yeah, no, it's...
I actually think that's a psychotic answer.
No, I think gold, like, they're always holding gold medals. It's very inspiring.
I still can't believe you just said Cheerios. Out of all
Team Cheerios, not just any Cheerios.
I don't know the difference.
Oh, Team Cheerios is every variety of Cheerio poured into the same box of Cheerio.
What?
It only comes out...
They don't sell that. They sell it?
Only at the Olympics. When the Olympics are on TV, they sell Team Cheerios.
Oh my gosh, guys, I'm learning a new thing.
Special edition Cheerios.
I had no idea. That's a wild answer.
Yeah.
I'm fascinating. I have to go home and find Team Cheerios. Frosted Flakes making
You thought I was personally on Team Cheerios.
Yes.
I see where you were coming from.
I thought you were going for the yellow box.
No, I'm Team Cheerios.
By the way, I think of Cheerios, I think of babies.
I don't know about that association, but I...
all little kids, you feed them Cheerios. We gotta tap out on 5. I could talk about cereal for 12 hours, by the way.
Has me worried. Folks at home, if I disappear tonight, it's because there's a serial killer in the house.
Oh, zinger. I saw that one coming.
Some aggressive tapping here on Kill It With Fire. Kill It With Fire, not a lot of fire going on.
Kill It With Fire doesn't need the fire.
No, why fire when you can tap? It is showing a tremendous amount of control here. Driving on display and going up against a robot like Luxor that has a very potent weapon on it. There's something to be said for being able to control a match like this.
Luxor, by the way, the black pyramid on the back of the robot represents the hotel in their hometown of Las Vegas.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Uh-oh. About 5 seconds here.
Now you can look at this. This is actually very strategic, and if I was a judge, this would count for a lot with me.
They have them locked. Oh, look at the excitement.
They not only do they lock the weapon once, but they just continue timing it so they lock it over and over and over again. That is showing an effective use.
Right. I just can't. Look at him. He's standing on the chair. He's so cute.
Yeah.
If I stood on that chair, I would be kicked out of here.
I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
There's a real debate over here. Uh-oh,
Oh,
Lindsay's got it. She's
I
up
see
close
that
and
face.
personal here. Lindsay, you ready to go? What are you doing over here? Uh-oh, she's got her mean face on. Lindsay, you gonna sing your song to get you a little warmed up? We gotta give her a microphone over here.
Yeah, what we need is background music.
What
as
we
she
need
does
is
this.
background dancers, lights, fog machine.
Camera action, go.
We need it all.
Oh, look at it. It's adorable.
There was definitely, we got a decision here, kill it with fire.
Not surprising, a unanimous
3
decision.
out of 3, but a really good fight here. They did a fantastic job. Oh, now we got the match everyone has been waiting for. Gird your loins, guys. Cage 4.
And you can hear that sound. That sound is a jet engine spinning up to speed.
You see here the winner qualifies for the November World Championships.
Yes, the top 4 placing robots in every weight class.
Look who it is.
Oh, Austin McCord, founder of Norwalk Havoc.
I've heard a lot of things about this matchup. All eyes have shifted in the room. The suspense.
We are on the edge of our seats here, folks.
It is so incredibly loud. In a good way. I'm welcoming it.
And we're wearing
7,
headphones.
Yes.
6, 5, 4,
Ready?
3, 2,
We've got our own Sam Hansen
Fight,
driving the
robots,
minibot here.
fight.
DeathPact, hot shot. Austin versus Sam.
That is a lot of power. Look at it pushing its
Listen to
opponent
that
away.
engine. Austin and Sam are together. Correction there.
Correct, yes. Hotshot doing its best to blow its opponent into the wall.
The level of noise here. Just based on the power alone, who do you think has a fair shot here?
Well, the power alone, if Hotshot can just continue to work for the duration of the match, it's going to make sure that DeathPact does no damage. There
Wow,
we go.
look at Sam's excitement. Sam, play it cool.
That's 2,000 degrees of jet exhaust directed directly into its opponent. Oh, and it's upside down.
Wow.
I don't know if there's any coming back from that, but they're going to try. Is that jet engine enough to
Hotshot.
flip it back upside
You can
down?
smell it.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Look at that force.
Oh, that is...
I'm like selfishly trying to get a better look over here too.
That is a
smell?
attempt.
It smells like an airport.
Well, it is. It's effectively the fuel that they use in jet engines. So
I'm like right at home at Delta.
yeah,
Looks like the fire's out, right?
yeah, that jet engine has spun down. I think this might be the end of Hotshot, at least in this match. The minibot
DeathPact.
doing its best. To,
I know. The
can
minibot
help,
really
Daddy.
trying. Almost there, but really, Hotshot seems to be
Father live.
perched on a hill. Wow.
Oh, the disappointment on Sam's face, but there's an understanding there. That jet engine robot did its jet engine thing.
The winner is the robot in the blue square.
And with that, DeathPact has qualified. They are headed to the finals in November.
That's a big deal.
It is an absolutely huge deal. That's, you know, every single one of these events, you get a wonderful golden dumpster, you get a wonderful cash prize, but it's a whole nother level if you can make it to the finals, and a whole nother level after that if you can make it to the winner's circle and take home the gold.
So fun to watch. Oh my gosh, guys. We need some water after that one. It's hot in here.
Yeah, actually, it really is. We're gonna go here and take a look at the replay. You can see there's an early exchange here. That's a great pin against the wall. It just, you know, isn't long enough to do damage via heat. Via
The
that jet
excitement
engine
from
that you want.
Sam here. He's pumped up, guys. Tell me about the safety protocols that goes into these cages, and how do you know that these cages are really
Well, there's a lot that goes into it. One of the big things is that we've got multiple layers of an extremely tough plastic that is guarding you from the inside of, what's inside the box getting outside the box.
We've got Lindsay, by the way. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No
I asked you a question,
problem.
then I cut you off.
It does happen. We've got a lot of action going here.
Positively Hysterical versus Hamshake.
Yep,
Okay, Hamshake, two robots really in one.
Yes, 2 robots, 2 drivers.
Yeah.
These 2 robots were not put together into one robot until they got here. They each built to a specification. They put them together like a pile of spare parts,
I mean,
and they threw it in
the
the ring.
skill. Positively Hysterical doesn't seem to be moving the way it was before.
I think it's moving quite well considering what it, what it has going for it.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Oh, and the
3,
fourth pause.
2.
Oh no! Positively Hysterical.
Robots fight.
Lindsay, where's the mouse? Hamshake getting a good little kick there.
Yeah, Hamshake.
CAT-tastrophe and Half-Life, by the way, going on at case 3. CAT-tastrophe just moved and shaken already.
Get a lot of look at the humanity of it.
Oh no.
That robot is no longer alive.
What a time. The joy on Lindsay's face is still there, guys. That's what matters.
She's absolutely
CAT-tastrophe has the ability to really get under Half-Life here with that weapon.
You do not want to be an undercutter like that going up against a low wedge like Half-Life. You can see Half-Life is a robot that can put on a few different attachments on the front of the robot,
right,
depending on who it's going to fight. A low wedge like that, having that in their repertoire is crucial if they want to fight robots like CAT-tastrophe. That's really a perfect use of that wedge. And yet, CAT-tastrophe still able to get under occasionally Half-Life and do some real damage. No relenting here, but at the same time, Half-Life does seem to be suffering drive issues on its left flank. Still able to move, but definitely a lot less so than previous. Oh, massive reaction hit as CAT-tastrophe attacks Half-Life, throwing itself around the arena time after time, almost getting stuck on its hindquarters. I think it's more of a dog thing when they drag their butt across the arena, but a non-denominational animal lover over here.
Nice, nice. Half-Life seems to be working pretty decently considering all these impacts it's taken.
Yeah, it's holding up as best it can. It suffered a drive issue early, and still the drive side is still working, to be clear. It can still drive on that side. It's just much less happy than the other one. That's something you see a lot with the brushless drive systems on these robots. One drive side that doesn't work quite as well is very stop and go. That's the end of the match. We will be going to the judges. I think there's a good argument for either robot there, but I have my bets.
Yeah, neither one suffered a catastrophic failure.
Oh, how dare you. Get a life. At least a half.
Next in Cage 1, Sassy Kitty versus Eva.
Oh my goodness, I've been looking forward to
8,
seeing this bot
7,
all day.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
So we are down to the nitty-gritty in this weight class. The winner of this match qualifies for the November finals no matter what. EVA 1 is a beautiful drum spinner bot from Remy de Guzman.
Yeah, you can tell that builder had a lot of fun in CAT.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Sassy Kitty, it's this beautiful horizontal bot that's having a lot of drive issues and absolutely no weapon going right now.
Yeah, it's present.
It's there.
Trying its best.
It's doing a thing. There's Remy. You see him on the right. But that Sassy Kitty not being very sassy.
No, at the same time, EVA really not delivering a lot of blows themselves.
Definitely not, yeah.
I can't quite tell based on the lighting if their weapon is spinning at all. It doesn't sound like it.
No, there's not a lot of weapon noise coming from this box right now.
And it does seem that the drive is not only suffering, but continuing to degrade on Sassy Kitty.
Yeah, it's pretty much only the left side of the bot that's moving at all, and that seems kind of intermittent at this point.
I might also see, yes, there is absolutely a bend that blade on Sassy Kitty has taken. Oh, I hear
there
EVA
we
has
go.
spun up.
Finally got a little bit of weapon movement on EVA 1. Remy de Guzman, he competes here all the time. One of the most prolific builders here in the sport. He's in several weight classes today.
Tap out.
Yeah, not surprising there, so we do have a tap out.
EVA.
And
So
there you go.
That means EVA is now qualified for the November final. They have a chance at winning $10,000 in prize monies for themselves and a $250,000 quite possibly for their STEM charity of their choice.
Yeah, we will see. I wouldn't be surprised if they can make it there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely beautiful design. A little bit of weapon issues in this one. When I walk around the pits, you know, there's some etiquette and some protocol where you have to ask if you could touch somebody's spot. EVA was the bot that I walked up to and immediately had to touch their wheels. They look so squishy.
Yeah, oh, it's funny. EVA is a type of foam. And I immediately thought, well, oh, it must be squishy.
Yeah, their wheels just felt so, I just had to reach out and touch it. I immediately was like, Remy, I am so sorry. May I touch your bot after I already touched their wheels?
That's important,
Yeah.
but I entirely see why.
He said the same thing. He was like, I get it. They look real. You just want to squish them. I get it. I totally understand. But it's a beautiful bot. It kind of looks like a Nickelodeon product from like the 90s
It
Nickelodeon.
does, which I think is why I'm so drawn to it. It's 100% something you would see on a Cartoon Network commercial.
Like a secondary weapon should be a slime of some sort.
Yeah. Let's see what Super Soaker would make if they had a Norwalk competitor.
So we have Offbeat facing off against Shameless Self-Promotion, a Seth Schaefer robot. By the way, Seth is really into the alliterative.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if you somehow decide to design 1.5 million robots.
Yes.
Somehow decide that you want to bring them to Norwalk and compete time after time again, and you still have gas in the tank, why not throw it into creative names?
Gotta love it. And this one is a promotion for Seth's Combat Robotics store where he sells combat robotics parts and solutions. He also has one of the best and most informative YouTube channels as far as combat robotics for beginners. And really great resource for the community there.
Not to interject, Kyle, but I saw a what I believe is a weapon belt go flying in that last exchange. I think that might be the end of that horizontal spinner.
On Offbeat. And is it me, or is the lifter stuck in the up position on Shameless Self-Promotion?
It is, but it is still moving, Kyle. So despite the fact that the robot might not be able to lift properly, it can at least wiggle-waggle. And it doesn't seem like it, but that could be all the difference, you know, later in the match. Oh, it's almost all the way down.
There we go, nice lift there. Beautiful, yeah, it seems like their weapon's back in full position.
Sometimes
doing what
you
it's
just
supposed to do.
You get a bit of shmoo, you get a something in there and it gets locked up, and all it takes is a little percussive maintenance.
Yeah, in this arena, it might be some sawdust. It might be some aluminum. It might be, who knows?
Yeah, at home we call that schmerble sometimes.
Schmerble.
Yeah, just a
delicious.
bit of schmerble in there.
Yeah, that sounds like a great topping I want on my pizza.
It does. I feel like maybe I went to a Greek restaurant and I ordered my pita with a little extra schmerble. So here we go. We're going to see that lift is being attempted, but when your competitor is lodged in a wall like that, it's kind of hard to lift them.
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of leverage going in the right direction for you there.
3-bot pileup is resolved.
One thing that I've been just so impressed with today is
There's your little wiggly wobbly lift.
Seth's driving capabilities with this bot. Normally we see Seth with these giant vertical spinners. He's not really able to showcase what an excellent driver he is.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to him this morning. I said, how you feeling about this bot? How's it drive? And he's like, well, I don't have anything to hit him with, so I don't really know what I'm going to do. It's a complete change of pace for him, and I think he's doing incredibly well considering.
He really is. All right, so that's the end of this match. These bots end in a loving embrace and heading to the door. So this will go to the judges.
Yeah, I'm eager to see how that goes.
All right, so we're gonna go see our friend Lindsay right now, see what she has to say in social media world. What's going on, Lindsay?
Hi.
Famous robot driver, Lindsay.
I'm just coming down from the high of seeing, our mini bot completely decimated by JMO and Aaron's bot.
Yes.
That was pretty cool, but that's not about me. I'm here for the super chats. So I have 4 super chats here for you.
Wow, all right.
Yeah, so the first one, this is from Okami Fan 2. It's pronounced Apricot. So,
that's a lie.
Yeah.
That is a lie.
People were throwing in a lot of pronunciations in the chat, most of them made up.
How much money did this person spend to send us this abomination?
Too much.
Okay.
Too much. So finally, the long-awaited results of this poll, out of 77 votes, 57% correctly said apricot, and 42% said the other one.
I like how you won't even repeat it.
It's offensive to my core.
To your pit?
To my pit.
Yeah.
Nice one. All right, so the next one here is from, again, Premheta Builder, Zachary Knight. Bunger moo, bunger moo, bunger moo, bunger moo.
Don't. Okay.
If
Thanks,
there's
Zach.
supposed to be a tune to that, I'm sorry, I don't know it. I can't sing that one.
I did it to the Baby Born, theme song. Yeah.
Lastly, we have Eric. Please consider inviting William Osmond and the Safety Third Boys later this year. I'm sure it would be a riot. Maybe as long as they agree to safety first, because I think that's one of our values.
I'll be watching them.
Yeah. Yeah, you would have to. Plus, don't they steal BattleBots now? Isn't that a thing William Osmond's doing?
It's a thing that's been discussed. But mostly I'm just going to follow them around with a fire extinguisher.
Fair. Yeah,
But
it needs
so
to
much
happen.
put out fires, but like you spray a cat with water when they do something they're not supposed to do. We're going to jump to cage 4, I believe. It looks like it's all lit up in green, and we're going to see a big bout fight.
I love the big bot fights. We are in it.
Next in cage 4, Tartarus versus Torrent.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away they go. Well, away they will go.
Eventually. Man, Torrent has had an interesting competition so far today. First time competing in 15 years. Donald, the driver of the bot.
Oh, look at that. I was thinking it was just a slow robot, but it was biding its time,
yeah, he
waiting to strike.
One of the things I noticed when I was talking to Donald about his robot yesterday is it's a very old school look as far as the shape of the bot, as far as the way that it's constructed, but it is very modern as far as what components he's used. Interesting take on the whole thing.
It is interesting to see how the internals can change even if the outward shape stays the same. Right now, though, it's just not moving at all. I wonder if something's been dislodged, or again, if it's just playing possum. It is really hard to say.
Yeah, not really moving at all.
I think now is the moment, if it is playing possum, to come back to life and deliver a nice death blow to Chart is not doing well itself. I mean, it is struggling to make it out of its own perimeter.
Yeah, the right side of its drive just seems completely locked up in some way.
I have a feeling we're going to see a countdown
There we go. We got a little bit of movement from Tardis there, or from Torrent there.
Oh, I see a belt on Torrent. It's not missing, but it's not doing what it wants to do. It's a loose belt.
It's a skew.
Yes.
Whoa, nice gyroscopic flip there from Tardis.
Yeah, it's trying its best to self-right. The only option it has is to use that gyroscopic force or drive itself into a wall. Either one I'm here for.
Doesn't look like it's able to do too much on the driving department right now, so the gyroscopic force is pretty much the only option it has left to it, but that weapon spun down. Torrent slamming them into the wall. And now for some reason, fighting Flow. I don't know why.
Well, there's just not enough challenge to fight a 12-pound robot. Fight a 300-pound robot.
Why not? Why not? So this is a very aggressive version of what we might call the D'Ambrosio method, where you prevent the house bot from actually self-righting your opponent.
It is a strategy. It is valid. It's just not recommended.
I mean, not that aggressively either. Normally you would do it by just kind of being in front of them.
Oh, look at this.
Wow, Flow.
Tataris has lodged itself in the top of Flow.
There's a slight gap there between the top plate and the front wall of Flow. And it seems like the bunny ears on Tataris are just jammed in there.
Yeah, this, oh my. This is full Gurren Lagann style, like, that's not how it's supposed to work.
Wow, that is not getting out. And what's crazy is this bot is supposed to be unsticking the robots. It's not supposed to be the sticking point.
You can see that belt is wobbling. That belt is wobbling because an entire pulley has dislodged itself on the inside of the robot.
Oh, no.
It's wobbling because the motor that's trying to spin that pulley is still spinning, but the pulley's not attached anymore. We're going to go to cage one while this gets disassembled.
Yeah.
This situation is remedied.
Varun Kumar, he's the driver of this bot. This is his first bot. He's a new builder, new bot. And this is quite an experience. He's already having to get dislodged from Flow.
We're going to go to another
Next
big robot
in cage
fight.
one, Controlled Demolition versus Avalanche.
8, 7.
What is Joe doing?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Oh, that is a taser-based robot.
Is that allowed?
It is if it's not intended to create electromagnetic interference.
Intention is such a weird thing to define.
Isn't it, though? It is until it becomes a problem, I will say, Kyle.
So this is Joe Fabiani. Joe is known for making rather unconventional robots. This is, I guess you could say, a play on his hole saw drive system.
Correct, yes. So these are wheels in a sense that they are circular things that spin, but they're spinning in plane with the floor. So think about just spinning a wheel like it's a top on the floor. That's how each of these wheels spins, but they have teeth on them. And the combination of spinning multiple of these at the same time can create some interesting movement. And that's what he's done and built a robot around. It's really inventive work. Really eager to see the rest of the robot because it's not, he didn't stop at an inventive drive system. He has an inventive weapon system as well.
Which seems to be some sort of electrical-based or stun gun-based weapon, which in most combat situations, combat robotic situations, is not allowed.
Oh, Kyle, no, we are incorrect. That shocking system is simply an igniter
for a flame-throwing system. That makes so much more sense. But wow, what an ignition we got from that.
We got, well, an attempted ignition. We had a big spark.
Yeah, but no gas, nothing to actually light.
Yeah, I think this robot, had it been able to ignite, that looks like a massive flame nozzle on the front. Yeah, with that kind of output, you could have had a lot of fire if you can manage to get it going.
Avalanche, by the way, new bot, new builder in Micah Ferris. First time at a combat robotics competition. Very much so out of its weight class, facing this unconventional motivation bot with controlled demolition. You know, it's interesting, this drive system on Joe's bot, on controlled demolition, it's able to move them around in a very controlled method, but there's not a lot of push behind it.
There isn't. It's one of the problems when you have a robot that its control is based around slipping on the floor.
Yeah.
If you're slipping, there's only so much pushing you can do. But you notice, Kyle, the robot was able to move not only forward and backward, but also into kind of a glide.
Yeah, like a strafing pattern almost.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's one of the beautiful things about a robot like that is you can move in ways your opponents will not expect.
Wow, what an interesting design from Joe Fabiani.
You can just basically say that. Any event, just feel confident saying the phrase, what an interesting design from Joe Fabiani.
Yeah, he does typically bring things that make absolutely no sense at all whatsoever.
No, but they make absolutely great entertainment.
Wonderful entertainment. My big disappointment so far is, where's the flaming penguins?
Yeah, where's the flaming anything?
Where's the flaming anything?
Yeah.
There was no fire in that fight.
Sounds like we're using mixed oaths here. Where's the flaming anything? That flaming robot.
All right, so we're going to go over to, I believe, Cage 5 and Cage 3 all at the same time.
That's a lot of action.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
and away
fight.
we go.
All right, so your winner of that last match was Controlled Demolition by unanimous judges' decision. I can't say I'm too terribly surprised about that.
Oh, big hit there with the Frustration and Spectroscope fight.
Frustration, one of the Peter Bar robots here at the competition. A kit bot designed by Peter Garnache, he's basically handed out a bunch of them to his friends to show off the capabilities of the bot this event.
Meanwhile, Tilt trying to self-right itself again. We pointed this out earlier. It is not a robot with a self-righting, what would you call it?
Like the bar, the self-righting bar that they usually put?
You've got a little curve bar on a lot of these robots that help them self-right. Tilt just has to go nuts. It's the only option.
What?
I don't know if that's correct, boys.
I'm fairly certain that is not accurate.
Spectroscope, meanwhile, biding its time, watching its opponent. Both robots here spinning, but I think at a reduced capacity.
Not surprising, not surprising.
Trying to reserve some of their energy. Wow, big hit there.
Beautiful. Spectroscope just doing phenomenal work throughout the day today.
And it's got such an aesthetic. I mean, it really, if you were to tell me that this was themed after Alien versus Predator, in that it's got some xenomorph and it's got some, I don't know what kind of predator, alien, technical name, species type of thing we've got. But it's got, you know, little dreadlock looking things coming off the back, and it's got this eerie black aesthetic. I can see it.
Spectroscope from Owen Coakley. He runs the recr.us website. They machine parts for other teams at NHRL. He just does phenomenal work engineering his robots. This is a beautiful piece of machinery that he threw together for the NHRL event. I love that he's running these big, long forks.
It's funny, I haven't seen them use these big long forks as forks yet this competition.
No, not at all. They're basically just dreadlocks on the back of the robot.
Yeah, which, you know, style points.
Style
Oh,
points.
man, we spoke too soon. Immediately hears us and begins using them to control the match. Actually, to pretty good effect there.
Yeah, they're actually really effective forks. That's nice. Beautiful hit there from Spectroscope. And now Spectroscope launched up against the wall.
I mean, this is still very conservative and precise driving from the driver of Spectroscope. Eruption.
Frustration.
Frustration.
Which Eruption has felt frustration recently, so I get the confusion.
Yeah.
All right, so we are now at the end of this match. This will go to the judges. Really nice back and forth on that match. The judges are definitely going to have something to chew on there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those matches where both robots did a lot of what they were intending to do.
For sure.
So it's more about whose strategy was picked correctly.
Yes, absolutely.
We're going to head over to Cage 2 here.
Next in Cage 2, ER Stingray 2 versus Supreme Ruler.
So this is a grudge match. This is a freestyle fight,
6,
if you will.
5.
We'll be seeing a little bit more of those as time goes on. Both of these bots have been eliminated.
Fight, robots,
now,
fight.
Kyle, I believe this.
All right, fair enough. So this is not a grudge match. This is actually a tournament fight. Sorry about that, guys. Look at the width on ER Stingray 2. It is perfect for the lifting mechanisms on Supreme Ruler.
Well, you got to remember, there's a high likelihood that Jeff sat back and said, what width is perfect for the majority of the competitors here today?
That actually makes a lot of sense.
He's someone who puts a lot of intention into his robots, or none at all.
Right, exactly. He either has these really well thought out bots, or he says, Wumbo, we'll just put a horizontal on a big wheel bot. Why not?
Boom.
It'll
done.
be fun.
It is fun seeing the evolution of design types, and Jeff, of course, has established himself as someone who contributes to that. And I love seeing the fact that this is a robot type that usually isn't used defensively, usually isn't used as a primary robot.
Yeah.
And trying to make a debut here with it.
What I also love about this, it's underweight.
Oh, I believe it.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, you know what that tells me, Kyle? Prime time for a flamethrower.
Oh, solid idea.
Because if you combine this lifting, you know, high centering robot that makes a robot freeze in your clutches with something that's just going to get them nice and toasty.
Set them on fire, yeah.
I think that might be the next step of evolution. Of course, it's up to Jeff. He could come back with a hammer saw or something that, you know,
comes down after these things go underneath.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a million ways to go from here. Or heck, he can make the robot just infinitely fast and crash into walls. The important thing is that here at the new bot event, he's testing out his drive system, he's testing out his forks work, and he's learning for next time. And he's earning him that chance to come back and prove his design further.
Really impressive work, just able to control both the mini bot and the main bot throughout this fight.
Now that said, ER Stingray really not letting up either.
No. I mean, they are not a pushover bot for sure. They hit hard.
They hit hard, but there's something just preventing the connection on that weapon. Well, right now, what's preventing the connection of the weapon is the weapon's not spinning.
No, yeah, they're not really getting any movement out of there. Nice lift there from Supreme Ruler. And another nice lift from Supreme Ruler, and that'll take us to the end of this match, going to the judges. Once again, just nice work from Jeff Waters.
A really dominant display there. I don't think there's going to be any mystery when the judge's decision comes around.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he has just been dominating these high kinetic energy weapons all day. Really impressive work. Winner of this fight will have to go on to face the winner of Cobra Chicken or Brute. So once again, he's going to go up against a high kinetic energy weapon right after this.
Right, right.
Wow.
Now, Brute versus our favorite chicken friend. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's multiple chicken-themed robots here today, so I probably shouldn't say which one's our favorite. But there's your Spectroscope across the board. Wins the results. Bravo.
Can't say there was very much of a surprise there. Spectroscope did a lot of big hits in that matchup. They did a phenomenal job. They even used the forks, which we haven't seen them really use all day.
Yeah.
So.
I think they heard us.
They probably heard us. They were like, we can use them if we want.
Yeah, I guess.
We just don't need to.
Why, yeah.
It's a beautiful bot. I know that they had a lot of travel trouble getting here, but...
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, they didn't check their bags.
Ah, yeah.
So they were carrying on things like drills and lipo batteries and...
It's a bold move.
Forks with very sharp, pointy things at the end. TSA don't like that.
No.
Oddly enough, the robots, TSA looked at and went, that's fine.
Yeah.
To carry on to a cabin of a plane, but...
All right, well, we're going to go to the judge's decision. Supreme Ruler takes it across the board. No surprise there,
no surprise
Kyle.
there at all. No surprise there at all.
But still good to check in with the judges. We need that official ruling if we want to move on. And now we know. We're going to go to cage 3 here and figure out what's happening next.
Oh, I like that. I like figuring out what's happening next.
Yeah.
All right, so Cobra Chicken or Brute will go on to face Supreme Ruler in round 4. We're quickly moving through round 3 here in the 3-pound division.
We are. Oh, and to that point, Cobra Chicken or Brute, who are you thinking today?
Honestly, I'm going to have to give that one to Brute. I mean, it's really hard to bet against Christian Cooper in any situation. Look at this guy. Hey, how's it going? You got your controller? He does. There it is. Now, Ricky, you've competed many times in your life.
Sure.
How often have you had to drive against children? Like,
you know,
when you fight?
More often than I'd like. It's never, I mean, sometimes it's a good feel. Honestly, it feels better to lose to a child.
I was going to say, it's one of those things where you don't necessarily want to, like, just destroy their robot in front of them.
It's funny, I had a great fight years ago against the team that went on to build Rampage for BattleBots.
Sure, yeah.
It was one of the first big wins that Mammoth had. We threw their robot everywhere, threw it out of the arena, smashed it to pieces. It was great. And the poor kids, I mean, at the time, they were like 8.
Right.
And
was this You Go Nowhere?
Yes. And they were doing their best down in Florida. And then years later, we fight them as a grudge match. It was a true grudge match. They really wanted another chance to fight Mammoth. They were filled with Mammoth's batteries. I'd lent them a bunch of parts to fight. Mammoth was thrown together with spare parts. And frankly, they beat the snot out of me. And we're sitting there, we're kind of killing time because it's grudge matches at BattleBots.
Yeah.
And they're asking me for review, and I was like, yeah, it just makes me feel really bad about beating children. I think I got what I deserve today. And I had to give the context, of course, when I'm saying that, you know, I feel bad about beating these kids. Well,
yeah,
you know, with
years
robots,
earlier when they were children.
In a controlled environment.
Yeah.
Where we were competing against one another.
Right.
But it was this fun kind of back and forth, and I love the fact that they got to have that chance at revenge and make good on it.
Yeah, and they're a fun family team too. You know, you just like to see them all working together, trying to get their stuff figured out.
Right, they're a bunch of sweethearts, and you know, it was supposed to be a fun match anyway. Neither of us were at our peak, but we were both at our peak level of fun.
Yeah. I love that.
That's really all you can ask.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're getting to the point in the night where we're going into round 4. Eventually, we got to get through round 3 in the 3-pound division.
We're getting there.
And then round 4 is like the round just before the quarterfinals. That means we are going to be filtering in some of those grudge matches, some of those fun little fights.
Yes.
Next in cage 3, Cutthroat Cuttles versus Tilt.
That is inaccurate.
8, 7, 6, 5.
There you go.
4, 3.
Horror-zontal.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
versus
fight.
Double or Nothing. Wow. Horizontal, believe it or not, is that horizontal spinner bot. 2-wheeled horizontal spinner bot with the undercutter spinner.
Really absolutely love that design.
It's really it's smooth, isn't it?
It's somewhere between a Valkyrie and a hijinks.
Absolutely, yes.
And it's just a beautiful robot.
And they're going up against their exact opposite on the rock, paper, scissors of robot combat, which would be a large wedge on a lifter bot like Double or Nothing.
Yes, it is not a good matchup, not a good draw for them in terms of the rock, paper, scissors.
Double or Nothing, very much so giving like D2 kit vibes, but it is custom wheels, it's a custom lifter on it. And they've been doing very well throughout the day today.
Well, people sleep on control robots sometimes, but oh, that is interesting, Kyle. I'm seeing those foam wheels are backed up by our friends, the titanium spiked wheellets.
I love that, actually.
So the foam, if I'm not mistaken, is mostly serving as wheel armor.
Ablative wheel armor.
Ablative wheel armor. Well, behind the scenes, you've got these wheel spokey boys doing the heavy lifting.
Winner of this fight has to go on to face Spectroscope in the next round. It very well may end up that Horror-zontal is just prepping Double or Nothing for yet another big horizontal contest afterwards. We'll have to see, but right now, Double or Nothing missing 2 of their 4 rubber or foam wheels. Still able to move around, still able to attack. Nice lift there into the corner, nice lift and pin.
And that pin comes to an end, and they have to release.
You get 10 seconds for a pin. That's it. No more, no less.
Coming down on 30 seconds left in this match. Both robots still in the running. Horror-zontal, it looks like, has done more damage here, but has really struggled to control any part of this match. Both robots very aggressive, just in their own special way. And there you have it. That's going to go to the judges. We're going to see how they shake out.
All right, so there we go. We are out of time. We're going to go to the judges with this one. I just got to tell you, Ricky, I just got a text message from my wife during that fight.
Uh-huh.
And she wanted to remind me that I have lost tools to the TSA because I've forgotten things like my multi-tool was in my bag.
Well, we're going to go to the replay here. We're going to see what happens, see what happened, rather.
Beautiful hits here from Horror-zontal. I love that name, by the way.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a beautifully themed robot. Really excited to see this robot back. It's already doing well, but I think with a little tweaking, it could be a real terror.
I agree 100%. All right, so it sounds like we're going to be getting ready to go into Cage 4 next. So maybe a little bit big bot action.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. I like big bot action. But yeah, Horror-zontal, really cool design. Gives me like Batman vibes. Kind of love it.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Next in Cage 4, Big Cookie versus Kablooey Tango.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. Now the winner here is going to qualify for November. You can see we've got Shay here on the left. She is doing her best with this bristle drive full body spinner, which no longer seems to be moving, unfortunately. That mini bot, though, putting in some work, Kyle.
Absolutely. And then Kablooey Tango comes from Alex Crease. Alex, you might recognize from Team Valkyrie on BattleBots. MIT student.
Yeah, Alex, cornerstone of that robot's team at the moment.
And you can see a little bit of design similarities here.
Yeah, there is definitely some vibe coming in. Alex, I talked to him this morning about this robot, and he looked a little panicked. He basically told me, yeah, none of it works.
Oh, great. That's what you want just before the competition.
I don't know if it was a situation where something suddenly went wrong or it never worked. He probably is more of a suddenly went wrong. Normally, he's a very prepared young man.
Yeah, he's got those prepared vibes, you know?
Right. He's a very detail-oriented person.
He looks like he's standing by there with team captain, I should say, Lucy.
Oh, that is a really
wow.
The winner is Kablooey.
Impressive. So that means Shay Waffles Johns is done for the day with her cookie.
But Kyle, wasn't that Alex who just hit the button?
I thought it was. How interesting. We're going to have to see where that shakes out. I mean, I did not see her bot moving in the corner there, so we're going to have to see how that all shakes out.
Yeah, I'm really interested to hear a little bit of clarification as we get a little more information coming into us. But that, I mean, the main robot on Big Cookie went down pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it would be hard to come back from that.
All right, so we have the decision from the fight that we saw just before that. Unanimous judges' decision for Horror-zontal. I can't say I'm too terribly surprised about that. They did a phenomenal job in that fight, fighting a very difficult opponent for them and a giant wedge bot, so that was great. Well done.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to pull that off despite absolutely being at a type disadvantage says a lot.
Absolutely, yes. All right, here we go to Cage 2.
Oh, yes, Cage 2. Let's see. I'm looking. We got Foot and Púca.
Foot?
A Foot.
A Foot. I like a Foot. I think it's a really interesting robot. But Púca has a really good chance of pulling this in today.
Next in Cage 2, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 3.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. So I've been saying throughout the day, I'd like to see the builders of a Foot come back. Oh, big hit there. I'd like to see the builders come back with a 12-pound version. We can call it a yard, maybe a 30-pound. Call it a mile. Oh, look at those chunks everywhere. Wheels, belts.
Yeah, that ain't good. Listen, David Small has been wrecking people all day with Púca.
David Small doesn't mess around.
Seeing David Small's another one you don't see with like common vertical spinner weapon types very often. This is an optimized bot. This is a bot just meant to come to Norwalk and dominate here at NHRL. He's just I mean, look at that. The damage.
Yep,
everything's askew on that bot now.
You know, Kyle, we talk about having the new robot event, and I want to stress to people that just because these are new robots doesn't mean they are any less terrifying.
Absolutely, and there is there's two different kind of like trains of thought, right? You come here to try something new, or you come here with a new idea that you know is going to dominate. And I believe that is exactly what David Small has done here with Púca. This is a terrifying robot, and it's a tried and true and tested design that we know works at many competitions.
Yeah, we are going to see this robot at finals almost certainly.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a terror to get there because they've had an entire year to build up the experience, to build up the fine-tuning. The fact that they brought it out in January in prep for the 2023 finals means that they just have such a long runway for development and practice.
And it's just so low, that drum is so tight. It gives very Polywog-esque vibes to it. Yes. It moves incredibly well.
We're going to go over to Cage 1.
Next in Cage 1, Apricot versus Hooligan.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow. All right.
for those in the know, that robot has strong Alex Horn vibes.
I cannot believe you said that.
Well, I mean, as a traffic cone enthusiast, a fellow traffic cone enthusiast, I think in the robot community, he is the most well-known of traffic cone stands.
I agree. I agree.
Although I could also see this being a robot brought to us by Shay, or oh, there goes the traffic cone. No,
All
no.
gone. Bye-bye.
No.
Hooligan, by the way, is comes to us from Jack Zapotnik, who's from Gainesville, Florida. He's with Gator Robotics, University of Florida mechanical engineering student. This thing has a chonky 3-pound weapon on it. I absolutely love this thing, and we can see right there it's done quite a bit of damage, knocking the cone off of Apricot.
It is still able to move. It is struggling, but is absolutely still able to move. We, however, do not see that weapon spinning up.
No.
I think we're going to get an intense hit from Hooligan on the weapon of Apricot. You can see Apricot's calling for it. He's just begging for it. Sparks flying.
Wow. Nice hit.
There's the hit.
And the winner of this match will qualify for the November finals.
And there we go. That is the end of the match. Your winner is going to be Hooligan.
Not surprising at all. Beautiful work from Jack.
The winner is Apricot.
That is inaccurate, by the way. The winner of that was Hooligan.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's inaccurate simply based on pronunciation.
No, the pronunciation was accurate.
Okay, all right.
Voice of God did okay with that.
I wasn't sure which side of the aisle you were on there.
Hannah and I are both Florida kids. We say it the same way.
Got it, got it.
Yeah.
It's one of those words that's contextual for me. Flip-flop between the two of them. It's like root and route.
Oh, yeah.
You know, what route did you take? Are you going to, take a different route? It just
goes either way.
How it feels in the sentence.
Data, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally. I understand.
Could be either.
Could be either.
Yeah.
The robot, Data, the android, he has his own preference, but
Well, yeah, that's his name. Its name?
All right, so we're going to go check in with our friend Lindsay. I heard you got super chats for us. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi. Yeah, we have quite a few super chats. I think we have 5, so let's see what we have time for. The first one is from Theo. Glitter is the devil. Theo, I think this is one of your first times here at NHRL. Welcome. We love glitter.
That's accurate, though.
Yeah.
I think all the crew people who have to clean it up agree. So Eel Monkey Art says, we'll bring a bunch of fun handmade gifts in March. They just started watching within the last month, and they said that they've watched as a family like over 20 hours of NHRL.
Wow.
So welcome. Yeah, we look forward to seeing you in March.
See you here.
All right, Joe Dorfler, Ricky, I am Team Frosted Flakes, but I'll be sure to look out for Team Cheerios come Olympic season.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're my favorite. What am I going to say? I got no defense.
All right, so from Bryce Swartz, would absolutely love to see William. I assume William Osmond he means.
Yep.
And I've been watching since 6 a.m. in Oregon. That is dedication.
Wow, thanks, Bryce.
Yeah. Pretty good.
How's the vibe in the chat? Is everybody feeling good? Everybody feeling all right?
You know, I have to say there are so many new people in the chat who have found us through various ways and have now joined the live stream to watch for their first full day. And it's really, really exciting seeing that energy. It's great. I mean, if you're watching at home and you're not in the chat, go in there because there are a lot of people. It's very welcoming. It's chill. And you can just kind of talk about, what's on your mind as you watch these fights. So.
I love it. I love it. I'd love to hear where they all found us from.
Yeah.
Hopefully the TikToks. I heard we're big on the TikToks.
We're viral on the TikTok.
Oh, dear.
All right, so here we are in cage 3. This is the cage where the weird stuff has been happening all day. You can see the scorches All of the pock marks in the floor, everything's ripped up.
There's a bean hat
Next
standing
in
by.
cage 3, False Flag versus Mr. Scrubbles.
Oh, Mr.
8,
Scrubbles
7,
builder Matthew McCara
6,
has over 25 grand in patents.
4,
That's a lot.
3,
That's a whole lot.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Or rather, the application is in. I'm not sure if they've granted. Well, I think they've granted it, just not finished the paperwork yet.
Interesting. All right, so you can see Mr. Scrubbles. Beautiful design. I love the color, but they are absolutely dominating on top of False Flag right now, not giving them much room to move or breathe.
Frankly, that's the only way to fight False Flag. You got to stay on top of them. If they get moving enough to take a running start at you, you're in trouble.
Yeah, really keeping Joe off kilter. Looks like a little bit of a wheel just flew off as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stuck up in the corner. Will they get an unstick from Brett the Brick? Hard to tell. Look at how much wheel material has been removed from those back wheels on False Flag.
Yeah, it really shows part of the design methodology that Joe brings to the table, which is make those wheels big and chunky so that they can remove chunks and it still goes. You could see there while the False Flag was upside down, the motor's inside, the whole mechanism is moving inside the robot. It's pulling wires to and from. The robot's not going to be able to drive like that for long. So
their minutes are numbered no matter what at this point. There's nothing happening inside of False Flag right now.
No, I think those wires got pulled and that robot has stopped. And this is going to be the match with a little more than a minute left on the clock.
Wow, congratulations to Matthew McCura from Mr. Scrubbles and Striped Mite Robotics. Absolutely impressive win.
The winner is Mr. Scrubbles.
So now they have to go on to face Offbeat in the next round. That'll be an interesting match. I'm excited. So let's look at some replay action. Look at these beautiful hits, just staying on top of False Flag and Joe Fabiani, not giving them a chance to spin up or get any room to breathe. Ripping wheels off.
Yes, this was a masterclass in controlled driving and really just being strategic with how you keep your opponent placed in the arena. Back over to cage number 2, Abomination versus Deep Cut. Starting in just a few moments here.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Whoa, hello.
And that is the end of the match. A quick tap.
The winner is Abomination.
I cannot say I'm surprised that this was the outcome of that match.
You can see a lot of happiness on both sets of faces there.
Max Morningstar is a true rookie. This is his first bot, first competition. But he is going up against Peter Garnache.
Oh,
and look at that.
Just chunks
oh,
missing.
no, that ain't good.
Max Morningstar, that's a strong comic book vibe name right there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's definitely a part of the X-Men in some other universe. Yeah, no, Max Morningstar, first combat robot, first competition. Beautiful showing today. Going out to Peter Garnache in one of his signature kit bots. The Peter Bar kit is what they're currently being known as. I love that Peter just rolls up to the arena, pulls up a stool, sits down.
Yeah, I expect him.
He's relaxed.
Yeah, pulls up a cup of tea.
Right, I'm really expecting him to have like a coffee table next to him. Like that'll be the new thing. He just shows up with one of those
bubble pipe.
Yeah, camping coffee tables, just folds it out.
Yeah, I think that's where we're ultimately heading with Peter.
He's just here to have a good time.
And it counts for something. Frankly, I mean, being able to go in a good mindset can really help you.
And, you know, a cup of Earl Grey and a nice bubble pipe.
He doesn't actually drink. He just wafts the bergamot. And that's calming for him.
I love that. I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's such an interesting vibe he brings. So many people, you know, they get up there, they do their aggressive stance, they do their fighting dance, they get all hyped up. And Peter's just like, I guess I'll kill a robot today.
It's somewhere between goofball and go with the flow, and it's just brings the vibe up no matter what happens. So I think we're going to get to another fight here.
So we're going to go see our friend Lindsay real quick. I heard she's got one more super chat for us. Lindsay, what's going on?
All right, I have one more super chat. And this is going to introduce a controversial event back into the mix. This is from Resist Impulse. Hannah versus Lindsay Thumb Wars, and Hannah has to sing the whole time. So this could be an initiation of sorts, but my hands are very cold. I'm right by the door. I've lost all dexterity.
I will say, Lindsay, if this does happen, William Marchese is here. So if you need some of that, like the what is that stuff called?
Magic Ninja Dust?
The Magic Ninja Dust. Maybe you could acquire some from him.
That would scare Hannah right off. I'm not doing that to her on her first day.
I know, yeah, that's quite the initiation. Let's not haze her that much. But yeah, maybe next competition.
Yeah, we can get there.
Yeah, I think we can get there.
We need to figure out, you know, what part of the world do we want to sink our weird part of the night to?
That is true.
Since we're not going as late into the day now.
Hopefully,
fingers crossed.
Yeah.
You know, what's the weird part of the afternoon?
Maybe it's the weird part of the morning now. We really got to figure all this out.
Yeah, if we stay up late enough the night before, the entire morning is weird.
We could just make it all weird. Yeah. I love this idea, actually. This sounds like a good plan. Yeah, we've changed up the format quite a bit here. I don't know if you've been following along. We are now in a single elimination tournament. It is qualifying rounds beforehand, where that basically sets you up for where you're seated in this single elimination tournament. We're currently heading into round 4 of that tournament. We're getting through those round 3 fights with the 3-pound divisions. And it's been fascinating so far. I mean, the stakes are so much higher.
Yeah, it's, I won't quite say more tense, but there is no longer that lovely backdrop of, you know, I can always win and work my way back up.
Absolutely.
And you know, while that's disappointing for the people that go home, it really makes for an exciting moment after exciting moment for the people that manage to stay in the fray.
Absolutely. We do have freestyle fights available for folks after they have been eliminated. There's also going to be a already planned and scheduled Rumble, which is exciting. Normally those just kind of get thrown together at the last minute.
Happen organically.
Yeah, so this is a planned moment, which I think is kind of nice to, like, you know, prepare for it and get what you're going with it. So we'll just see how it goes. All right, so we're going to go to Cage 2 next. So let's see who's loading in there.
Next in Cage 2, Brute versus Cobra Chicken.
Nice.
Now, we talked about this match a little bit earlier. Kyle, I believe your money was on Brute.
Yeah.
We'll see. It looks like Cobra Chicken might be in a state of slight disrepair.
7,
I'm not sure.
6, 5,
Could
4,
just be a trick of the eyes.
3,
Cobra Chicken, by the way, is named after an internet meme nickname for
robots
Goose.
fight.
Yeah, I can see that. The long neck ready to strike.
Geese, by the way, a lot scarier and more aggressive than you would think.
Yeah, pretty much every geese is a jerk. Every goose.
Every goose is a jerk. By the way, beautiful hits coming out of Cobra Chicken right now.
Yeah, I am impressed. Frankly, that robot is absolutely bringing it, and those wedgelets, or those individual wedges on the front of Cobra Chicken, doing an absolutely wonderful job of disarming Brute's attacks.
Now, as far as form, the robot is very similar to a lot of other bots you see here. It even has Lego wheels on the back, and it's got those spoke wheels on the front. Whoa, that's a lot of smoke.
A chunk of lipo.
Tap out.
Yeah, that makes sense. The interesting thing about Cobra Chicken, Ryan Liu is a drone enthusiast. The weapon is actually 2 drone prop motors run together in sync to run that weapon, which gives him a lot of weapon power with not that much money.
Yeah, it's relatively inexpensive. I mean, I think realistically, that's close to what a lot of our competitors do here. It's just he's coming from the other side of it, of knowing what it's like in the drone world first. Maybe that gives him an edge in terms of knowing what motors to pick, knowing what settings to use, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I love the fact that it's the kind of dual weapon motor system synced together. It's obviously working out for him.
And there you can see on screen that hit, that battery taking some damage, and that was it.
Wow, was not expecting that fight to go that way at all. Excellent work for Ryan Liu.
Yes, bravo.
Next in cage 3, whiip versus Not Dead Yet.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's see if Not Dead Yet can keep living up to their name. Wow, nice hit there onto the side armor package of whip. And is the weapon down on whip already?
Sure looks like it, and it looks like Not Dead Yet.
The winner is
takes home an easy win.
Not Dead Yet.
Wow, all right, Not Dead Yet. I see you. I love it. The idea behind the name of this bot was that we, as the announcers, would keep announcing his bot as Not Dead Yet. Boom, nice hit there.
Yep, that hit disabled the weapon, or at least further disabled it. And then they chain those together, barely keeping the robot stable in the process. But that's all it took for a tap out.
Yeah, it was like 3 nice successive hits, and then boom, we're done. No more thank you. I love it. Yeah. Not Dead Yet, moving on.
True to its form. True to its name.
True to its form. It will not die. That robot's kind of a dark horse today.
Yeah, I think the fact that it really has a chance, I don't want to say it's surprising, but it's not who I would have put my money on right away.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I love to see that. I love to see robots that you didn't expect making a run for it. Can't wait to see the rest of their journey.
By the way, Not Dead Yet comes from Patrick Wolven. He's a true rookie. He's an 8th grader.
Oh.
You gotta love that. Patrick built this robot with the help of his dad, Keith, and he's here to play. He's here to have a good time.
Yeah, well, what a great start you could have. I mean, you can't have a better start.
Yeah, I love it. All right, so since we have not had any commercials at all today for this new bot event, we're gonna go to a commercial right now. So let's do that.
All the time. All the time. This is 96.1, The Ads.
Karen loves commercials.
When I'm surfing the internet at home, I listen to you guys online.
Karen.
When I'm at work, I listen to you guys online.
Karen.
In the car, I even have you playing on my phone.
Karen.
Pretty much have you playing all day long.
We do it for you, Karen.
Other radio stations make you wait for the commercials. Not us.
All right, you ready for this?
Get ready for another music-free commercial block. 1 hour of non-stop ads starts now.
Go to commercial.
This is WADS 96.1, The Ads.
And we're back.
All right, so that was your commercial. Hey,
for all the people at home that requested them,
we got them for you.
There you go.
You just need a time to go get a sandwich sometimes, and I get it.
Yeah.
I don't know why that Karen lady needs an hour, though.
I mean, it's a big sandwich.
All right, so here we go into cage 2.
Next in cage 2, Chicken Bot Pie versus Plot Twist.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go.
Plot Twist, another bot that's doing a lot better than its designer intended throughout the day-to-day, just dishing out massive hits in every single fight that it's been in, but it has not faced a bot like Chicken Bot Pie yet.
Oh, big hits there. You know, Kyle, that's something that most sports can't say, where it's like, I was just unprepared to be successful when I showed up today.
Oh, it can happen here, for sure.
I really enjoy the aesthetic of Chicken Bot Pie.
Me too. It's beautiful.
It's simple. It like reminds me of my little red wagon when I was a kid.
It does have a bit of an old school aesthetic. I think that's partially by design. This is David Snipes of Team Why Is This Food?
I'm not sure that is food, David.
And he and his daughter kind of run this team, and they wanted to try out some old school ideas. So they're actually using airplane landing gear tires.
Cute, yeah, I can see that.
They found that on an older Combat Robotics forum page and said, oh, this is what people did before purpose-built combat tires. Let's try it.
In the before times.
They are actually really loving this idea. The entire front of the bot, he said, from the googly eyes forward, is just a solid billet of TPU.
Ooh. A lot of good hits here. It looks like the drive side is down on the right side of Chicken Bot Pie. But the weapon is still going. The wheel is still going. That is still a formidable robot.
Wow, Plot Twist doing a great job.
Yeah, Plot Twist isn't able to do massive damage to Chicken Bot Pie, but it stays so much more stable after every hit because of its low profile and stable design. I think that's what's going to bring it home a win in the end here. Oh, there you are. Chicken Bot Pie is now upside down. Not a place it wants to be when it has limited mobility to start with.
Yeah, and especially against a low-profile opponent like Plot Twist. Plot Twist bought by Connor Howard of Team WPI.
Knockout.
Wow.
The winner is Chicken Bot Pie.
Beautiful work. Nice job. Look at how excited she is. They are moving on in this next round. You know those old school ideas? They got some merit.
Got some legs on them. Got some wheels on them. I love seeing this robot fight too because it's so spastic after every interaction.
Yeah, just a lot of personality.
Yeah.
Boom,
all right,
nice
as we finish up this replay, we're hopping over to Cage 1. You ready for another big bot fight, Kyle?
I love the big bot fights.
Let's go to a big bot fight.
Let's go.
Let's see.
All right.
Maybe we're not going to a big bot fight.
Next in Cage 1.
I was just impatient. I was excited, Kyle.
Versus
I wanted to get us over there basically as quickly as we could.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Now, Kyle.
Winner of this fight will qualify for November. Emperor is the biggest weapon bar I think we've ever seen.
The winner is Squire.
And Squire is a bot from Jordan Neal of Wildside Robotics. It's essentially a smaller version of his heavyweight.
That's the way it's done, baby.
Tap out. The winner is Squire.
And it performed pretty well, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Squire has been really doing some dominant performances the entire day. I want to know what the design philosophy here was. What brought them to the table saying this is the approach I'm going to make. It's kind of got a disco vibe or a not disco vibe or other disco vibe if you're aware of any of those robots and their kind of lineage here. But I don't think there's any particular relation. I don't know if they use that as inspiration. But it's a really formidable robot for a first timer.
It's absolutely beautifully well done. I thought that it was great. What do you think about a 19-pound weapon bar in the 30-pound division? Is that a good idea, bad idea?
It takes a lot of delicacy in your execution because you're not going to have any room for delicacy once you get into the arena. Like that is a... I think I said earlier, it's got strong vibes, of course, of depth charge, which is a bristlebot robot that has a lot of weight behind its weapon. In theory, this should be much more controllable. It has shufflers on each side. It's still not quite as big a weapon. It ought to work better. I think they're going to need this event as a learning experience to go forward and just refine it so that it's a more competitive option in the future.
They were still assembling it as of this morning, so that has a little bit of something to do with it.
I saw that. Do you happen to know, was it assembled before that?
No.
Oh, first time.
Yeah, they ran the weapon once.
We're going to go to cage 3 now.
Next.
And here we go.
Next in cage 3, Synthesis versus Wicked Twister.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow. Synthesis is a offensive from Corey Nason from Team Shredded. Beautiful.
Another huge
nasty.
Hit. That thing connects hard, Kyle. Oh, and now we have some drive issues. Synthesis so dominant early in this fight, it's really struggling now to move. However, Wicked Twister's weapon has gone almost completely down. It's still twitching a bit. Minibot coming into play here. Or trying to come into play, I should say.
Tap out.
That is a tap.
The winner is Wicked Twister.
Yeah, there just wasn't enough mobility there left to keep it in the match, Kyle.
Wicked Twister from Dave Wright. Fun fact, the first robot we built was 30 pounds, made out of cast aluminum in a home forge.
I think I remember reading about that robot. It was
fascinating.
Pretty interesting approach. You can go to the replay here, and you can see there are some massive, massive hits. You know, not in the direction that the match went. These are wicked hits against Wicked Twister. And Wicked Twister is able to just hold together its drive system longer, and that's enough to bring it the win.
Especially when you're getting into this part of the competition, it is all about the attrition. Who can last the longest?
We're going to hop over to cage 2 now.
Next in cage 2, Joe versus Kickstart.
All right.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. Kickstart has a really intense weapon on the front of it. You can hear the speed of that spinner. The trouble with a spinner like that is you really need to be able to drive quickly into your opponent to get the bite you need to do damage. And you can see Kickstart is driving very slowly today. Oh, that is exactly where Kickstart wants Joe to be.
Beautiful hit. Joe and Matt McCura doing a great job getting underneath Kickstart there for a couple of these exchanges. Kickstart now upside down on their heads. Desperately trying to self-right at this point in the game.
This is still anybody's fight as we near the halfway point. Just over a minute into the fight. Joe is mostly a control robot. It has what we might call a token lifter on the front of it. And it really needs to do a good job corralling and smashing Kickstart into the walls. It's really struggling to do that right now. Oh, and there, Kickstart is back where it wants to be.
A nice little attempted lift there from Joe.
Oh,
ooh, nasty. No. Kickstart just bobbling them in the air at this point.
This is how Kickstart wanted this fight to go. This is the kind of action they wanted from the very beginning. Oh, and a great reply there from Joe. Return volley. Joe narrowly escapes being stuck under the house bot. Oh, this is a wonderful back and forth. Joe trying to use his opponent's weapon against him. Both robots just trying to get a positioning advantage here. And there's a nice flip.
Yeah, beautiful work. So many effective lifters and flippers we've seen at this competition today. Wow, nice volley and bobble of hits from Kickstart right here at the end. And then another good lift from Joe at the end. This one goes to the judges. And they have a little bit of work to do on this fight.
Yeah, I can see a really strong argument. One thing that I'm noticing now is it sure looked like Joe is having drive side issues right in the last seconds of that match. Maybe
Absolutely.
Just after the match ended. You can see there was a lot of aggression, but not a lot of substance to these hits until this happened. You had a chain of huge hits doled out against Joe. And then Joe comes back and does a lot of lifts, does a lot of work to try and catch up. So it's one of those things we can see it going either way.
All right, we're going over to cage 3 next.
Next in cage 3, Mutation versus K.I.W.F.
K.I.W.F, of course, is Kill It With Fire, a overhead attack flame-throwing robot from Kikoto Mane. Kikoto built this bot almost entirely with TPU, very flexible material, very flexible bot. The actual weapon is a blue flame lighter that he purchased on Amazon and a servo motor that he taped to the ignition button.
Right.
I believe it's literally electrical tape holding it all together. That wire you see kind of hanging off the side of the arm, that's what makes the servo flip the ignition switch. I would say the flame lights maybe every 10 times.
Oh, I see.
He tries it.
Okay, all right.
And the idea is most bots have holes or vents in their top armor.
Right.
So the idea is to land that on top and shoot the flame directly into the parts of the bot they're trying to cool.
Sure, yeah, the cooling vents suddenly become warming vents.
Robots fight.
Yeah, the opposite of what you want.
Oh, Chunks coming off Kill It With Fire immediately. Kill It Cutthroat with fire doing its best, and there it is, doing a thing. Now, it does have that lifting arm. This is almost exactly what you would want to use a lifting arm to come back from. Question is, does it have enough strength in that arm? It doesn't. It's going to get an assist from Brett the Brick. Oh, another chunk coming off of Kill It with fire. Mutation doing its absolute best here. Wheels are going missing. We have a tap out. Your winner by tap out.
The winner
Mutation.
is
Oh, excuse me. Voice of God.
Mutation.
You go right ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Kokoto always having a good time. It doesn't matter if he wins or loses. He is loving every moment of this. Look at the damage and desolation on that bot. All right, so Mutation is from Jane's Win. He's fought with Switchback before on BattleBots. He's from Worcester, Mass.
Worcester.
Worcester. He's a Team WPI.
I realized that's how you're supposed to say Worcester. It's actually just Worcester.
Worcester?
It's my best
Well,
Ben Affleck impersonation.
Yeah, we're adding a terrible accent.
I'm into it. I'm into it.
That part's optional.
I want to come back in my next life as Ben Affleck drinking a Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay.
Right? Talking about Worcester. I think I could do it.
And dare to dream.
All right, so
go here.
So notes from the back. Kickstart won their fight by judges' decision, so they will be moving on in the tournament. Congratulations to them. A little housekeeping.
Yeah.
You know, got to take care of those
A little
things.
housekeeping news. Hey, by the way, can I say while I was gone, I learned that I have to do some sort of thumb war.
Yes,
What is
you
that?
have to thumb war against Lindsay, and you have to sing the entire time.
What am I singing? Sweet
That's up to
Symphony?
you.
Oh.
It depends on how brave your karaoke choice was.
Wow. All right, let's see what's going on in Cage 1.
Cage 1, big robot action.
You guys didn't want to hear me sing. I got it. It's fine. It's only a matter of time, let's be honest.
Okay, so this is going to be flip and cut.
I am eager to
Next
see
in
this
Cage
fight.
1, Yoshimi versus Flip and Cut 12.
Ooh, Clip and Cut 12 back in the action here.
Got
Flip
to
and Cut
love
12,
them.
not quite a giant pink robot.
No, but they're red.
They're still fighting Yoshimi, though.
Yes.
Are
I
they
wonder
at least-
how...
They're in the pink corner, though.
In the pink corner. There we go. We got something there.
Yeah.
I wonder how the energy
8,
level will be
7,
here on Clip It.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh.
So the winner of this fight will qualify for the November finals at the end of this year. Joe Gannon with his very powerful bot Yoshimi.
Oh, it seems to be stuck into a wall.
That is something that the Casmers were very worried about.
We're going to get an assist here from our house bot.
Oh my goodness.
That is an early assist, not when they wanted to burn their unstick.
This is one of those things, you got to really see that corner there to see what's going on. This angle, it's tough to see, but they're trying to push it out of the corner.
You can see Yoshimi waiting patiently for its opponent to be free.
Ah, there we go. She is risen.
Look at the spin on lift and cut, or flip and cut.
Now, what's going on with that chunk of robot laying in the arena there, Kyle? Did you tell what that was?
I worry that is a piece of the UHMW shell on flip and cut.
Oh, my Lana. By the way,
which would make them unbalanced.
Kyle, you called it spin and cut, and you're not wrong.
Yes. Flip and cut is called that because of the shape of its blades. The blades are kind of scoop shaped. They get underneath the opponent and lift them up or possibly cut into their bottom chassis.
There is a lot of hockey puck action going on in the arena right now. Not a lot of controlled movement from Flip and Cut, but enough that they are not going to be counted out. I think you're right, Kyle. That chunk of robot that was sitting in the middle of the arena does appear to be from Flip and Cut.
I am not surprised. They were not able to print their chassis. Their printer actually like died on them while putting this bot together. So this is a UHMW construction, and they've used UHMW before to construct their bot, but it has broken or chipped off for them in the past. So that's not something that's ideal for their fabrication method.
Still putting up such a good fight here. I mean, that turnaround time was not long for Flip and Cut.
No, and to Kyle's point, one of the things with that short turnaround time is you don't have time to replace that part that they're worried about breaking.
That's exactly right.
So it's just going to keep taking damage, and because of that short turnaround time, you can't replace it preemptively, and eventually it's going to break.
Less than 30 seconds left in this one.
High chance of this going to the judges. Yes, you can see there one whole weapon blade from that robot is missing. That makes it almost uncontrollable.
It's almost on a bit of a tilt now.
Oh, and there is the other,
no.
the one remaining weapon blade
Stuck
lodged
in the wall.
Wow.
And they have already had their one unstick from Flo the Brick.
You can see it's not bothering them at all.
Look at how excited Joe Gannon is.
Wow. What a win.
Joey's relatively new to this sport. His first offering was the Wumpus, which is a shell spinner. He is now, this is, I guess, the second bot or third bot he's designed.
Look at that. And there you can see sitting next to its opponent a chunk of Flip and Cut. Almost tauntingly.
It is tauntingly. That's absolutely accurate.
Yoshimi is a AR-500 body construction with an AR-500 weapon. His idea was to make a 3-pound style vector kit bot, but out of real metal at a higher weight class, which I think is great.
Yeah, it's a valid approach, and it's clearly working for them.
Working beautifully. That was an excellent fight for them. So we will no longer see Flip and Cut in the tournament. Yoshimi goes on into the next round. They will face either Spill the Beans or Torrential in their next fight.
Spill the...
we have a decision for that one. Yeah, Yoshimi has won.
Kyle, you're spot on here.
Can't say that that was a hard one to call.
No. Well, it was a split decision. I mean,
Yeah.
it was not...
Let's head over to cage 3 to see what's going on over there now.
All right.
Kyle, you mentioned Spill the Beans. I have yet to see them in action today from the desk. So
Yeah.
I'll be excited when that day comes. Headed over to cage 3 here. I could already see some major excitement from where I'm sitting, by the way.
Well, Hannah,
they're getting hyped up here.
Jameson is a builder known for his stance.
Yes.
Everyone is
His
going to comment.
stance.
Yes, he is primed and action ready, and all the muscles in his body tense.
There's a rhythm going on as well.
I believe they need that so they can work in sync together.
Next in cage 3, Hamshake versus CAT-tastrophe.
Yeah, Jameson Go's fighting stance, well known within the community. That was a variation on it, but I do believe it had the dual purpose of trying to get them to work together in sync, because this is the three-legged race.
You have to be in unison.
Of combat robotics
8,
with Hamshake.
7,
You have to work together
6,
in order to make your bot
5,
actually just drive.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And they are off. Hamshake, still so impressive, the combination of these two bots tied together.
However, Hamshake has lost the tiny giraffe on the white side of their robot.
That's too bad.
They should basically phone it in now. There's no point in going on.
Wait, it was a tiny giraffe?
Tiny giraffe, yeah.
Tiny
I
little
didn't
giraffe,
even know
yeah.
that.
Yeah, they had that kind of in the middle of their
Guys,
weapon
where'd it
hub.
go?
It's still there in the corner, watching helplessly.
The poor giraffe.
CAT-tastrophe is captained by Felicia Tezuza. First time ever captaining a team. She's driven as part of a multi-bot configuration in the past.
And Hamshake having a lot more trouble moving than it has in earlier fights. it seems like it's really having a hard time getting purchase for the walking movement that it needs to do. I'm wondering, perhaps it's lost the grippies, the little feetsies that are on the other side of that
interesting.
robot.
Felicia from CAT-tastrophe says that she's never driven a mini-bot and part of a multi-bot team, but got very little experience with the multi-bot. She says this is the first time taking out a bot as team captain and a driver of the main bot, so she's doing pretty good.
Oh, that's a little better movement, but it's definitely struggling. Hamshake.
Yeah, Hamshake. Yeah, it's like that. The red side is just spinning. It's not getting any like actual grip on the floor.
Yes. Yeah, I think that is accurate. At the same time, CAT-tastrophe really not bringing it to its opponent, I wouldn't say.
No, definitely not. She's struggling. She's got some sort of mobility issue preventing her from being as aggressive as she'd like.
It seems to be on only one side.
Yeah, certainly at least one side is not working as well as the other. I think
It seems like both are in the same predicament.
Oh, yeah, like
in a
down
manner
half
speaking.
the bot, yeah.
They're just sort of dancing at a distance.
Around each other?
It's, you know, it's like 7th grade here.
You see the other one on the other side of the room, and you think, when am I going to make my move?
Nice hit there from Hamshake.
7th grade. I'm still laughing at that. This is almost a slow burn here.
The scary part about a bot like Hamshake is they don't have any drive motors. They don't have any drive system. The weapon is the drive. They can put so much more weight and power into that weapon system than a lot of other bots that have to use that weight for a drive.
Yeah, I would wager that each of the weapons on Hamshake is bigger than CAT-tastrophe's weapon.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that is a really intimidating approach.
Time out here.
Yeah, we're going to the judges. You know, it's...
As we get further and further into these matchups, and these bots get further and further along, how much does it... What their percentage goes down, right, in quality, in health? How much does that affect their gameplay?
It really depends on the robot, but it can mean a huge difference. When the robot isn't functioning the way it did at the beginning of the day, you really hope you're going up against someone who's in the same boat as you are.
And you only have that crucial time in the middle to fix what you can fix, but sometimes it doesn't mean you can fix everything.
No,
right?
you always have to pick and choose what the most critical thing is. Across the board, we have Hamshake
Oh, there
as
we
the
go.
winner.
I can't say that I'm too terribly surprised by that. They had some really damaging hits there. It was a beautiful precision moving dance that we saw from Aaron and JMO of team, what do they call themselves?
Oh, crud. Fanwango?
Fanwango.
Fanwango.
There you
I love
go.
it. I love it.
You're always calling who's winning.
You gotta call him.
I try to resist. He doesn't.
But yeah, Fanwango, they are your winners. And Aaron and JMO are the go and the fan of the Fanwango. So yeah, that's the end of 3-pound action over here in this cage for a little while. I think we'll be heading over some big bot action next. I just gotta ask, this has been your first NHRL experience, like here for the whole day. You were able to come to the last event for a little bit.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about the whole process, about the team here, about how this whole thing works now that you're kind of in it?
Kyle won't be offended.
You don't know that.
Where do I start? Honestly, I think the most impressive part about what everyone's doing here at NHRL is really the community-driven content that we're seeing. And we're seeing that with families. And that's the thing I love the most. We've seen so many father-son partnerships going against each other. And there's always a camaraderie. There's always a healthy, friendliness among contestants, among competitors. And that's something that you don't see in all sports.
Absolutely.
Surprisingly so.
Next
All right.
in Cage 2, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket, round 3.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Kneebiter versus Lasseration here.
Kneebiter is the blue egg beater drum style spinner bot, and then Lasseration is yet another Peter bar style vertical disc spinner bot.
Laceration really got Kneebiter there.
Yeah, we have a sudden lack of movement, and that is, of course, due to a pin. Those pins only last 10 seconds.
Beautiful hit there. David Hurt, driver and captain of Kneebiter from Team 42 Robotics.
Laceration really flipped over on its side there.
Yeah, they're definitely at a speed disadvantage in this fight against
Ooh, that was a pretty
Kneebiter.
good hit.
Wow, excellent self-righting there from Kneebiter, able to flip themselves on a dime. That poor mini-bot is just getting torn up.
And it keeps kicking.
Oh, wow.
One of the wonderful things about this is generally the smaller you go, the more abuse you can take, which is kind of counterintuitive.
It is counterintuitive. And you really would think it would be the opposite.
Well, I mean, you do see mini-bots that just are entirely evaporative. Like, they just explode into a million pieces. But what tends to happen is when you're that small and someone punches you, you just roll with the punch.
Yeah.
You end up get thrown around the arena, and that's fine. Whereas if you weigh 100 pounds and someone punches you, you've got a, you know, kind of 100 pounds of your body holding you down.
Right.
Now, granted, we don't have 100-pound robots here, but the smaller you are, the less kind of force you have sitting up against you, pushing you into that that weapon.
Kneebiter's ability to stay steady and to stay, you know, right side up is pretty impressive here.
Yeah, however, Kneebiter's really struggling to get their weapon spinning right now. You can see it twitch.
I think they're just...
Laceration just stuck on its side there.
It's been stuck up against the wall for quite some time. Brett's been trying to unstick them for the past probably 45 seconds at this point. We're now getting down to the last 25 seconds of this match. I don't know if they're going to be able to get them off the wall.
Meanwhile, that mini-bot just nuzzling.
Trying to show some love.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like.
We were talking a lot about hugs earlier.
Oh, it's a theme.
Yeah.
It's a theme.
Oh, there's the weapon on Kneebiter spinning up again.
Oh, no.
Wow, so this one will go to the judges. But I gotta say, they were up against that wall for
quite some time.
Like half of that match. So this one's should be relatively easy decision for the judges.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of mystery here, folks.
David Hurt pretty happy with his performance there.
Taking a quick look back at what we just saw here. Definitely an even killed battle at the beginning between the two. Then things went a little rough.
Just beautiful work from Kneebiter. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic driving, fantastic strategy, fantastic background music, if I'm frank.
Oh, there we go.
In the meantime, though, we are going to jump over to Cage 4. This is our pre-scheduled and much anticipated Rumble.
Oh, yeah. Look at that mask, you guys.
That's not a mask.
Oh, yeah, that's just what he looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all a little worried, but...
The expression I just gave you, you said that's not a mask. I said,
7,
excuse me?
6, 5.
Yeah, that's Eric
4,
Novick. He just looks
3,
like that.
2,
I actually don't know what he would look like any other way.
Robots
keep telling him to hydrate.
I keep telling him to hydrate. He needs a facial. Maybe some sunlight.
Maybe some sunscreen. Look at this carnage. I didn't even count how many robots we had in the match.
I don't even know what's going on.
So this is a tradition in combat robotics in general. If you were eliminated, if you can't participate anymore, a fun thing to do is get some glory in the Rumble. Some of these bots didn't even compete today.
These guys.
There you can see Robert Rund over on the left side of your screen. And how do you win a Rumble, Ricky?
You spectate it.
Is it the last man standing?
It is, but, you know, I think generally speaking, the people that win the Rumble are the people that watch the Rumble. You don't go in here hoping to be the last man standing. You go in here hoping to make some great carnage and have a great time.
That's the method of the madness. That's the theme of the whole game. Yeah, you gotta have a good time.
You know, I've seen a few people walking around with Burger King crowns. I think that's the general vibe if you win the Rumble.
You get a crown.
A Burger King crown specifically, like a cardboard Burger King crown. I
would like a crown. Do you think they have extras?
Folks in the audience, I know I saw crowns going around. If you can get Hannah a crown, we'd be much obliged.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
I pretty much ask for a crown everywhere I go, and I constantly get denied. I find it suspicious.
So this is the part where you start seeing just bots pile up against the walls as they are no longer able to function in this match. Noob Tube, yep, right there up against the wall, unable to move. Crash Fest doing very well.
So is there purposely more time on the clock for a Rumble?
Generally speaking, yes.
You want to give everybody time for their batteries to die at least.
That's something. Yeah, that's actually a good bit
What
of
a
background
phrase, by the
knowledge.
way. You want to give people time for their batteries to die. I'm going to take that one with me at brunch tomorrow.
Generally speaking, you know, these robots fight 3-minute matches. So the batteries are going to be sized to last for 3 minutes. You don't want it to be bigger than it has to be. You throw it into a 5-pound match, you've got a whole new aspect to try and hold a little power in reserve.
So do you go in and collect the pieces that have fallen aside?
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. There has to be a full sweep after this so everybody can get their parts and their pieces back.
I have to say, I love this view. I love this camera angle, this perspective, this bird's eye view. This is like, I feel like I'm playing.
There's really only 4 robots still functional in this Rumble.
And what a good opportunity to really keep testing your robot out after it's been through a battle, right?
Yes.
To see how much longer it can go. I feel like you learn a lot about your system and what you're working with when it comes down to a Rumble, especially in these last couple of minutes.
Well, combat robotics is all about being able to plan for the unlikely to happen. And when you're in an arena with 5 or 10 or 20 sometimes other robots, you get such weird things that can happen. You can test out all these eventualities that you might never otherwise be able to experience before your robot unexpectedly dies. So yeah, it's a great learning.
There's just wheels everywhere. There's a weapon blade hanging out over there on the floor.
Oh,
There's belts everywhere.
You see some of them still trying to move in the back.
And there's Crash Fest. Robert runs Crash Fest, just saying hi, waving its little toy sand shovel flipper thing.
Some of these still have some serious speed on them.
Boom, nice pin there. Yeah, this is a wonderful opportunity to develop your bot, research how your bot's going to last, and stand up to this kind of punishment.
You're really able to put it through a test, unlike any other, because it has so many other competitors.
Kyle, 2 things I'll note about this Rumble. You know, the next Rumble around, I'd love to see is added. Usually we have a lot more glitter and a lot more fire.
Yeah, that's accurate. There is not a lot of glitter or fire this time around.
If I recall, one of you had a bone to pick with glitter. Would you like to unpack that?
Glitter's just horrible and the devil, and that's all.
You think glitter's a devil?
Oh, yeah. Have you ever gotten glitter? Maybe it's because I have a daughter who does art constantly, and therefore I have glitter everywhere in my house.
Getting glitter, if you spill glitter on a carpet.
Yeah, just get a new carpet.
I'll go play in traffic.
I got in the car the other day, and my daughter had a full bottle of glitter just sitting on like her seat, and I was like, where did that even come from? She was like, I don't know. It's just there.
When you're a little kid, you live for glitter. You live for those days.
Yeah, there's a glitter dealer in your neighborhood, and you really need to look into this.
All right, so I gotta say that to me was a perfect example of why Crash Fest has won so often as a non-kinetic weapon bot. It lasted that entire Rumble. It was still waving and saying hi. It was still just being everybody's friend.
But
I
that's
loved
the
it.
goal. I feel like that, I mean, it's an unforeseen goal, right? Maybe not your first goal, but down the road when you have to go back to the drawing board and things don't go your way. Sure. If you make it out of that Rumble alive, still moving and shaking and still ready for some percentage of a competition left in you, you've won.
All right, here we go for the decision.
A decision?
Decision?
A decision.
Oh, there we go. From this match.
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay, the winner of that match is Kneebiter. No, there was no surprise there. They did a wonderful job in their match. That was,
we could say that.
It was definitely not a nail biter.
It was not a nail biter. It was a knee biter.
It was a phenomenal match. They did a really great job, so they will be moving on in the 3-pound division. And now it looks like we're going into Cage 3, where, Hannah, as you have often pointed out, the weird stuff happens.
Cage 3 is where the chaos happens.
Next in Cage 3, Mr. Scrubbles.
Love that
versus
name.
Ooh.
Offbeat.
Oh, wow. Offbeat got the whole tribe here. Mr. Scrubbles also deserves some screams. I love Mr. Scrubbles as well.
So we are now officially into round
7,
4.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Beautiful, and there we see Mr. Scrubbles' patent aggression throughout the day, getting the better of all of these interactions.
This is such a dynamic competition here. Wow. Mr. Scrubbles seems to be, oh, there we go.
Yeah, got a little trap behind the mini-bot there.
Oh.
Whoa, that's a massive hit from Mr. Scrubbles, launching Offbeat clear into the air.
I love how non-intimidating the name Mr. Scrubbles is.
Yeah, but
it is still action-packed.
He's cleaning up.
You're right. He's taking all the dirt away.
I mean, think about it. Like, Mr. Clean is very intimidating.
I would not mess with Mr. Clean.
No.
I certainly wouldn't mess with Mr. Scrubbles.
No.
What an insane strategy here. It seems to be
the
paying
mini-bot's
off.
doing a wonderful job just keeping them pinned up.
Mr.
What would
Scrubbles,
you call this mini-bot? This mini-bot's like half of a Smeedle kit.
Calling it a mini-bot seems wrong.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That is, for a mini-bot, it is large and in charge. It is really more of a multi-bot situation.
Wow. Ooh. Man, these hits from Mr. Scrubbles are so terrifying.
This is a high-impact matchup right here. This is essentially working as like a rake to lock in Mr. Scrubbles. And it's working sometimes, and sometimes it's not. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Cage 3 has seen it all today. And again with the lift. Look at this. This is like a ballet.
Kyle, I'm noticing a lot of duct tape on the smaller, well, the larger, how do we say this?
the half a Smeedle kit that would be the mini-bot?
Mm-hmm.
I love how flexy it is. It's so much fun. Yeah,
it is.
I mean, that's duct tape armor. If you don't have the weight for real armor, you go with duct tape armor.
Yep.
And it's surprisingly effective.
Mr. Scrubbles still stuck on a bit of a pivot there.
Offbeat is captained by Zach Church from Team Frickin' Awesome. And I gotta tell you, this mini-bot is doing a lot of heavy lifting for Offbeat.
Again, Mr. Scrubbles, this is his first 3-pound bot, his first spinner here. He said that his color scheme came first, and then his sister saw it and said, hey, that looks like Mr. Scrubbles in the kitchen.
Is Mr. Scrubbles an actual brand?
Yeah, what is Mr. Scrubbles? Now I want to look this up.
Can I get it on Amazon?
Express wash? No, it says it's a car wash somewhere.
I have
wait,
I think I'm getting Mr. Scrubbles confused with... Can you go to images?
Oh, yeah, that's there's...
That's what it is. That's what I visualize it
Ah,
as.
like the
you know,
scrubbing
the face,
bubbles.
the happy face with
Yeah.
the scrubs on it.
It's scrubbing bubbles, but is it...
TBD on that official title name.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
TBD.
TBD.
Oh, I thought you said CBD on the official name.
Oh, no. No, I did not say that.
Some weird product placement going on here today.
Yeah.
That was definitely a tight battle, though.
Got it. Yeah, it was a lot of back and forth. I love to see mini-bots doing that kind of work because so often you see them just get obliterated immediately.
Yeah.
When they're an integral part of your strategy and they pay off like that, it's beautiful.
I think that fight very clearly would have been Mr. Scrubbles if it was not for the mini-bat on offbeat doing so much lifting.
That mini-bot really did a lot of the work, and it's interesting. I haven't noticed. I think that's the first time where I really saw the mini-bot carrying quite the load, right?
Yeah.
Like doing a lot of the work. Most of the time, the mini-bot is like, I mean, sometimes it's like in the way, you know?
Often it is.
Or sometimes it just gets completely destroyed.
Well, you know, there's a word for that. They call those nuisance bots.
Yeah.
And they're there, you know, to distract or to get in the way or just kind of take, you know, be a distraction. When they're much more in the fray, it's a whole beautiful thing that we like to celebrate.
Right.
All right, so let's see how the judges came
Decision
out
here.
on that. Let's see what they say. It looks like we have a unanimous decision for offbeat, but let's
Offbeat
be
was
honest.
right on target.
Minibot doing most of the lifting in that match. Nice job for them.
Beautiful.
Mr. Scrubbles still did great work. Good job, guys. I'm sorry, I can't help it.
All right, so that's Team Freaking Awesome
want
and
everyone
Zach
to know that
Church.
they did a great
will
job.
be moving forward
I love you guys.
into the qualifying quarterfinals.
Next in Cage 2, Not Dead Yet versus Abomination.
All right, so Not Dead Yet.
Can I tell you my obsession
8,
with Not Dead Yet?
7.
It's a wonderful
6,
bot.
5, 4, 3.
It's currently
2,
still alive?
1.
Not Dead Yet is the best name.
Robots fight.
So Abomination, one of the Peter Bar bots
An
from Peter
immediate hit there.
Garnash.
The sound. This one is immediately off to the races here.
All right, Not Dead Yet seems to be
dead,
struggling in the arena.
No, don't say it. Don't say it.
The weapon is spinning down. The robot is not moving.
They're
Not
getting
dead
their
yet.
unstick from
However-
Bert the Brick.
Oh, yes.
That was like,
and it's back.
we're back in action.
There we go.
No, that was like
living up to the name.
Two really good hits knocked him off his center.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
surprising.
But Not Dead Yet will prevail because of his name. He has to.
There is something happening with the electronics on the inside of Not Dead Yet. It's causing... Oh, you can hear it.
There was a sing.
Those beeps.
Yes.
Those beeps are the motor controls, the electronics starting up inside of the robot. And if you hear that midway through a match, it means something made them violently shut off for a moment.
How funny, you both reacted so aggressively on those
I mean,
two little beep
you
sounds.
hear that sound, you know immediately something
That it's
went
not good.
horribly wrong. Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
And that is a knockout, so Not Dead Yet finally gets
dare
taken
you
out.
say it? Dare you say it? You know, it's funny, the whole reason why Not Dead Yet liked their name was because this was 14-year-old Patrick. His first time competing, he said he liked the idea of Not Dead Yet because he wanted to see pieces of his bot left in the cage and have it actually be dead and still call it Not Dead Yet. And you know what, Patrick? You're gonna get your wish. I believe that Not Dead Yet is not dead yet.
Patrick Wolven is a 8th grader, true rookie. This is his first combat robot ever, first robot ever, and going out to Peter Garnash and Abomination is not a bad way to end your first tournament here.
Absolutely.
Wonderful job from him.
No shame whatsoever.
No shame whatsoever. I
Another
can't wait to see him
father-son
come
duo.
back. Yes.
Which I love to see. I love to see the father-son duos, and they were such a delight to talk to earlier in the show. And hi guys, great job.
Good job, guys.
What is this?
So Peter's coming over right now. He wants to
What
show
is
us
that?
this. Go ahead. May I? Yep. Look at this. Let's see if we can get a zoom in on this. This is the weapon system that is bent in on this bot. Here,
I'm
we'll
like
bring
afraid
this
to
over.
touch it. You guys keep passing it in front
Yeah,
of me. I'm
it's
sorry.
fine.
I'm helpless.
Look at how bent
You
in
can see the details, guys.
that weapon is on there. That got completely ripped to the side.
Those are
by the
supposed
weapon
to
on
be
Not Dead
completely
Yet.
in line with one another, completely parallel, straight weapons.
That is some serious damage Wow.
Peter is going to have some work to do to get that bot back into fighting shape after that match. That just goes to show you Patrick Wolven's bot is extremely powerful. I mean, that is a massive amount of damage to do.
Yes, it is. And that's what goes to show. Just because you're out doesn't mean you didn't succeed in some capacity.
Absolutely.
You know, it's like it's so much more than a win or lose situation. We know that it's obviously just single elimination. But that doesn't mean that you definitely made it worse for their next opponent.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go to Cage 3 right now and see what we have loaded in.
Next in Cage 3, Supreme Ruler versus Cobra Chicken.
Uh-oh.
Very excited about this matchup. This is Jeff Waters
8
with
7,
Supreme Ruler.
6 5 4
Very unconventional
3,
design.
2 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Supreme Ruler has been a joy to watch all throughout the day here.
Ooh, a little bit of feedback there, folks. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
It does happen. It's all right.
So this is Supreme Ruler's key trait here, really, is just being able to lock in the opponent.
Yeah,
they sort
lifting
of
them up.
lift those arms. They rotate those arms right there, and you can tell they kind of lock them in.
It gives them all the control in those engagements. Ryan Liu designed his bot Cobra Chicken to have a lot of ground engagement. The front wheels are actually spoked wheels. They are they're cleated wheels, and the back wheels are Lego tires.
Wow.
But if they're lifted off the ground, that doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, you can have the stickiest tires in the world, and if they don't touch the floor, it don't matter.
Well, because of the width of Supreme Ruler, it seems like such a difficult bot to hit. Like, what angle do you even hit him at? Where do you try? Look, as he does it, as I'm saying it.
He was able to get just those forks, which, by the way, there's now a bend on them, and that is not a great situation.
Yes, once the fork approach starts to fall apart, it really falls apart. You see a tap out by Jeff. You realize his situation.
Look at Ryan Liu. Ryan Liu showed up yesterday so starstruck by everybody that he's seen here. And now he is looking at Jeff Waters, one of the legends of the sport, especially at this weight class, and he has just defeated him, caused a tap out.
Now we're starstruck by him.
Absolutely. Ryan Liu's amazing.
At the very least, struck.
Cobra Chicken, this is the 6th competition that he has been at with Cobra Chicken. He's been iterating on this bot for a little over a year now.
Replay here. You can get right in on this action, those first initial hits.
This is a dual weapon motor bot from Ryan Liu, able to dish out massive hits with 2 smaller weapon motors that they work in tandem together.
Yes, that is a ton of power.
Wow. Absolutely amazing. Ryan comes from the drone world, and he's translated a lot of that weapon control or motor control systems into his weapon. These are 2 drone motors that he actually has running that weapon system with. It works phenomenally well.
It's a really good skill to have as a sister skill to this one, because I feel like if you could do one, you could probably take on the other, right? At least in terms of driving.
There's so much overlap in parts and radios, and batteries, and the whole shebang. Plus, precision driving is a huge part of both.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's a natural kind of accompaniment.
Have you guys ever flown a drone?
Oh,
Driven a drone? I don't know the type.
Next in Cage 2, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket quarterfinals.
You heard that right. Already into quarterfinals.
We're getting ready to go here.
Oh, Spectroscope designed and built in less than 2 weeks. That's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
For something
for so beautiful a design.
4 3 2 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So here we see 2 of the best looking designs, I feel like, in the field today. Horror-zontal, by the way, love that name.
Yeah, either winner here is going to make me happy, but either loser here is going to make me sad.
Absolutely, you don't want to see these guys go home.
This is the Batman.
Yeah, the one that kind of gives the Batman vibes.
For some reason, I get a Dark Knight energy from this one.
It's Batman versus Predator in the arena right now.
With those long dreadlocks. Yes, absolutely.
Horror-zontal has been so much fun to watch. A very dynamic bot. There's a lot that it's working with here.
Spectroscope, really powerful weapon, but what's been unique for them today is these incredibly long forks that they're able to use whether they're inverted or on their right side up.
Right, even from this position.
We have some drive struggles on the left-hand side of Spectroscope.
Yeah, it looks like the undercutter on
You can see the wheels are definitely...
horizontal has...
However, that is a great place to get their opponent. Struggling to drive now, chunks out of the tires.
Reminds me of a bug.
Yeah, it's an insect.
The way it skitters about on there, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, neither bot is now driving well. I mean, this is what happens when you see these big horizontal hits on wheels anyway. It's just the best way to cause massive wheel damage, and they're both really seeing some drive side issues.
Yeah, both robots, however, still able to move more than enough to keep the match prolonged. I don't know how many large hits we're going to see for the rest of this match, though.
Especially from the two of them. Each of them, they're both in the same situation right now.
Right. Spectroscope seems as though it has one drive side completely down, but its weapon and another side is working.
Nice hit there from Spectroscope. They were actually able to crab walk themselves into a pretty good position for that hit, but now they are flailing all over the box up against the wall.
Wow, that was a journey, but we're back.
And you can see this is what we mean by the crab walk, but now they're able to kind of use the weapon force to move them along as well. Hard to move in a straight line, but you can kind of guide the bot where you want to go.
What I find interesting is that for Spectroscope is that the three prongs on the back have always been a bit uneven, right? There's more space between the two of them than there is between the third.
It's designed to be 4, and they didn't have enough weight for it. So that space is not actually designed to be there.
Got it.
It's a mistake, but throw as many prongs on as you can, or as many forks on as you can, right?
Right, it can only help you.
Yeah, as beautiful and complete as this bot looks, keep in mind, it's a 2-week-old design. He hasn't tested it, he's barely worked with it.
And he's made it this far.
Oh, yeah.
That is phenomenal. Out of time here. Let's see him come back to the door here.
You know, and it's worth noting, too, these designs are new designs, but they don't have to be new in terms of time. They just have to be new to Norwalk.
Yes.
So some of these robots are coming in having competed for months or years. Other ones, like this one,
brand
2 weeks
new.
old, 2 days old, some of them.
But this is Owen Coakley. He is a phenomenal designer, even winning Best Designer Award or Best Engineered Robot Award at several competitions that he's been in before.
Yep.
He even machines parts for other competitors here at NHRL on his RECR website.
Ooh, here we go. Spill the beans.
You've been looking forward to this.
I was. You know why? I use spill the beans in my regular conversation. Who doesn't want their friend to spill the beans?
Spill the beans is Brandon Zielinski robot. I have not seen them today, so I'm excited.
Next in Cage 1, Torrential versus Spill the Beans.
All right, so Spill the Beans is a horizontal thwack bot, and it has a third powered drift wheel to accelerate the robot into a spin to get these big impacts.
Fight,
Brandon
robots,
Zielinski,
fight.
one of the captains from Omega Team. Omega, they're not a cult.
Absolutely not.
Also not a frat. They're just a robot team. They're just a robot team. That's all they are.
The story behind the name Spill the Beans, it just says you don't want to spill the beans, which is quite the opposite of what I just said, which is unfortunate. I like to spill the beans, no?
Torrential, a Donald Song robot. Donald Song this is his first time competing in 15 years. He works as a mechanical engineer. Jameson Go and he were freshman year roommates at Georgia Tech.
Wow.
They've been friends for quite a long time.
Brandon Zielinski.
Yeah,
Brandon Zielinski from Manchester, New Hampshire.
Such an interesting competitor, such a cool guy. He always comes here with very strange designs.
That's the way to do it. It's so interesting, the builders who really change it up every time. I think I would do the same thing.
Look at, that's the third wheel we were talking about right there at the bottom of the robot. That's what gives them that force to spin that horizontal into their opponent.
See if he can kind of help it out here.
But right now, that weapon is not spinning at all. And Torrential has just been bulletproof all day
Torrential
long.
really has. It's a solid brick of a bot.
It's such... And now there are beans all over the floor. This is... Oh, by the way, we got a decision from the last fight. Spectroscope is your winner.
We saw this one coming.
Look at that.
That's the official decision.
The weapon not working at all on Spill the Beans. Pieces of Spill the Beans everywhere.
There's beans everywhere.
Torrential is doing a phenomenal job. I mean, it's such an old school looking design. This long body. It's got these rubberized hubs kind of holding the armor out, which is not a design you see very often anymore, especially at this weight class. But the components in there are all brand new. This weapon system is all brand new. It's actually a complete brushless drive system.
Oh, just hit after hit here from Torrential to Spill the Beans. Spill the Beans really struggling to stay in this.
I mean, could you imagine not competing in this sport for 15 years, seeing NHRL get, apparently what Donald told me is he just got obsessed. He watched hours and hours and hours of the stream once he learned about it.
Oh, no.
And now he is just taken one of the captains of Team Omega and literally lit their bot on fire. I love this.
The beans have been burnt.
That appears to be something lipo related. So you can tell it's a lipo fire when the smoke just keeps coming and doesn't stop. So that seems to be what's going on here. You know, we don't know for sure, but yeah. So when you get a fire like that, the first thing they have to do is cool it down with a fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher does not put it out.
The winner is Torrential.
There we go.
Okay, does seem like the smoke is dissipating, so that might be a little bit more electronics related than lipo related, which is good. Oh no, that's the battery right there. Look at that.
Wow.
It is outside of the bot and puffy.
Oh my goodness, it's still
and that
going.
means, yeah, so each individual part of it is going to start catching as it goes.
You guys, the battery, it's seen better days.
So in order to deal with this, what the safety team now has to do is they have to acquire this bot, throw it into a trash can full of sand, and get it outside to let it just burn out.
It's to let it air itself out.
There's nothing else to do other than to let this thing keep burning until there is nothing left to burn, and ideally we do that outside. It is safe to burn inside of that box for sure because we have the negative air pressure system, but it is much better to get the thing outside and let it burn out and be done.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that was a really massive hit from Torrential.
When it comes to repairing a system like this and what we're seeing right here, what does that look like?
The battery's shot. They're lucky in the sense that the battery is burning outside of the robot, which means that they're not going to get a bunch of smoke and debris and just nastiness inside of their robot that they're going to have to clear out. I'm sure they'll get some, but it's not going to be as bad as if it was burning inside of the robot. And that does mean that the other electronics components are probably likely going to be relatively well protected. What he really has to worry about here is the frame damage. I mean, there's a hole where that battery was able to escape from inside of the robot that was torn in there by Torrential.
It is. The smoke is definitely not dying down in any sense.
It will not. Yeah, it doesn't burn out. It takes forever. And
it's gotten a little bit more aggressive as time has moved on.
Yeah, well, there's different cells within that battery. So as each cell kind of catches a flame, it's a new kind of puff of smoke that you get out of there. But they will literally burn. I mean, you could let these things burn for an hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
Should we do it?
It'll go for. I'm not inside the box. We got to use the box for other fights here relatively soon. So they're waiting a little bit for the smoke to clear. I'm sure they're going to get in there with the fire extinguisher and cool that battery off before they pick it up and chuck it into the sand-filled dumpster.
I'd like to see a replay on that exact hit where that happened.
Just so impressed with Donald Song and Torrential. Here we go. He's putting the safety gear on. You don't want to breathe in lithium polymer smoke at any massive level. A little bit, no big deal, but once you get like a full mouthful of it,
the sand trash can nearby.
They have a sand trash can like all over the place within this building, right? Even up in the pits, they have them just kind of dispersed throughout in case there is a LiPo battery fire for any reason. Most people do a really good job just keeping their batteries safe and keeping any damage from happening to them, but accidents happen, and even if they happen in the pits, we want to be fully prepared.
Let's get her out of there.
So here he goes. He's going to cool that battery down with the fire extinguisher. That is not going to put that fire out. Something to point out. It will just cool it down for a little bit.
So they can grab it and put it into the sand trash can.
That is the thought process, yes. Wow, look at that battery.
Just a general moment of silence for Spill the Beans here. Spill the Beans originally saying that they did not want to spill the beans.
They didn't just spill the beans, they spilled the LiPo.
They lit the beans on fire.
I love it, I love it.
The beans are, we are all spill the beans here.
It's overcooked. Beans are just overcooked.
That's a fun job. That's a fun job, Kyle. Why don't we switch places?
You want to just go start blasting a fire extinguisher at things?
I've always wanted to.
You've never had the opportunity, right?
Have you ever done that?
It's fun. I have.
You have?
And it is fun.
No, it doesn't. I was so distracted by the big sounds here.
Yeah, I've worked in fabrication for a lot of my life, and occasionally people like to weld things near flammable stuff, and you have to run after them with a fire extinguisher.
Oh, God. I would love to run after someone with a fire extinguisher.
It's a lot of fun. It does annoy them when they realize their legs are getting really cold from all the CO2 that you're blasting at them, and then they turn around and realize it's because what was behind them is now on fire.
Oh, right.
And then they say thank you.
It's better cold than hot, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow, thank goodness our crew was able to handle this and get this under control here.
They are well practiced at this point. At least once an event, it feels like we do have to deal with a lithium polymer fire. So our strategy for dealing with them is pretty well put together. You know, they have good ideas on what the judgment calls need to be around it. Looks like this battery might actually be out.
Is that the battery?
That's what that is what's left of it.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Look at that thing. That looks like a toasted marshmallow.
That is the remains of it.
Give it one more last push. Wow. What a process. Gotta make sure it's completely safe. Now taking it out of the cage,
throwing it right into the
trash
dumpster.
can.
Yep. Into that sand-filled dumpster.
And that's where it's safe.
Yeah, so the sand will actually keep the fire from spreading too far out, and then once they get it outside, they're just going to open that up, and they'll keep blasting it with the fire extinguisher and letting it burn out. This is just normal procedure at this point. So you can see our referee team just moving everything outside.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, and this isn't a panicked movement. This is, they're making a brisk walk for sure, but this is just, we're going to calmly walk this outside.
Safety first. Wow, what a sight.
And then this will go out onto our back loading dock, and that is where they will let this fire burn out.
So how many of these fires do we have a night, typically?
I'd say max probably 4 or 5 we've had, and then there's always one. There's always at least one.
Okay.
Where this happens.
And this is the first of the evening, right?
This is the first of the evening, yep. This is the first lithium polymer fire that we've had of the evening. We've had electronics burn out, we've had other things burn out, but the lithium polymer fires are the ones that you really do have to deal with.
Now I'm in the mood for s'mores.
All right, so this is...
Taking a look at what just happened here.
I mean, Torrential is just such a vicious bot.
It's actually hard to see it in its full glory in the beginning there, because knowing it looks nothing like that right now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just pieces now. Pieces of this. Look at, there's the battery just hanging out the side, and that is where Torrential hits it.
That was a perfect hit.
And with those lithium polymer batteries, if the insides of the battery are exposed to the oxygen in the air, that is what causes the fire. They are just inherently flammable devices. There is nothing you can do about it. So there we go. I mean, that is part of what we have to do when you're using these very high capacity, high energy batteries. It's a safety risk and concern. We have special mechanisms up in the shops and up in the pits to keep everybody safe there. And of course, we have our procedures to keep them safe inside of the boxes, which is great. We don't want everybody inhaling a bunch of lithium polymer smoke throughout the day, and we certainly don't want those fires to just burn out inside the box.
But it is fun to see some fire, some smoke, some sparks.
Yeah,
some injury.
It is. What's
that
great,
terrible?
we have these rolling dumpsters now. There was a while where we had just metal trash cans, like old school Oscar the Grouch style metal trash cans.
Oscar the Grouch.
It was so much fun to just watch people just throw their bot in the trash. Like that's.
It's what it looks like.
It's
Although
just
there's a method
it's
to
just
their
like,
madness.
we're throwing this
That's
bot
not
in the
entirely
trash.
what they're
It's
doing there.
done.
Right.
It's so like the image of it just was so
Yes.
nice. It's like, oh, this one's trashed. But no, you could actually, they'll be fine. They can get their
Right.
bot out of the sand. They can clean it out. They're going to bring it out. They're probably going to use it in a grudge match later on today. So we'll see it. But yeah, that's phenomenal. I mean, great job.
Here
All right,
we
so
go.
now
Page
we are
three.
Page 3.
We're on to the next.
Tilt versus Púca.
Púca.
8, 7, 6, 5,
So that's
4,
David Small
3, 2,
of Small
one.
Robotics.
Fight, robots, fight.
Púca is an incredibly powerful and fast drum spinner, not typical of David Small's designs. David usually likes to go a little bit more unconventional with flipper bots and the like. But this is something more akin to bots that we've seen go through entire tournaments and win here, like Polywog. Just tight, compact, low to the ground, vicious drum weapon.
Yes. Definitely a big drum spinner there. Ooh.
And tilt is a tilted blade horizontal spinner.
Púca comes from Celtic folklore.
It
Púcas
does.
are shape-shifting horses, similar to Kelpies.
But Kelpies are murderous.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, whereas Púca are a little bit more mischievous.
All right.
A little bit sillier.
Okay. I like a sillier creature.
Yeah, all of David's robots are named after mythological creatures or mythological beings.
That's fantastic. Yes, Púca's lean more and more towards mischievous. I see this now. Oh, we seem
That
to be
ain't
pretty
good.
stuck here. You know that sound is never a good one.
Yeah, this attempted self-right from Brett is not going well.
Brett's giving him all he's got, though.
Not surprised on the tap out there. Listen,
What a tough position.
Púca.
Púca is going far in the competition today. There is nothing you could do about it. David Small is here to win some matches. I mean, this is
Absolutely.
a vicious robot. Normally, David Small's here to do things like, hey, let's see if we can get a flipper going at the 3-pound weight class. Oh, that'll be interesting. Not today. David's here to win.
We're going over to cage 2 now.
Next in cage 2, chicken bot pie versus Kickstart.
Chicken bot pie.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
The winner of this match has to go on to face David Garnache and Abomination. Both of these bots been having a really excellent showing today. Wow,
Both of these,
beautiful
I agree with
hit.
you. Both of these have, ooh, that was a huge hit.
Yeah, the rock, paper, scissors of this really does favor Kickstart, but that does not mean that Chicken Pot Pie is out of this match. It just means that they have a harder road to climb, if you will, to win.
Chicken bot pie has a bit of an old school look to it.
Yeah, very much so old school style, horizontal spinner, very
Right.
long bodied. And those,
Kickstart directly opposite.
yeah, oh, brand new looking bot, absolutely. This looks like anything that was built in the 2020s. It's just tight, compact to the
Yeah.
ground. Those big bunny ears to keep the weapon from touching the floor when it's upside down. It drives inverted, I'm sure.
And Chicken bot pie really not having a good time being stuck upside down here. The
Their weapon is not working on Chicken Bot Pie at all right now.
It also looks like it's stuck at a bit of an angle here.
Yeah, so that happens pretty often actually when you go at the horizontal spinners up against the vertical spinners. If they make the impact in just the right way, the vertical spinner will actually bend the weapon of the horizontal upwards, and that makes it very difficult to spin them.
There is a mini bot.
Yes, I do believe this is a father-daughter team, and I do believe it's the daughter that drives the mini-bot, but it looks like they're down a drive side as well. Oh, that's a wheel. Wow.
Oh, no.
So the weapon's not going. One half of the drive on Chicken Bot Pie is still working, but
He's got it. Come on, you got it.
oh, this is so challenging.
It is tough at that point. What do you do? He's still giving it all he's got, though. pretty impressive at this point. Only a little over a minute left here. He's still in it, still functioning as much as he can. Kickstart very clearly has a head start on this one.
Yeah, Kickstart comes to us from Cam Collins. He's having a really good day today.
He is having a good day today. You having a good day today?
Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, Kickstart has fought outside of NHRL. Cam has fought outside of NHRL, but he's never fought here before, and he's doing a phenomenal job.
I have to say, I love the father-daughter duo. It's been a theme. A lot of father-sons. This is the father-daughter matchup.
Look how excited she is. She wants her dad to try to keep going. It's so hard, though.
Who
Half
needs
of this
a wheel?
bot is not on the ground anymore. It's just floating.
Tap out.
Wow, so Kickstart just basically pushed them back into his corner.
Is Kickstart.
For the end of that matchup. Okay.
All right, we're moving on to cage 3 here.
Next in cage 3, Hamshake versus Mutation.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Two
Fight,
very different
robots
robots
fight.
right now. We have Hamshake, which is a abomination of a robot from Jameson and Aaron.
How much of a turnaround time was this really for both of these bots now? I
So-
feel like it was 20 minutes.
20 minutes is the minimum time limit. So they're trying to move them through as quickly as possible and keep them to that 20-minute time limit. That's part of the competition. If you cannot repair your
It's
bot within
so
20
tough.
minutes, that's on you. There's nothing that we can really do about it. Very few extenuating circumstances would actually qualify you to get an extension on that.
Again, I feel like I can't even check my phone in 20 minutes. I wouldn't be able to do much.
Yeah, you still, like, especially when it gets later into this tournament, your fingers and your brain have to be moving so quickly in those
So
repairs. You just
And then
can't
you're facing a more difficult opponent.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys, like Jameson, I know does a lot of practice. Like, he will practice repairing his body. He'll practice taking the top plate off
that's interesting.
and putting it back on, like pit crew style, just to make sure that he's able to hit those time limits for sure.
And you almost risk it earlier on in the day by putting so much energy into bots that, you know, might not be worth it.
Well, that's why a lot of folks were concerned, a lot of analysts were concerned that the qualifying rounds were not going to be well attended, that people would just forego them or do a lot of, like, forfeits because
of the
they
condition.
wanted to save their bots for the main
Yeah.
tournament. And we did not see as much of that, I think, as we thought we would.
Tell me what's happening in the bracket now. I know you were taking a look at the bracket
I
earlier.
was, yeah. I was taking a look at this earlier. So Hamshake is ambling around in this box right now. Two very different bots. Hamshake runs off of its own weapons, right? These two weapons actually lift up either side of the bots. You rev one up and rev the other one up to, like, create this movement. What makes Hamshake unique as far as these kinetic walkers, which is what this is called, is that one weapon is controlled by Jameson and the other weapon is controlled by Aaron, and they have to work together to make sure the bot actually moves around.
The way Hamshake is moving reminds me of when you're trying to put your shoe on without actually bending down to put your shoe on.
Very similar, yes. Very, very similar. Now, there are lots of people that build this style of bot, but normally it's one person controlling it. So you kind of create your own rhythm. These two have to do it together.
Right.
Makes it much more challenging, much sillier, and I like it. I think it's a silly idea. I dig it.
It is.
It's
But
the
they
ham
work in
style
unison.
robot. And they're doing pretty well today.
They've
I mean,
done
they're
an
going up
excellent job.
against Mutation.
Oh, no.
That's not good.
Almost out of time here. Wow. Down to the wire. We are out of time.
That is the match. So there we go. And there you can see Brian Boxall, who's driving Mutation for James Wynn. Brian Boxell, one of the better competitors here at NHRL. He's always in contention to be the winner of that fight.
Next,
All right,
in
we'll get to
cage
the-
2,
Yeah, we'll get to the judges in just a minute on that one. Moving on to cage
Wicked
2.
Twister.
Kneebiter, Wicked Twister.
More
See what they
round
got.
4 action.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So the winner of this fight will have to go on to face the winner of the last fight. So it's going to be really interesting to see who gets that judge's decision. Wow, Kneebiter just so vicious. Look at how aggressive they are right off the gate in this match. They're going weapon to weapon.
Ooh,
Here
the
we go.
judges from the last one.
Hamshake is your winner. So the winner of this fight will have to go on to face Hamshake in the next round.
Hamshake really staying strong. Same with Kneebiter here.
Hamshake is just a silly, it's a ham robot. It's a silly idea from Team Fanwango.
But you know what? The partnership they had really works.
It works so well.
Uh-oh, Wicked Twister here, really stuck on its side. Let's see if we can... I love this angle. This is my favorite.
Yeah, the
Give
brick
him the good old
cam.
motherly push here. See if that does anything.
I love the let's slam our own body weight against the wall to try to bounce them off the wall methodology. It works sometimes, pretty rarely, but it does work sometimes.
Oh, we almost got it. There we go. Oh.
And there we go. Wicked Twister is back at it. All these weapons getting up to speed right off the bat. Love that.
Let's see if Kneebiter can go back onto its right side here. Kneebiter seems to be really capable of putting itself back into the proper position.
It really does, yeah. Such a powerful spinner on this, on Kneebiter.
Narrowing down to just a minute left in this one. Who will we see at the very end? Oh, Kneebiter with a good hit there.
Wicked Twister brought to us by Dave Wright of Wright Robotics. This bot has fought outside of NHRL. This is its first time here, but they are having a tough time with this hub motor spinner that is Kneebiter. Hub motors are just becoming more and more prevalent and common at these competitions. And you can see why. I mean, it's a massive transfer of energy from that weapon. Oh, that's not good. It looks like something is coming out of the end of Kneebiter. Oh, no, yeah, that entire weapon apparatus is split open. It's been kind of knocked back into shape, but that bolt that holds the weapon in place is out and askew. The judges are certainly going to take that into account when they are judging this match. Look at that weapon just dangling out.
Oh, fully detached there.
That is
at the very
not
last,
how you want to end your fight.
in the last 10 seconds, we saw that weapon completely detach.
Yeah, not how you want to end your fight. That was disgusting. I mean, absolutely graphic the way that the entire weapon apparatus was split open on the front.
That was definitely a tough one to watch go down. You get a quick replay here of these top moments.
Beautiful hit onto the mini bot there, little friendly fire action. Now you could see why these hits are splitting it open.
At first, it seemed like Kneebiter really had this one in the bag.
Oh,
the
for
way
sure.
that
all these early exchanges really seemed to be Kneebiter, and they were recovering so quickly.
we saw, you know, Wicked Twister kind of stuck there for a little bit. I thought, okay, this is going to Kneebiter, but then it just ended so badly for Kneebiter. Oh, that reaction.
Yikes.
You know, it happens to the best of us. What are you going to do?
It does. I mean, we're getting to the end of this competition. It is the best of the best that are making it this far in.
Yes.
And these are scary hits. I mean, scary hits on robots that have already seen a lot of damage and a lot of play throughout the day today.
Absolutely. And they're entering these matchups now having like 60, 70% of their health, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're giving it everything they got. How far can they go?
And not only them at 60 or 70% of their health, but these builders are now getting tired.
Absolutely.
They're getting exhausted. They're getting mentally expended. They're forgetting to eat meals. They're forgetting to drink water. I mean, that's why it's so important to have like a member of your team that's there to just make sure everybody's drinking water.
Yep.
Everybody's eating food. Like, please just take care of yourself, because you can't be thinking about that when you're fighting these robots. You have to be thinking about the competition. You have to be thinking about what my next move is, what my next repair might be, what configuration I might need for my next opponent. It's very easy to forget to put cream cheese on the bagel.
Yeah. One detail could change everything.
Yeah.
You have, you know, even if you miss the smallest thing, you have no idea what could happen to your bot. So yes, having a stable mind, having some water in the system, whatever you got to do, guys, to keep the peace among yourself, your team, and keep your strength going for you and your bot. It's the best thing you can do. But yeah, you got to make sure you're mentally there.
Yeah.
It's definitely a tough one at this point in the game.
All right, so it looks like we're going to get ready for our next couple of load-ins. Listen, this is the part of the day where we have the 20-minute breaks between competitions, right? You have a minimum 20 minutes to repair your bot after every single fight.
20 minutes is not a lot of time.
No,
for the
it's
level
not.
of combat that we're witnessing.
But
today.
I'll tell you what, at 1 in the morning when your competition is still going on, that 20 minutes does feel like a really long time. So let's see. We're going to go ahead and look at all of our 30-pound robots that have qualified. We know them.
All
There's
right.
DeathPact, Eva, Kablooey, Tango, and Squire. It doesn't matter who wins ultimately here. These 4 robots are qualified for the November finals. They have qualifications for winning massive prize money for themselves, as well as charity money for their STEM charities of choice at that time period. Phenomenal for them. A good strategy really is to come to this new bots event with something pretty competitive, because it allows you to qualify for that November championship with maybe a little less resistance than you would get at some of these other tournaments where everybody's dialed in. It's all bots that know what they're doing. It's all builders that are trying tested and true concepts.
This is the tournament to really kind of experiment and see what works for you, what works for your bot.
Yep.
And you know, take it to the maximum level. Take it as far as you want to go. You know, you said this earlier, everyone has different goals coming into this. It's not always necessarily to win it, to lose it. Sometimes you just want to see if your bot can handle X, Y, and Z. And you have to get through those details. Having a tournament like what we're doing today is exactly what you need.
Yeah, and some of those goals are just silly. Like, I don't want to explode today.
I don't want to explode today.
Some of those goals are...
I relate to that goal.
I just want to qualify, right? I don't care if I win 3 fights and I qualify. That's all I want to do is win 3 fights, qualify for the end, and then I will do the work that I need to do to make my bot actually competitive. But if I can qualify today, great. A lot of bots, their entire goal is to just see if a weird concept will work. I mean, Kokoto Mane and his overhead fire bot is something we've never seen before.
Right.
Some of it makes perfect sense, like the actual concept of an overhead attack fire bot. That weapon or like mechanism seems to be working well, but maybe the arm shouldn't be as flexible as it is. We're noticing, right? Little things like that you're picking up at this tournament. That
you have to learn a lot. Let's go ahead and take a look back at last year's 30-pound fight here.
Oh, I'm excited to see that.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go.
And this is what you expect. Emulsifier overpowering these 2 smaller bots, slamming them into the walls.
So much wow, look at those hits.
Beautiful hits there from Poly of the Polyester team. Polyester are upscaled versions of 2 very dominant 3-pound bots, Polywog and Silk. And that looks like a belt hanging there off of Esther. But the weapon's still fully functional on Poly, and definitely still fully functional on Emulsifier. Look at that hit.
Oh my goodness. Esther, I think, completely disabled at this point. I see some wheels laying on the ground in the arena.
Yeah, it might be difficult for them to get back into this match, if at all.
Poly hiding under the robot, trying to do some damage to the undercarriage of Emulsifier.
The geometry works out pretty beautifully for Poly's drum, where it is able to kind of knock Emulsifier back with those exchanges.
It's true. Oh, there's a wheel and a track gone from the left side of Emulsifier.
Yeah, that tread is very crucial for them getting engagement on the floor. They do still have movement without them, but it is It does mean that front pulley is no longer functional. It's just kind of dragging along there. They're essentially a one-wheeled robot at this point, but still able to move. There is no movement from the polyester team at all.
Now, Emulsifier able to walk itself, limp itself around the arena. I'm hearing no count out.
We're
There's calls
screaming
for a
the
count
count.
out.
There is a tap out that just happened.
The
so
winner
that
is Emulsifier.
Matt Boris and Emulsifier with Team Bots FC. Look, they look so good in their jerseys. They are now, I guess you could say they are the penultimate winners, but they have one more match they have to do now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Polyester is going to be sticking close together for this part of the match. You could already tell that's a big part of their strategy. Oh, that hit from Emulsifier on Esther was vicious. I don't know if Esther's going to come back from that at all. They were completely torn asunder. Yeah, we're seeing, oh, there is a little bit of movement from Esther there.
Yes, that robot is still in play. It has not been completely disabled.
That back wheel on the right side of the bot completely removed. Wheel guard chunked apart. You can see the Bots FC team very pleased so far. Now they have to go in against Poly, the drum spinner bot, the enlarged version, I guess you could say, of Polywog. If they're able to eliminate both of these bots and achieve a knockout this time of the competition, that would cinch it for them. I'm sure they would rather avoid that judge's decision if they can. Does look like they're having a little bit of drive side issues perhaps on Emulsifier as well. Oh no, is Poly moving at all?
Barely twitching. It is stuck up. I think that left front wheel is stuck on the front of the robot.
Yeah, it's not functioning.
The right side working well enough to translate, but just barely. However, Emulsifier is stuck up on its own block of foam.
Yeah, so that's the one unstick Emulsifier gets here in this grand final. Big hit, Emulsifier getting launched back.
Polyester is going to have to hope for one of those hits to get Emulsifier stuck. I don't know if it's going to happen. This is 19 pounds up against 30 pounds. Woo! Oh, and oh, that is not where Emulsifier wants to be.
Not
and
even a little bit.
No, oh, it has stuck itself. Can it work its way off the wall?
It can work its way off the wall.
Just under a minute left. Drive now struggling on Emulsifier.
You can see the hearts jump out of the chest of the Emulsifier, or of the Polyester team, and then sink right back down when Emulsifier was able to work itself off the wall.
Oh, chunks coming off of Polyester now. Now with the damage that Polyester has received, it may be that losing that front wheel actually helps it. We'll have to see. Oh, an immense amount of energy exchanged. Polyester now struggling to move at all. I think that is a tap out.
That's a tap out.
The winner is Emulsifier.
Bots FC is now your 30-pound grand champion for 2022.
What a victory.
Absolutely amazing. What a great matchup for them for that final. Able to pull out the win against the amazing Team Ribot with Polyester. Matt Boris has been working so hard for this, he and his team. I am so happy for them. Emulsifier, just such a brilliant design. Big, beefy, powerful weapon, yet they're still able to drive in a very nimble manner.
You can see this moment almost cinched it for Polyester, where it was stuck a second time, or rather where Emulsifier was stuck a second time on the wall. It was able to free itself, get back into the fray, deliver a few more hits, and that was it for Poly. You can see it twitching just a bit, its weapon spinning down.
30-pound champion champs here. This is a huge weight off of their chest. They just said, congratulations. First and foremost, before we even get to that, you guys get the full send award for being the most destructive bot. More than just here. This is more than just you guys. This is also for your charity of choice. Go ahead and bring us up to speed with what that's all about.
Yeah, so we picked Bots IQ. They do a lot for like high school students and stuff, combat robotics stuff. So very happy for them to be able to get this. And you know, I also just want to say a huge thank to my team today. There is absolutely no way, even with 3 robots, we would have been able to get the robot back together and win this fight. So these guys have been such a huge help.
So, Matt.
We got a little something for you here before you head back south for the winner.
It's heavy. Be careful.
Finally got it.
All right, guys. Pose. You earned it. Yeah. Your 30-pound grand champions 2022.
Wow, Kyle, what a moment to look back on. By the way, can I just say, your shirt has traveled far.
Yeah, that's accurate. I love this shirt. I bring it to every NHRL.
I also, I want to talk about that event before I talk about your shirt, because I do have more questions about that, but we'll get to that at another time.
I love that.
What do you remember about that
That's
one?
Matt Borez and Emulsifier. Matt's part of Team Bots FC. He has been trying to win the 30-pound tournament with that bot for so long. That's a bot he's been experimenting with at Motorama and a lot of other competitions here on the East Coast. They've now sized that bot up. They're fighting with it at the heavyweight weight class. What a great challenge for them to go up against Polyester, which are 2 mini bots, but they were designed after 2 of the top competing 3-pound robots. But they were absolutely no match for Eruption or for that bot at full power, full speed. Absolutely amazing work by Matt Borez and the team. Keeping that bot running the entire tournament and keeping that bot competitive through the entire tournament, dishing out huge hits. It was phenomenal.
And really, really fun to watch. Let's go ahead and send it over to Lindsay, who's going to get us caught up on our super chats. Lindsay, what's going on?
Hey, so we have 2 super chats that I would love to read for you.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right. The first one is from Force of Will Gaming. And if this is... I don't know the tune to this. I don't know what this is. I don't know Miranda Lambert.
I don't know Miranda Lambert either.
Oh, geez. So just imagine your own Miranda Lambert's tune here. Or if anyone knows, sing along. Hey,
know
Ricky,
this song?
you can't ride in my little red wagon. Oh, geez, I'm sure I'm butchering this. The front seat's broken and the axle's dragging. You can't step to this bot brawl swagger.
Oh, wait, I think
You know it ain't my fault when I'm breaking your bot in pieces.
Does anyone know this song?
What?
Anyone in the
out there who
audience?
knows this song? I thought I heard someone singing it, no? You, over there.
No one wants to be called out now.
Honestly, I don't blame anyone for not wanting to sing this song loudly and proudly. You live your best life. You can hum it on your own. We fully accept that too. I am not a Miranda Lambert fan, so I don't entirely know, but Lindsay, A for effort.
I'm really sorry. The ooh ee ooh ah ah, that one I know. That's a little more my speed.
You drew the line in the sand at that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so the second one we have is from famed battle, combat robotics artist Glenn K. Amo. 4-letter first name and uncommon last name. I'm a fan.
That's
Welcome
me.
aboard, Hannah. Hannah, you're getting a lot of love in the chat.
Oh, that's so exciting. My name is only short. My last name is so long, my mom felt bad for me. And she's like, let's chop up this first name as much as possible. So yes, it is Hannah, and in the shortest time it could be Hannah possible. Thank you, Lindsay. How fun is that?
Very fun.
Thank you, Lindsay. By the way, I saw your repping Team Omega shirt. I love that.
Ooh,
all right, so here we go to
sending it
box
over.
2.
Next in Cage 2, 3-pound weight class, undefeated bracket semifinals.
Let's go.
So the winner qualifies for the NHRL November World Championships.
7, 6.
They're hyped.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Spectroscope versus Offbeat.
Offbeat really is so fun to watch with this mini-bot. Mini-bot is
It really puts in a lot of work.
Even calling it a mini-bot sounds wrong. I'll say that again.
big floppy Smee style mini bot.
That's what it should be called, big floppy bot.
Beautiful
Ooh.
hit there.
See, they really lock him in with that mini bot.
The Spectroscope doing an excellent job pinning them in the corner and getting a volley of hits there. This is a really great back and forth match between two horizontal spinners. Spectroscope landing on top of the mini bot now, and then bam, nice hit to the side of the bot from offbeat.
Can Spectroscope keep it going here? Oh!
That's a pin. They get to hold that pin for exactly 10 seconds before they have to let go, but that counts as control and aggression
Oh, the
points.
countdown is going here.
And now they have to let them go. You cannot hold that pin longer than 10 seconds. But Spectroscope seems to be having a hard time getting off the wall, shaking themselves loose with their weapon, but I don't see either of those wheels moving.
It might just be slow
There
to
it
charge here.
is.
There we go. Back in action. Definitely not moving as quickly as offbeat is.
No, they are having intermittent drive, intermittent weapon. There is something electronically not connected properly within Spectroscope. Don't know exactly what's happening.
Offbeat looks like it's trying to gain traction on its regular bot there.
Or they're just dancing.
Or they're dancing. You know what? The mini bot ready to roll, like
having a good
just
time.
waiting for it to go back so we could knock it into place.
So this is the unstick attempt.
Spectroscope still struggling to have any sort of mobility here.
I think, yep, I hear it now. That is the count out from the referee. It does seem like Spectroscope is going to be counted out, which would mean that the semifinals are going to be populated by
Wow.
offbeats. Yeah.
Offbeat. Look at the excitement.
This team was not expecting this.
You can feel it in the room. Their reactions are just gold.
Offbeat.
So excited.
I love it. I am so pumped for them.
Oh my goodness.
So
wow.
This is Team Frickin' Awesome and Zach Church. There we go. Big hug. Super happy with that performance. Once again, Minibot putting in the work for Team Frickin' Awesome and Offbeat.
Quick replay here of what we just saw go down, these key moments. Offbeat kind of just had this the whole time.
I'd say weapon to weapon, these bots were pretty even. Maybe a little bit of advantage to Spectroscope, but
I just find this mini bot to be genius.
That's
I
so
really
smart,
do.
isn't it? Yeah.
Because it's going to be so hard to sustain the width of that.
Unique designs, right? That's a design originated by Joe Fabiani.
It's
so
brilliant.
It's such a smart idea.
Going over to cage one here. Let's see what's going on.
Next in cage one, 30-pound weight class, undefeated bracket semifinals.
It's about to be a big showdown.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
So Eva's name is a reference to
robots
Here we go. We're on right into this one.
Oh wow.
DeathPact is a NERC robot. It is a new concept for them. Normally their robots are aluminum put together. This is actually welded AR for the chassis, AR400. And then it has a carbon fiber base plate that everything's connected to. New construction method for them, but very similar robot shape to what they like to use.
DeathPact from Megan from the United Kingdom.
She is, yeah. She's on the Northwestern Robotics team, captaining this robot. And this one has more of a metal look.
Have them really locked in there now.
Yeah, beautiful.
Counting it down.
This is so strategic, Remy de Guzman style fighting. Just pin them against the wall. The weapon's not working right now on Remy's bot Eva. So Remy's doing what he does. Pin him against the wall, hold him in place, get those control points, and prevent them from hurting you.
So holding them in place really is only buying time that would otherwise be preventative time, right? Or is there another method to that?
You also get control points for doing that as well, and a little bit of aggression. I mean, obviously Remy's still attacking, he's still fighting, even though his weapon is down, so that's some aggression points as well. And yeah, a big component of that is their weapon can't spin up and they can't hurt you.
Ava has the most control in this one, able to kind of keep DeathPact exactly where they want them.
I think that's a combination of just a more powerful drive system on Eva, as well as these squishy wheels. Those squishy wheels which keep them just held down to the ground. You can see DeathPact is running Coulson-style wheels, which are more traditional style casters. Coulsons get great traction. They hold to the ground pretty well, but they are known to explode, which is why you have to protect them inside that AR armor.
DeathPact, the way that it's made, and you know how the tires are kind of hidden by the outside of it, how does that really help it in the long run? It seems like you can't, we've seen such a pattern of lifting here today.
Yeah,
and it seems like there's no chance that that's getting any sort of height or lift based on how the wheels are positioned.
Yeah, no, the wheels are protected by AR 400, and that's good in a case like this where they're getting slammed against the wall. But if that weapon goes at full speed and hits them, that could bend that armor into the wheels, preventing them from spinning, preventing them from moving. It's a double-edged sword when it comes to wheel protection. This is, by the way, a huge topic of conversation on the internet about whether or not bots should protect their wheels.
And it also feels like the bottom could tend to be a little bit heavier because it's so low to the ground. It reminds me of a couch that has no legs.
No legs, no ground clearance, yeah. So that's the end of this fight. So this one will go to the judges. I have a pretty clear idea of who won that in my mind, but that is obviously up for the judges to determine.
What's your guess here?
I'm gonna have to go with Eva. I mean, it was all control and aggression on their part. The bucket hats from Northwestern did a phenomenal job.
By the way, I love a bucket hat. That's like the third bucket hat we've had today.
Hats, man. They started
that
the trend.
link. Can I get the bucket hat link, please? I'm not even kidding. I've been trying to pull off a bucket hat. Ooh, the decision is already in here.
Yeah, that was quick. That was quick. So Eva will be
Kyle,
moving
how do you
on.
know? How do you know everything?
I don't know everything. I just know how they judge the things.
You have a costume change and boom.
All right, so here we are in Cage 4. That means more big robot action.
Next in Cage 4, Kablooey Tango versus Squire.
Kablooey, I think, is one of my new favorite words.
It's a very good word. Now, the winner of this match will have to go on to face... Oh, the fans predict Kablooey Tango.
3,
oh,
2,
only by 10% of a difference.
In the final. I'm not all that surprised. So the winner of this match will have to go face Eva in the finals. So this is an incredibly important match.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Squire with a big hit there. Kablooey Tango kind of being shoved in the corner here, but still holding on to its mobility. Oh, look at that. That is a Tango if I've seen one.
Yeah, at this point, both the weapons seem to be down, so they are just dancing with each other. Squire is a 30-pound version of this team's 250-pound heavyweight robot, Dragon Slayer. Really tight armor package on the bot. It's got a lot of mobility, but right now it's having some weapon issues, and Kablooey Tango does seem to have a little bit of weapon movement.
The driver of Kablooey Tango really zoning in on this and focusing on those key details. You can see he's kind of positioning himself right against the glass. I feel like that's how you have to do it sometimes, just to get the best look.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Now you see another pin there. And there's the weapon on Kablooey Tango attempting to spin out.
Again, whoever wins this one goes on to face Eva.
Yeah, in the finals. This isn't a semifinal match. We mentioned that earlier. And look, there's another beautiful pin from Squire. Squire really racking up these control points. I'd say they're about even on aggression at this point, and nobody's really getting any damage.
By the way, Kablooey Tango, it says in the name pronunciation, it says, say it with emphasis and explosive energy. Ready?
Kablooey Tango.
Kablooey.
Alex Crease, he's from Team Valkyrie. Alex is a grad student at MIT studying product design. He is a really thoughtful designer and builder. He was very worried about this bot's performance throughout the day. Well, I'd say making it to semifinals is pretty good for a bot you were worried about there, Alex. Nice work.
Good. Kablooey Tango literally means destruction dance.
Thank you for the translation there. I like that.
1 minute remaining in the match here. All eyes locked on Kablooey Tango and Squire.
So the weapon on Kablooey Tango does seem to be attempting to get up to speed, but there is
I think
not a
it's
lot
got
of
it.
force behind it. No, it's not. There's no impact with these hits. It's just spinning, and then it stops as soon as it touches. See, that's a frame rail too. That's not something that should be stopping a weapon.
Right. 30 seconds left here. Wow, this really is a tango. I feel like I'm watching Dancing with the Stars.
So this will end up going to the judges. It looks like both these spots driving just fine. Nice slam there from Squire. And there, there you go. Nice slam again. You can
Less than 20 seconds left in this match.
Another
Who can do
pin
it?
From Squire.
Squire locking him in there. Kablooey Tango. I'm just trying to say his name with a lot of energy per request.
And there you go, backing up and doing a little dance.
Squire really busting a move here.
Well, you know, when you get to the end of a match like that, you want to show the judges that you are still fully functional, that you're still enthusiastic and feeling
give him a good
confident.
Stretch. Pop, lock, and drop it, you know?
Absolutely. And if you can spin up that weapon before the door opens, it's a good idea to do that too, just to show them that it's working. But neither of these bots' weapons working at the end of that fight. So here's a
Key
replay.
moments.
So both the weapons working at the beginning there, but after that, it's pretty much all downhill on the weapon front.
Now we're going over to cage 3. It is a grudge match.
Ooh, freestyle fights already. I love it.
Let's see what's going on over at cage 3.
All right.
Look at us, we're so focused. We're like, cage 3.
I'm just trying to figure out who's competing in cage 3. All right, so here is the information. We now know that Squire will go on to face the final. They will be going on to face Eva. Very excited to see how that goes.
And we just saw both of them.
Yeah, both these bots having some weapon reliability issues this late in the tournament. So whoever's able to get their bot working and those weapons working is going to have a massive advantage going into that final. All right, so here we go with a freestyle fights.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So how do the rules differ in the freestyle fight?
No rules differ. This is all just for the glory of the game.
All right.
You do not get any. Oh, you don't get any. That's Nate Franklin actually, and that means that this is Thunderchild. Interesting. So in this particular freestyle fight, the rules are being stretched in the sense that one of these bots does not have an active weapon.
Okay.
And so that would be Thunderchild as the silver bot with no white armor on the exterior of it. Nate is well known as a top-notch wedge driver. He can take out almost any spinner with his wedge bots. He's very fast, he's very aggressive. So it's interesting to see him at NHRL. It's been a few years now where people have been saying, hey, Nate, when are you going to build a bot with a weapon on it so you can come play at NHRL? And he hasn't done it yet. He's very dedicated to the wedge bot design, the wedge bot style. He loves that driving methodology. So it's cool to see him actually in an NHRL arena.
The focus is there. The energy is there. The tempo is there between these two bots.
Absolutely.
I like the idea of getting really level-headed with your bot.
Yeah, you really have to become one with them. You know what I mean?
I think I would do the duck down. They're so calm.
I think a lot of it is they're putting their energy, putting their focus into the bot. You know, you have to really imagine where you are in space as the bot because, you know, you're facing forward, your bot's turned around, going backwards, you're going left, going right. If you're not mentally in the space of your bot, it's going to be a problem. So this is a very tight matchup. It seems like that weapon is still fully spinning. Beautiful hit there from Nate Franklin, just smashing them into the wall. Another pin there.
Both of them are so similar in size and shape, but the way that they're moving is quite different.
Well, yeah, I mean, Nate's bot is all drive power, right?
Yes, yep.
It is all drive power, whereas there's a mix and a balance between a weapon and the drive motors and everything
And neither
else.
of them seem to really be slowing at this point.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, he's managed to get a little bit of lift there. And I think that's the move, is trying to get underneath. That's really his only advantage. Continuing to drive that force, push it against the wall, and get underneath it. There we go.
Beautiful. I mean, this weapon on Bruxa has been going the entire time. And that wedge is now hanging off, but that's ending with a pin right there. So that's timed out.
Timed out here.
So that will be going to a judge's decision. And by the way, when it comes to, this is something else I should have told you.
Okay.
When it comes to the freestyle fights, Hannah, you and I are the judge.
Oh!
How do you like that? We can ask the audience for help, but it's on us.
Guys, what do you think?
So who do you think won
Who do you think won? Wait.
If you think Bruxa won, give me a round of applause.
Or put your hand up.
If you think Thunderchild won, give me a round of applause. All right. So
all right. A lot of you are being a little shy, by the way.
There's some love for the wedges. Now, me personally, I think that Nate Franklin and Thunderchild won that matchup. I'm a big fan of wedge bots and a wedge style of fighting. Bruxa did a phenomenal job in that fight, but as far as I'm concerned, that was all control and aggression going to Nate Franklin and Thunderchild. Beautiful work. It's so cool to see Nate in an NHRL arena for like the first time ever. So that was phenomenal.
A ton of energy in that one. We're going to go ahead and send it over to Chris DeSico. Chris, what you got going on?
Well, hello there. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hi.
I'm here with 2022 NHRL Rookie of the Year and the builder of Positively Hysterical, the one and only, the man with 9 lives, Tom Farkas. Tom, how you doing today?
Good. It was a lot of fun.
This is obviously the most destructive bot we have ever seen in the history of combat robotics. Can you tell us a little bit about the bot, the design ethos, and what it took to bring this monster machine here today?
Well, I wanted to bring something silly. I saw a YouTube video from 4 years ago and said, I wonder if this could be scaled up to a beetle. And I 3D printed it out of PLA and just had a blast. And we brought it in December to find a couple faults. And then I was like, yeah, we're bringing it just for fun.
Let's take a quick, closer look at this. This entire bot is essentially powered by 3 servo motors. There's no spinning motors in this thing moving it. How does it work?
There's a servo up over the top that's been 360 modded with the gears, and they are what drives the legs. It works better when it's together. And there's a plate on the bottom with a 360 modded servo, so when the legs are up, it swivels on the plate.
Don't worry about that.
And then there's one more servo for the weapon arm.
And then tell us about this mini bot.
That's Mouse. It is PLA printed. It was just for fun, and it was actually survived better than the bot did today.
Are we going to see Positively Hysterical again in the future?
Yes, but next time I'm going to print it out of PLA TPU, because PLA does not handle hits very well at all, but it looked good doing it.
Tom, thank you so much. This was a delight. I know fans out there in the chat were absolutely obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with it. I'm going to steal it. Thank you guys for joining us up here in the pits. I hope we get to see you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Going to cage 1 now. Let's see what we've got over here.
Next in cage 1, Controlled Demolition versus Torrent.
Oh, they're ready.
This is the last quarterfinal in the 12-pound division.
6,
the winner qualifies for the November World Championships.
2,
big deal.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
For all the chicken nuggets.
And Controlled Demolition. Controlled Demolition is a Joe Fabiani bot that runs on, I guess you could call it whole saw drive. Torrent is another entry from Donald Song, and it is exactly the same bot as Torrential. It's just a separate entry of it.
Torrent with a really unique shape there. Definitely a little bit longer than the other ones that we see that are square.
Yeah, very old school style of design. A lot of the bots that you see from back in the day, and by that I mean like, early 2000s into the 2010s are kind of long and rectangular in shape.
And meanwhile, Controlled Demolition, totally different. Reminds me of Offbeat a little bit.
A little bit. So the drive on that bot is very unique. It is basically 4 hole saws all running in tandem and spinning against the floor, kind of in parallel to the floor instead of rolling perpendicular on the floor. That gives them some ability to strafe and move in a unique way. This bot is supposed to be a flamethrower, although we've seen no evidence of that yet today. Aside from the igniter trying to spark on a couple of fights, but they have not actually gotten the flame out and working.
Donald Sung from Durham, North Carolina, in charge of Torrent here. The mini bot is literally Spartan.
Spartan from Johnny Sumpas. Johnny's just here today to run as a 12-pound competitor and now to be a mini bot. And Johnny's just always here to have a good time. We really appreciate Johnny. Spartan, of course, one of the top dodge competitors in the 3-pound division, now making its second 12-pound fight debut of the day. Gotta love that. And it looks like Controlled Demolition is just upside down, but still moving just by sheer vibration at this point. So you can get a good look, actually, at those wheels. And now there it goes, able to move again.
I was so distracted by the sound of the vibrations.
So there's Torrent moving beautifully around the box and getting really great hits with that weapon.
Absolutely. Less than a minute here, by the way. We're narrowing down on time.
The winner of this fight has to go on to face Hooligan in the next round.
He seems to be having a jolly time here.
Well, yeah.
Laughing at what's going on.
That's Brandon Zielinski. He's captaining Spill the Beans today. He's running one of the mini bots, it looks like. And he's having a good time.
He's having a good time. You know why?
Listen,
because
if you're hanging out with Joe Fabiani, you're always having a good time.
his bot is still in the sand somewhere outside.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Now this bot is spilling the beans. I couldn't say that sentence.
All right, so there you see
Wow.
Controlled Demolition doing a little spinny
A little
spin
show-off
dance.
move there.
So we'll see what the judges have to say about this fight, but it does seem like Controlled Demolition is very happy with their performance today. Joe Fabiani has not been here for a while. He showed up today with False Flag in the 3-pound division and now Controlled Demolition, both doing pretty well in their respective divisions. Let's see how he does in this fight. I mean, these early exchanges are all Torrent. Look at these hits.
I don't really know with this one. Kyle, all-knowing Kyle, what do you think?
I don't know if I'm smarter than a Kyle on this particular subject, but I do think if we're going to have to go by damage alone, it might go to Torrent, but that's entirely up to these judges.
We'll have to
see what they say.
In the meantime, let's go over to cage 2. I recognize these guys.
And there it is. Yep, unanimous decision for Torrent. Beautiful. It's easy to predict the fights when you watch them.
Now for a match on cage 2.
Next in cage 2, Kickstart versus Abomination.
He's loving the camera here.
Winner of this fight qualifies for the November final. There you see Peter in his traditional spot, just chilling on a stool, hanging out.
2, 1.
He's in his happy place on the stool.
Robots fight.
Kickstart from Team Ribot, one of the WPI guys, going up against Abomination. Abomination is one of the Peter Garnash Peterbot kit bots.
These two are so similar in formatting here.
Well, when
so
you get
similar in
to,
design.
When you get to the top-notch competitors, you know, the form, the shape, it starts to look similar because what works is what works.
Yeah.
So you do see a lot of that. Design philosophy on these bots is very different. But as far as the actual shape, I mean, what works is what works.
Absolutely, and you're definitely seeing a pattern with what works, especially in this matchup.
One of the things we're seeing that's working really well is Abomination's drive. They were really able to pin Kickstart up against the wall in that pushing match.
Abomination really in control of its weight here.
Yeah, what
managing to just kind of play around, go upside down, come back.
That gyro dancing I don't think was actually very intentional. In fact, if Kickstart was in a position to take advantage of it, they probably could have done a lot of damage to their undercarriage. But
Do we think the mini bot is helping here?
oh, they have to, yeah. It seems like Abomination is winning in these pushing matches, so that mini bot is actually helping Kickstart.
I'm a big fan of the shape of this mini bot.
It's a bricky little wedge. It just holds, its entire job is to hold the opponent up in the air so that you're able to get those hits on them and they don't have any traction or ability to get away. Working pretty well, actually.
Again, this is Cam Collins with Kickstart.
And that was a nice pin there from Peter Garnache. Peter just stood up.
Oh, he's back
no,
down.
he's sitting back down. I think he was just trying to get a better view there. Kickstart just pinned up against the mini bot. And now everybody's pinned on everybody else. We're just stuck in the corner. Looks like we might get a simultaneous unstick from Brett the Brick.
There we go.
An aggressive one at that. There we go. Ow.
We got the up close and personal look here. Just a minute left in this showdown. Will the pylon continue here?
So Peter's bot is still upside down, still stuck on his own mini bot. He's trying to self-right desperately. Kickstart trying to help him with that with very aggressive hits. And there, finally, Kickstart getting a nice pin against Abomination in the corner. Ooh, that flip did not self-right Abomination. Abomination, it can still drive upside down, but it's not optimal. And right now, it doesn't look like they're driving at all.
Seems to be at a natural plateau here. Less than 30 seconds left.
Look at Kickstart.
The wheels are still moving.
It's saying, I can take you. I can take you. Yeah, those back wheels on Abomination are Lego wheels, but it does look like the Lego covering, the rubber covering is off of them, so they're not getting much traction.
Wow.
So that is not how you want to end the fight. Oh, that is a knockout. They did get counted out.
The winner is Kickstart.
Amazing.
Kickstart takes the W here.
That could have gone either way. You could run that fight 10 times, and it would be a different winner every single time. But in this particular case, Kickstart is your winner. They will be moving on into the semifinals. Very impressive work from them.
So how are we looking in our bracket right now?
So Kickstart will be going on. They will face the winner between Hamshake and Wicked Twister.
All right.
Yes. And they have qualified for the November finals. Congratulations to them.
We love to see that. That's so exciting. It's such a good thing to work towards. Look forward to.
So Abomination was really winning a lot of these early pushing matches. But once they started taking damage to their back wheels, that is when everything just kind of pivoted and switched to Kickstart's advantage.
And you know it was serious when he stood up. Coming out to cage 3 here. Getting ready for this next showdown.
All right.
Next in cage 3, Púca versus Cobra Chicken.
All right, so Púca is a David Small robot. It's just a small, vicious little drum spinner. You know, it's super competitive. It's super evil.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
The winner of this one again qualifies.
Ryan Liu has had a banner day. First time at NHRL, fighting with his heroes. 6th robot competition ever. And now he is going up against a top-notch Apex Predator in Púca.
He's from Texas. He's a software developer.
Right now, both these bots having some issues with their drive, trying to make contact with each other. But I gotta tell you, the weapon on Cobra Chicken going strong at this point in the competition. Really impressive.
Púca seeming to lose a little bit of direction here. Maybe I spoke too soon.
They just had to self-right the bot, but they do seem to have no drive on the left-hand side and limited drive on the right-hand side. I don't know what's going on with them. They've been so mobile all day. They've definitely seen some kind of wear and tear.
You know, I know robots don't get tired, but that's how they look.
They do get tired. It's accurate. I mean, these parts do wear out. The connections get a little bit loose. Everything gets a little bit harder to make contact. Even the wiring gets just a little bit looser throughout the day. So yeah, absolutely, there is fatigue that you see on these robots, and it's a pretty accurate description of it. So neither of these bots driving well right now. Both of the weapons going, oh, we just saw
Both of
fly
these
off.
weapons, you know, this is sort of, you know, we're getting to the end of the road where we're really seeing these guys struggle in ways we didn't see them struggle before. Oh.
So that's one of the Lego wheels that just got ripped off of the back of Cobra Chicken.
Both of them so incredibly loud.
Yeah,
Louder than they were when they started just moments ago.
Is helping them move around the box at this point. They're needing that to just get the mobility to try to get to their opponent.
Less than a minute and not much action here.
How much of these robots is actually going to be left to go into the next round?
Absolutely, it's a serious question. I mean, look at the wheel missing. It's so hard to even function.
Yeah,
almost
that just
30
got
seconds.
ripped off, and there didn't seem like there was much intention in ripping that wheel off. It's just when they kind of flopped into each other.
And now it's gotten much quieter in here. Less than 30 seconds to go.
Cobra Chicken, they're trying to give them an unstick. Not sure if that's actually working out. And there you can see their wheel flopped over in the corner.
Púca kind of just standing by, but also still struggling on the mobility side.
So this is the end of this match. It seems like we are going to go to the judges with this one. Saved by the bell in a lot of ways.
Absolutely. This one will be tough when it comes to the next matchup.
Look at how happy they both are with their performances in this. Like,
I mean, they've made it so far.
They're so happy that this went to a judge's decision. Ryan had to walk all the way around the box just to shake David Small's hand and congratulate him.
Oh, we love your sign. Good work.
Yeah, fight robots fight. I love it.
Lots of goes. We need all those goes. We have a lot of going to get to.
At this point, yeah, we're moving along quite well in this tournament, but yeah, we have quite a bit to go. Look at that. The weapon's still spinning up, showing the judges that the weapon still spins up. Thank you so much for that, Ryan. And there's that Lego wheel just hanging out.
And look at it. Look at how the angle it has. It's so sad to see that wheel. It's seen better days.
So if this is supposed to be a functionality text on Cobra Chicken, we've got no drive. We've got all weapon, no drive. That's not good.
He definitely has seen better days here.
That's going to influence those judges' decisions for sure. Now, Hannah, this is literally your first full day of combat fighting.
It's true.
Who won that fight?
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. I don't know if I can predict it.
Really?
Well, I do think it's obvious, but I feel bad. I know that you are quite used to giving your obvious answers. Should I try it?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Go for it. Give it a shot.
I think we're okay. There we go.
Púca is your winner.
By the way, thank you for saving me.
Yes.
I didn't want to do it. I felt
you
bad.
were saved by the bell as well.
I was.
Yeah, Púca is your winner. They were going to be moving on. They had a little bit more drive at the end.
No, in all seriousness, Púca I think had it halfway through that. It was an obvious win. Cage 2 here.
Next in Cage 2, Hamshake versus Wicked Twister.
So the winner of this, I believe, goes on to face Kickstart in the next round.
All right.
And they also qualify for the November World Championships.
2, 1.
If a ham robot qualifies for the World Championship, that would be ridiculous. I'm into it, though. Let's do it.
Hamshake got both animals back in their positions.
That bodes well. Oh, nasty
An immediate hit there. What is that piece that we're looking at?
That's a mini-bot.
Oh,
well, what's
poor
left
guy.
of one? Yeah, that's the risk of the mini-bot, right? If they get into an exchange like that, now that's wrecked. That counts as damage against Wicked Twister.
Oh, that was a big hit. Gone. Down goes the giraffe.
The giraffe doesn't seem to be as well stuck as the, what is that, a dinosaur?
I don't know. It does look like a dinosaur now. T-Rex always prevails, you know? Oh.
Nice
It's
self
impressive.
right there.
Yes,
yeah,
it's impressive how
Hamshake
Hamshake can kind of move back onto its right side.
So this is what's so funny about Jameson and Aaron from Team Fanwango. They're made a silly bot. I mean, this is a joke of a concept.
And look at how far they are.
They're rocking into the semifinals if this fight goes their way. They're already in the quarterfinals. Like, what is happening here? I love this.
and they have full control in this situation as well. And by the way, Wicked Twister still looks great. Oh gosh, did I speak too soon? Okay, no.
No, yeah, they're still functioning. Everything's still working on them, absolutely. But now
Both
it
of
looks
these-
like that right drive side on Wicked Twister after that last exchange might be bound up in some way.
Hamshake not really using its full weapon now.
Boom, pivoting all the way in. Nice hit there from Hamshake. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Half of the weapon is stopped.
Yeah, you're right. The T-Rex side of the weapon is not working as well as it should, and that they really need that to get the full range of motion of the bot.
They do. T-Rex is still there, but his weapon is not.
I love that the 3D printed little plastic head is more durable than the weapon at this point in the match.
By the way, can we talk about 3D printing and the detail that has to go into the 3D printing?
It's so important to this sport.
It's talked about so much here, like it's very blasé. It's very like, oh, I 3D printed this. But it's like, but no, that takes a long time.
It takes a long time. You really have to know what you're doing, and you really have to know what materials work. I mean, we just heard when we were talking.
Both weapons down.
Oh, no, it was just jammed up against the wall.
Okay,
it's still functioning. It's still functioning. I mean, we heard Tom Farkas talking about how it was a mistake to make his entire robot out of the PLA. PLA is the wrong material to use for most combat robotics parts. It's just too brittle.
Down to the wire here, less than 10 seconds.
So this goes to the judges at the end of the fight. One half of the weapon system and therefore drive system was down on Hamshake, and half of the drive was down on Wicked Twister. Very interested to see how the judges go on this one. I have absolutely no idea how
I
they're
actually
going to
have
call
no
it.
idea on this one too.
It's very
Can
hard
we
to
make a
call.
prediction?
I kind of want it to be Hamshake, but that's only because I'm a fan of chaos and ridiculousness, and I want a joke robot to make it into the semifinals.
I think it's going to be Wicked Twister.
Yeah, I mean, they really were a little bit more in control for a lot of that match, but man, those big hits coming from Hamshake.
There was more longevity.
We'll see. I mean, they did lose drive on that left side of the bot pretty early on. We'll have to see what the judges say.
Thank goodness for the judges.
Oh yeah, no, this should not be our job to judge these things. It would be terrible.
Taking a look back at some of these intense moments from what we just saw.
Boom, these massive exchanges. Look at that plate flying off. That's the mini bot flying off of there. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's a whole missing section of the bot. And then look at that drive side is down.
This is when we start to, it went a little sideways for a little bit.
Yeah, that is nasty. So I was incorrect before. That was actually a piece of Twisted Sister that got ripped off of there.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that was like the top plate that was completely ripped off. It did look like a mini bot wedge just sticking up, so I was mistaken there.
It looked like it was such a big chunk, it was almost the size of a mini bot in itself.
So
but it was
no,
just
that
part
was
of
actually
the
a huge
original
part of the
bot.
robot. So that might actually factor into the judges' decisions there too.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
So we'll see how that goes. I mean, that's a hard one to call. Thank goodness we have these very experienced builders and drivers that are our judges for these events, watching from afar, sometimes here in the building, to keep an eye on everything, because that one's too close for me to call.
You know, earlier in the day, I thought there was such a trend when it came to the lifting abilities, and now I'm just seeing, it's almost like the further you go in the day, the more trends don't matter.
Yeah.
Right? Earlier in the day when we're seeing all of these new bots showing their faces, showing off their skills, it's so much about, you know, what we're seeing regularly, what we're seeing all these parallel designs. And now it's like almost every man for themselves. It's a bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, so the winner of this will have to go on to face...
Oh, my goodness. Wicked Twister, unanimous. I'm actually very surprised that it's unanimous here.
Yeah, so they will be, I mean, I'm sure it was actually close in the scoring, but yeah, unanimous decision. So they're going to go off to face Kickstart in the semifinals. So excited to see that.
Yes.
The winner will then have to face the winner of Offbeat or Púca in the actual finals of the 3-pound match. I can't believe how, like, close we are to the finals in 3 pounds already.
I know.
This doesn't
it's
happen
very
here.
exciting. This is an exciting time to be alive right now.
We're trying new things and weird things are happening.
Yes.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Let's send it up to Chris DeSico. Chris, what's going on upstairs?
It's really been an exciting day here in the pits, and I am with the builder of Kill It With Fire, Kokoto Mane. Kokoto, Another flaming bot that you've brought. This one 3D printed, really cool. Who's ever seen a vertical attack flamethrower before? First of all, what was the inspiration for this thing?
Oh, honestly, so I've always been a fan of flamethrower bots like Clyde and Mixtape and so on and so on. But I realized that one big issue they had was that they usually shoot fire out frontwards, and if the fire doesn't do anything, then the bot can't do much. So I thought, what if the weapon was reiterated in a different way? What if we put the flamethrower on an arm? And the idea behind that is that a lot of bots' top armor is made out of some kind of plastic like polycarbonate or TPU, which melts easily. And even if it is made out of metal, a lot of time that metal top has holes or slots cut in, and the idea is that the fire could just simply go through that. And best of all, even if the fire doesn't do anything, it can still be a good control bot.
I'm obsessed with this thing. You're so resourceful. Let's get a close look at this thing. This is like a kitchen flambe lighter. Lindsay uses this to make creme brulee at home. And it's activated with like a little servo up here. Where do you even think of something like this?
Well, I do want to say, I got this idea from a video I saw from Seth Saber from Team Just Cause Robotics. About a year ago, he made a video about how to make a flamethrower, and you can just tape a servo to the top of that lighter and just do it for you, essentially. That's where I got the main idea from. I also got the idea to make the bot wide from other WPI bots like Fully Define and Clyde. In fact, the guy from Clyde gave me a lot of advice. He helped print out a TPU. He was a huge help making this bot work.
I'm absolutely obsessed with Kill It With Fire. Are we going to see more iterations of this bot in the future?
Oh, absolutely. This bot will come back. It's shown that it has potential, and if with a few improvements and me being a better driver, I really think it can go far, and I will bring it back.
Thank you so much, Kokoda. This is awesome. We love you here. The chat is obsessed with this bot.
I love all you guys, too.
Oh.
Back to you at the desk.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Kokoda. By the way, a fan favorite all around the board. We love to see it. Happy he's plans on coming back. We're headed over to Cage 4 for a grudge match.
I believe it's a little bit of a rumble action.
I'm sorry. It's a rumble. Forget it.
Oh, it's all good. Rumbles, grudge matches, it's all the same thing at this point. We're just here to have fun. So we have a foot, deep cut, and stress concentration.
You said a foot wrong.
Oh, you're right. Foot?
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, so they're all eliminated earlier on today, so they still get to play, still get to have a good time.
5,
and now they get to play in the big box.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Man, just to talk about Kodo
come on,
Mane.
don't be shy here.
We'll get there. It's a lot. It's a big box. They got a lot of room to go.
By the way, can I just say, Kokoda, when he was playing earlier, I was sitting here with Ricky, and I asked Ricky his favorite cereal at the time.
That's right.
He said Cheerios.
Yeah.
He said it was Olympic Cheerios or something like that.
Like
Have you ever heard of this?
No, never heard of this.
I thought that saying Cheerios was your favorite cereal was an incredibly bold move. Does anyone agree with me? Cheerios is a crazy call. It's some sort of Cheerio combination of all of the Cheerios ever made poured into one bowl. It's something I've never tried. I was gonna go for a Lucky Charms, a Cookie Crisp, you know.
Did I hear someone mention Team Cheerios?
Team Cheerios, that's what it is. By the way, I haven't stopped thinking about that. I think you mentioned that to me approximately 7 hours ago, and I'm still thinking about Team Cheerios.
It's been 3 days. Time has no meaning once you're on stream here at Norwalk Havoc.
Yeah, Team Cheerios. If anyone in the chat in the building has heard of Team Cheerios and has experienced them, let me know. I would like to know if I'm in the minority here.
I think it's regular Cheerios, Honey Nut Cheerios, and Frosted Cheerios mixed together. Maybe the
But why do that when you can just have Fruit Loops? Same thing.
One is the food that fuels Michael Phelps to victory. And
oh, does it really? Or
no,
does it just fuel his wallet?
Just definitely just his face on the box.
Consuming what, like 8,000 calories a day?
That was my high school experience, actually. I sat down, my brother and I sat down, looked How many calories do we eat in a day as we do all our assorted sports? I think he was at 11,000.
That is too many calories.
It's too many, and I was at like 8 or 9.
I mean, you're just spending all day eating at that point. That's
it was
horrible.
Piles, stacks of waffles. That was most of the intake.
What are you saying? You ate the waffles?
Just stacks and stacks of waffles.
When?
All through like high school and
high school
college.
athletics, when they're like trying to consume enough calories to just do your stuff.
No, you know what I used to eat was a Hot Pocket. Every day after school, I'd come home and I'd eat a Hot Pocket. You put that in the microwave, you burn your mouth in the first bite, but somehow in the middle of it, it's still frozen. Do you remember that? Every time, without fail.
Tiny ice cubes to alleviate the burns that you just put all over the inside of your mouth. I understand.
You guys, are we hungry? Are we okay?
I'm fine.
Under
There's
30 seconds left in this rumble.
And it looks like Deep Cut is still kind of functioning.
Heavy on the kind of.
A foot is doing things, kind of.
Audience, get ready. We're going to ask you guys who wins this one, okay? All right. Timed out here. We'll see some deliberation. Some handshakes.
All right, so that was beautiful. Everybody seems very pleased.
It's fun. It's fun to be able to see how far your robot can really make it.
So I'm going to go, we should go to the audience on this one, but I will say Deep Cut was still functioning at the end-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else was...
There was not a lot going on.
Not a lot going on. So just quickly with everybody, who thinks Deep Cut won that?
Oh, wow.
Wow, we got some Deep Cut fans.
There's some enthusiasm among the crowd.
Okay, all right.
All right. In the meantime, let's head over to the 12-pound qualifiers right now. They're about to get going. See who we've got here. Hooligan, by the way, my favorite name. Torrential. I've said my favorite name for half of these spots. I'm so sorry. Yoshimi.
Okay.
There's a lot of enthusiasm.
Hooligan is my middle name.
I am so excited for the fact that Torrent and Torrential both qualify. These are essentially the same bots from Donald. He came here to just see how it goes. He hasn't fought in a competition in 15 years. Mm-hmm. He was just like, we'll give it a shot. I'll try one of my old like designs.
3 times the length of time that our youngest driver has been alive.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That's exactly
wow,
right.
Look at you with your quick math.
Yeah, that's kind of horrifying.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, and he was just like, I'll give it a shot. I like the stream. I want to see how it goes. Now he's qualified 2 robots in the 12-pound division, and he might have to fight himself later.
That shows that it's never too late to get in the game. If you guys ever want to, challenge yourself, you can still do it. 15 years, 15 years. Who cares? Nobody's counting.
And so many people with a critical eye might look at those 2 bots and say, oh, what an old design. Oh, that's something that's not really competitive anymore. Look at it. He's qualifying both of them right here today.
That means that someone would have to look at me and say, what an old design. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not a fair assumption.
No,
We're all
definitely
old
not.
Designs.
Definitely not. It's a beautiful bot, and it does have that old school aesthetic, but it's all new inside. I mean, it's a really like up-to-date motor system.
Can be very deceiving.
I'm going to continue to compare myself to all of the compliments you're giving this robot. Did I just make it so you guys are talking about me?
I love it.
I
love it.
I'm totally kidding here.
Well,
we did.
All right, so we are going to go to cage 1 now and see how this goes. Big robot action, 12-pound semifinals coming your way. Let's go.
Next in cage 1, Torrential versus Yoshimi.
I am excited to see how this goes.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We are off to the races here.
So Yoshimi is an offering from Joey Gannon. It's his first 12-pound robot. Yoshimi, of course, named after the Flaming Lips album and song, Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots.
I gotta go listen to this album.
You would actually, it's a really fun album.
Yeah.
It's really good.
About the bot, it says that Yoshimi is a black belt in karate.
Yeah.
She is, as a matter of fact.
The vitamins help.
Yeah, she has to condition her body to fight the giant robots. She cannot let them win.
A lot of discipline.
Has to have all of it.
Do you guys notice that we give the robots a sheath?
Many of the robots do have genders, usually assigned by their creators, and you do have to be respectful of those genders with the robots.
Wow, big hit there.
Torrential just biding its time. Look, fully functional, weapon working, but not wanting to go weapon to weapon.
Whoa! Almost Yoshimi going
setting itself up for the perfect hit there.
And
wow.
that's a weapon belt that went flying off.
Torrential.
You could see
that
in
one
that
was
fight,
clear.
the right-hand side of Yoshimi had gone down, really struggling to move. That last hit took out the weapon belt, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah. So Yoshimi will still fight again. They're going to try to fight for the bronze, the third place. They'll fight the person who does not win the next fight. Really impressive move there. Just so well done.
Incredibly well timed.
Joey Gannon probably just, made a decision there rather than keep on fighting with that robot and see if he can win the third place. And he already qualified. He gets to go to December with a 12-pound robot. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Let's check out this replay here. I need to see that big hit one more time.
You can see after that last hit, that's where the drive started to struggle, and that's what did it in.
Right
Finally,
there. There was a wind-up, too. It was almost some, some suspense that was created.
Yeah, you could tell it was coming, and so could he. He could tell it was over. That was the end of the match.
All right.
Oh, man. All right, so we are going to go to Cage 2 next for the grudge match, but I do want to say Donald Song from Enigma Robotics, first time competing in 15 years, absolutely dominant showing. I mean, there is absolutely no arena rust on that guy right now. He was driving so aggressively in that match. Very
15
impressive.
years of preparation, Kyle.
Is that what it is?
He's been sitting and waiting for his moment.
That's
he
what
saw
happens.
it, he struck.
15 years to think of the best plan possible. Look at a Cage 2 now.
Next in Cage 2, Hamshake versus Wicked Twister.
These guys
8,
are
7, 6.
Yeah, so this
5,
is Beetlejuice
4,
versus Dumb Drum.
3,
Beetlejuice is
2,
it's a competitor we see a lot here.
Robots fight.
Ow!
Oh, wow, that is quite a hit.
Immediately.
Dumb Drum.
So this is a freestyle fight, so we're going to ask our audience who wins this afterwards. So keep that in mind, audience. Keep an eye out.
Oh, wow.
Nice hit there.
I think that is the weapon down on Beetlejuice.
So rare to see Beetlejuice lose its weapon in a fight.
The belt is there. It's been completely removed.
Yeah, yep.
No hope of that weapon coming back.
You need that. There's no percussive maintenance that will bring the belt back.
No, it's... Well, wait a minute. The weapon was spinning again. You know, it does happen sometimes, Kyle, where the weapon spins simply because the other weapon hits it.
And makes it go-go?
It makes it go-go.
So now Brett doing the unstick. You get one unstick per match from Brett the Brick. Everybody gets one. Nice hit there. Man, Dumb Drum is just dishing out these massive impacts.
That ability to get right underneath Beetlejuice there.
A lot of purchase on these hits.
By the way, guys, we've said the name of the Beetle robot like twice. We got to be careful saying it a third time.
Oh, you can say it 3 times. You just have to say something in between.
Oh, right. Okay, got it.
You're right.
Got it.
You're right.
You had to remind me of the rules.
Excuse me. Beetlejuice as much as you want.
What happens when you say it 3 times?
He pops out the mirror, or you go to his universe. It's a horrible situation. Don't do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, the weapon is disabled. If you were going to do it, now's the time.
Now's the
Yeah,
time.
you would have a bit of an advantage, I guess.
Unless you have Beetlejuice with you. Unless Beetlejuice is on your team.
Yeah, well,
The
you don't want to
plot
call in
thickens.
favors when your friend's disabled. It's
Yeah.
very rude.
Dumb Drum trying to line up a shot. I mean, they were dishing out some massive hits earlier in this matchup.
Yeah, there was another example of that weapon on Dumb Drum hitting Beetlejuice and sending the weapon on Beetlejuice just spinning.
Yeah, no power behind that. Just a little kinetic energy transfer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the drive side on the left of Beetlejuice really suffering now.
Missing some armor as well, it looks like.
Yes, definitely missing some armor there.
it becomes so important to use your weapon as a block for your opponent's weapon, even if your spinner goes down.
Oh.
Ouch.
All right, guys, we're getting down to the wire. Remember, the audience will vote for this one.
All right, so that is the match. We are going to go to our judges, which is the audience. Audience, who thinks Beetlejuice won that match? Please, show of hands, round of applause. Beetlejuice. Okay, okay.
You guys, it's a silent crowd.
It is a silent crowd.
Okay.
So then who thinks Dumb Drum won that match?
Wow, an overwhelming amount of people said Dumb Drum. I think the answer is obvious. It's Beetlejuice. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Just trying to start all the controversy here. So let's go into a replay where we can see some of these massive hits. I love these big pops up in the air that we're getting from Dumb Drum.
Dumb Drum definitely won the audience's vote in these key plays here.
The audience loves just robot carnage, and Dumb Drum dished it out. All right. So it looks like we are going to be going to another freestyle fight, grudge match, if you will. Do you like the freestyle fight format that we have now? I'm kind of a fan.
I enjoy the fact that we have it. I think we can tweak it and make it even more than it is right now, but
Sure.
it is so valuable to have this and give a place for robots to test things out when we've got the single elimination format. I'm really excited to see people get that chance, and we've had some really good fights come out of it.
Yeah, we really have.
All right, let's go ahead and get over to cage 3 here.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Why so
2,
serious?
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ow.
Big hit right off the bat, followed by another. Those are big weapon-to-weapon impact. Oh, chunks of each robot flying across the arena.
I like that this one is IDK WTF.
ID.
ID, right, I forgot about the ID. Half-Life? I don't know.
Half-Life was just stuck into the ground there a little bit.
Brett looking for some action here. There we go.
He's an energetic chap, that Brett.
And that is a nice part, I guess, about these freeform fights, is he does get a little bit more involved.
He
a little
does.
feisty.
That's probably where he gets most of his action, don't you think?
Yeah. It gives him an opportunity to get the aggression out. I like that.
The aggression.
And Brett spends all day trying to be very polite. By the end, it just wants in the fray.
Right? Just gently removing bots from the side rails and gently trying to self-right bots that have been flipped over.
You've got all that power on tap, and you're just like,
I'm just gonna be so calm.
Oh, it's winking at you, Kyle.
Oh, that's so nice. Hey, buddy. Give him a little blink action there.
Mm-hmm. Is it like a cat where it slow blinks and that means you're friends?
Oh yeah, quoting the Jackson Galaxy there. I see you. So it does look like we're down drive side and weapon on IDK on Half-Life. Huh. Doesn't look like anybody's moving well. Doesn't look like anybody's weapons are really going.
They're all just doing the dance.
It's tough when you have both drive issues and weapon issues simultaneously.
Just under a minute left here.
That said, we can see Half-Life is moving very well considering they have no wheels on that side of the robot anymore.
Who needs wheels?
Who needs wheels? Put it on a bumper sticker.
I don't want to be stuck behind that car in traffic, the one that says who needs wheels.
I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, makes your commute interesting.
You always need a nice little friendly bumper sticker to read, right? when you're stuck in traffic. At least it gives you something to do. 10 seconds here.
4, 3, 2, 1, and that is your match.
All right.
Yet again, I think we are going to the judge panel that is our studio audience.
You guys want to participate again? All right. You want to team up?
All right, so who do you think won that match? Was it Half-Life? Oh, sorry, that's right. That was the wrong names.
Oh.
Synthesis and what was the other one? And ER Stingray. So who thought Synthesis won that fight?
The
Yeah,
black
this is the
robot.
better way
The
to
black
do this.
robot with Synthesis.
No?
No.
Okay, all right.
The next
Horizontal
one.
spinner that was ER Stingray?
I see some hands.
All right.
All right.
Your winner is ER Stingray. Thank you guys
There
very,
we go,
very much.
you guys. All right, we're going to consider that a warm-up, by the way. Let's do a little bit better on the audience participation next time, okay, guys?
We're going to need it. We're going to need it.
Get a quick
All right.
mulligan, it's fine.
Let's send it up to Chris DeSico. I think we're going to Chris now. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm right. Chris, how's it going? Who you got over there?
Hey, gang. Hey, how's it going? I am here alongside of Spare Parts and Spare Parts' builders, Bennett and Matthew. Let me tell you something. First of all, you can fit a whole lot of destruction in this bad boy. But first, Bennett, I got to ask you, because this bot so closely I identify with its build style, tell me, what did this bot look like 48 hours ago?
48 hours ago, it was basically just a microwave that still had everything in it, and then we gutted it at 1:30 in the morning and put everything else on it here, I guess.
So you guys have built this robot in the last 48 hours. I've seen you come up with all kinds of clever workarounds, and they even made some fresh popcorn in it earlier, which, I mean, what other bot can do that? Matthew, tell us a little bit about what this last sprint has been like to get probably the weirdest bot I've ever seen into a box and working.
Yeah, so we had a couple weird issues with it. We had the wheels constantly falling off, so they are now filled with some spray adhesive that was donated to us. And then we had to figure out why the weapon kept falling out. So it is now welded in.
There you go.
It cannot fall out. So hopefully now it will be all intact and we'll be ready to grunge at 8.
And I love this. Let me just grab this real quick. I've never seen this used before in combat robotics. This is, I can't believe it's not butter spray.
Wow.
It has made this bot nearly impenetrable. Other bots just glean right off of it. It's spectacular to see. Are we going to see Spare Parts again in the future?
We're going to put it in the anything that goes fight at 8. So microwave is something, so it can go at 8.
It'll slide right out of the pan.
Thank you so much. Thank you for making this reality. I can't wait to take it home. I really appreciate you donating it to me. Back to you guys at the desk.
Chris, thank you for that one.
I love when these things show
Same.
this weird
Same.
nonsense shows up. It's so much fun. It's so in spirit with this competition.
I can't believe it's not butter. Better or worse than real butter?
Worse.
Ooh, just a different use case.
I think you're right about that. Yeah.
What is the other use for it?
Personally, I love to put it in mac and cheese.
Yeah.
You put, I can't believe it's not butter and mac and cheese?
Yeah.
We're going to unpack that in a little bit.
Yeah.
Here we go. Qualifiers. Here we go.
Okay.
So these are the bots that have qualified for the November final. This is Kickstart, Offbeat, Púca, and Wicked Twista.
Púca.
So excited to see these bots that have already qualified. We are going to see them go against each other now and see who qualifies for the finals.
Going to cage 3 now.
Speaking of who qualifies for finals.
Next in cage 3, Púca versus Offbeat.
If we are judging by how these bots looked at the end of their last match, I would be very concerned for David Small and Púca. They were not very functional.
7, 6, 5.
I'm so excited for this one right now.
3, 2, 1.
10% of them predict Púca to win.
Fight.
Only 5% of fans predicted Offbeat to win this one.
Wow.
Offbeat's already locking them in there.
I mean, this is a very dominant performance so far from Púca.
That is a lot of hits.
They have kept Offbeat in that corner and bobbling them up in the air with that very powerful
Wow,
jump spinner.
Púca taking on the mini bot.
Well, it seems like they've wrecked Offbeat and they have nothing else to do but take out the mini bot at this point.
Wow.
Yeah, Offbeat
The mini bot is almost indestructible the way that it's bent.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Like the way that it just flexes to these hits?
It kind of, like, how do you even stop it?
All right, the countdown has started as the majority of Offbeat has been disabled.
Wow.
Knockout.
Can I say, I did not see this coming.
Wow, so Púca looked completely wrecked at the end of that last fight. Offbeat will still fight again for third place. Púca goes on to the finals. They will face the winner of Kickstart versus Wicked Twister. David Small looking like a favorite to win this entire tournament today.
I did not see that happening as quickly as it just did. Taking a look at this replay here, it was only a matter of time for Púca to take over and take the reins here.
Yeah, once that weapon went down on Offbeat, it was really just Púca's game from that point forward.
At the beginning of the day, I would have said that this was a no contest Púca win, but as the day went on and we saw Púca having these weapon issues, these drive issues, it was pretty uncertain, but it looked like a brand new robot out there.
Absolutely, you could see the excitement there. All right, now let's go over to cage 1 for our second 12-pound semifinal.
Next,
everyone's moving on over.
Hooligan versus Torrent.
Uh-oh.
See both of those weapons doing a little bit of a spin check before the match begins.
And by the way, you are not seeing doubles.
7, 6.
Only 10% of fans predict Hooligan.
4, 3, 2.
Torrent and Torrential, essentially the same design of a robot. Both entered by Donald Song. Nice hit there from Hooligan. Wow, massive launch.
I don't know if that's the end of the match or if there's going to be an unstick. I see the driver approaching the tap-out button.
He might be going for the tap-out button, but
no,
he's
still
able
functioning.
to move.
Wow,
he almost tapped it out.
And he's self-righted by his opponent. I shouldn't say self-righted, he's opponent-righted. And able to get under Hooligan.
Oh, wow, nice hit there from Torrential as well. And
down.
That is the weapon belt from Hooligan, I believe.
I believe you are correct, Kyle.
And yes, I do hear that weapon on Torrent still firing up a little bit. And now,
no,
we were incorrect. That must have been the weapon
battle
belt
here. I thought it was the weapon battle from Torrent.
But I think you're right. I think it was the weapon belt on Torrent. Hooligan is still able to get these hits.
Hooligan, I think, still very much in control.
Wow. And now look at them doing the thing. Stuck on their side.
They've already used their unstick. They are not going to be able to come back from this, barring some sort of act of fate.
Wow.
So that means Hooligan will be going on to face Torrential in the final if this countout happens. So they will essentially be doing a rematch here. Wait a minute. Whoa, we're still happening. It's still going on.
Look at all the glitter that's left in this cage.
You can't get rid of it. It's just there forever now.
It is there forever now. It's also on you forever now. I'm kidding. Does that give you anxiety?
Yes, it does. Wow, Hooligan just doing a dominant performance here, getting all of these hits and pops.
Hooligan really is.
And for the folks at home listening, you can hear the weapon on Hooligan just spun up to its full speed again. It had slowed down quite a bit there for a while. I think maybe toying with Torrent.
A piece of Hooligan just went flying there. We got a little over 30 seconds left.
weapon on Hooligan, by the way, is a full 3 pounds.
Wow.
Hooligan designed and built by Jack Zapotnik from Gainesville, Florida. He's here with Gator Robotics.
Oh, shout out to the Gators. Shout out to Florida.
He's got a very Brazilian design ethos.
Whip
Tandem drive on the wheels.
Versus Kickstart.
And this is a relatively new build, so this is quite a good showing for them.
Hooligan picked the name Hooligan. He thought it was a fun word to say. He said he got his inspiration from the Brazilian team that was here in July.
I can definitely see that lineage. That design is tried and true in many ways. A powerful egg beater and a great reliable drive system. Hard to go wrong.
Yeah, really proud of that performance. Nice job, Jack. Excited to see them in the final. We're going to see a bit of a rematch in the final. Torrential will be there facing them. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
Both bots have 20 minutes now to repair.
How have you liked the format today so far, both of you?
I like it. It's different.
It is different.
It's different.
Have you adjusted?
No.
there is certainly a learning curve here.
Yeah, change is hard.
Change is hard.
Change is hard, but I am enjoying it. I think that there's definitely a lot of merit to it, and it's cleaner. You know, single elimination. You know exactly what's happening. You know exactly what's going on. There's no more like this person might come back. Maybe
I agree
we
with
don't
that.
know.
Right.
It's a lot higher stakes too.
A lot higher stakes, and it's almost bittersweet, right?
Yeah.
Because you know when you're watching that matchup, it could be the last time that you're seeing that bot for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I'm thinking it through now, and I think there's also an aspect where maybe the people that get eliminated towards the finals are really going to want to come back more next time, simply because, you know, if you get beat twice in a double elimination format, you're like, well, fine, you got me. I had 2 strikes. Okay. The one time, they're going to want to come back next time.
Yeah, it could have gone either way. All right, we're going to go
better.
see our friend Lindsay. Lindsay, what do you got for us?
I have some super chats that I need your help with.
Oh,
okay.
I'm worried.
So
you know we're
please.
interested.
Yeah. It is turned into like Make Lindsay Blush Day.
Sure.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Say
Which,
no more.
Hannah, you enjoy too much.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
It's hilarious, and I love it. But we have 4 or 5 songs here, and this was all started by Chad New. So Chad, I'm
like
leaving
this is my
Copperhead.
fault.
It's over.
Oh no.
Is this my fault?
Can we sing this all together?
Yeah, we all know this one. If you don't know this one, you're
Not an American?
You're in Gen Z?
Dum, dum,
No, that's not what it is.
Yeah, it is. So I'll tell you what I want, what you really, really want.
The singing in my ear, by the way, from the control room has it wrong. I'm just going to say that. I know for sure. Was that not a Spice Girl song?
That is a
yeah.
Spice Girl song, and that's the
in
intro
my
of the
ear.
song.
In my ear, we were doing Grease.
He did. Oh, I could see I could see
guys,
where you got that confused.
What are we doing? Listen, if anyone knows the Spice Girls, it's this one. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I know I could
You
sing
want
that
them
song.
to get the beat right.
If
That's
someone
what you
was
really,
like,
really want.
If you don't get any lyric right, I'll kill you. I would walk away victorious. Like
that
in
song?
a do or die situation, me and the Spice Girls, I would be the
Which
winner.
Spice
of
Girl,
that.
though? 'Cause
I was
think
always posh.
Okay, I was saying.
I had short hair growing up. You know, you always had to be one of them, right? I'm sorry. I've taken this. I'm now telling personal stories from my childhood. Like we can unpack a lot of this. I'm so sorry, Lindsay. Thank you, and I apologize again.
Oh no.
All right, we can all sing this one, right? We don't need the beat. I'm a Barbie girl
In a Barbie world,
life in plastic. It's fantastic.
I
you
love
can
it.
brush my hair.
Take me anywhere.
Next one. Thank you, Resistant
By the way,
Pulse.
I never saw this coming. I really didn't.
She gave Lindsay $50.
All right, Ian, what do you got for us?
We've got the
this
Venga
song.
Boys.
Oh my gosh.
Boom, 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 boom.
I want you in my room.
Let's spend the night together from now until forever.
And that's all I know about that song. I don't think I have. I've
No
heard
one
that
knows
since-
anything else about that
That's
song.
all that you
No.
need.
That's all you need.
It's more than I needed.
Way more than I needed.
People are paying good money to send these song lyrics, by the way.
Do we have any more, Lindsay?
Hard-earned money.
I do believe we have one more.
Okay. Oh no! Oh no!
iPhone 65 Classic.
Someone called 911. You guys, honestly, stop the madness. Like, someone has to call 911. This song is going to be stuck in our heads for the rest of the night.
There's no coming back.
Absolutely. There's no coming back. People paid money
in panic mode.
to stick an earworm in your ear, and it will never go away now.
Lindsay, actually, let me talk to the people. You guys.
Yeah.
We can't go backwards when it comes to our music taste. We only have to go forwards, okay? We were doing so well before. We had Spice Girls. We had good times rolling. Barbie Girl, it went a little sour, and then you continued to go south. Let's pick it up, okay? Let's come back from that. I trust you guys. Lindsay, thank you so much. We're going over to Cage 2 now for a grudge match.
Little robotic palate cleanser.
Please, please. I can't believe the weird part of the night showed up before 8 p.m. Like, this is ridiculous, but okay, we'll take it.
Have you guys ever had so much song?
No. No, we've never busted out into song quite as much as we have in this particular live stream. All right, let's get this fight going.
8, 7.
Here's the countdown.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go.
Ouch.
The design, very similar on the two of these in size. At onset.
I do believe we have a bit of a danger tail situation, waggle tail situation on one of the bots, and it's yep.
Yep, that is an intense waggler. It's having a little trouble. It's a little bit tucked between its legs right now.
And it definitely is not powerful enough to self-right, which is unfortunate because they are upside down.
I believe it was once upon a time. It's just, it's on the struggle bus right now.
Oh, there you go, a self-righting assistance.
That helps. I love this claw.
It's an aggressive tapper.
It looks like it's dancing with its arm up.
If you want to violently pick your nose, I think that's the weapon. Violently pick your nose.
Yeah.
That's the weapon for you.
That will definitely get whatever you got in there
one
out.
One of those head scratchers.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Okay, now this is Half-Life and K.I.W.F.
Doing the aggressive tapping, but not very aggressive. It's more gentle. It's just like a little.
It's a little. It is a little gentle.
It's a boop. It's not. It's more of a boop than a tap.
You're right.
Yeah.
Boop.
Boop. Just a little boop.
That's a little nose tap for you.
You know, we talked about Cobra ducks before. It's a very Cobra duck
really
feel.
does.
It's a gooseneck on that tapper.
Oh, you're right. It is a bit of a gooseneck here.
Maybe a swan. You know, there's a taco place down the street, and I met a lovely waitress there who was feeding all the wildlife, and I walked up and she goes, "These are my babies. This is Swanathan."
Swanathan?
Feeding the wildlife. What does that mean?
The geese and the swans and the ducks. And
One
this
of
is
their names is
Swanathan. And this is
Wow.
Swanita.
I am impressed.
It was absolutely a beautiful moment.
I do kind of love that.
Yeah.
I love that too. She should come here.
You know, between these two bots right now, it does seem like IDK's booper
certainly controlling the match.
It's working.
And it's managing to keep the weapon of its opponent at bay, which is incredible.
I don't even know if it's working that
I don't know if the claw, the arm, is really helping itself at all at this point.
It's scoring.
It is doing what
points.
it's designed to do.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not that's boop.
Oh, there's the aggressive tapping that we wanted to see. Thank you so much for that.
Saved by the bell. If that tapping had gone on any longer, we would have had to call animal control.
That beater bar would have exploded. It would have been horrible. Too much booping.
We can prepare, you know, for a lot of things with a stronger and stronger arena.
All right.
There's only so much it can contain that much booping. Now.
How are we going to judge this one, guys? What do you think we should do?
All right, so here's the question. Who thinks that the drum spinner won that? Anybody? Anybody? Okay.
There's a few.
Who thinks that this match was won by aggressive booping? And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen.
To boop or not to boop.
So your winner is Half-Life with the aggressive booping, brought to you all day long. Gotta love it. Yeah, their weapon worked the whole time.
That's a name in itself.
I love that you're already like calling that robot name. That's a robot name, calling it.
By the way, fast forward to the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Let's go over to cage 3 here.
Yeah, we have another 3-pound match ready to go.
Next in cage 3, Wicked Twister versus Kickstart.
All right, so here we are in yet another semi-final match in the 3-pound division. The winner of this fight has to go on to face Púca. The loser will go off to face Offbeat for 3rd place.
Púca will be an incredible match.
Robots fight.
There's a lot on the line in this matchup.
Absolutely.
Oh,
wow.
my gosh, an
That's
immediate hit.
Vicious.
Really immense hit.
Wicked Twister again from Dave Wright out of Boulder, Colorado. This is his first time at NHRL. The story behind the name Wicked Twister, by the way, is named after a roller coaster at Cedar Point that has since been demolished. Will the next Wicked Twister be demolished?
Not today. It looks like they're holding up quite well against Kickstart. Kickstart getting a few good hits. That's a belt, though, lying on the floor there.
I can't tell where that is from. I think it might be the weapon on Wicked Twister.
Might be, yeah.
I certainly don't see it spinning at the moment, but that doesn't mean it can't come back later if that was not the belt. No, I think it was.
Oh, that's not good. So that's going to give Kickstart and Cam Collins quite an advantage.
Yes, and the design of Kickstart is just fantastic for fighting someone who has no weapon and is in a horizontal spinner configuration.
There's still a ton of mobility here from Kickstart. I feel like they're completely in control here.
Absolutely. It's control, aggression, and damage are all being dominated right now.
Uh-oh.
We're going to have a quick unstick.
Help us out, Brett.
Cam Collins standing by with
and
two
there it
robots,
is.
by
It's
the way.
stuck up against a wall.
The opponent can also sometimes accidentally help.
A lot of times it's intentional. You want to keep the fight going. You want to keep having fun with your friends. But when you're getting to the semifinals, that's rare.
Every man for themselves. Wow.
That is a knockout. Your winner is Kickstart.
With just under a minute left.
The winner is Kickstart.
Beautiful match. Cam Collins doing a wonderful job with Kickstart. Once again, we're seeing these WPI folks from Team Ribot, just dominating later on in the tournament. They're always here. They're always grinding away. They're always putting out phenomenal performances. So Wicked Twister will go on to fight for 3rd.
That will be a tough one.
Against Offbeat, but Kickstart will have to face the vicious Apex Predator that is Púca from David Small.
Púca. That's my favorite voice of God sound.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, he leans into it, and you can feel the there's kind of like a savory factor to it almost. It's an umami in your audio nerves.
It sounds like a little bit like shark bait ooh-ha-ha. Am I right? Am I wrong or am I right? I think I'm right. All right, let's send it over to let's send it up to Chris DeSico upstairs. Chris, who you got for us at this moment?
Hello there, desk. I'm coming to you live from the Norwalk kitchen, and I have with me Chef Baker Shea Waffles Johns and Big Cookie.
I'm so jealous.
Now, Big Cookie, the first ever bot that has weaponized lazy carbs. Tell us.
Yeah, and cat brushes.
Tell us a little bit about the concept and what drove you to build this for New Bot January.
So the concept is basically when you have a big horizontal spinner, it will actually kind of move the robot on its own a little bit. Like the energy of the weapon vibrates it can move around. When I built my first robot, it was a small tomb clone sort of 1 pound robot. And without putting the wheels on, when we did a weapon test, I was like, oh, it moves on its own. And everybody was like, well, you have to fight the weapon energy. It's going to be a problem. You know, you have to make sure you compensate for that when you're driving. And I was like, well, instead of compensating for it, you know, can I just use that energy? And so I was looking at hex bug, like the vibration, you know, bug with the legs, and looked around for bristles that might support that kind of thing. And I found these cat brushes, like in the pet aisle. And they've been working great for me ever since. I've done a 150 gram, I've done a 1 pound robot, I've done a 3 pound ring spinner version, but for a new bot, you know, new year, I needed to really bring back the bristlebot power after Death Charge represented in the finals last year.
So I was talking about with some other builders, it's really unique to see an octagonal design here on a shell. I mean, normally you would see like a dome, you would see a ring. What inspired that?
It's actually a donated shell. When I wanted to put it together, we actually were meaning to, Depth Charge had gotten almost lost in shipping before finals in December. So we're like, what can we bring instead if UPS did in fact ruin this? And somebody was like, oh, I have this chromoly shell. And, you know, we had the weapon motor from Triton and the battery and the ESC. And we're like, oh, we can put this together. We had these right angle gearboxes that just happened to exist that Brad had for 10 years. We're like, these probably will work. It's fine. So we designed it based off of that. And so this particular thing, I'm not sure where the shell specifically originated from. I assume it was a stop sign that went rogue. But
they'll do that.
You know, you gotta watch it when the stop signs just don't stop, you know.
Shay, thank you so much for bringing this bot. It's so cool. It's so fun to watch. Thank you for all of the empty carbs. Lindsay's gonna kill me. Speaking of, let's kick it over to Lindsay. What's going on, wife?
Hello. The more cookies, the better. Whatever. And Shay, one of my favorite builders of all time. I have a bunch of super chats here that we are going to try and get through. So let's hit it. The first one here is it's from Resist Impulse, and he wants to say Sparky is cute, and I have to say I agree.
Yeah.
For an AI, it's pretty darn cute. All right, so Ian says, Lindsay, now you're a veteran. When beetle weight? I'm never building a 3-pounder. It is way too small. You might see me at the 12-pound weight class, though. And then Lindsay for Golden Brick 2K23. Sure, why not? Let's keep it going. Resist Impulse with another one. Can one of the gentlemen nose boop the other one? This stream is now in weird mode.
Hey, we're not in weird mode.
We got into weird mode at like 7:40.
Yeah.
That's actually, I would say before that.
All right, Will Phillips from NERC. We are working on getting more bucket hats ASAP.
Yes.
Hopefully we can get you guys some from the NERC co-president.
Thank you so much. We want them.
I want the link.
How many are covered in beans?
All beans. All right, Exploding Muffins. Sending love to Zach and Offbeat and everyone else from Vegas. You're doing so well, and we're so proud of you. Love, Celeste and fam.
Huge Vegas contingent here today.
Great.
Love it.
All right, Eel Monkey is back with another one. So, would the judges consider an air horn as an active weapon? Obviously directed at the opponent for maximum damage, asking for a friend, wink, wink.
That's an interesting question.
I think no, but maybe?
And, yeah, maybe.
Oh my gosh.
This is the last one. Listen, I don't know this one, so use your imagination. From Okami Fan 2, someone call 911. Shorty fire burning on a dance floor. Whoa.
This is all my fault.
Mm-hmm.
I know this.
Yep.
I
And
started
if you
this.
know it, sing it, because I don't.
You know what? I know it, and I'm not proud that I know it. Therefore, I'm going to leave it where it is. Lindsay, thank you for your service.
We're going to Cage 4. We're going to start a little bit of a grudge match action. Let's check this out.
Save.
Starting in the middle. Okay.
Ooh.
What is this?
Face to face.
Everyone's in the middle. Oh, this is like a duel.
7.
Yeah.
It's a tango.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go.
I love our little guy in the crown here.
Ouch. Ouch. Wow, you can see that side armor just peeled up on the wheel there.
We have Relax and Lasseration here.
Lasseration is one of the Garnache Peter Bar kit robots being tested at this event. And Relax, you know, it's doing it.
Relax
doing the
is
thing.
just hanging out, relaxing, chillaxing. You gotta get right side up there.
Yeah, it seems like they've lost traction on one of those wheels.
And they really can't seem to get back onto place. I mean, mobility control is still there, but lacking in any sort of, well, I want to say self-help. There we go.
Somehow, after being self-righted, it is even less able to move.
Yeah, that's not how that's supposed to work. Oh, and the weapon's powered down. All the weapons powered down, all at once.
Hello? Anyone home?
Hello? Hello? There's still a minute
What's going on?
and 19 seconds left in this fight. Hello?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Tap out.
that's a tap
Wow,
out.
how did that happen at the same time?
The winner is Kablooey Tango.
Oh.
That is not true.
That is not accurate.
That is
I got
not
really
accurate.
excited and almost said Kablooey again, though.
Yeah,
that
we
word
actually-
just.
Is it another one of your favorite names of the day?
Yeah, I have a list.
Ah.
Kablooey. Kablooey is fun to say, although everything we just watched had nothing to do with Kablooey.
The Venn diagram of your favorite names in our competitor list is a circle.
By the way, every graph I've ever drawn in my life is a circle because
Okay.
I'll just talk my way out of it. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of good pie charts are circles.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of
Some
bad
the best
pie
ones.
charts aren't circles. All right, we are going to head over to Cage 2 now. We've got another grudge match with an old favorite in the form of Crash Fest going up against Arena Hazard.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
And away we
Robots
go.
fight.
Talk about a test of Crash Fest's durability. Arena Hazard, basically a 3-pound death charge.
That means it is a bristle drive bot with, it's all weapon. I mean, it's just a giant weapon.
It is a weapon. You're right. It is a giant weapon. That's why I'd like to face anything.
Crash Fest able to take giant hits and keep on going, and for some reason doesn't even lose that sand shovel lifter very often.
No, it's perfectly sized and shaped to be shielded by those two steel protection wedges that it has.
Protection rails, protection wedges.
I love the classic look behind Crash Fest. The bright colors really bringing out the energy there. Meanwhile, Arena Hazard, total opposite look. Again, all weapon. It's straight intimidation.
Whereas Crash Fest, it's a toy. I mean, it's there to
It's a
have
toy.
fun.
It looks
You
like
can
a
really,
toy.
you can
It's
hand
made
that to
by
your
a
kids.
company called Play School, you know, spelled with a K.
Uh-oh. Looks like the
Nice lift there from Crash Fest.
weapon there can't really seem to get going with Crash Fest. Coming on in. I like the little
Oh,
flapper.
there we go. Aggressive tapping from Crash Fest there.
Boop, boop, boop. You were right on target with your sound.
Love it. And good lift.
Yep.
Robert Run just showing us why he's one of the best control drivers in the game, why he's still competitive without a kinetic weapon at the 3-pound division.
Well, that's Crash Fest's really only way in this. Is if they can continue to stop that massive weapon from running,
yeah.
that's their only way that they're... And the more time you spend, the worse.
Nice
and
lift there.
Wow.
Beautiful.
He just said everything I said and threw it out the window. Oh, this is a Tango now. 1
Very
minute
effective
remaining
Tango.
here.
So Crash Fest is now upside down. Wow, they've just got their fork stuck inside the weapon mass of Arena Hazard.
Oh, no.
I don't know how they're going to get out of that situation, actually.
This doesn't look ideal.
No, it is. It's,
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Come on
They
out.
were able to just kind of knock. Nope, now they still got one
There we
stuck in
go.
there, and now they're out. Okay.
See you never.
Now there's a chunk of something on the ground there, Kyle, that we just took a look at.
I don't know what that was, but it looked important. I love the duct tape, by the way. This is how you know where we're at the night when there's duct tape involved.
Listen, duct tape armor is a valid armor option. It works, kind of. It does work.
It holds the inside parts in.
All right.
Yeah. Keeps most of the
About
outside
10
parts
seconds
out.
left in this one between Crash Fest and Arena Hazard.
Yes, this will be going to the judges.
The winning ticket. I think we can take a little guess.
Well, the audience is the judge on this one.
Audience.
Goes to the many judges.
Yeah, exactly. It
The
goes
masses of judges.
The populism of judges. All right, so who amongst you thinks that the Arena Hazard won that match? Give us a clap, a round of applause, anything.
Silence.
Dead
Complete
quiet.
silence.
And who thinks Crash Fest won that fight? Round of applause.
All right,
It's a
we got
lot
a
of
little bit
cheering.
more.
I think that's pretty unanimous.
Yeah, congratulations to Robert Rund and Crash Fest. Not even fighting in this tournament, really.
No.
Participating in some multi-bot configurations, but not actually a competitor.
All right, let's take it back upstairs to Chris. Chris, who are you talking to now?
Hey guys, so I am here with Charlie and Ethan, and Charlie and Ethan are students at RIT, and RIT is one of the new programs that have been awarded that $10,000 grant from NHRL. And first, I'll ask you, Charlie. Charlie, what kind of doors can, like, $10,000 is nothing to sneeze at. What new capabilities, what new things can the school or the program acquire with that money?
So, I mean, the first thing that we thought of, and the first thing, as soon as we found out we got the grant, was we're going to build a test box. Because RIT has not really had any kind of formal testing facilities for combat robots. We don't have any way to do safe weapon spin-up tests or anything of that sort. And so, for $10,000, or maybe some portion of that, we can build a full-size cage for fighting 3-pound robots and testing up to 12-pound or 30-pound robots, which is something that we really wouldn't have been able to do before with the budget that our club has.
Ethan, do you think that, just kind of now with a little blood in the water, that the school is going to be even a little bit more interested in having more students come and participate in qualifiers and see if RIT could bring home an even larger prize package in 2023?
So the two of us both have our own robots planned for future events. We have a 3-pound called...
Oh, yeah. I've got a 3-pound. You've got a...
Yeah, we have 12 pounds that are called New Groove that we're planning on bringing out somewhere in the future, and hopefully bring more people from RIT to this event. There have been various members that aren't necessarily affiliated with MDRC that have come here over the years that have done bots, but we want to kind of build a program. One of the things we want to start doing is, with the grant, start doing new people, start building their own smaller 3-pound robots, get experience, use the cage, have it of 3-pound battles, and then go from there into either their own 3 pounds to bring here, or into bigger bots like 12 pounds and maybe 30 pounds.
Yeah, I think it's so cool that I know that your school has multiple teams, and there's a lot of momentum already building around this sport. So thank you, Charlie and Ethan, for joining us. Thank you for coming in January, and back to you at the desk.
Thank you, Chris. And actually, we are going to go straight into Cage 1 here. This is the consolation match, we'll call it, and we'll go to the voiceover for the details.
Next in Cage 3, Wicked Twister versus Kickstart.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not trust that voice of God.
So we have Kablooey, Tango versus DeathPact. This is for third place in the 30-pound division.
Fight.
Both of these bots have already
fight.
qualified for the final. They are just fighting to see who gets third place at this competition.
Kablooey.
I can see where your heart's at, Hannah.
I know. I also love the bucket hat. I'm here for both.
Oh, interesting. DeathPact is not spinning up, and now it's hardly moving.
There we go.
DeathPact had this similar issue before.
Yeah, just intermittent weapon, a little bit hard on the drive.
Just seems a little heavier.
Well, something that we've seen today with a lot of these robots is wires that just kind of got stuck into random places.
Yep.
And one of the things that can happen is those wires rub up against things they shouldn't, and the connections start to come loose. And that can make a lot of weird things happen in the arena, especially like what we're seeing with DeathPact.
Again, it's such a risk to have the coverage of your tires there. If there's any sort of impact, your tire could be affected.
That's true.
Only because of that hit.
There.
So it feels like you're protecting them at first, but in actuality, you could be hurting them in the long run.
Woo. DeathPact really taking some good hits, and I would say it's not seeing any major reduction in functionality, but while true, it's also not functioning all that well to start with. So.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, that's an AR400 chassis that DeathPact is made out of.
Kablooey really just showing off here.
Tango.
DeathPact upside down. I think we're going to see a house bot coming into play here in a moment.
Save it. There we go.
I think it's going to take a little more effort than that, Brett.
Save it.
Excuse me, Fluffy, right?
I believe that one is Fluffy.
I call them all Brett.
I mean, that's valid. I do the same sometimes.
Yeah, the two larger ones are Fluffy and Flo.
Oh, Fluffy and Flo.
But they're Brett's in spirit.
Yeah, they're Brett's younger but larger brothers.
Oh my gosh, she really
sisters,
trying there.
Cousins, something.
This might be it.
I think we might be going to a count out here very soon. Oh, that's a weapon spin up that we're getting off of DeathPact. Nerk team really trying to get their bot working.
Showing that they have some juice left in the tank. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
There it is. That's what they needed.
Back in the running. Considering it was never actually unstuck, I can understand that it's still trying. But
this is
one of the longer attempted unsticks I've ever seen.
It reminds me, it's like looking at a couch with no legs.
Right, because there's no ground clearance on the front of the bot. Nice hit there from Kablooey.
We have just under 30 seconds.
Yeah, less than 30 seconds.
I got to give it to Alex Kreese. Kablooey Tango has actually started to function better as the day has gone on.
I agree with you, Kyle.
Well, it was a robot that was just being finished in the wee hours of the morning last night.
Right, so Alex has had much more time to finalize things, fine-tune things, get everything up to a really functional place.
Can't really move here. You can see she's surprised. Okay, well.
And so your third place winner, I believe, is going to be Kablooey Tango.
Kablooey Tango, remember.
Will be DeathPact.
We'll formalize that with the judges in a minute, but I don't think there is any doubt in anyone's mind
pretty certain
how that went down. You can see some of the highlights here. Just a great hit there from Kablooey Tango that really DeathPact never came back from. Sure, they got self-righted eventually by the house bot, but that didn't give them a chance to control anything, and even when they attempted, the movement wasn't there, the power in the weapon wasn't there. It just did not come together for them.
Absolutely,
yep. And remember, the whole point of Kablooey Tango and the name choice was because we had to have emphasis and enthusiasm when we said Kablooey
you're
Tango.
Right. Yeah, we cannot just say Kablooey
We cannot deliver
Tango.
per usual. It's like a foot. They're all different. All right, let's head over to cage 3, see what we got going on up there.
8, 7,
another duel beginning.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I like how Brett's in on this one.
Fight.
Yeah.
Like he's the ref. Oh, now they're actually doing their 10 paces to the edge, and now they're fighting. Okay. Yeah, why not?
"10 minutes, no rush, GLH." I think. You're a video game person.
So there's Abomination, Peter Garnash's robot, and there's Siege. Siege just lost its side armor.
Yeah, that armor is not attached anymore.
All right, so that is our winning. It is official. Kablooey Tango is your winner. Third place winner in the 30-pound division. Alex Kreese joined with teammate Lucy Dew for that victory. Excellent work for that team.
Very nicely done.
And it sounds like we have a determined winner in the third place division for the 12 pounds.
Some more housekeeping news.
A little bit more housekeeping news. So apparently Yoshimi has forfeited, which means your winner is going to be Torrent.
Wow. Why forfeit at this point?
I don't think that's a choice at this point. I think there's probably some repairs that they tried to make, and they just couldn't make them in time.
Significant damage to Yoshimi at the end of that last fight. They were pretty messed up.
That one was for third place, by the way.
Yeah, so Yoshimi is forfeited there. Your fourth place in the 12-pound division. Torrent is going to be your third place winner.
At what percentage of your bot's health do you really say, okay, I have to throw in the towel, I have to forfeit this? You know, we talk about going in at 70%, going in at 80%, even going in at 60%. At what point do you really say,
I think
this
at
is
this
it?
point, Joey just knows he can't put on a show, right? He can't make it fun.
Yeah.
And if you can't make it fun, if you can't put on a show, if you can't spin up the weapon, if half your drive isn't going to end up working, the best thing to do is say, you know what?
Take it.
Take it, you win. I'm going to make this bot work better, and I'm going to bring it back to more tournaments, and I'm going to make it better for the actual finals in November.
And keep in mind, that calculus might be a little bit different going into a finals match.
100%.
Yeah, right.
100%.
They're going in here for a third place victory. They've already qualified to go to, you know, the finals event later. So it's a question of, is this really worth it for the experience, for whatever else it is?
What is going on over here? We're having just a spinning match.
Yeah, well, you know, the little one started spinning, and then Brett got excited, and he started spinning.
Yeah, this is
ludicrous mode.
Ludicrous mode. 10 seconds left here.
When
I mean, what a time to be alive with the spins.
There's Peter just chilling.
on the stool.
Yeah, it's
Hello,
that's what
old
he's
friend
doing.
on the stool.
He's just hanging. Trying
Wow,
to see
they're
how it goes.
Having some fun here with this one.
All right, so this one does go to our judging audience. So, audience, who thinks Siege won that fight? Anybody? Anybody?
Quiet. Totally quiet.
Really? Who thinks Abomination won that fight? Anybody?
Oh, I see some thumbs up.
I have a little bit. I know our audience is getting quieter and
Who
quieter.
thinks Brett the Brick won that fight?
All right.
That's what I thought.
That's what we needed.
Yep. Yeah, Brett the Brick cheated, though. I mean, he's just a big, heavy boy. All right.
Doesn't know any
that
better.
would be the worst description. A big, heavy boy.
He's a big, heavy boy. He's, you know, how much do those things weigh? In the Bretts? They're
60,
like huge.
70 pounds,
Yeah, they're
something like
huge.
that?
They're
They
massive
are.
robots.
They are.
Compared to
But there's a science to it. They have to be that weight because they have to help whip everyone in shape when they're stuck in there.
Yes, absolutely. You don't want
There's a
them to
method.
actually get damaged being in the arena with all these bots fight after fight after fight.
If a kid shows up in a Little Tikes car to like tow my car out of a ditch, I'm worried. If they show up in a F350, then sure. So it's the size
if they bring
differential.
in a little car to take my car out of the ditch, then I'm just saying, leave my car there. Let's take yours. Sayonara, sucker.
Yeah,
fair.
I'm
We're
into
out
it.
of here.
Fair.
All right, so we are still working our way through some grudge matches today, but I
We're
just
getting
wanted
down
to
to the
kind
wire.
of stick to where we were at in the tournament. So
Yeah, tell us what's going on here.
So we are down to the finals in the 12-pound division. We're going to see Torrential face off against Hooligan a little bit later on.
All right.
In the 3-pound division, we still have to see the third-place match take place between Offbeat and Wicked Twister, and then our final, which will take place between Púca and Kickstart. And then in the 30-pound division, we already know who's won third place. That is Kablooey Tango.
Hey.
But we are going to see who gets first and second place in the matchup between Eva and Squire. Very excited about that match. Two bots that have been
Speaking
super
of
dominant.
which,
and here we go. Speaking of which, 30-pound final action. Let's go.
Your first final of the night.
Ayo.
Next in Cage 1, Eva versus Squire.
Squire has been functioning beautifully all
8,
day long.
7,
Eva has really struggled
6,
with weapon reliability, but
5,
they've been able to make up for that with control.
3, 2,
making their way all the way to this final.
Fight, robots, fight.
A very durable robot going up against a very heavy hitter. Oh! Amazing! The wheels just completely blew off of Squire.
That is not good. Eva dishing out the hits. The wheels literally just flew off in either direction after that impact.
Eva,
what
they
an
can't
incredible
even
hit.
believe it. They can't believe it.
The winner is Eva.
Remy de Guzman, your 30-pound winner for new bots in January. Oh, love it. Eva is your champion. I am so happy for them. This is phenomenal. I cannot believe the amount of force that had to transfer through that robot to make the wheels literally fly off is absurd.
I mean, clearly, Kyle, he cannot believe it either. Look at the look on that face.
He has no idea. Jordan has no idea what just happened.
How do you process that?
That was a perfectly clean hit, too.
His bot has been literally bulletproof all day long.
And it was like a movie where the wheels literally fall off a car after it, gets beaten up. It just blew off.
This bot is so well armored, so well put together. Who could have expected those wheels to just fly off in that direction?
You always
like
see
that?
damage happen to the weapon, but to see damage immediately to the bones.
It transferred through the bones.
Here we go.
There it is. Boom. Bye-bye wheels. Look at the look on Remy's face. They're freaking out.
Remy, absolutely shocked. She looks like, the Taylor Swift, I just won an award shot.
Wow. Okay, so we now have,
there we have it.
Our new bots 30-pound champion through some very odd physics.
Yeah.
That got us there.
No way to know how those things are going to go down, but wow.
All right, so let's go upstairs to see our buddy Chris. Chris, what do you got for us?
Thank you, Kyle. I am here with Katie and Jackson of Northwestern University Robotics Club, and in between us here is what I would call now an iconic bot. But I want to talk more about the collegiate grant that Northwestern University has just earned. We've been talking about this kind of all day. It's so interesting to hear like what you guys are going to do with all this cash, this grant money. Does anyone want to touch on that, Katie?
Yeah, so first we just really want to say thank you to NHRL for giving us this grant. $10,000 is absolutely huge for us, especially because our club's main goal is always being completely barrier-free, whether it's your race, gender, where you're studying, your experience level. We want everyone with a passion and curiosity for robotics to join, and that absolutely includes financial burdens coming to competitions. So one huge thing we're going to be doing is testing out more designs and bring more people who helped work on this. DeathPact could not have been possible without so many more helping hands than were able to come. So we're super, super excited to be able to bring more people.
Yeah. Any other thoughts about, with like a grant kind of always up there in the air, other things kind of, maybe afoot for 2023, do you think that more students are going to be inspired to join the Northwestern robotics program? Jackson?
Yeah, definitely. This year we've had about a 20% increase in people interested in combat robotics, and next year hopefully we'll have the same. So this grant will really help us expand, build more robots, and really just get more people into the sport. We're very excited. Thank you so much.
Katie, Jackson, Nurk, congrats. You guys are awesome. We'll go back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, guys. We're going to go ahead and send it right on over to Cage 4 for a grudge match. Who do we have
8,
over here?
7, 6,
That is a good
5,
question.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right.
Brute really zooming around the arena here. Brute, by the way, going up against V-Lookup.
It's so fun to watch these 3-pound bots in the big box.
Yes, so many 3-pound robots are built with a certain top speed in mind, because they never have to go past that speed because they have a smaller arena. You can only go so fast before you hit a wall.
Yeah.
Right.
And then to see them zoom around a giant arena like this, kind of uncaged, unleashed.
There's so much space.
I think it takes a lot of driving skill. Your opponent isn't as pinned in by the corners. You really do have to be a little bit more strategic in your angles.
You almost need to be a little bit more zoomed in here to get a better look at these bots.
Yeah, that's true.
They're so small in this big space. It's not what we're used to looking at.
I love this drifting driving style of Brute.
They're cruising.
I've had a lot of experiences as a robot driver. I've never had quite this experience of having such a small robot be able to zoom around
in
a
this
big arena.
giant space. Yeah.
This is something I can sit here and be envious of. It just looks like a lot of fun. And I have to imagine having this experience is only going to add to your skill when you come back to the small arena later.
Absolutely.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, to give you guys an idea of scale, the smaller arenas are about 8 foot by 8 foot. The large arena is literally double of that. It is 16 foot by 16 foot internal fighting area. It is a lot of space to play in.
And for the math averse at home, 16 feet by 16 feet, that's 4 times the size.
Yeah.
Not double the size.
That is correct. 4 times the actual internal area.
So it's a striking difference. Now, that said, there's a reason we don't do that. You can see there's a lot more time, a lot more circling. There is an advantage from a spectator point of having a smaller arena where the robots are forced to engage. But it's nice to mix it up, isn't it?
Yeah, less dogfighting, more actual impact when you get them in that smaller arena. But it is interesting. It's interesting to see the strategy changes.
I feel like once you gain control of your bot here on this wide open space, when you finally narrow it down into those smaller cages, this could only help you.
1000%.
It's like getting to go test drive before you really hit the highway, you know? All right.
Oh, wow. We have a little stoppage there. So it looks like the fight is over. They have driven to the door. What a weird fight. I kind of loved everything about that.
I'm starting to see some energy for our finals.
We're getting there. We're getting very
some
close.
nerves.
It looks like we do have some very weird grudge matches coming up, freestyle fights coming up. I'm so glad so many of these builders have stayed to participate in these freestyle fights and give us this entertainment just based off of their dedication to the sport.
Everyone here loves to fight robots.
Absolutely.
I mean, another chance to fight robots is never going to go unloved.
Outside of just their dedication to the sport, it's their dedication to their craft and to the work that they've put into it.
Absolutely. And this is the beginning of the year. This is when they want to get that extra stick time in, practice time in. And they
This is the tournament to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the time.
There is some really ridiculous stuff coming up. I'm actually looking over at Cage 3 right now. I'm
I was going to
so
say,
excited
like, what
for
are
you
you
guys
doing?
to
How
see that.
How do you know? Give us the inside scoop.
So there's a robot that existed once called a Tale of Three Hams. And a Tale of Three Hams was a similar concept to this ham robot system where they just bolt bots together. They just bolt them together to see what happens. And that's what we have with this. We're just going to bolt some bots together and see what happens. But in this particular case, we kind of have a equilateral triangle version of a Tale of Three Hams facing off against the current ham iteration from Team Fanwango. I'm very excited to see it. It's going to be very weird.
All right, we're going to go to Cage 2 first right now.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
All right, so there's William Marchese.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow, that is a vicious sounding weapon.
Yeah, that is a lot of intensity coming off that robot.
So this is Nuktuk.
Nuktuk, yep.
Nuktuk. Karyu no Hoko, which is Japanese for Sea Dragon's Roar.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Isn't that nice?
It is.
Sea Dragon's Roar is a hinged vertical spinner robot, and Kiryu no Hoko is a hinged horizontal spinner robot. For no reason. Literally no reason. Like, why not? See if it works.
Yeah, you've got the CAD. Might as well churn out another one.
I know William's thinking about moving away from the current iteration of Sea Dragon's Roar, so this is a good way to kind of use up some of those parts.
It is that movie Dragonheart, I think, where the robot, I think it's not robot. The dragon's voiced by Sean Connery.
Yes,
and,
I'm familiar.
They're like, oh, everyone just calls me Dragon. He grumbles, and he's like, oh, I'll call you Draco. They say, oh, what does that mean? It means dragon. I like to think the robot is sitting there and going, yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot for my name. That means my name.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, beautiful hit there from Nook.
Getting a little bit of leverage here. Still rolling with it. Still a lot of power through both of these.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, this hinged design, because it does mean that the weapon still stays close to the ground on Kiryu that you wouldn't normally
Slow
have.
down here. And
Normally
just
the
about a
weapon
minute
would be up.
left.
So there is some validity to this very odd design choice. I kind of love it. Although right now the weapon's missing a belt, it looks like, which makes it hard to spin.
It's true.
Look at this full leverage here.
I'd be curious.
It's like on for a ride. Going for a ride.
Yeah, Nook is wearing
long can
a
he
dragon
hold on?
hat at this point. Beautiful. Yeah. Thanks, Brett.
Good looking out, Brett. Oh, there we go. A hop, skip, and a jump. Less than
40
20 seconds
There's-
here.
Boom. Love that hit there.
10 seconds. Oh, a piece flying. Okay.
Nice.
Let's judge this one here at the desk.
Okay, I'm into it. In my mind, that is all Nook. What are your thoughts, Ricky?
I think as soon as you become a hat, you lose a few points. So yeah, I'm inclined to believe you.
All right, so Hannah, bring us home.
I'm
Unanimous
sorry.
decision?
It's a unanimous decision. I agree with you. The minute you start becoming an accessory, I think
you've lost the fight.
They're doing a little dance, just hanging out on top.
You raise a good point in your phrasing. It doesn't have to be a hat, a handbag, an umbrella, whatever it is.
An umbrella. I don't know anyone who puts a handbag on top of their head, but it is a possibility. I'm not counting it out.
We've got interesting friends here in the robot world.
Yes.
That's true.
You'll meet the umbrella hatted people.
I would love the umbrella hatted. Oh yeah, should we present the winner?
Yes.
We should.
So the winner of that fight is Nook. Excellent job, Nook. By not being a hat, you win the fight.
Bravo.
You brought it home.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So here we go. Now we're moving on to our second final of the evening. This is the 12-pound final. This is a ridiculously unlikely final at the start of the day. So excited for this. So we have Torrential going up against Hooligan. Torrential, this is their first competition in 15 years bringing this bot here. It is a very old school looking design.
It is.
I love how far they've come through this tournament. There was a good chance we could have had a Torrent versus Torrential final.
Right. And what a way to come back after 15 years.
Yeah, what a way to come back. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. And then going up against Hooligan, this bot hits so hard. Now, this is going to be interesting because we've already seen Hooligan take down almost this exact same bot.
Yeah, very similar geometry, very similar everything.
Very similar everything. Essentially what happened was Donald built 2 of these bots, and he decided to instead of enter them as a single bot, and have one as a backup with spares, he just built them both and entered them each as a separate competitor. So he very well could have had a final where he had to fight himself. Usually in that case, you just kind of decide which one you want to be the winner.
Right.
But instead, we now have this highly combative final, and it's a rematch. Who knows if Donald learned what he needed to learn to take out Hooligan.
And so rarely do you get that second shot at glory.
In a single elimination tournament now, especially.
Get ready, guys. We are all set to go over in Cage 1. Here we go.
Next in Cage 1, Hooligan versus Torrential.
Hooligan is
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hooligans
Fight,
captained by Jack
robots,
Sapotnik. From Gainesville, Florida, he's with Gator Robotics.
Love to see the Florida Gators.
And that weapon
the
is
immediate big
3
hit.
pounds of
And Hooligan,
beef.
Hooligan just dead stopped after that hit.
Yeah.
Hooligan almost.
Oh no, he's shaking his head.
Torrential is moving, but Hooligan is spun down.
He's shaking his head. He's not getting
Hooligan
anything
made
from
the
the
hit.
controller. This is horrible. Yeah, Hooligan made the hit, but all that energy from that 3-pound
This
egg
is what
beater spinner
happens
transferred right back into Hooligan.
When it comes down to these finals, your bot has already been through an entire day of battles.
Yes, there's internal damage. There's things that you can't find no matter how
and there
hard
we
you
see
look.
at the end, Torrential is
Knockout.
moving. Hooligan
Oh
is
my
not.
Lana.
The winner is Torrential.
Your winner in the 12-pound division in a one-hit fight.
It was pretty brutal because Hooligan, looked like they really had it in them, and it suddenly after that massive hit, I think maybe even a couple more of those, and it would have been game over.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Hooligan, its own hit, becoming its enemy. I mean, what a downer for Hooligan.
And one of those things that you only learn after having that experience. I mean, again, as a new bot, you don't know that's coming. You don't know how hard you can push your robot.
Right. Now, let's talk about Donald Song for a minute, because this guy has been out of the game for 15 years, shows up today to just give it a shot.
Round of applause
And what
for
does
him.
he do? He ends up getting both 3rd and 1st place.
Yeah.
In the 12-pound division. Phenomenal showing today.
Taking a look back at this key hit.
Look at
Oh
that
my
hit.
goodness.
I mean, launches Torrential all the way across the arena.
I want to get that zoomed in look.
Boom.
There it goes.
And then
And
there
you
it
know
is, and it just comes to a halt.
It must have been in the sweet spot for Hooligan, because it didn't even look like it greatly impacted him power-wise.
Well, that might be part of it. You know, you didn't see any massive vibration or movement outside of the
his
bot, which
face.
means all that kinetic energy was transferred inside the bot into components that did not want to take that impact.
When he realized the power was out, nobody was home.
Yeah, couldn't do
That was
anything
tough.
about it. You've got the referee yelling at you, I need to see movement, and you're saying, I got
You're
nothing.
like, I'm trying. By the way, shout out to Gainesville, Florida.
Shout out to Gainesville,
I love
Florida.
Gainesville, Florida.
I love the Florida contingent when we get to bring them here. I love the fact that we have the Vegas contingent and the Florida contingent here at the same time. It really maximizes the chaos in the space.
Yes, yeah, it's
You
really,
gotta have it.
It's the only energy you can really match Florida energy with is Vegas.
It's Vegas energy, yeah. That's the only way.
Maybe Alaska energy, maybe.
All right, guys, we're going over to cage 3 now. I'm sorry, cage 2.
Next in cage 2, Wicked Twister versus Offbeat.
This is for the 3rd
8,
place
7,
in the
6,
beetle weight division, the
5,
3-pound division.
4, 3,
Both
2,
of these bots have
1.
already qualified for the November
robots,
finals.
fight.
This is to see who gets that 3rd place spot. Wow. The mini-bot just getting volleyed between these two bots right
The
now.
mini-bot almost getting stuck in between the two, but I see how that could benefit Offbeat in the long run.
Now the right side of that mini-bot's drive just not functioning all that well anymore.
No.
Both main robots driving just splendidly.
Yeah, working beautifully.
It seems like half of the mini-bot is...
Oh, we have some tires missing now.
That ain't good.
That is effectively the end of Offbeat.
It's still got a little bit of movement there, but not enough to keep
That
them in the
weapon
game.
is now dragging on the floor, though, so even if he is able to get it up to speed, it's not going to be able to deliver the impacts that he needs to. That's one of the major design issues with an undercutter spinner like this.
But movement is movement.
Yeah, it's true. It may be able to stay alive long enough not for a count out to not happen, but it's not going to be able to do much more than that.
Yeah, with no offensive capabilities, essentially at this point, Wicked Twister just has to pick their shots and pick them apart.
We're almost at 1:30 here. Let's see if we can get some movement from Offbeat. The
And now-
silence is an answer.
I love that Wicked Twister was just like, I'm pinning your mini-bot. I'm done
Yeah,
with this
I'm done
thing.
with
Just
you."
stop. Just stop.
The countdown is going. All right, your 3rd place winner in the beetle weight division
Wicked Twister.
Wicked Twister.
Wicked.
Wicked. I love it. Congratulations to Wicked Twister.
I like your Boston.
That's
attempts,
that's
guys.
not even an attempt at Boston. I'd be stuck here all night.
So that's Dave Wright of Wright Robotics. This spot is fought outside of NHRL. This is their first time at the NHRL competition.
Looking at a replay here for third place.
And here we
You
are.
can see the mini bot right in the middle of the action and then almost in the way.
Just a little wiggle, 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 wiggle.
I'm still obsessed
Yeah,
with
there
the
goes the
design
wheel.
of this mini bot. All right, we're going to a matchup in Cage 3. Who do we have
Freestyle.
over here, guys?
Ooh, yeah. This is going to be
This
fun.
will be a fun one.
Yeah, we've talked about this. An absolute pair of darlings, you might say.
You gotta love it.
7,
Absolutely.
6,
Aaron and Jameson
5,
already starting their
4,
synchronized dancing to
3,
get in sync for this
2,
match.
1.
Hamshake.
Fight, robots, fight.
Hamshake and King of Carrot Flowers here.
This is definitely a grudge match we had to see happen. King of Carrot Flowers, they're going in circles. King of Carrot Flowers is a brush drive, kinetic drive robot. It is using the vibrations caused by the weapon to move itself around the box.
Yep, it simply changes which of its 3 weapons it wants to vibrate the most to decide which way it wants to go.
I asked Joey Gannon how controllable his robot was, and he just shrugged.
Yeah. I asked him the same thing, and he said no. All right, we've lost the giraffe again.
It's always only a matter of time. Poor giraffe. King of Carrot Flower is still moving and shaking at a decent amount here.
Well, the little dino friend on top of the orange half of Hamshake is kind of protected.
Yeah.
He is.
The giraffe, long neck, it's a dangerous game it plays. Sometimes it loses.
Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug.
Thank you. Yes.
Absolutely.
Wow, Hamshake trying to get away from that house bot, but unfortunately ran into them twice. You know, typically Brett doesn't like it when you smack it in the face twice.
I don't entirely know what Hamshake's motive is in this placement. They're just kind of hanging out.
They're trying to get over there and
You
get
do
a
notice,
hit.
I think this is the first time we've seen Hamshake down a weapon.
No, their last match actually they went down this exact same weapon.
Oh, I see.
They had
I missed that.
They had a T-Rex. They did not have a weapon.
Perhaps they weren't able to properly repair it.
That's possible as well, yeah.
Both weapons are not moving. Oh, there we go.
There it is. Yeah, so as long as they've got one weapon, they're able to keep moving the bot. Both of these bots are only able to move because of the weapons.
King of Carrot Flowers.
There's nothing happening with
Not
King of Carrot
moving.
Flowers.
T-Rex still giving us the eyes.
Nice hit there from Hamshake.
Oh, brought him back to life.
And it begins to move again.
Just smack. It's like when you smack the tube TV when it won't work.
You know what it reminds me of is the N64. You got to take it out, give it a little blow.
Blow on the cartridge, put it right back in.
Oh boy.
Oh my Lana, guys.
I don't need that shot ever again, Control. Never.
That actually.
I don't know. I kind of dig it.
That really made me dizzy.
Oh my gosh, that was a lot. All right, so we still have quite a bit of movement from Hamshake. We have no movement from King of Carrot Flowers at all. I believe in a normal match, this would have been called as a knockout, but
Okay,
at this
Brett's
point,
having fun at this point.
at this point, we're just letting Brett have a good time. Exactly.
It's.
Oh, there we
Wow,
go. King
he
of Carrot
never
Flowers
stops.
And
back
back
to
again.
life.
I feel like King of Carrot Flowers is kind of playing us.
Little playing
Time
possum.
is up here.
Biding its time.
All right, so all the bots are working at the end of that match.
Working, you know,
I
in
don't know
quotation
who won
marks.
that thing. What do you think? Should we check with our audience real quick?
Oh, let's check with the audience. I
For
feel
the
like everyone
title
was
of
really into
Connecticut
that one.
Sweetheart.
Yes, absolutely. For the title of Connecticut Sweetheart, who won that match? Was it King of Carrot Flowers?
Okay, we've got some love here.
Or was it Hamshake?
Oh,
Okay.
Hamshake. I think they're bringing it home.
I think Hamshake won.
is your winner.
Hamshake has been a routine favorite all throughout the day. Let's send it on over to Cage 4. We've got a big rumble.
We do.
Awesome. More rumbles, more fun. Let's do it.
More robots, more chaos, more better.
More chaos, more better. What a sentence.
And of course,
8,
the return of my
7,
favorite robot here today,
6,
Spare Parts.
5,
Spare Parts?
4, 3, 2,
This is an exciting one.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow,
Been
Spare
promised
Parts.
the weapon on Spare Parts will be slightly less likely to fly off. And you know what? It hasn't flown off yet.
I'm pretty impressed.
It's
yeah.
delivering. Oh, and it threw a mini-bot just brutally across the arena.
I believe the team behind Spare Parts earlier said that this is the Anything Goes Rumble, and they are a thing, so they get to go in it.
Yeah.
Wow, this is quite the sight.
I'm told that there is popcorn being popped within within that robot.
At this very moment.
There's no way.
There is no way, but I'm being told that anyway.
Yeah, but that can't be factual.
Now I want some popcorn.
120% of the facts we give you are true here at Norwalk
That
Havoc.
is true. 120.
Believe everything you hear on the internet.
Wow, it looks like it looks like it's making popcorn. It's certainly shaking like it is.
That lawnmower blade is actually shockingly effective when it doesn't fly off the robot.
Well, it also helps with these mini bots around it. It's almost like David and Goliath.
It's the DR trimmer, if you ever stayed up late at night.
The big, does that say vegan? High big
version.
Weapon.
High big weapon.
High big weapon.
Okay.
Oh, hey, big weapon. How
Position.
you doing?
High big weapon. Yeah.
High big papa, big weapon. I don't know.
So there is by
big
the way,
Papa Corn.
a
that's
guest
a glitter
appearance from Kokoda
explosion.
Mane's serial killer is in this
Kyle,
fight.
how do you feel about the close-up of the glitter explosion?
I don't like it. I don't like it. It makes me nervous. Think about all the glitter going inside of all these ESCs. Whoa! The wheel just completely got chopped off.
He's not really moving at all here.
It doesn't need to be there.
Wow, this is just a lot of, it's a very chaotic scene here. We've got a little under 3 minutes.
Weapon's still going strong, though.
That's about it, though.
Oh, is this the cookie?
We do have Big Cookie sitting in the corner.
Yeah, I think Big
love
Cookie
Big
was
Cookie.
working for a few seconds of this match.
I would love some cookies. Am I hungry? I keep working food into the conversation.
You do, yeah. I mean, Shay
This
has
is a
some cookies
pattern.
upstairs. We could ask her to bring you some cookies.
I will be visiting the cookie department. That is 110% sure.
Also, our percentages keep getting bigger. Have you noticed it? We've got 100% accurate, or 120% accurate information.
Our percentages haven't added up. You know what? It's because we're only 4.5 years old.
Right.
What are you going to do when you're only 4.5? I love the sounds of this one. Everyone's just kind of hanging out here. Oh.
Yeah, throw the fire extinguisher in there. Why not?
Let's do it.
Yeah, the
Let's have
larger
some
bots
fun.
do. The larger Fluffy and Flo both have fire extinguishers built into the bot.
Yep. If you see them sneezing, it's intended simply to eliminate the chance of spontaneous combustion within the arena. Oh, that blade is starting to hit the ground, which sounds like a bad thing, but it could mean controlled movement for that microwave. Oh, it's slowing down. That battery is getting sad. That motor is getting sad. That microwave is
Oh,
getting
look at
sad.
the cereal.
All I'm saying is I want the popcorn. If it's being cooked in there, I want some. Bring
Would you
it to
actually want it if it was in there?
I would eat it.
But would you eat any of that cereal that Kokoda's making for you?
Yeah, I love cereal so much. Ricky,
How are
I
you
feel
a
like
cereal enthusiast?
I feel like I've really come for you today, unintentionally, for your food preferences. And I would just like to take this moment to apologize.
Listen, you're not the first, the only, or the last person to be very suspicious of the things I eat and don't eat.
You know,
so,
you know what it was? It was the I can't believe it's not butter, but with mac and cheese. I think that's what stumped me.
It adds to the cream. You still add butter. But it makes the whole thing just like this lovely, creamy.
Okay. You know what? I could get with it. I'm always down to experiment when it comes to my mac and cheese. 30 seconds left here. Oh, we're just throwing some fire extinguisher.
We're always still trying to extinguish a fire that doesn't exist.
We're having fun. Maybe it's because the popcorn's a little too burnt.
Yeah. Yeah, at this length of time in the fight, the popcorn would be completely gone.
I think it's popcorn's always like a 2 minute and 30 seconds, right?
Yeah, somewhere between 2:10, 2:30. Yeah, depending on the microwave.
Wait until there are
5
2
seconds
seconds between individual pops of the kernels within your microwave.
All right,
That is it. Let your bots fly, babies.
There are still bots working after that fight. I love it. And there's a man who needs to moisturize.
Oh, you can see Big Cookie was spinning there and spinning and spinning and spinning and then not spinning.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's still spinning.
Everybody.
Yes, Anna.
Everybody over here, we're going to get on to cage 2. You're going to want to move on over to cage 2. Last fight of the night over on cage 2. Come down from the pits.
Exciting
grab
development.
Grab your kids, grab your friends, call your mom. We're heading over to cage 2.
This is the big show. This is the 3-pound final for the New Bots January event. The 3-pound division here at Norwalk is the most competitive beetleweight division in the entire world. It's the most competitive division here. Winning this event, it comes with so many accolades. It comes with so much respect. These two competitors, Púca and Kickstart, have gone through a gauntlet today to get here. I am so excited to see this fight. I have absolutely no idea how this is going to go.
It's been really fun watching them all throughout the day. This is the time, guys. Make sure you head on over to cage 2. Everyone from even up in the pit, go ahead and FaceTime the friends that you told them. You know, they saw on your social media that you were here. They want to in on the action. Now is the time. Give them a call. Let them know.
And the doors are closing. The moment is closing in as well.
I'm a little nervous.
I would be too.
Cam Collins with Team WPI, Team Ribot. He's going to be fighting with Kickstart. And then we have David Small of Small Robotics, who's going to be fighting with Púca.
Púca.
And as with anything Norwalk, but especially when you have your wonderful new robot-only day, we have absolutely no idea what's going to happen.
No.
This is
And guys,
absolutely anyone's game.
Don't forget, it doesn't end here. March 18th is our next event. You are not going to want to miss it. You can come right back here to Norwalk. March 18th. And we're ready.
The 3-pound finals coming your way. Let's do it.
Next in cage 2, Kickstart versus Púca.
Púca.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots
away
fight.
we go.
Both robots up to speed. We're seeing Púca just zip across the box like it has all day long. Be very dominant in the early parts of this fight.
Incredible mobility, incredible control. It's all going to come down to...
Wow!
Big hits.
Question of who wins the weapon exchanges, and right now Púca is sitting on top of the mountain.
Kickstart still moving fine, upside down. Now right side up.
Yeah, but they're running. They are on the run, trying to stay as far away from Púca's drum as humanly
Púca
possible.
definitely in control here.
Púca not giving them any room to breathe.
Hit after hit. It's not impossible for Kickstart to come back, but it is not looking good.
Wow, David Small said, I did not come to NHRL to play. I came to win.
Unbelievable.
The weapon now down on Kickstart. I believe a belt is missing, but it is trying to spin up.
I don't even know if he's going to make it this whole time. Púca very clearly head of action here.
Doing the thing. We will have an unstick now.
They get one unstick in this match. Oh, no!
Absolutely massive hit from
We are
Púca
getting
on Kickstart.
chants of Púca from this crowd. They are loving David Small's viciousness in this fight.
That has got to be intimidating.
Wow.
All right, so now these bots doing a little bit more of a dogfight. Kickstart getting a little bit more room to breathe.
Kickstart starting to win the exchanges, the tides may have begun to turn, Kyle.
Literally at the halfway point of this match, we're just at the 1 minute and 20-second mark now.
What a match!
Wow, massive hit from Púca and David Small. Can he capitalize on it? No, he's got him up against the side rails.
Stuck. Púca frees his opponent.
Púca lets him off.
There goes again. The weapon belt off of Kickstart, laying helplessly.
David Small's going in at him again. He does not want the fight to end this way.
The countdown has begun.
He asks the crowd if they want more. They say yes. He goes in to free his opponent. The countdown is finished. Your winner is Púca. David Small is your 3-pound champion.
What a fight.
Unbelievable.
Dominant performance.
This is the first golden dumpster for David Small. Super excited for him today. Púca! Nice work to David Small. You know, David Small building something competitive, coming here to win, and absolutely accomplishing the goal.
And by the way, Kickstart still putting up a heck of a fight in that matchup. I mean, didn't really give up. We thought they were down. We thought they were going to be out of there. And then suddenly they came back full force. Of course, obviously ended in Púca's favor there. Kickstart landing on its side and ultimately just kind of forfeiting it from that point on. But
yeah, there really was a moment, literally at the halfway point, where it looked like Kickstart was going to come back. Super dramatic moment.
Yeah, a quarter of the match, Púca was on the ropes.
Yeah.
If one hit had gone differently, we could have had an entirely different outcome.
Absolutely. There was that 4th or 5th weapon exchange after that middle point where they were able to take it back, and it was,
let's take a look at a replay here to see what went down.
Boom, look at that first exchange.
A couple of these really fun hits here early on. Still checking out some of these bigger hits. This is when Púca was really in control at the beginning. Oh, that one hit.
Ouch.
Kickstart still not giving up.
You can see Wheels missing on Kickstart there. You can see David celebrating.
Love that reaction.
With his friend Jeff.
Wow, guys, what a day. What a day.
This was such a dramatic final for the 3-pound division. So impressive. Great work from David Small. Absolutely accomplishing the goal here today. What were your thoughts on the day here, Ricky? I mean, this is a new format for us. This is a new kind of tournament. How do you think it went?
The tension was just so high for so much of the day, especially once we worked our way out of the preliminary rounds.
Right.
We found ourselves in on every single fight, do or die. This is the moment. This is the chance to seize glory. And I think that added a lot to the excitement.
Yes.
I think we've got a lot of really amazing fights, and yeah, I'm always excited in NHRL, but today was something else.
One of the things that I thought was such a unique experience here today was the freestyle fights. It was so much more fun, a little bit more planned out, a little bit more thought out than normal, and we got to see some really great content from it. So excited about that. Hannah, this is your first NHRL.
I know.
What do you think?
I mean, I have thoroughly enjoyed every moment here throughout the day. Incredibly thrilling. I felt like from the beginning it was, after preliminaries, it was a bit of a bloodbath. And, you know, that's with single elimination, that's the pressure that it put on. It made it incredibly fun to watch, and knowing a lot of these guys stuck around because they wanted to. Even though they could go home, they could take that flight home, that long train home, whatever that may be, whatever that may look like for them. You saw a lot of camaraderie, a lot of sportsmanship, a lot of fantastic sportsmanship. And by the way, speaking of such, I have to go to another member of our team now, Lindsay, over on the desk. Lindsay, how did your day go?
My heart is still beating out of my chest after the intensity of that fight. There is no better place on earth to see Beetles fight, or really any robot combat, in my opinion. But just spending the day with the chat has been so incredible. We've seen so many new faces, so many returning people who have carved out the entirety of their day to spend with us. People from all over the world. I need to give the biggest shout out to them for asking intelligent questions, being kind to one another, just being interesting. It's a great place to be, and it's just something that I love about the community. And And with that, I'm going to throw it over to Sam with the winners.
All right.
Let's see what Sam has to say.
All right, Sam.
Folks, that was an amazing tournament, was it not? So good. We're here with some of the winners, all of the winners, in fact. Remy, Ava, tell me, did you think you would make it this far?
I never thought I was going to make it this far. I can't believe that it worked. It didn't completely explode, and I am going to celebrate tonight.
Excellent, excellent. Donald, tell me, what was the hardest part of this tournament for you?
Bringing too many bots and not having enough time between the fights to fix them. That was chaos.
A great lesson for all the builders. David, what are your plans for finals?
Oh man, I've got a few little details to polish out, and it'll be ready to rock even stronger next time.
All right, well, thank you guys, and give it up for all the winners. We're gonna hit back to Hannah at the desk. Thank you so much.
This has been absolutely thrilling, so much fun. Thank you to everyone who came out and supported. Thank you for coming to visit Norwalk. New year, new bots. We will continue to have fun here in Norwalk. Things get going back here on March 18th. You do not want to miss it. Guys, we'll keep it going, right? We got to get ready for March 18th. We're only getting started this year, guys. We cannot wait to see you come back here again from the desk. Hannah Ostapchuk here with Kyle and Ricky. Thank you guys for hanging out. We'll see you March 18th. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Catch you next time.